Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 301. Chapter 301, Is Your Team for Sale? The other team members ignored Harry, who was immersed in his own world. They knew who was the biggest contributor in this game and flew towards August like crazy, wanting to hug him. However, August flexibly avoided them all and gave them a disgusting look. A group of stinky boys has nothing to hug. Even the only girl, Angelina, is not his dish. August, who had put away his broom, landed on the Ravenclaw stand and walked towards Cho and the others who were sitting together. The little wizards around him stretched out their hands like a groupie, wanting to give him a high five. And August also met their requirements, enjoying the crowd all the way to Cho's side. At this time, Cho was extremely excited and jumped into his arms. Holding Cho in his arms, August whispered something in her ear. About the gifts. Although she was shy and unbearable, Cho nodded lightly. What are you guys saying? Hermione looked at these two people suspiciously, always feeling they were saying something wrong. It's okay. We talk about tutoring. You know she is a little nervous about attending OWLS this fall. Hermione didn't doubt him but nodded seriously. I'm going to start reviewing too. These are the two most important exams in Hogwarts. August was also a little ashamed. Should Hermione be so exaggerated? She must prepare for next year's exam a year in advance. While they were talking, several adult wizards hurried to August's side. Hello, Mr. Gaunt. I'm a scout from the Chudley Cannons. I'm a scout for the Tuts Hill Tornadoes. August counted it, and it was a little surprising that there were 8 teams from the English League. He thought it would be good to attract 2 or 3 professional teams to this game, but he did not expect 13 teams to come at once. Did you come to ask me to join your team? If this is the case, don't talk about it anymore. I have no interest in playing professionally. As soon as August spoke up, the faces of these scouts showed regret. After a few words of persuasion, they found no effect, and they all left. Although August did not agree, there were some good seedlings among the other players. But one person still does not give up and wants to tempt August with fame and wealth. The Tuts Hill Tornadoes scouts tried desperately to get August to change his mind. Mr. Gaunt, with your skills in this game, you will definitely shine in the professional league, and joining the national team will be a smooth affair. By then, you will not only be the hottest person in Europe, but you will also earn countless galleons. Hearing his words, August didn't react. But Cho, who was lying in his arms, was envious. Cho is not interested in the pie drawn by Mr. Scout because her favorite Quidditch team since childhood was the Tuts Hill Tornadoes. If she could join this team, Cho would definitely agree without hesitation instead of being indifferent like August. Sir, I don't think what you're saying has any appeal to me. My name is August Gaunt. Hearing his words, the scouts of the Tuts Hill Tornadoes were still a little puzzled why August wanted to emphasize his name. But then his mind quickly turned around. Hogwarts has a master alchemist, a recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class, and a member of the Wisengamot Wizards, and that person's name is... Thinking of this, Mr. Scout stammered. Sorry, I didn't know it was you. August smiled slightly, signaling that he didn't need to say any more, then moved his lips slightly. A voice that no one else heard fell into Mr. Scout's ears. Glancing at August, Mr. Scout nodded his head despite some doubts. The celebration on the Quidditch pitch lasted for a long time until the sky started to rain lightly, and the students left reluctantly. However, this does not mean the end. I believe that every common room will be very lively tonight. In the player tunnel, August did not return to the castle with Hermione and the others but met Mr. Scout here again. It's been so long. I still don't know your name. Just call me Thompson, Mr. Gaunt. Thompson, a scout for the Tuts Hill Tornadoes, replied with some restraint, unaware of August's purpose in keeping him. Has he changed his mind? August nodded, without being polite, but straight to the point. Mr. Thompson, I wonder if the Tuts Hill Tornadoes is willing to sell. What? Thompson was a little unresponsive and didn't hear it until August repeated it. I have no interest in playing professional leagues, but I would rather be your team's owner. Thompson wondered what kind of weird hobby August was. Can you tell me why? Although Quidditch teams are more profitable, they are only for the top teams. In recent years, our Tuts Hill Tornadoes team has not been up and down, and on the whole, it can barely maintain a balance of payments. In a word, Thompson was very honest, and August could know these things after investigation. There is no need to make small moves on this. Besides, now that he knew August's identity, he didn't have the guts to play tricks. However, August waved his hands indifferently after hearing this. I'm not interested in money. If I want to make galleons, I can make more money than a team with anything. This was very Versailles, and Thompson had envy when he heard it, but he couldn't refute it. As a master alchemist, August sold a few gadgets to catch up with their team's earnings for decades. The reason I want to get your team is because my girlfriend is a fan of yours, and she's a seeker. If possible, I hope she can join your team to play after graduation. So you go back and ask your boss and ask him to set a price. Money is not a problem. Chapter 302, Acquisition of Tuts Hill Tornadoes. Thompson was startled. He thought about several reasons why August bought the team. For example, he is a Tuts Hill Tornadoes fan. For example, he loves Quidditch, but unfortunately, he has spare time for other careers. But Thompson never expected August to decide to buy it just because his girlfriend was their fan. She plans to play with the Tuts Hill Tornadoes as a seeker. What does this take for their team? Can you get in with money? If I could buy your team, the management would stay the same, and I would invest an additional set of firebolts as a gift to the team. Secondly, I can also write a set of training manuals for each position. Although it is not up to my level, it can also improve the team as a whole. Hear the price told by August. Thompson abruptly swallowed the words of rejection he wanted to say. What did he hear? A complete set of firebolts, that is, 7. Not to mention the price. It is a big problem that those national teams book the orders for the firebolts for 2 years later. These scouts are so surprised to see the firebolt at Hogwarts. Another condition made him even more excited. August's strength has been on full display in the game just now. It's like one person is carrying the entire team forward. If he can sum up his skills and give them to the Tuts Hill Tornadoes. Thompson's breathing became heavy when he thought his players could be like August today. Mr. Gaunt, are you telling the truth? I don't need to tease you, Mr. Thompson. August said rhetorically. Immediately afterward, he said that as long as the sale is agreed upon, the firebolt and training manual will appear in the Tuts Hill Tornadoes team within a week. Both parties can enter into specific contracts. Hearing this, Thompson nodded without hesitation. I sell. Can I sign the contract now? It was August's turn to be surprised. Can the scout decide the ownership of the team? Thompson didn't hide it either. I'm actually the owner of the Tuts Hill Tornadoes team, but I just thought it was too much trouble to manage the team, so I left it to my wife to take care of it. And I am in charge of finding good seedlings in the world. So, as long as I agree, the rest will be fine. After August found out, he also greatly admired this humble Thompson. This kind of talent is someone who really loves Quidditch, not the game as a business. After the general direction has been negotiated, the rest is much easier to deal with. The two determine the price in a few seconds. August also reached out and shook hands with Thompson, expressing pleasant cooperation. But in the end, Thompson expressed his concerns about Cho's level. He wants August to work harder and train his girlfriend. You can rest assured that Cho's skills are almost the same as those of our team's seekers today, and she will definitely become stronger in 2 years. It's not that August is exaggerating, but that Cho really has talent. Coupled with some of the training methods he provides, Cho is definitely not inferior to Harry's talent now. This time Thompson was completely relieved, and after saying goodbye to August, he left happily. And August also returned to the castle, and his stomach was empty. Hermione and the others were chatting in the Great Hall, and August walked over directly. Reach for a steak and stuff it into your mouth. Seeing that he was starving, Hermione and Cho also stopped chatting and fed him. This is also a small hobby of his girlfriend's, who always think feeding him is a very fun thing. Seeing August's cheeks bulging high and moving, they also showed a smile. Under the envious gazes of others, August finished the meal contentedly, and Luna handed over a handkerchief. What did you say to that scout just now? At this time, Cho asked what August was doing just now. Wiping his mouth, August said, "Don't you like this team the most? So I asked him to collect a set of autographed photos of all the players of the Tuts Hill Tornadoes." Cho was very surprised and rewarded him with a kiss. Not just because of the photos, August remembers her like so clearly. After dinner, August took Hermione and Luna to a party held by George and Fred. As for Cho, it was time to go back and study hard. It's already April, and the OWLS exam is less than a month away. She could squeeze in most of the day to watch Quidditch, which was the limit. On the other hand, Fleur took Gabriel to Hogsmeade, and Gabriel was very fond of honeydukes. And August worried that Gabriel would develop cavities and prepared a lot of potions for her to prevent cavities. In a classroom on the second floor, several other Quidditch players and some of their friends had already made preparations for the party. When August and the others arrived, the party officially started. The twins came up with many joke products, some that didn't even start selling. Just take this opportunity. They can also collect some customer feedback. Harry picked up a biscuit curiously, took a bite, and suddenly turned into a canary. Angelina, next to her, let out a hearty laugh. "Here's canary creams, don't worry. You'll be back in a minute." Fred teased Harry, who turned into a bird, and explained to him with a smile. "Weasley, is there any other fun?" A little wizard from Hufflepuff asked enthusiastically. George handed over a piece of chewing gum, and he was not afraid and ate it directly. Roar. The roar of the lion came from his mouth, startling everyone, and then they burst into laughter. Then, the roars of various animals resounded throughout the classroom. He doesn't know if everyone thought the zoo had invaded Hogwarts. If it wasn't for August's arrangement of the soundproof barrier, it is estimated that this floor would have been disturbed. This time everyone's interest was completely ignited, and they kept urging the twins to develop new products. If they come across something they like, everyone will buy some. Chapter 303. Chapter 303, Maybe Ordinary is Ron's characteristic. Taking this opportunity, the twins also received many orders and made a small profit. Several Hufflepuff students looked at them resentfully and then looked at Cedric. They bought the least because most of their pocket money was siphoned off by the twins. Cedric was also a little embarrassed. He also knew now that the twins had opened the bets. The good-natured Cedric was not angry. He felt sorry for letting those friends who believed in him lose so much money. The party continued into the evening, and August called in several house elves and brought the raw materials for the barbecue. Barbecue was made on the spot. Everyone ate meat and drank heavily with the drinks that Lee Jordan bought. After everyone was a little drunk, they disbanded on the spot and returned. In the corridor, Hermione's little face was flushed, very cute. The little witch, who has always followed the rules, also happily drank today and felt a little dizzy. I never thought that Fred and George could make so many interesting gadgets, and the level of technology is not low. Think of canary creams, sound-producing sweets, and licorice wand. Hermione also found it unexpected. In her heart, it was okay for the twins to be naughty and mischievous, and the rest would be fine. Hearing the little witch's words, August smiled and said, "The wizards of the Weasleys always have their own specialties. Probably their specialty is making these props." Hermione thought about it carefully and found that this was the truth. Although Hermione had never met Bill and Charlie, they were both students of Gryffindor, so she had naturally heard the legend of the two. All are excellent students. Percy is also the head boy, the perfect student template in teachers' eyes. Even Ginny is a cursed genius, and Sirius has boasted that Ginny could become an Auror in the future. But thinking of this, Hermione felt something was wrong. Then what is Ron's specialty? After thinking about it, Hermione didn't find anything special about Ron. If he is not a good friend of Harry, he may be less impressive than Neville in Gryffindor. At least Neville was much dumber than him and easier for the professor to remember. Moderate students like Ron are the most easily overlooked. And August fell into silence. What's special about Ron? Marrying the future Minister of Magic, of course. In the original book, Ron is the real winner in life, more promising than his brothers. But he wouldn't tell Hermione about this. With August in this life, how could it be Ron's turn? Don't you think that a mediocre guy like him is the most special among the Weasleys? Luna, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said such a sentence, which stunned Hermione, but then she realized that she could not refute Luna's point of view. Is this the truth? She fell into self-doubt. Sending Hermione back to the Gryffindor's common room, August and Luna also returned to Ravenclaw's common room. It was almost 10 o'clock, and Luna, who had been playing outside all day, was also a little sleepy. After saying goodnight to August, she also returned to her bedroom. August did not leave in a hurry but sat quietly in the common room. There is another gift waiting for him to receive. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Cho quietly walked out of the revolving door of the girl's bedroom. It was obvious that she had dressed up on purpose. August smiled slightly, took the beautiful woman into his arms, and cast a disillusionment charm to disappear. After the Quidditch Cup, the competition of the duel task also came to an end. Harry first encountered Cassandra and Fleur in the last few rounds and suffered a 2-game losing streak. This also calmed the hearts of those students who regarded him as the favorite to win the tournament. After all, Harry was only in the 4th grade, and it was understandable that he was weaker than wizards like Fleur and Cassandra, who were beyond the scope of students. The final round ended with Fleur defeating her classmate Brittany. The final scores of all the champions in this task are as follows. Fleur, 70 points. Cassandra, 60 points. Harry, 50 points. Crumb, 40 points. Cedric, 30 points. Fabian, 10 points. Brittany, 10 points. Ford, 10 points. When seeing this result, many people sighed that the vision of the Goblet of Fire was really accurate. Without exception, the champions selected by the first Goblet of Fire were more reliable than those selected by the headmasters, and there was a clear gap between the two. Even Harry, if it wasn't for his age, should have surpassed Cedric was chosen. The end of the duel task also means the final decisive battle is coming. Before that, however, students have to take their final exams. The little wizards are no longer as leisurely as they used to be, especially the 5th and 7th grade students, who are even more stressed. The library, which used to be very empty, has also become crowded. Madame Pants has been furious at dealing with several students who do not care for books. August, Harry, and Cedric, who participated in this tournament, were fortunate not to have to take the final exam. But that doesn't mean they are easy. After a semester, Harry and Cedric became very good friends. They don't care much about who wins the final tournament as long as the glory belongs to Hogwarts. The two often get together for the final task, discussing what kind of spells will be needed. August had already told them the final task would be held in a huge maze. As for what kind of test they would encounter, August did not say any more. After a semester of hard work, Harry and the others guessed almost the same. It is nothing more than divided into 3 types of danger. One is magical creatures. Just like the first level, they need to guard against magical creatures that can appear in the labyrinth at any time. The second is the battle between wizards. Maybe in the labyrinth, the champions can attack each other. The third is the impact of the environment on them. Solving the difficulties caused by the environment of the wizards is also part of the assessment. Chapter 304, Chapter 304, Unilateral Confirmation of Relationship. Of course, these things were all analyzed by Cedric. August also gave Cedric a thumbs up when he knew what they were thinking. The reasoning is quite correct. Only a few people in the magical community can use their brains like this. And the two who got his hint were also relieved, knowing that the direction they guessed was correct, and they could prepare more targets. Looking at the figures of the two hurriedly leaving, August contemplated. After this semester, he and Cedric had a good relationship. Watching such a good gentleman die, he still can't do it. Looks like Cedric can't touch the goblet of fire at the last minute. Now August knows that Barty Jr. will still act like his original destiny. Taking advantage of this task, he quietly replaced the goblet of fire with a portkey. August breathed a sigh of relief when he knew that things were not out of his control. As long as Voldemort is successfully resurrected, his plan to fish in troubled waters can be carried out smoothly. Dumbledore will put only some of his thoughts on his magic web device. If the magical community is so peaceful, August will be in trouble. Late at night. The edge of the Forbidden Forest. "Come out, Mr. Crouch." Looking at the men in front of him, August said softly. Crouch took off the invisibility cloak and appeared in front of August, looking a little depressed. "Didn't you say that no one can see this invisibility cloak? Why did you find it as soon as I arrived?" August's head was covered with black lines, and he explained angrily. "Of course I can see it. There's a back door I left above. Don't worry. No one can detect it except me." Hearing what August said, Crouch was also relieved. Crouch feared that the invisibility cloak couldn't hide from the powerful wizard. After all, it was used under Voldemort's eyelids, and Crouch was afraid of being found out. But Crouch also had to admit that this invisibility cloak was much better than what he had prepared for Barty Jr. "What's the matter? So eager to see me?" While speaking, August also set up a barrier to prevent outsiders from entering. "He is going to silence me." Crouch's tone was very depressed. Although he had long known that his son had no feelings for him, but when Barty Jr. wanted to kill him with his own hands, his heart was still in pain like a knife. "Voldemort's arrangement has been completely successful, and I naturally have no role. To ensure everything was safe, Voldemort asked him to get rid of me." Hearing this, August is not surprised at all. The fate of Crouch in the original book is like this. After breaking free from the Imperius curse, he was killed by his own son. But he certainly can't let that happen now. You pretend to break free from the Imperius curse, then run away, but always make sure you're in their sight. August gave instructions. He couldn't let Crouch jump straight back, it would definitely be a shock, and Voldemort wouldn't start acting according to his original plan. Therefore, it is best to hang it so casually. Crouch nodded. He now knew many of August's plans and understood his intentions. "What about Barty? Are you going to use the taming potion?" August shook his head. "It's not yet time for him to come back. You need him to exonerate yourself. Let him stay with Voldemort for another year. Crouch has done many things with Barty this time, and Barty is still needed to take the blame. As for how to make his return as a hero in the future, it's better to throw the mistake at Voldemort. It's all Voldemort's fault, no problem." Although Crouch had objections in his heart, he did not speak out. Because he knew that August had just informed him that even if he objected, it was useless. With full of sadness, Crouch left. And August also came to a bush and stretched out his hand. Cassandra, who had been hiding there early, was caught. "What?" Cassandra, who was suddenly attacked, let out a soft cry, and her whole body fell into August's arms. A gesture of a loving couple embracing passionately. "Have you heard?" Cassandra, who was lying in his arms, also understood that she was discovered early. "I heard it. Is Voldemort really resurrected?" Uncomfortably twisted, Cassandra found that August hugged her tighter and gave up the struggle. Turn to the most important question. Living in America country, she didn't know much about Voldemort. Still, the first Dark Lord generation left a deep impression on their wizards. Had it not been for the intervention of Newt Scamander at the end, it is estimated that Grindlewald would have taken control of their Ministry of Magic. Although Voldemort did not make trouble in their country, it must not be underestimated that he was able to ravage England for so long. Cassandra naturally wanted to know about Voldemort's resurrection, why that high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic would have such respect for August, and what Barty Jr. She has too many questions in her mind now. Yes, Voldemort has been resurrected for more than a year, and he is about to regain his full power. Oh, and also, I have a share of the credit for this. If it weren't for me, I guess he is still a baby now. What August said was an understatement, but Cassandra's mouth widened in shock, and her brain stopped thinking. Looking at the limited edition situation, August was eager to move, leaned over, and kissed. 5 minutes later, Cassandra covered her red lips and glared at August, who was still reminiscing. Sorry, I couldn't hold back for a while. I'll let you kiss me next time. The tone made Cassandra kick August a few times angrily. Not caring about Voldemort, she turned around and walked back. Wait a moment. August stopped her and looked into Cassandra's eyes seriously. You don't have to worry about Voldemort. He won't affect America country in a short time. I have already told your grandfather about our relationship and told him that you are my girlfriend. What? Hearing this, Cassandra was anxious. She hadn't figured out how to deal with her relationship with August. How could this be unilaterally confirmed by this bad guy? Chapter 305, Chapter 305, Last Task. When did I promise to be your girlfriend? Hearing Cassandra's frantic defense, August smiled smugly. Go and explain this matter to your grandfather. He has promised me that he will send you to England as soon as you graduate. After saying a word, August disappeared, leaving only Cassandra standing there blankly. Puffed. An abrupt laughter suddenly sounded and looked strange in this gloomy forbidden forest. Cassandra didn't know why she was smiling. Maybe it's because of August's domineering and rogue behavior, or maybe the back figure finally fled. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, all the students have completed their final exams. The 5th task started on the last Sunday before the holiday. The little wizards broke out with incredible enthusiasm for the last carnival of this school year. Harry and Cedric instantly added countless little wizards as sparring partners. Professor McGonagall also granted each champion a classroom as a sparring partner. Harry. Your impediment jinx needs to be more accurate. George walked over to Harry and patted him on the shoulder. What's the matter with you? Why do I feel like you're a little absent-minded? It's nothing, just a little tired. Shall we rest for a while? At this time, Harry and the twins were in the Transfiguration classroom for special training in impediment jinx. Still, his trance state gave the twins some headaches. Thinking it was caused by anxiety before the game, they had to let Harry rest for a while. Sitting in the corner, Harry also froze. Recently, the scar on his forehead had begun to ache again, and he knew it was Voldemort's influence on him. But since listening to August's advice and learning occlumency, he has no longer been able to dream about specific content. Harry had also told Sirius and Snape these things. Yes, Snape. His relationship with Snape was improving, and he always felt that Snape was becoming more gentle to him. Are the eyes getting more and more kind? Sirius thought he was just paying too much attention to his scars and told him to relax as much as possible and prepare for the final test. Snape was silent for a while and told him to keep trying to learn occlumency to avoid this trouble. In fact, what Harry wanted to tell the most was August. From the 1st grade to now, he has been used to holding August's thighs. But recently, he couldn't see August. According to Hermione, he has been busy with the magic web factory. The thoughts drifted further and further, and the thoughts in his head became more and more confused, and Harry forced himself to focus on the upcoming 5th task first. George. Fred. Let's start. Potter. Come over here. On the game day, when Harry finished his breakfast and was about to return to the dorm for preparation, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared and took him away. Some of your relatives will come to cheer you on today, and you can meet. Harry was confused. He didn't think the Dursleys would come to cheer him on. Maybe there will be some interest when they know the game will be life-threatening. Following Professor McGonagall all the way to the conference room on the 2nd floor, Harry pushed the door open. There were already quite a few people in the room. Cedric and his parents were standing by the door, and Krum was talking to his parents in the corner of the room. The other champions also came with relatives, scattered in every corner of the house. Bill and Mrs. Weasley were standing by the fireplace, smiling at him. I didn't expect it. Bill stepped forward and gave Harry a warm hug. Charlie wants to come too, but he can't go away, and Dad will come over later. Harry was also very happy. He felt that the Weasley family could not be better than his family. I thought it was Dursley. Don't mention them. Mrs. Weasley was very dissatisfied with the Dursleys. Harry wisely changed the subject and chatted with Bill about other topics. Bill told him a lot of interesting things about himself at school. Before they knew it, they talked about Percy. The recent news of Crouch's disappearance has been circulated in small circles. Fudge removed Percy's role as acting referee and made himself an acting referee. Percy was depressed about this for a long time. At this time, the door was pushed open again. August, Fleur, and Cassandra walked in. Next to them were two beautiful middle-aged women, holding hands, chatting and laughing enthusiastically about something. "Look," August said, "I say we're the last to arrive." Fleur pinched him angrily, and just now, August was complaining that she was taking too much time with her makeup. Sure enough, men don't have a good thing and have this attitude when they get it. August. Harry hurried over and said happily when he had seen August and had too many questions in his heart. August gave him a look, motioned to Harry to talk about something later, and then introduced him. "This is Madame Delacour, and this is Madame Vole, both of whom are my mother-in-law." All. Harry was taken aback and glanced at Cassandra, and then he looked at August in admiration. Sure enough, this champion of Ilvermorny could not escape the clutches of August. Cassandra looked at August in embarrassment, but in the end, neither did nor refuted. Just when her mother met August and was very satisfied with him, she settled the matter between the two on the spot without even giving her time to defend herself. August greeted other people he knew with a few words of courtesy. Especially Cedric's father. When he saw August, he immediately became very enthusiastic, making Cedric very embarrassed. Not long after, several other principals and referees also came here. Bagman's face was a little unsightly, and when others greeted him, there was a slight smile based on reluctance. Chapter 306, Chapter 306, The Last Task Begin. "Mr. Bagman, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Has something happened?" August asked, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the room. "It's nothing. Those Bulgarians are really troublesome. They can't speak English well, but they have to communicate with me in English, which gives me a headache. I haven't had a good night's sleep for a long time." Bagman replied with a forced smile, but August didn't believe a word. He knew that it must be Crouch's escape that made Barty devastated. Now Crouch is being hunted down by Crabbe and Goyle's father and has not been out of sight of Voldemort's gang. Otherwise, Barty Jr. wouldn't dare appear at Hogwarts now. In fact, what August didn't know was that Barty Jr. still had his share of the credit for this situation. No matter how you look at it now, Fleur has a higher probability of winning the championship than Harry. Until now, Barty Jr. still doesn't know how to help Harry in secret. In addition, the whole game will be broadcast live, which also brings a lot of trouble to Barty Jr. It can be said that little Barty now hates August. With his involvement, everything gets messy. So, the person with the higher score will have the priority to enter the maze. I will now announce the ranking so far. First place, Fleur Delacour. Second place, Harry Potter. Third place, Cassandra Vole. Fourth place, Cedric Diggory. Fifth place, Victor Clum. Sixth place, Chris Brittany. Seventh place, James Fabian. Eighth place, Thor Ford. So, Miss Delacour, the first-ranked champion, will be the first to enter the maze, and every 3 minutes after that, the next champion will enter. Hearing this, the faces of the last few champions were completely dark. After waiting for 10 or 20 minutes, it is estimated that Fleur has finished the game, right? Hearing this, there was nothing unusual on Fleur's face. Just last night, August had told her the truth. Including the Goblet of Fire, which has been exchanged. It is now a portkey. After knowing all this, Fleur was also very shocked. A Triwizard tournament hides such a big conspiracy. Although she regretted not being able to hold the Triwizard Cup, Fleur obediently obeyed August's arrangement and found a trap to play slowly when she was about to enter the maze. Thinking of this, she gave Harry a pitying look. "Silly boy, you don't know what you'll face for a while." Harry noticed Fleur's strange gaze but didn't have time to think about it because Bagman's words continued. He saw that Bagman took out 8 identical bracelets and handed them to each contestant. "This is a magic item made by Mr. Gaunt. You can use the Shield Charm, Stunning Spell, and Impediment Jinx once each, and the item will become invalid after use. It's also the only external force you can use in the game. Of course, if you don't use it, this item will also be given to you as a souvenir of this tournament." Several champions held the bracelets in their hands with joy on their faces. This is the work of a master alchemist, and the outside world cannot buy it with money. In the end, Bagman also asked everyone to gather at the Quidditch pitch at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and announced his disbandment. The rest of the time is left to the champions and their families. And August took Harry out of the door and came to a small room. "Give me that bracelet." Harry was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do, but he obediently handed the bracelet over. August put away the bracelet, took out an identical one, and returned it to Harry. "This is the enhanced version. In addition to the increased power of the 3 spells, there is also a killing curse inscribed. Harry was taken aback. It's just a game, no need to kill, right? He thought August was letting him use it in the game. August rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? This is for your own defense. You forgot, your participation in the tournament itself is a conspiracy. It's the last game, and if they don't play again, there's no chance, so you're at the most dangerous moment. Remember, try not to use it during the game. It's a live broadcast. Hearing this, Harry nodded again and again, indicating that he understood and was about to talk about his scar when August took the lead and said, I've heard from Professor Snape about your scar, and I don't have a good solution at the moment. You should train a clemency. Harry was disappointed to hear him say that, but he didn't say much. In the end, August handed him another thing and left in a hurry, leaving Harry stunned to look at the prop in his hand. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the audience's cheers, Bagman led several champions into the entrance of the Quidditch pitch. A 20-foot fence surrounded the edge of the field. In front of them was a gap. This is the entrance to the labyrinth, terrifyingly dark inside. Professor McGonagall brought several professors to the champion's side. We will patrol outside the labyrinth, and if you encounter difficulties and want to be rescued, you just fire red sparks into the sky. When the time comes, someone will help you, but this also means that you have given up the game, understand? The champions nodded together, and several professors chose different directions and left. Okay. Miss Delacour, please come in. Bagman smiled and wished that Fleur would die immediately. Without Fleur, Harry would definitely be the champion. Fleur ignored him and entered the passage directly. 3 minutes later, Harry also entered the maze. When Harry entered the maze, he found it was much bigger than he thought and unusually dark. Lumos. A light came from the tip of his wand, illuminating the surroundings. About 50 meters ahead, there is a large fork, which is divided into 2 passages, one left and one right. After a moment of hesitation, Harry chose the passage on the left. He vaguely remembered what August had said. Listen to August, and you're right. Another whistle sounded in Harry's ears, and he knew that the third-ranked Cassandra had entered. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, Create Shortcuts. What's the matter with Fleur? Hermione looked at Fleur, who was not nervous on the screen, like a spring outing, and was a little puzzled. This is the final. How come Fleur can still be so relaxed? August blinked, maybe she's recharging her batteries. Hermione hammered him, preventing her boyfriend from being funny, and turned to look at Harry. At this sight, a black line appeared on his forehead. After Harry chose the passage on the left, he experienced several waves of small creature attacks, passed through several forks in a row, and gradually lost his way. After going around in circles, he returned to the first fork in the road. Looking at the familiar fork in front of him, Harry fell silent. Not only he, but even the audience outside was silent. Even the 8th-placed Ford had almost caught up with Harry. The other headmasters are all overjoyed. If this continues, they all have hope of winning the tournament. August was also a little speechless. He didn't expect to go wrong in this situation. At this time, Fleur and Cassandra had reached the middle of the maze, even if they had deliberately slowed down. Can't be allowed to continue like this. Thinking of this, August also used special means to let the 2 girls know about the situation, and their faces showed a strange looks at the same time. They had enough water, and Harry didn't expect it to be unexpected. In desperation, the 2 girls had to choose some dead ends to delay their progress deliberately. If they encounter other players, they will try to solve it as much as possible. On the other hand, Harry also had his own decision in his heart. Thinking that in a Muggle primary school, the math teacher taught me earnestly. Between 2 points, the line segment is the shortest. And the Triwizard Cup is stored in the center of the labyrinth, which is due north, so. Harry got his bearings and aimed his wand at the thick wall. Bombarda. The huge explosion sounded along with the thick smoke, which startled Ford, who had just come in and was still nearby and quickly accelerated his steps. When the dust settled, looking at the irregular hole in front of him, Harry smiled happily. Although the hole is not big, it can accommodate a relatively thin person to pass through. Foul. It's cheating. How could he damage the field? Karkaroff panicked and protested angrily. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, Bagman took the lead. Karkaroff, Mr. Potter had committed no offense. There is no rule that the champions can't destroy the field. This is his wisdom and strength. At this time, Barty was very happy. Just now, he was planning to exchange the Triwizard Cup. Then he was going to take advantage of the chaos after winning the championship and forcibly kidnapped Harry. It's a relief to see Harry getting better now. Dumbledore looked at him in surprise as if he did not expect Bagman to support Harry so strongly. Aware of Dumbledore's gaze, Barty Jr. also panicked. He was still a little carried away, and Dumbledore noticed it. Minister Fudge, you are also a referee today. What do you think? Barty hurriedly asked Fudge, who had been silent for a while. Fudge naturally hopes that the champion of the Triwizard Tournament belongs to England and agrees with a smile. Seeing that 2 consecutive people supported Harry, Karkaroff was helpless. After all, this is England's home field, and they have too much advantage. In the maze, Harry moved forward like a bulldozer, and the disadvantages of what he did were also reflected. Hearing the huge movement here, many magical creatures in the labyrinth ran over. Ridiculous. After defeating a Boggart who had turned into a Dementor, Harry stopped his steps and took a few heavy breaths. In just a few hundred meters, he met Redcap, Boggart, and Acromantula. Coupled with the magic power consumed by opening the way, he is now somewhat exhausted. After a 5-minute rest, Harry started again. He was a little puzzled because he did not encounter any champions along the way. He didn't know that Cassandra and Fleur had, unintentionally, met several champions to pave the way for him. And these champions have completely retired. In the labyrinth now, only Fleur, Cassandra, Harry, and Crumb were lucky enough not to meet 2 girls. It is fair that there is also a champion in each school. Petrificus Totalis. Incendio. Having dealt with a flail-tail snail, Harry looked excited and was now getting closer to the center. A school year has passed, and the flail-tail snail just now is much bigger than the one Fleur encountered in the early task, and the hard shell resists almost all of Harry's spells. If it wasn't for August's repeated emphasis not to use the spell on the bracelet, Harry would have used his trump card long ago. As he was walking down a long, straight path, he noticed movement again. A lion-shaped monster with the head of a beautiful woman lay in the middle of the road, blocking the way forward. Harry knew this was the Sphinx, a magical creature that appeared in the Monster Book of Monsters, and was very fond of puzzles. He raised his wand subconsciously and heard Sphinx say, "You are the first human to arrive here. Congratulations, you are very close to your goal. The trophy is in sight as long as you pass my level." Harry was delighted to hear this. "Could you please let me go?" Sphinx was choked for a moment, and his emotions were a little incoherent, and she looked at Harry with the eyes of a fool. If she can get out of the way, why is she standing here talking nonsense with him? "No," said the Sphinx. "Unless you can answer my riddle, you have 3 chances, and if you don't get it right 3 times, I'll rush." Harry's mood suddenly became a lot worse, guessing something didn't match his character at all. After thinking for a while, he felt that 3 chances were okay. At least he could try it, so he signaled the Sphinx to ask the question. The Sphinx was very happy and said loudly, "Some try to hide, and some try to deceive. But time will show everything, and we will always meet. Guess my name as best you can. When I do have you, I promise you will know." Harry. He knows every word in it. Why can't he understand it when they are combined together? Chapter 308, Chapter 308, Convince People with Reason. In the maze, Harry looked blankly at the Sphinx in front of him. The Sphinx, who thought Harry didn't hear the riddle clearly, repeated it again. "When I do have you, I promise you will know." Pondering over the hints in the riddle, Harry frantically turned his brain. After thinking for a long time, he slowly gave his answer. "Affair." "What?" Sphinx said that he didn't hear very well. "Affair." Harry said it again, afraid that the Sphinx didn't understand what it meant, and explained it again. "No." After listening to Harry's explanation, the Sphinx wondered if the little wizard's brain was not normal. "You have 2 more chances," he reminded. Harry wasn't too surprised that he guessed wrong, but he felt unreliable after he finished speaking. This stupid lion doesn't even know what an affair is. How could Sphinx come up with a riddle about it? So the answer must be something related to the wizarding world. Thinking of this, Harry became full of confidence and gave his second answer. "The golden snitch." "No." The Sphinx again rejected Harry's answer. Harry panicked. "The golden snitch fits your puzzle. He's been hiding from the Seeker, but in the end, no matter how long it takes, the Seeker will meet him and catch it." After listening to Harry's explanation, the Sphinx shook his head regretfully. "If the answer is only here, you may have found a correct answer, but you forgot to meet the last condition. When I do have you, I promise you will know." "How could the golden snitch have you? Besides, you already knew of his existence, so this one doesn't fit." Hearing Sphinx's explanation, Harry was also a little dumbfounded. Why didn't he think of this just now? The Sphinx also changed his lazy appearance, his body was stretched straight, and an invisible power radiated out. As soon as Harry answered incorrectly, she would attack in an instant. Although she had promised the group of wizards would not endanger the contestants' lives, it was still okay for this little wizard to suffer a little. On the referee's bench, seeing Harry's 2 wrong answers in a row, the nervousness of the headmasters of several other schools has also decreased a lot. Harry, who was originally in the leading position, also delayed too much time due to answering questions, and several other champions would arrive soon. Besides, in the end, it is not certain whether he can answer the question correctly. Just as they gloated over Harry's misfortune, the situation in the maze changed again. Harry silently gripped his wand. Since he couldn't answer, he couldn't waste time answering. August said, "Convince people with reason, and the wand in his hand is a reason." Bombarda Maxima. A fist-sized fireball squeezed out from the top of the wand and quickly approached the Sphinx. During the flight, the fireball continued to grow, expanding to a diameter of 1 meter in an instant. The Sphinx, who wanted to say something at first, instantly shut up. The hairs all over his body exploded, and she instinctively jumped to the side. Boom. Roar. Explosive sounds resounded along with roars, and a heat wave swept in, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. Glup. Swallowing his saliva, the Sphinx looked at the wall behind her that had been bombed and then at Harry, who was ready to cast a second spell at any time with his wand. I think the golden snitch is a very good answer. Champion, you passed. The Sphinx moved cautiously and gave way. Harry's expression didn't change, but he breathed a sigh of relief. The exploding charm just now resulted from his all-out efforts, and now there is not much magic left in his body. This gesture is also posturing to frighten the Sphinx. Facts prove that Harry's plan has succeeded. Watching this, Harry nodded his thanks to the Sphinx and walked past her with aplomb. And just as Harry passed the Sphinx completely, she finally couldn't help it. Actually, I think death is a good answer, isn't it? Harry was also startled. He didn't expect this Sphinx to be so tangled and puzzled. Still, he thought about it carefully and found that death was a suitable answer. Thank you, Sphinx. Next time I have the chance, I'll definitely answer that. After speaking, Harry continued to move forward. After walking through the last fork in the road, the shining Triwizard Cup stood quietly on a high platform 100 meters away. With excitement, he trotted up the steps. Before that, Harry had never thought he would win the Triwizard Tournament. With a vote of the best students from various schools to participate, he always felt he was a role to accompany. Today, he defeated Krum, surpassed Cedric, and reached the final step by step. Although he hadn't encountered Fleur and Cassandra, Harry guessed the two might be entangled in some trap. But this doesn't affect anything. If I win by luck, isn't it also a win? With joy in his heart, Harry stretched out his hand, ready to raise the Triwizard Cup high to declare victory. And at this moment, a sound of breaking the air sounded behind him, and Harry looked back subconsciously and was suddenly scared to death. He saw Krum riding the firebolt, rushing towards the Triwizard Cup at an incredible speed. In a few seconds, he could reach Harry. Impedimenta. A red light flashed, and although Krum's impediment jinx didn't hit Harry, it also hit the Triwizard Cup and knocked it away. And this attack brought Harry back to his senses, and he ran away in the direction of the Triwizard Cup. Outside the maze, countless people held their breaths, staring at the holographic projection without blinking, fearing they would miss the final result. Even August frowned slightly. He didn't expect Krum, who had been inconspicuous, to jump out at the last minute to disrupt the situation. Under the gaze of thousands of pairs of eyes, Krum rides a broom, and Harry jumps. Touched the Triwizard Cup almost at the same time. In an instant, a whirlpool appeared, and the two disappeared together with the Triwizard Cup as if they were pulled into the toilet bowl. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, Voldemort, back. Harry fell out of the vortex and fell heavily to the ground. Whoosh. Boom. Krum also fell from the firebolt and rolled not far away. Because no one controlled his firebolt, it gradually became invisible. Where is this? Standing up, Harry patted the dust off his body, glanced at Krum, who had not recovered yet, and observed the surrounding environment. Harry had never known that the Triwizard Cup was still a portkey, and it was completely out of Hogwarts distance. Now he was standing at an overgrown cemetery, and he could see a church on the right and a bare hill on the left. At this point, he and Krum didn't know if it was dozens or hundreds of miles away from Hogwarts. Where is here? Krum's hoarse voice mixed with a hint of pain. He staggered to Harry's side and asked in half-baked English. Is this part of the task? What challenges do we have to face? No. Harry vetoed, this is no longer Hogwarts. Maybe something has happened. While speaking, he glanced around vigilantly, and the pain from the scar made an alarm bell in his heart. Krum was obviously dissatisfied. There have been too many accidents since the start of the Triwizard Tournament. Why can't we have a normal game, Avada Kedavra. A sharp and crazy female voice sounded, and a green light passed through Harry's hair. He heard a heavy fall to the ground behind him, and at the same time, the scar on his forehead was in extreme pain, and he felt nauseated. Krum didn't make any sound. He lay on the ground, and he was dead. I don't know if he regretted activating all the spells on the bracelet that August gave him in the maze. Maybe he could live a little longer if the shield charm remained until now. Well done, Bella. Now get in the way. An extremely indifferent male voice complimented as if what was resolved was not a life but just cast an ordinary spell. Bring Harry here. Don't hurt him. The piercing pain made Harry lose his ability to resist, and he could only watch as he was dragged up and headed toward the marble tombstone. Before hitting the tombstone, Harry saw a name between the flashes of his wand. Tom Riddle. And he finally saw the woman who cast the killing curse and controlled him, Bellatrix Lestrange. The Azkaban fugitive, who was as famous as Sirius before, looked at him with playful eyes and sneered. Savior? An immobilized piece of trash frightened by the killing curse. Bella. With a hint of dissatisfaction, the indifferent male voice stopped her following words. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Yes, my lord. Bellatrix hurriedly agreed, walking quickly behind the tombstone and taking out a stone cauldron. The liquid in the cauldron kept boiling, and Bellatrix added various herbs that Harry didn't recognize. Hello, Harry. The indifferent male voice called softly. Harry tried to turn his head to see what he looked like, but he failed. Bellatrix tied him too tightly. Introduce myself. My name is Tom Riddle, your old friend. Hearing the voice made him feel like his head was about to explode. Harry, at this time, can be sure that this Tom Riddle must be Voldemort. No one else could have had his scars react so violently. Voldemort was resurrected, and a great panic rose from his heart. It's burnt, my lord. Bring it on. Bellatrix shuddered, not panic, but excitement. Bone of the father, unwillingly given. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. Speaking of this, she became more and more excited. Without hesitation, she cut off her left hand with a wand and threw it into the cauldron. Finally, she stared at Harry, at the wound he had just bruised from a fall, and used the spell to fly the blood flowing out. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Harry looked up at the sky in despair. He couldn't stop all this from happening and could only watch Bellatrix complete the ceremony. Diamond-like sparks flew outward. Voldemort stepped into the cauldron without hesitation, and Harry prayed that he would be burned alive. Unfortunately, the spark went out, and the cauldron disappeared. A tall and thin figure appeared where the cauldron disappeared. With his appearance, a powerful aura also swept out. The magic burst into a gust of wind, which instantly shattered the cauldron. And Harry, who was lying on the ground, and Bellatrix, who was caught off guard, were also blown away and took a mouthful of mud. Put me a robe. Voldemort commanded calmly, Bellatrix disregarding his embarrassment and his bleeding arm. Hastily found a green robe and ran to Voldemort. After getting dressed, Voldemort also notices Bellatrix's tragic situation. My most loyal servant, you have suffered. A hypocritical sentence of comfort, and even the tone of voice did not fluctuate, but Bellatrix was moved to cry. With the magic on the bleeding place, a black mist spewed and wrapped Bella's arm. It didn't take long for a white and tender arm like a newborn baby to be reshaped. Bellatrix fell to the ground gratefully, kissing Voldemort's foot. Ignoring her, Voldemort looked at his body with satisfaction. Feeling the same powerful magic power as it was 13 years ago, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Snape deserves to be one of the potion masters in the wizarding world. A potion originally used to help restore non-corporeal wizards to their bodies has been modified to restore all his injuries and sequelae. Incredibly powerful. Although he was always with Dumbledore, he didn't bother. Snape was still loyal to him, and even in his weakest period, he did his best to complete his task. He is a loyal servant. Slowly placing the wand on Bellatrix's dark mark, Voldemort said softly. I, Voldemort, back. Chapter 310, The Trembling Death Eater. The dark mark on Bellatrix's arm turned pitch black. An incomparably dark magical aura emanated from it, and a very painful look appeared on her face. Still, she held back and did not cry out. Bella, you said how many more people would come after feeling it. Admiring his pale and slender fingers, Voldemort said casually. Now Voldemort has changed into the appearance of the noseless man like in the original movie. Not only is he not ashamed, but he is also very pleased that he is much more similar to snakes. My lord, all those who betray you will get my furious revenge. Bellatrix lowered her head, hoping Voldemort could see her determination. Voldemort patted her shoulder in praise, and his eyes fell on Harry in the distance. The magic shock just now also made Harry successfully escape. At this time, he was holding his wand and looking at Voldemort nervously. Harry has just had many occasions to attack Voldemort. But his intuition told him that if he attacked rashly, he would die. Voldemort did not see his movements but fell into memory. Harry Potter. Your mother beat me once 13 years ago with magic I don't understand. The hill behind you is the gaunt ancestral home where my mother came from, and she fell in love with a lowly muggle. See. The place you were standing just now was my father's grave, who also gave me a mean muggle name, Tom Riddle. Harry was a little stunned by this series of messages, especially the last one. Gaunt's ancestral home. Are you and August related? Hearing this name, Voldemort frowned. Looking at the bare mountaintop, a burst of anger surged out of his heart. Last year, when he got rid of Dumbledore's pursuit and returned to England, Gaunt's ancestral home became the best base in his mind. But when he came there, he found that more than a dozen wizards were already guarding the place and remodeling the entire house. Later, the entire Gaunt ancestral house was hidden with the Fidley's charm, just as James Potter did. And he who has not yet recovered his strength did not dare to make a rash move. So he could only surrender his future lair and find Crabbe and Goyle in embarrassment. This further deepened Voldemort's hatred for August. At this moment, the air was suddenly filled with the sound. Between the graves and in the jungle, wizards were constantly operating, all wearing hoods and covering their faces. Harry immediately thought of the group of wanton murderers during the World Cup. It was the Death Eaters. However, the Death Eaters at this time had long since lost their arrogance, and everyone walked very slowly, cautiously approaching Voldemort. My lord. A Death Eater called in a low voice. Knelt down 5 meters away from Voldemort, crawled to his side, kissed his robe, and silently stepped aside. Others also do it and form a circle surrounding Voldemort. Welcome, my friends, said Voldemort calmly. 13 years it's been, and yet, here you stand as if it were only yesterday. I confess myself, disappointed. Speaking of this, Voldemort's words changed, and the air was filled with murderous intent. Not one of you tried to find me. No one spoke, and no one dared to move. I can only comfort myself, he said softly, that you are too stupid to find me. Yes, master. I have tried, but I have found nothing. Please forgive me. A Death Eater couldn't wait to show his loyalty, hoping to be forgiven by Voldemort. Crucio. But what he got was not forgiveness but cruel torture. Harry watched the Death Eater twist and screamed in pain, but he didn't sympathize. He just hoped that someone around could hear what was going on here. Finally, Voldemort stopped casting spells, leaving the Death Eater half dead and twitching. Avery, you beg my forgiveness. It's impossible. The humiliation I have suffered in these 13 years will be repaid with the rest of your life. Glancing at the audience, Voldemort noticed something wrong again. Why are there so many people missing? What about the other masters? They were dealt with by Gaunt during the World Cup. Voldemort's heart was annoyed. August again. Why is he always against me? Boom. A sound of breaking sounded, representing another wizard's apparition to arrive here. Harry's eyes widened, staring at the men in disbelief. Mr. Bagman. Barty Jr. ignored Harry's astonishment, walked to Voldemort's side, and bowed deeply. The Death Eaters kneeling on the ground, whispered. They don't remember that Ludo Bagman was one of them. My most loyal servant is here. Barty, you can now let go of this disgusting appearance. While speaking, Voldemort tapped Barty Jr. with his wand, and he returned to his original appearance. Now the Death Eaters understood what was going on. It turned out that Barty Jr. had sneaked into the Ministry of Magic, replacing Ludo Bagman's identity. Many people still remember this ruthless man. After Voldemort disappeared, many Death Eaters sensed something was wrong and chose to be safe. They all distanced themselves from their relationship with Voldemort. But Barty Jr. and Lestrange are still frantically looking for the traces of Voldemort. In the end, they also tortured the Longbottoms. Many people knew Barty Jr. had died in Azkaban, but he appeared here. Is Azkaban, known as the most terrifying prison, a sieve? 3 prisoners have come out. Master, said Barty Jr., Crabbe and Goyle are on their way. Their mission has failed, and he has gone to Dumbledore. Voldemort waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry. Since the plan is successful, we can leave him alive. After all, he is your father. Now that you're here, it's time for our next entertainment project to begin. Chapter 311, Chapter 311, Voldemort, your ancestral grave is blown up. Harry Potter. Voldemort's words drew many people's attention to Harry standing there stupidly. People say you're my nemesis and frustrate my ambitions. Now, under the watchful eyes of my family. Come on, Harry, duel with me and let's make an end. After speaking, Voldemort made a duel etiquette. He is full of elegance when he does this action, like a real master of magic. At this time, Harry was still doubting life. The Ludo Bagman who took good care of him turned out to be Voldemort's undercover agent. And some things are gradually becoming clear. He was the one who put his name in the Goblet of Fire. During the game, he wanted to help himself many times in secret so that he could lift the Triwizard Cup smoothly and come to Voldemort's side. Harry Potter. Voldemort's cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Is that what your defense against the dark arts professor taught you about dueling etiquette? Oh, I forgot, this class has been cursed by me. You probably won't learn anything in this class, ha ha ha. The surrounding Death Eaters also laughed, looking at Harry jokingly. It's like watching a lamb be slaughtered. Harry ignored the mockery of the group, took a deep breath, and performed duel etiquette. He knew very well that he could not escape from this situation. It might be better to agree to Voldemort's duel, perhaps to find a way to escape the chaos. Thinking of this, he quietly put his left hand with the bracelet into his trousers pocket and felt a lot of peace in his heart. Protego. Fumos. Seeing that Voldemort had no intention of taking the first shot, Harry quickly defended himself. And used the smokescreen spell to cover up his figure, reducing the hit rate of Voldemort's spell. Now is not a duel on the stage, there is a lot of room for activities, and Harry remembers August's teachings. Move, move. Not only did Voldemort not find it difficult, but he was relieved to see Harry's tact. The better Harry could do, the less embarrassing his defeat 13 years ago would be. I have to say, Harry, your level is definitely the best among your peers. Not in a hurry to attack, Voldemort commented like an elder. A red light blazed out of the smoke. Taking advantage of Voldemort's lack of movement, Harry launched a sneak attack. Still, unfortunately, it was pushed aside by Voldemort easily. Ventus. The hurricane swept the audience, the thick fog quickly dissipated, and Harry's constantly moving figure was quickly revealed. Avada Kedavra. A horrible green curse emanated from the wand's tip, and Harry panicked just looking at this green light. Death was approaching him infinitely, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand. Harry was about to activate the shield charm on the bracelet. Normal shield charm is not immune to killing curses, but August once told him that his shield charm was special. However, in a hurry, Harry actually activated the wrong spell. The killing curse on the bracelet was released without warning, and a green light that was a circle bigger than Voldemort's release flew into another killing curse. Nearly crushing, August's killing curse not only shattered Voldemort's but also castrated it unabated. The eyes of the Death Eater's onlookers almost dropped. Just when they thought Harry could be easily killed, Harry's spell was to break the Dark Lord's attack. Did they not wake up and have hallucinations? Even Voldemort did not expect Harry's counterattack to be so fierce, and he missed the first opportunity to defend. Feeling the power still remaining on the curse, Voldemort had only one choice left. Accio Tombstones. Following his call, his father's tombstone shot out like a cannonball, collided with the killing curse midair, and was blown to pieces. It was the last thing Voldemort's Muggle daddy could do for him. And the killing curse disappeared. This is also the disadvantage of the killing curse, which can be blocked by physical objects. Even an ordinary wooden table can offset it. Harry, you really amaze me. With a gloomy face, Voldemort suffered a small loss. He was angry that he was careless, and his eyes were focused on Harry's bracelet. Is this prop made by Dumbledore for you? He really loves you very much. Barty Jr., who was not far away, opened his mouth and wanted to tell his master that this thing was made by the little devil August. But if he said it, his master would definitely be more embarrassed. There was a trace of regret in his heart. He would not give this prop to the champions if he knew. Barty Jr. didn't know that the bracelet that August gave to Harry had already been dropped. This is a special enhanced version. Hearing Voldemort's words, Harry did not answer his question but said in a deep voice. Voldemort, your ancestral grave exploded. Death Eaters. Chapter 312, Phoenix Lament. Voldemort, your ancestral grave exploded. Death Eaters. You die. Grinning his teeth, he spat out a few words, and Voldemort was completely angry this time. Several magic lines flickered in the depths of his circumference, quickly condensed into a solid body, and shrunk into the wand while rotating. Without listening to Voldemort's words, a terrifying magic power erupted, and several jets of black lightning slashed straight down. It was too late to make any response. The shield charm on Harry's bracelet was automatically activated and bombarded by lightning. Looking at the somewhat crumbling protective shield, Harry gritted his teeth and activated the only two remaining spells. Expelliarmus. Impedimenta. Two red lights came to Voldemort indiscriminately. In desperation, he had to give up the attack on Harry and summoned a silver shield out of thin air to resist the two spells. Harry had seen this spell before. Dumbledore, August, used it in a duel last year, and it was extremely defensive. And Voldemort didn't want to mess with Harry anymore. He has been delayed for a lot of time. Who knows if Dumbledore and the others will be able to find it. Feeling the faint numbness in his arm, his fear of Dumbledore increased greatly. How do I feel Dumbledore's strength is much higher than the last time he was chasing him. Even the magic props made can bring him a little threat. Concentrating on his mind, Voldemort used his best spell again. Avada Kedavra. The spells on the bracelet have all been activated, and Harry did not bow his neck to be slaughtered. He shouted hoarsely. Expelliarmus. The red light and the green light reflected each other and then collided. The disarming charm was supposed to have no resistance and was once again beyond everyone's expectations and was evenly opposed to the killing curse. The wand in his hand vibrated like an electrified vibrator, and Harry's right hand stuck to it. Dazzling golden light shot out from the tops of Harry and Voldemort's wands simultaneously, meeting together mid-air and forming a golden arch bridge. An incomparably huge golden bead gathered at the junction, and the two soared. When they reached 5 meters above the ground, the golden bridge collapsed, and the scattered golden light weaved into a huge golden net that enveloped the sky above them. The Death Eaters below was also a little panicked. They had never seen such a scene before. Some asked loudly for Voldemort's instructions, and some had their wands drawn, ready to strike. "Don't move." Voldemort shouted, "No one will make moves without my order." Hearing his order, those Death Eaters just stood there obediently and observed the situation. And Voldemort's heart was not at all calm. His scarlet pupils revealed puzzlement, anger, and a hint of fear. The current situation also exceeded his expectations. With his rich magical knowledge, he didn't know how the scene in front of him came into being. He only knew that Harry was so weak in his eyes, like an ant. But again and again, his actions and plans failed, and even the killing curse several times did not hurt the opponent in the slightest. Could it be that the prophecy was true? No. Absolutely impossible. How could I, Voldemort, be defeated by a prophecy? With a mad roar in his heart, Voldemort tried his best to break the golden thread between the two wands. Harry also sensed the other party's thoughts. In line with the idea of doing the opposite of Voldemort, he tried his best to maintain the existence of the golden thread. The ball of light in the middle moved with their movements, shifting towards Harry and Voldemort. Suddenly a burst of voice sounded, bringing endless courage and confidence to Harry. This is the Phoenix Lament, and he who often sees fury clearly remembers this beautiful voice. That is something that ordinary people will never forget for a lifetime. Chapter 313, this thing is much more useful than a wand. The Death Eaters were also in a mess. They would have fled long ago if it wasn't for Voldemort still here. Hearing Phoenix's voice, they thought Dumbledore had come here. Idiot. The voice came from the Golden Line. The men didn't come. Bellatrix cursed angrily to stop their riot. Under the blessing of singing, Harry kept pushing golden thread toward Voldemort. Under his terrified eyes, a golden bead touched his wand. Strange things happened, and figures emerged from the tip of Voldemort's wand. Harry didn't know these people, but he guessed they were all killed by Voldemort. Finally, a man who looked exactly like him appeared in the air. Dad. Tears welled up in Harry's eyes. Harry. James Potter looked at him reassuringly, "You've grown up, and you're like me, but your eyes are exactly like your mother's." He was a little puzzled as to why Lily's figure didn't appear. "But now is not the time to think about it," he said quickly to Harry. "After disconnecting later, we can only exist for a while, but we can hold Voldemort for you. Remember, run to the cup and find Dumbledore." Harry nodded sharply, signaling that he understood. Flicking his wand up hard, Harry took the life-saving card August had given him out of his pocket. A revolver of the Muggle world with a total of 6 cartridges. Boom. A purple beam shot from the muzzle, blasting Voldemort, caught off guard by more than 10 meters, and his clothes became tattered. A group of figures surrounded Voldemort, and Harry took advantage of the gap to run toward the Triwizard Cup. He savagely knocked away the 2 stunned Death Eaters, and the other Death Eaters reacted and attacked Harry indiscriminately. "Don't kill him. He's mine. Just knock him out for me." Voldemort shouted at the Death Eaters, frantically attacking these phantoms regardless of his injuries. The chaotic spells were flying around. With the help of the surrounding tombstones and his flexible movement, Harry was lucky to avoid all the attacks. He even counterattacked with the gun a few times without turning back. Ah! Ah! Several screams sounded. A Death Eater was hit, but he didn't dare to look back to see his victory. This thing is much better than a wand. Harry thought to himself as he ran. Voldemort, on the other side, kept roaring. Although these phantoms had no attack power, they were also immune to the spell's damage. He was already irritated by the whispers of these figures, and his already unstable soul became weaker. Roar. With a roar, Voldemort's figure transformed into a black cloud and dispersed suddenly, throwing away the group of people. James and others also lost their goals, and he glanced at Harry with nostalgia. The phantoms gradually collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. And Harry was still some distance from the Triwizard Cup, which was thrown a long way by Crumb riding a broom. The black cloud regrouped, and Voldemort's figure reappeared, raising his wand high. Accio Triwizard Cup. The trophy soared into the air and flew into Voldemort's hands under Harry's desperate eyes. It's over the last hope. The chance Dad gave him was dashed. Raising the gun in his hand, Harry pulled the trigger and found that he had emptied the 6 magazines inside. Avada Kedavra. From Voldemort's wand, a more killing curse than ever, this time Voldemort would never allow anything other than that. Harry, whose magic power was exhausted and his physical strength were low, could only close his eyes and wait for death in the face of this attack. Just when the picture of his life appeared in his mind like a slideshow. A voice that made him familiar appeared in his ears. It also resounded over the entire cemetery. Reversal of polarities. An inexplicable fluctuation appeared, covering Harry, who was ready to close his eyes and wait to die. Then in the blink of an eye, Harry disappeared from everyone's eyes. The killing curse that lost its target hit a big tree and smashed it into powder. Voldemort stood in the sky, staring blankly at the scene. It wasn't until half a minute passed that he wailed like a ghost in hell. August Gaunt. I'm going to kill you. The wand in his hand released a powerful spell, and Voldemort vented the anger in his heart wantonly regardless of the Death Eaters around. And these Death Eaters are also unlucky. They can only hold their heads and run away, and they don't dare to fight back. Chapter 314, Reversal of Polarities. Time goes back to the moment when Harry and Krum grabbed the Triwizard Cup. Everyone's eyes widened, watching the projection nervously. Krum got it. Harry got it too. The little wizards exclaimed that Krum and Harry held the Triwizard Cup almost simultaneously, and then they disappeared together. They were stunned, and several referees on the bench were dumbfounded. Dumbledore, what's going on? Without answering Madame Maxime's inquiry, Dumbledore waved his wand, and all the images on the projection disappeared immediately. And his whole person disappeared in place. The rest of the referees followed, with Fudge sweating profusely and August walking behind. Mr. Gaunt, isn't this part of the game? He was acting as a temporary referee in Crouch's place, so he knew nothing about the rules of the Triwizard Tournament. August explained it to him, and Fudge understood what was going on. Several people hurried to the maze's center and met Fleur and Cassandra. After seeing August, they also breathed a sigh of relief and finally did not have to continue acting. Dumbledore, what did you find? Looking at the high platform with only Dumbledore alone, Karkaroff couldn't sit still. Krum was his treasure. At this moment, Dumbledore squatted, put his wand on the ground, and sensed something. After a long while, he replied. The Triwizard Cup has been replaced with a portkey, and I can't find the specific direction of this portkey transmission in a short time. Where's Bagman? Squinting his eyes, Dumbledore sensed something, glanced at the audience, and found that Bagman was not there. Others also found something wrong. It stands to reason that Bagman should guard the entrance, wait for the champion's appearance, and then host. He should be the first to arrive here, but he has not appeared yet. Albus. We found Crouch. Professor McGonagall's voice came from not far away. She and Snape walked with Crouch, who was covered in scars. It's Barty Jr. Crouch said weakly, he controlled me with the Imperius Curse, disguised as Bagman, and stole the Triwizard Cup. Hearing this name, Karkaroff's face changed greatly, and he looked at Snape, who was expressionless. Snape ignored him and stared at August as soon as he came until August nodded, and he was secretly relieved. Snape was clear about his plans for the day. Initially, he was strongly against taking the risk of sending Harry to Voldemort's mouth. But after August had guaranteed Harry's safety, he could only choose to cooperate. To keep Lily from worrying, Snape also asks August to put her into a deep sleep. Now that August is still in control of the situation, he is relieved a lot. Barty Jr. Didn't he die a few years ago? Fudge was a little flustered now. These prisoners who should be in Azkaban have appeared one by one in the past 2 years. He looked at Dumbledore subconsciously, and Dumbledore had no intention of ignoring him. Crouch, what's going on? Fawkes, who flew beside Dumbledore, came to Crouch's body, squeezed a few tears from his eyes, and dripped on Crouch's wound, which made his condition much better. I don't know the specifics either. After the World Cup, I was attacked by Barty Jr. I only vaguely remember that the you-know-who was resurrected, and he gathered a few of his subordinates and planned a conspiracy against Potter. Before he finished speaking, Fudge said sharply. Impossible. The you-know-who died as early as 13 years ago. Barty, I know your condition is very bad. You go down and rest first. We will talk about Barty Jr. later. At this time, he was like a rat whose tail was stepped on. If it is said that in the wizarding world, who is the most unwilling person with Voldemort's return, Fudge can be ranked in the top 3. Without Voldemort, although there is some turbulence, the wizarding world can also be called peace. He, the Minister of Magic, can also be very stable, enjoying the pleasure that power brings him. And if Voldemort is resurrected, he will face a situation that is thousands of times more troublesome than he is now. With this psychology, Fudge would never believe Crouch's words. Minister, we'll get Harry and Krum back first, and we'll find out. Dumbledore didn't think so much. He just thought Fudge was frightened but still comforted him. August ignored the quarrel here and closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, his eyes opened with joy on his face. Voldemort is fully recovered. He saw Karkaroff in the distance clutching his arms in pain and hurriedly left here while no one was paying attention. Professor, I have a spell that might bring Harry back. Hearing his words, Dumbledore stopped his movements and said softly. Gaunt, I'll trouble you then. August waved his hand and came to where Harry and the others disappeared. As he waved his wand, golden dotted lines filled the void, and the scene in the covered area changed. It's time-space magic. Dumbledore felt the fluctuations of time-space and concluded in his heart. Soon, the phantoms of Krum and Harry appeared, and August slowed down the time travel until it paused. Finally, August stopped waving his wand and made a clear sound. Reversal of polarities. In a time warp, Harry appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 315, a moment of silence for Dumbledore. That's about it. In Snape's office, August sat opposite Snape. August kept typing something with the magic web in his hand until he stopped and put it away long after Snape finished speaking. So, Fudge and Dumbledore fell out. After Harry was rescued yesterday, a group of people immediately surrounded him. And August, who perfectly completed his plan, also retired. It wasn't until today that Snape came to him that he knew so much had happened yesterday. Snape nodded. Fudge thinks Dumbledore is alarmist and refuses to admit Voldemort. But yesterday, Crouch was emphasizing Voldemort's resurrection and asked Fudge to announce this to the entire magical community. Of course, Fudge would not agree with this and let a few Aurors who followed him capture Crouch on the spot. Because they would endanger the safety of the magical world and privately release Azkaban's prisoners. He put all the blame directly on Barty Jr., including killing Krum. If it wasn't for Dumbledore's strong protection for Crouch, it is estimated that you would go to Azkaban to visit him now. August's expression didn't change at all. He had anticipated all this early, and he understood Dumbledore too well. This is a wizard who believes that love is beyond all things. After seeing Lily's protection of Harry, he believes it even more. Therefore, he had long expected that Crouch could arouse the sympathy of Dumbledore. What's more, Fudge's attitude will undoubtedly bring great trouble to Dumbledore's subsequent actions against Voldemort. Seeing August's expressionless face, Snape quickly figured out his calculations and was surprised. Compared to Voldemort's intimidation and threats, August's manipulation of people's hearts is really too clever. Neither he nor Dumbledore took the bait. Find an opportunity for Crouch to join the Order of the Phoenix. August said softly. With Dumbledore's assurances, coupled with the fact that he was under the Dementor, Fudge couldn't move him for a while. To be honest, August wanted Fudge to step down this year. But since Dumbledore has no stumbling blocks in England since Fudge has stepped down, it is still a little troublesome to do things on his own. So, wait a little longer, wait for Fudge to die, and wait for my power to become stronger. Snape bowed his head, and a moment of silence for Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Fudge. It's hard for everyone to be targeted by August, for better or worse. After leaving Snape's office, August went to see Harry in the hospital wing. On the road, students kept greeting him with a look of hesitation to speak. They were very curious about what happened yesterday. Krum was dead, and many saw Fudge lashing out at Dumbledore after dinner. Coupled with the news of Barty Crouch Jr. published in the newspapers this morning, many people already smelled trouble. And Durmstrang's students also left Hogwarts overnight last night, looking like they were fleeing. August ignored these people and walked straight into the hospital wing. Harry's head was bandaged, and he kept talking to Ron next to him. At the same time, Lily also floated beside Harry, guarding him silently. Seeing August's arrival, Harry's eyes lit up, and he wanted to say something. But Ron was still there, so he held back. Harry didn't want to mention Voldemort's name in front of the other people. The way they looked terrified, he didn't like it. Finally, Ron sat down for a while and left August and Harry alone. Oh, and a soul. As soon as the people left, Harry couldn't wait to speak. August, thank you so much for yesterday. If it weren't for you, I really don't know how I would have gotten out of there alive. As soon as he opened his mouth, his words of thanks made Lily, floating in the air, a little helpless. Silly boy, haven't you realized that the other party does everything? August was also a little speechless. He initially thought that Harry would notice something, but his brain was so big. By the way, what was the magic you saved me yesterday? Space-time fracture, a magic that can briefly rewind time and space in an area. This magic is drawn by card, which originated from Runeland, and is a hero's stunt. And the system also made some changes to this magic. Harry was at a loss, nodding his head in dumbfound. Time and space sounded very high-end. He originally wanted to learn it, but he decisively gave up when he heard it. Rolling over and getting out of the hospital bed, Harry flipped through the clothes he had put aside and handed the revolver over. This gun has helped me a lot, but unfortunately, it's out of service. After taking the pistol, August checked it. The rune was completely damaged, and the metal on the outer casing was also very burnt. Wait for me to improve it and make a new one for you. Putting away the pistol, August's promise also made Harry very happy. This is a weapon that can hurt Voldemort. He chatted with Harry casually, so he didn't have to worry too much about Voldemort. Dumbledore can carry everything. August had just left the hospital wing, and Lily's soul floated out. I know what you want to say. Before Lily could speak, August spoke first. Only by using Harry's blood can Voldemort fully recover, so I have to take a risk this time. He understood Lily's concern, but August had already made all the arrangements as a friend. Even without the magic of time-space, he still has many backhands to keep Harry safe. Lily's already transparent body has become much more illusory. Mr. Gaunt, I know you have a great plan, and I have no other ideas. As long as you can protect Harry, I... Speaking of which, she suddenly got stuck and found that she had nothing to give. Snape's love was perhaps the only thing she had now. And Snape gave everything to August early in exchange for her soul. Chapter 316, The Indicted Sirius. Lily left and returned to Snape with joy. August told her all the plans she could tell, and then she finally felt relieved. There are only the last 2 days left before the holiday. But just in the past 2 days, Fudge has come up with some moths. He had the Department of Magical Law Enforcement prosecute Sirius for casting the unforgivable curse in public. If Sirius fails to prove his innocence, he will be locked up in Azkaban again. The little wizards were puzzled by this. That happened at the beginning of this school year. Weirdly, the Ministry of Magic has taken such a long time to take action. And those who know the inside story know it. This act was clearly Fudge's revenge against Dumbledore. The first step is to weaken Dumbledore's power at Hogwarts. Also, because of this, Sirius fell in the last 2 days, not completing a whole semester of courses. Voldemort's curse was fulfilled once again. But Sirius doesn't mind these things. He also gave an interview to the Daily Prophet and scolded Fudge in a bloody way. August didn't care about Sirius. In essence, he and Sirius are not the same. Although he didn't say it, August also felt a faint alertness from him. And Sirius sued him when he was pretending to be Dumbledore. August would clean him up if it weren't for the lack of good opportunities. Neville, this way. August beckoned and led Neville to the Transfiguration classroom outside the Gryffindor common room. Sit down, and don't be so nervous. Seeing Neville slightly trembling, August was also dumbfounded. Although he didn't communicate much with Neville, he could also be called an acquaintance because of the relationship between Harry and Hermione. He doesn't know why Neville was so cowardly in his presence. Oh, okay. Sitting in a position not too far away, Neville was also confused about why August found him alone. For a man like August, he thinks that he and August are two worlds. Even when August talked to him, he was very reserved. Neville, are your parents still at St. Mungo's? The original blank expression on Neville's face turned into sadness, and a flash of hatred also flashed. Yes, they are still the same. His parents have always been a pain in his heart. Neville would go with his grandmother during the holidays to see his parents. Seeing their conditions, he hated Bellatrix, who cast the Cruciatus curse on his parents. Hearing about Bellatrix's escape last year, he desperately wanted to pick up his wand and find the woman. But soon, he woke up. He was a poor student who couldn't even use the simplest spells. What qualifications are there to face Bellatrix, the elite among Death Eaters? Looking at Neville like this, August nodded in his heart. Everyone said that Harry was the son of prophecy and the key to defeating Voldemort. And August felt Neville was the real son of prophecy when he watched movies in his previous life. Otherwise, he would never hold the sword of Gryffindor and kill Nagini at the last minute. And Nagini is no longer with Voldemort in this life, but let's keep these two people farther away. After restraining his swirling thoughts, August also talked about the purpose of today. I have a potion that can restore your parents to normal, but the ingredients are very rare, and I only have 2 bottles. Looking at Neville, who stood up excitedly, August added another sentence. So you go back and tell your grandmother to come and talk to me during the summer. Neville couldn't believe it. August, are you telling the truth? Professor Snape and the healers of St. Mungo's both said that my parents could not recover and could only barely retain the intelligence of 2 or 3 years old. He couldn't believe it. In most people's eyes, St. Mungo's healers and Snape are already the pinnacles of medicine and potions in the magical community. Now that August said this, Neville was afraid that the hope that had just risen in his heart would suddenly be dashed. Don't worry. Since I've come to find you, it means that I have full confidence. Although most of the arcane knowledge has been lost in the legacy. But the remaining part is enough for August to use now. Coupled with the special bonus of light magic for healing and his own knowledge of potions. August dares to call himself the first healer in the wizarding world. As for why the terms with Neville were so harsh, it was to increase the bargaining power in future negotiations. This is my address. When the time comes, you can come here with this piece of paper. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. A red crane paper appeared in his hand, flapping its wings and flying into Neville's pocket. Without a word of thanks, Neville ran out of the classroom. It looked like he was going to contact his grandmother. I don't know if the old lady will agree to her request. Looking at Neville, who left in a hurry, August was also thinking. This time the reason why he brought it up was to help Neville's parents recover. One is because he released Bellatrix. Although Neville didn't know it, he still had to make some compensation. The second is because he wants the Longbottom family to join his forces. Don't look at Neville's situation at school. The Longbottom family is one of the Sacred 28. And has a good relationship with non-Slytherin pureblood families. Especially Hufflepuff. Before Neville's grandmother's generation, the Longbottom family were Hufflepuff students. It's just that some genes mutated later, and the whole family went to Gryffindor. His power will be much larger if he can pull the Longbottom family over. But thinking of Neville's overly serious grandmother gave him a headache. This is a staunch Dumbledore supporter and very rigid. Even he has no certainty that he can persuade such an old lady. Chapter 317, End of the School Year. Hogwarts held the usual school year wrap-up dinner the day before the holiday. Unlike before, Beauxbatons and Ilvermorny students who had not left were invited to participate. After everyone had enjoyed their dinner, Dumbledore stood up from the staff seat. The Great Hall was much quieter than the usual school leavers' dinner, but it was even more silent this time. Another year. Dumbledore looked at everyone. Another year is over. I have a lot to say to everyone tonight. First of all, there was another casualty in the Triwizard Tournament. Although Mr. Crumb is not a Hogwarts student, I would say let's pay tribute to him. After speaking, he raised his glass, and the other professors and students also stood up and followed his movements. Mr. Crumb is an excellent wizard, a warrior who fought to the end. Dumbledore said in a deep voice. Voldemort killed him. There were nervous whispers in the Great Hall, and they looked at Dumbledore in horror, even the little wizards of the other two schools. The Ministry of Magic does not want me to tell you this, he continued. The parents of some of yours may be shocked. But I think you have a right to know the truth. At this time, most of the faces in the Great Hall turned towards Dumbledore, filled with panic and fear. As for why most, August keenly saw some Slytherin students whispering, especially Crabbe and Goyle, which was even more impressive. Malfoy met his gaze, his eyes flickering as if pleading. This made August's heart move. Dumbledore's speech on stage was not over yet. I hope that in this special time, all are united, and we need to be more connected to fight the darkness. When he said this, he looked at Maxime and Fontaine. It's a pity that he didn't get a response from the two of them. Madame Maxime was silent, and Fontaine avoided Dumbledore's gaze with some guilty conscience. Looking at the reaction of the two, Dumbledore's heart became even heavier. After dinner, August called all the girls who were related to him. He needs to make some arrangements for everyone. He is not afraid of Voldemort. Still, with his bottom line, Voldemort can do anything. Hermione, just follow me during the summer vacation. I will send someone to watch over your parents. The little witch was the only one from a Muggle family, and August was a little worried that she was out there alone. And Hermione also nodded. She knew the situation was not good and did not reject August's kindness. Cassandra, what's the attitude of Headmaster Fontaine? Hearing his question, Cassandra put her arms around her chest and let out a slight snort. He agreed to cooperate with you, but the profits will be given to him by 10% more. August hopes to popularize his magic web device in North America, and Ilvermorny is the best opening. For Fontaine's greed, he had expected it, and he didn't care at all. No matter how much he eats now, he will vomit out at that time. It doesn't matter. As long as the goods can be sold, even if the profits are given to him, there is no problem. Cassandra nodded her understanding. Suddenly, August grabbed her soft little hand and said very gently. You have to take good care of yourself this year, and let me know if you have any difficulties. Cassandra blushed a little at his surprise attack, but listening to August's concern warmed her heart. Agree in a low voice, and Cassandra shyly took her hand away. With so many people in person, she was still not used to being so close to August. Fleur on the side pouted, and August nodded her head. How about you, go back to France with Beauxbatons or stay in England? Now Fleur has graduated and told August she would be with him in England. August's stall is getting bigger and bigger, and he needs more trusted people to help. As far as the relationship is concerned, who is closer to him than Cho and Fleur? In the end, Fleur chose not to go back to France. She knew many of August's plans and was very interested in them. As for the other little witches, it is better to arrange them. They just need to stay at home honestly during the summer vacation. But in the end, he still spoke to Astoria to give her mother time to visit him. Early the following day, the students boarded the Hogwarts Express. Many were eager to tell their parents what Dumbledore said yesterday. There is nothing more terrifying than this. These people are the generation who grew up listening to the legend of Voldemort. Quite a few of them would rather believe that this was Dumbledore's alarmist. You can never wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep. After saying goodbye to Cassandra, August took the other girls to the Forbidden Forest to take Celestia and the other unicorns away. Celestia has become the uncrowned king in the Forbidden Forest in a few years. Even those Acromantula dare not provoke her. Several other unicorns heard that August would feed them, drink, and play. They didn't have to worry about the attack of other magical creatures. In addition, August brought out some potions to promote their growth, and the little guys abandoned the Forbidden Forest and ran into his arms. Looking at the more and more magical creatures in his suitcase, August is also delighted. When the Mage Tower is built, he will dedicate a floor to the space for these magical creatures to live. It can also be regarded as contributing to protecting the precious creatures in this world. In fact, he wanted most pandas, but unfortunately, the control over there was too strict. August can only hope that he can draw one in the future. As for the Qilin, forget it. The Qilin in this world is too low, and there is no imposing manner like in the legend. It's just for the wizards to use as a voting machine. Chapter 318, Fudge visits London. The weather in July is sultry and scorching, and pedestrians on the road wearing short-sleeved shirts or shirts will sweat a little. On Downing Street, several middle-aged men in black suits hurried. After passing by the most famous building, number 10, they came to the door of number 12. The chubby man leading the front took out a paper crane. Then, a gate squeezed out from the middle of number 10 and number 12. This Gaunt really knows where to put it. After complaining, he walked in first, and the Aurors behind him did not speak and followed one by one. During the process, the Muggles who passed by were unaware of it. As soon as he entered August's castle, Fudge was utterly shocked. He seemed walking into an ancient noble house in the Middle Ages. Right in front of him was a gorgeous fountain composed of 12 exotic beasts. Both sides are lush and full of old trees. The entire main building covers an area of more than 10 acres and is majestic. At this time, a house elf came to them. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Bar the Elf, and the master receives another VIP guest in the living room. If you don't mind, you can come to the side hall with me and wait for a while." An Auror wanted to say something but was stopped by Fudge, who smiled very friendly. Don't mind. August didn't make them wait too long. After about 10 minutes, he let Bar lead people in. Fudge also saw who the so-called VIP was. Mrs. Longbottom. An old woman in a green robe, a fox fur scarf, and a tall hat with a stuffed eagle on the top frowned when she saw Fudge. This old woman was Neville's grandmother. She is not good-natured and has always looked down on Fudge, the incompetent minister of magic. However, the excellent tutor still made her nod to Fudge and then left here. It can be seen that the old lady is not in a good mood now. Fudge looked at the back of her leaving, a trace of worry surged in his heart, and walked quickly into the living room. August sat in the living room with Fleur and Arya on either side. "Mr. Gaunt, it's been a while since I've seen you. You're better than ever." Fudge greeted August enthusiastically, but August didn't respond to his enthusiasm. He just smiled and motioned for them to sit down. And didn't even mean to get up. Seeing August so arrogant, the Auror, who wanted to say something, couldn't hold it anymore. "Gaunt, it is already a great courtesy for Minister Fudge to come to the door in person. Not only did you not receive it immediately, but you were so perfunctory. Are you despising the Ministry of Magic?" The room's atmosphere instantly cooled as soon as the words came out. Arya's eyebrows narrowed, and a dozen wizards instantly appeared at the door, pointing their wands at Fudge and the others. And Fleur's face was also cold. "What kind of thing are you? Even a dog wouldn't bark without the owner's order." The Auror was even more furious. As a respected Auror, he had never been so insulted. Even Fudge, they are only in the relationship between superiors and subordinates, and he will not scold him at will. He took out his wand instantly and was ready to teach Fleur a lesson. But before he could move, August's eyes flashed with gold. The Auror was slammed out of the way by a huge force, and he knocked out a big hole in the entire wall. The other Aurors were also shocked. They didn't expect August to dare to attack them openly, and they responded with a counterattack. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Flipendo. Dozens of spells of different colors flashed in the air. August didn't even look at it. With a flick of his wand, a silver shield appeared, and these spells disappeared. The dozen or so wizards waiting outside the door were about to make a move when August stopped them. "You don't have to take action. Otherwise, my new castle will be damaged a lot." After August finished speaking, the EA wand in his hand lightly tapped, and countless golden chains flashing with strange runes drilled out from it as octopus tentacles swept towards the Aurors. Protego. The Aurors didn't care about August's counterattack and cast shield charm to protect themselves. However, the shield facing the Enkidu shatters at a touch and is bound to them without resistance. After being tied up by the Enkidu, several Aurors were horrified that they could not feel the magic within their bodies. "You, what have you done?" All this happened so fast that Fudge was still dumbfounded, and there was no chance to speak up to stop him. Minister Fudge, are you here today to show off your power? Looking at the aura hanging on the wall, bound by the Enkidu, Fudge opened his mouth. You call this a show of strength? Of the 6 auras, 1 lost within 5 seconds, and the other 5 lost their ability to resist. Mr. Gaunt, this is all a misunderstanding, and the Ministry of Magic has no intention of being your enemy. Fudge smiled reluctantly and felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. He could only temporarily surrender. Just now, my subordinates were also impulsive. You also know that the relationship between you and me is like a friend. Let alone waiting for more than 10 minutes. It doesn't matter if I wait a day. August sneered inwardly. He is naturally clear about the purpose of Fudge's coming today, nothing more than to win over himself and prevent him from falling to Dumbledore's side. And the reason why he shot so unscrupulously was also because of this. August was sure that Fudge would not turn his back on him for this trivial matter. But this once was enough, and if he continued, he was afraid he would push Fudge in a hurry. His face softened a little, and August waved his hand to release the control of several auras, then ordered people outside to take these auras. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's just forget about it. August said this as if he was the one who suffered, and Fleur, beside him, covered his mouth and chuckled. August is so bad. After cleaning up and sending the comatose aura for treatment, the atmosphere in the living room also improved a lot. Chapter 319, 2 Conditions. As if nothing had happened, Fudge took his seat again and took a sip of his tea. The other auras who were put down looked at August with deep fear. They were both subordinates of Fudge and did not go to Hogwarts with Scrimgeour to fight Dumbledore. But his performance just now was not much worse than last year's Dumbledore. The feeling of powerlessness that the magic power was deprived of made them unable to have the mind to fight against August. Mr. Gaunt, can you tell me what happened to Mrs. Longbottom just now? Adjusting his mind, Fudge asked the question he cared about most. For the arrival of the Longbottom family, he was very vigilant in his heart. He subconsciously thought that Dumbledore sent Mrs. Longbottom to win over August. Thinking of this, Fudge was even more anxious. Now Crouch has fallen to Dumbledore, fighting against him everywhere at the Ministry of Magic. If August stood up and publicly supported Dumbledore, more people in the wizarding world would doubt his rhetoric. For the sake of his own ministerial throne, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Minister Fudge, Mrs. Longbottom is only here for the family's private affairs. I want to reach some cooperation with her, but she rejected my conditions. August was right in saying that. Just now, Mrs. Longbottom refused his offer. The attitude was callous, saying that she would stand firmly on Dumbledore's side even if they couldn't recover. Fudge is happy. It's good if there is a need, and only when there is a need can he make conditions. I don't know if Mr. Gaunt needs any help from the Ministry of Magic. Because in many things, the Ministry of Magic can still provide some convenience. Although the Longbottom family is the Sacred 28, their personnel are too few. If Mr. Gaunt needs it, I can help you connect with the Rosier and Flint family. These families have a strong influence in the magical community and are no weaker than the Longbottom family. After Fudge finished speaking, he looked at August expectantly. He had already done what he could do, and Fudge didn't know whether August would accept his offer. August put down the teacup in his hand with a gentle smile. Minister Fudge has a heart. Although the Rosier and Flint families are both good choices, I still prefer cooperating with the Ministry of Magic. Specifically, personal cooperation with you, Minister Fudge. After some words, the importance of Fudge was infinitely raised. No problem, feel free to mention anything you want, as long as it doesn't violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic. I will do my best to satisfy it. Even though he was happy in his heart, Fudge retained much vigilance and did not give August a chance to seize him. But August didn't care and stretched out 2 slender fingers. There are 2 things that need your help. The first one, I don't know if Minister Fudge has known about the magic web device. Fudge nodded. The magic web device caused quite a stir in the Daily Prophet, so he naturally understood. That's easy, August continued. I need you to use the power of the Ministry of Magic to help me promote the device. Not every wizard has one, but at least every family must have one. Fudge pondered for a moment, then was a little embarrassed. I can do my best to help you promote it, but if the price is too high, I don't think many wizarding families will buy it. For example, Arthur Weasley, whose salary is already arduous to support a large family. In the end, he laughed out loud. August waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Each device only sells 1 galleon, which is not a huge number, and I will give you a 20% commission for every one sold. Hearing this, Fudge flashed a trace of greed in his eyes. Although the unit price is low, the accumulation of so many wizards in England is not small. He agreed without hesitation and would add the device to the Hogwarts must-have list in the future. In this way, he will have a fixed income every year. Fudge looked at August gratefully. What is the condition? This is to give him welfare. The first condition was negotiated, and August also said the second. He pointed right at Arya, who was standing behind him. Let me introduce you. This is the head of the Arya family in Knockturn Alley. The second thing is to ask Minister Fudge to make it easy to legalize all transactions in Knockturn Alley. As soon as the words came out, Fudge and several Aurors looked at Arya. Knockturn Alley is not a secret at the Ministry of Magic. Many people know that the Arya family is there to cover the sky. Unexpectedly, there is a connection with August, and looking at the appearance of respectful servants standing there, the primary and secondary relationship is very obvious. Immediately, they thought of the sudden action of the Arya family against several pure-blood families last year. She drove them all out of England overnight and took over their property. I thought it was because they saw the heads of several families die and were injured, so they came out to pick up a bargain. Now it is obvious that they obeyed August's orders. Fudge was a little shocked. He didn't know how many hidden backers August had. Did he make a deal with the tiger? But when he thought of Dumbledore, he also had a decisive look in his eyes and agreed to August's request. From then on, Knockturn Alley is a completely legal existence in the magical community, and it can compete with Diagon Alley next to it. August finished the conditions, and naturally, it was Fudge's turn to make a move. His request was simple. He would attack Dumbledore in a few days, and he needed August to contact those Wisengamot members to support him in the process. But August refused outright. If he supports Fudge now, his prestige will be greatly damaged when Voldemort really shows up. In the end, August promised to persuade some people to keep silent and not get involved in the struggle between the two, and Fudge agreed after a long struggle. When they left, the Auror who took the lead in provocation had almost recovered. Since waking up, the Auror has kept his head down, his body shaking continuously. Chapter 320, he is even scarier than Voldemort. Standing on Downing Street, Fudge smiled. It was a worthwhile trip today. Although it paid a certain price, as long as Dumbledore can be brought down, everything is worth it. Aoun, you go to the Daily Prophet and call the woman Rita Skeeter. Beckett, you go to Lockhart, he has always been in charge of Knockturn Alley, and he will handle the rest. After a few simple orders, Fudge also went back to think about how to deal with Dumbledore. He didn't notice that Kingsley, who followed him quietly, went to Hogwarts soon after. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was closing his eyes and meditating. During this time, he was much busier than usual. Voldemort's recovery caught him by surprise, and many arrangements had not been completed. If nothing else, even the Order of the Phoenix, which had been disbanded for more than 10 years, was in the rebuilding stage. Many of the older generations have withdrawn from the strife in the wizarding world. They have fought with Voldemort for half their lives, and it is time to take care of them. Dumbledore could only absorb some fresh blood, but he found that the new wizards did not succeed much. The best young guys so far are Bill and Charlie from the Weasleys. At this moment, Kingsley walked in with a solemn expression. Dumbledore's heart sank. Kingsley was a nail he had placed beside Fudge. Now that he looks like this, there must be some bad news from Fudge. When Kingsley finished talking about today's experience, Dumbledore's mood was even worse. Has August gone completely to his opposite? Thinking of this little wizard who has been different since he entered the first grade, Dumbledore is also in a trance. Before August, Voldemort was the best student ever at Hogwarts. Not to mention, it was unimaginable for ordinary people to be able to make such a terrifying object as Horcruxes when he was still a student. But since the appearance of August, Voldemort's achievements have become eclipsed. In the first grade, he was fighting head-to-head with Voldemort's remnant. In the second grade, destroying Tom Riddle's diary with fiendfire. In his third year, August disguised himself as him and fought 10 elite Aurors including Scrimgeour. It seems that August was born a legend, destined to be the man at the top of the wizarding world. And all along, Dumbledore is also very reassured that August does not have the distorted personality of Voldemort. He understands what friendship is and what love is. The second is that since entering school, August has been hostile to Voldemort and is an ally who is naturally on his side. Sometimes Dumbledore wonders if Trelawney's predictions were accurate. No matter how he looks at it, August is more likely to destroy Voldemort than Harry. So far, several of Voldemort's Horcruxes have all been destroyed by August while Harry is still in the formative stage. But then, Voldemort returns. The entire magical community should have united against the darkness. Still, Fudge jumped out and made trouble, pulling August over to hide the truth together. This gave Dumbledore a bit of a headache. Fawkes fell on his shoulders and squeaked a few times as if trying to dispel the sadness in his heart. Dumbledore smiled, fed him some crumbs, and looked at Kingsley in high spirits. For the time being, we don't need to worry about the pressure on Gaunt's side. After all, he still gave me some respect as the headmaster, and he didn't completely stand on Fudge's side. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke him, he won't do anything excessive. Kingsley was in a hurry. professor, Gaunt was hiding too deep in Nocturne Alley. According to Ministry of Magic information, he had been integrated by Nocturne Alley as early as his second year. Since the second year he has been very shrewd. He's even scarier than Voldemort. As an Auror with a sense of justice, Kingsley felt August's actions were all planning a huge conspiracy. Kingsley, we are in a very dangerous situation. Dumbledore sighed. Voldemort is lurking in the dark, and he has called his Death Eaters. Some Order of the Phoenix members have recently followed several Death Eaters at my request, and they are very active, apparently on some mission. Even the day before yesterday, Nymphadora was injured. What? Kingsley instantly sat up straight, a little nervous. How is her condition? Is it serious? Dumbledore signaled Kingsley to feel at ease. Lupin rushed to rescue her at a critical moment, and after using Fawkes's tears, it's no big deal. Fawkes on his shoulder let out a dissatisfied cry. Dumbledore asked him for many tears recently. Fawkes felt that his eyes were much drier than before. Kingsley also breathed a sigh of relief. Nymphadora was not only his junior Auror in the Ministry of Magic but also a comrade in arms who joined the Order of the Phoenix together. The relationship between the two was excellent. So, we are already awful now, and if we go to provoke another Gaunt, it will be Voldemort who will benefit in the end. Kingsley couldn't refute Dumbledore's persuasion. He remembered August's terrifying strength, and he was still shocked now. Except for Dumbledore, the entire Order of the Phoenix may not be enough for him. Kingsley's expression was complicated. Professor, you are right. Voldemort is the biggest threat. What else do I need to do next? Dumbledore looked out the window in London's direction. I have arranged for Mundungus and Fig to protect Harry, but it is not enough. Their strength is too weak. In the event of a situation, you and Moody need to rush over as soon as possible. I have a hunch that Voldemort will definitely do something to Harry. Kingsley nodded, knowing Harry's importance too. I understand. Just let me know at any time. Fudge trusts me very much now, and I will keep you informed if anything happens. Finally, before Kingsley left, Dumbledore gave him a note. What is this? The new address of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius contributed his ancestral home. You can enter after reading it. Chapter 321, Chapter 321, Public Opinion Attack. The channels for ordinary people to obtain information are always pitiful in any society. The voices they can hear are only what the upper class wants them to hear. This kind of thing is especially obvious in the magical community of Great Britain, where the means of information transmission are relatively backward. The Daily Prophet is the most reliable and true news that most wizards think of. One morning in July, people were stunned to find that today's front page headlines pointed the finger at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, a wizard from greatness to madness. Dumbledore was heavily criticized in the newspapers, from the annual Hogwarts professor of consumables to his particular preference for Harry. In the article, Dumbledore is depicted as an increasingly mad old man, the management of Hogwarts is chaotic, and the quality of students is getting worse year by year. And also pointed out that Dumbledore and the Dark Lord have an unclear relationship. The Daily Prophet seems to hold a Dumbledore criticism meeting in the next few days. New black materials break out every day. They also interviewed unnamed insiders who accused Dumbledore of bullying the students. But because of the huge popularity he has accumulated before, many people are skeptical when they see these reports. But Harry was miserable. Rita Skeeter said bluntly that he was trying to fool people, trying to get people's attention, and he made up the news of Voldemort's resurrection to attract attention. Secretly and openly, Daily Prophet was still mocking Dumbledore because of his love for Harry, so he unconditionally chose to believe Dumbledore. After some operations by the Ministry of Magic and the Daily Prophet, the people of the magical community of Great Britain do not believe fact that Voldemort has returned. And all of this has little to do with the current August. After the holiday, he is too busy every day. The construction of the factory and the construction of Mage Tower all cost August energy. For this reason, he made a group of puppets after spending a few nights all night. This kind of puppet is the best tool on Farron to manufacture large buildings or Mage Tower. It is durable and very efficient. Today, August came to the construction base of the Mage Tower again. It is located at the rear of Arya Manor. Since August was going to build the Mage Tower, Arya expelled all the wizards in this area and arranged for reliable wizards to patrol the area day and night. When August arrived, several brownstone puppets taller than Hagrid were diligently carrying pieces of material to the Mage Tower that was beginning to take shape. The current Mage Tower is about 20 meters high, with 6 floors. From the outside, it looks a bit like the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy country. The tower is engraved with a phoenix, a unicorn, and a dragon. This also expresses August's love for the 3 little guys, especially the phoenix, which is the most vivid. After all, Fury was the first to follow August and grew up with him all the way to where he is today. Arya, who was standing behind him, was amazed when she saw that these puppets were powerful and agile. Ordinary wizards may not be the opponents of these puppets. August smiled and shook his head. As long as the wizards are smarter, they would use a transfiguration spell to finish it off. When these puppets were made, August never considered using them to fight, so they just looked like bluffing, but they shattered when touched. Hearing what he said, Arya also cancelled her plan to use these puppets to look after the home and instead reported the collection of materials to August. After more than half a year of hard work, we have collected 20% of the items on your list, but this has cost us much wealth. Because of our actions, the prices of this have risen significantly. Arya really has a headache. August needs too many things. Mithril alone is 300 pounds. This is mithril, and the annual output is only 2 or 3 caddy. Of course, this refers to England's country, including the entire continent, for about 20 pounds. This is only one of the materials, the others may not be as precious as mithril, but the quantity required is only a lot more. If it weren't for looting the nests of several pureblood families, Arya would have been bankrupt long ago. You did a good job. August praised. He also knew that this was the result of Arya's best efforts. Unable to contain her curiosity, Arya wondered why August had to spend so much effort to build this building. Looking at the Mage Tower, which was almost finished, August was also curious about his power, so he took Arya directly into the interior. Under her shocked expression, the Mage Tower rose from the ground. It rushed into the sky, leaving only a few puppets on the ground standing there stupidly. The Mage Tower flew away. Where should these materials be placed? Master, can this Mage Tower fly? Arya looked at the land that was getting farther and farther away with a look of excitement. Isn't this a palace that can fly? If so, using so much material is not a loss. It's more than that. August smiled mysteriously. He controlled the Mage Tower away from England and came to the boundless sea. Along the way, they passed through countless Muggle cities. Still, because of the special nature of the Magic Tower, no equipment or people found them. Even the Mage Tower passed a plane. Arya wondered why August had brought her here. Looking at a small island in the distance with no trace of human activity, August decided to set the goal of testing his power there. Then he mobilized the magic power stored in the magic web during this time. The third floor of the Mage Tower suddenly opened, and a dark cannon stretched out, the muzzle flashing blue light. Boom. After the cannon was fully charged, a blue beam of light cut through the sky and hit the highest hillside on the island. After an earth-shattering sound, the entire hill was razed to the ground, and the powerful shock wave uprooted the surrounding trees. August nodded with satisfaction. Using a 300-scale magic power to have such power was not much worse than his own spellcasting. But the most powerful part of the Mage Tower is that its output upper limit is much higher than himself. Sinking the entire continent is not a problem if the magic power is sufficient. And Arya, on the side, was even more shocked and speechless. Chapter 322, Dementor's Attack. While August was happily experimenting with the various functions of the Mage Tower, Harry wandered aimlessly on the road irritably. Since the holiday, Harry has always felt that he is completely out of the wizarding world. Sirius hurried away a few days after the semester ended, leaving no useful information. And the letters he sent to August and Ron also went to pieces without getting any reply. Perhaps now the only connection between him and the wizarding world is the Daily Prophet, but the report above made him furious. Not only was there no useful news at all, but he and Dumbledore were slandered, and Harry was so angry that he scared away all the owls who delivered the letter. Who is the headmaster's sweetie? Freak, what are you doing? A nasty voice sounded in his ear, and without turning his head, Harry simply replied. Don't mess with me if you don't want another pig's tail growing on your ass or dragging your tongue to the ground, Diddykins. Diddykins was Petunia's nickname for Dudley, and he hated the slutty name, especially when it came out of Harry's mouth. Pushing Harry against the wall, Dudley said viciously, Don't think I don't know you can't use your ridiculous tricks outside of school. Harry pulled his wand out without showing any weakness and put it against Dudley's throat. Don't point that thing at me. After Dudley finished speaking, he suddenly shivered. In the dark night, the temperature dropped suddenly, and Harry thought he had cast magic unconsciously. What did you do? Dudley said horrifiedly. Feeling all his strength drained, his mind was full of images of Vernon beating him up after knowing his final grades. At this time, Harry also noticed that something was wrong. He pushed the Dudley away with great effort and looked around vigilantly. On the road in the dead of night, all the street lights went out suddenly, and a thin layer of ice was quietly condensed. The two Dementors approached here silently, and Harry kept sucking in the cold air, suppressing the despair. Expecto Patronum. A burst of silver-white smoke emerged from the wand's tip, and the Dementors slowed down, but seeing that the smoke did not condense into a corporeal, they were much more courageous. Expecto Patronum. Trying to run a clemency, Harry is trying to remember happy things again. Finally, a huge stag patronus condensed and formed, and two antlers knocked the Dementor's chest. The Dementors were knocked back. The two Dementors were driven away by 3 strikes, and Harry was relieved. He picked up the limp Dudley and walked towards the house. Harry didn't know why the Dementors were there. But he knew he was in big trouble, that he had broken the laws of the Ministry of Magic. He must hurry home and let Hedwig deliver a letter to Dumbledore and August. Only these two can help him. And when they got home, there was a loud cry, and the Dursleys rushed up and grabbed Dudley. But since August came last term, their attitude towards Harry has significantly improved. At least they have the patience to listen to him finish the story. Get out. Boy. I've had enough of you. You've caused all the trouble. Knowing that Dudley was like this because of the Dementors, Vernon, unable to suppress his anger, pointed out the door and told Harry to leave his house. He's had enough of these weird things. And Harry walked upstairs to pack his things without saying a word. No. Petunia suddenly stopped Harry loudly. You can't go. Now, go back to your room. Don't come out without my permission. Petunia. Vernon looked over in disbelief. Why did she let Harry stay? But seeing Petunia's resolute look, he still did not continue. Harry was a little weird too. Didn't Aunt Petunia hate him the most? I just met two Dementors, used the Patronus charm, and the Ministry of Magic has sent a letter to destroy my wand. Hastily wrote two identical notes, Harry tied them to Hedwig and patted her little head lightly. Go ahead and give it to August and Dumbledore. Watching Hedwig leave, Harry lay on the bed weakly. The Ministry of Magic sentenced him very quickly this time. Just after he entered the room, the letter from the Ministry of Magic was quietly placed on the table. It said bluntly that a wizard would come to destroy his wand tomorrow, and they didn't even give him a chance to defend himself. Holding the wand in his hand, Harry hesitated to run away. He didn't want to lose his wand and didn't want to leave the wizarding world to be a muggle. Just when he was indecisive, another new letter was sent. We wrote to you about 20 minutes ago, and now the Ministry of Magic has cancelled this sentence and will make a final decision after the hearing on August 12th. Holding the letter, Harry was also relieved. At least his wand was temporarily saved, but he didn't know if it was August or Dumbledore. Suddenly, he heard his door being pushed open suddenly. Professor Lupin. Harry exclaimed in surprise. God knows how happy he was. This was the first acquaintance he had seen during the summer. Harry stepped forward and hugged him. Lupin also smiled. We are here to take you away. Dumbledore has just gone to see Fudge. I think you should receive a letter. If you have something to say, go back and talk. The sound interrupted their conversation, and an old man with a look that could make a child cry came in. One of his eyes was replaced by a magic eye, and he looked at Harry. Harry was also taken aback by the old man. He had never seen anyone with so many scars. Lupin also introduced him at the right time. This is Moody, an Auror who has captured half of Azkaban's Death Eaters. Harry was in awe. His dream was to become an Auror after graduation. I still don't catch enough. Moody responded angrily. If I catch some more, you know who might be easier to deal with. Okay, let's go quickly. Dumbledore said, taking him away as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Order of the Phoenix. In a hurry to pack his luggage, Harry came to the living room. Lupin was studying the toaster in the kitchen with great interest. While Moody was staring warily at the TV, Harry thought he might draw his wand at any moment and cast a curse. After seeing him, the two stopped and walked to Harry's side. Now I need to cast a disillusionment charm on you. Harry found Moody's legs still a little inconvenient. It's a spell that hides your form, and will keep it out of Muggle's sight. I know, I learned this spell. Moody was a little taken aback. Son, this is not part of the teaching at Hogwarts. The disillusionment charm is part of the Auror training and should not be accessible to Harry. I learned it in 2nd grade. August taught me. Harry was a little hilarious. This Versailles feeling was really cool. No wonder August often did it. But the happy Harry didn't notice that the faces of the two changed slightly after he mentioned August and did not continue the topic. Above the sky, Harry rode his firebolt, enjoying the pleasure brought by the evening. Wind. The square gardens on Privet Drive were getting farther and farther away, and he temporarily forgot his trial at the Ministry of Magic. Harry could fly faster if it weren't for Lupin's and Moody's speeds. Go left. A Muggle is looking up. Moody shouted at him, and Harry quickly controlled his flight and hid behind a cloud. After passing through several small towns in a row, Harry couldn't feel the pleasure of flying anymore. The cold wind kept pouring into his body, and now he just wanted to fly to the destination quickly. Finally, led by Moody, they swooped down. Harry had never seen so many light sources come together, and they flew lower and lower, landing on a small square. Here. Moody handed Harry a note. Read it quickly and keep it in mind. Harry took the note, the free and easy handwriting he seemed to have seen before. The Order of the Phoenix headquarters at 12 Grimald Place, London. What is the Order of the Phoenix? Harry was a little puzzled. Don't talk here. Moody stopped him sharply. If there's anything, we'll go in and talk. He took the note from Harry's hand and burned it with his wand. Harry looked around at the houses, and a house swelled suddenly and came out between the 11th and 13th. Harry, let's go in. Lupin lit his wand and led the way ahead. The house was dilapidated, and Harry was careful every time he set foot for fear of breaking the floor. With the sound of hurried footsteps, Molly walked out of the door with Ron and Ginny. She walked quickly to Harry's side and hugged him warmly. Oh, Harry, what a pleasure to meet you. Harry was also ecstatic. Mrs. Weasley treated him as well as her son and even cared more for him than his sons. Molly asked about safety along the way. After confirming that no one followed, she asked Ron to take Harry to the accommodation arranged for him. At the same time, she followed Lupin to the living room. Harry only vaguely heard that the meeting had begun. You've been living here since the beginning of the summer? The tone was a little indifferent, and Harry was dissatisfied that Ron had not replied to him this month. Ron also knew he was wrong and smiled a little to please him. No, Harry. We also came here a while ago. You can never imagine who the owner of this house is. It's not that I don't want to reply, but Dumbledore made us swear not to say anything. Yes, said Ginny, a little dissatisfied with Dumbledore. We can't send any news, and all the adults will not send letters from here. So, what exactly is the Order of the Phoenix? Harry knew there was no point in wrestling with it now, and he asked the question that he cared about most. Just as Ginny was about to answer, 2 explosions sounded. George and Fred appeared in the house, startling them. George. Fred. I'm going to tell Mommy if you apparate like this. Ginny screamed. The twins ignored it and greeted Harry with a smile. Hello, Harry. I think we can completely answer your question. So, you passed the apparition test. Harry said a little sourly. He didn't envy the twins being able to apparate, but he envied the 2 of them being able to cast spells freely. Certainly. Fred put his arms around Harry's neck. That's something that can't beat the Weasley genius. Ron, on the side, rolled his eyes and explained one by one to Harry. So, the Order of the Phoenix was built to fight Voldemort. I want to join. Harry was very excited, but Ginny poured cold water on him immediately. You're not an adult. They won't let you in, Harry. Yeah, it's only for adults. George added. Neither Fred nor I joined the Order of the Phoenix. Only Bill and Charlie made it. Harry was so frustrated for not being able to enter the Order of the Phoenix. The feeling of being kept in the dark and unable to do anything made him feel a little suffocated. But although we can't join the Order of the Phoenix, we can still be a non-staff. Fred took out a few slender strings and looked at the time. It's almost time, and I heard they have a very important meeting today. It's extendable ear, so we can hear what they say. Ginny reminded. Mum has cast a spell in the living room. That's what Tonks told me. Fred was full of confidence. Don't worry. We've already upgraded it, and we can barely bypass Mom's spell. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to hear it? Give me one. Ginny fetched an extendable ear from the twins. The long string was clinging to the ground, extending all the way to the front door of the living room and sticking to it in the shape of an ear. At the same time, a serious meeting was happening in the living room. Chapter 324, Meeting. There were already many people in the living room at this time. Most of the people were old people from the previous generation of the Order of the Phoenix, and only a few were recommended by members, such as Tonks. Arthur Weasley and Kingsley Shacklebolt sat at the front. Usually, the 2 of them presided over the work when Dumbledore was away. In fact, Moody is the oldest, but his personality is too eccentric, and he is unwilling to do these things. Didn't Dumbledore come today? Sirius asked a little irritably. Arthur shook his head. Dumbledore is not in England now. He will be back with important things. A few minutes later, several wizards wearing cloaks walked in hurriedly, and the leader took off his hood. It was the eldest son of the Weasley family, Bill Weasley. Arthur nodded to him and motioned Bill to sit down. Let's start today's meeting. Bill, what did the goblins say? They're still. Avoid it. Bill said. I still don't know if they believe he's back, and of course, it's also possible that it's a goblin trick to bet on both sides. Bill had a good relationship with the goblins because of his previous experience working at Gringotts, so he was sent to contact the goblins. I believe they won't fall to you-know-who. Lupin shook his head. Their losses are also serious. But Voldemort may make some offers that wizards can't offer, like freedom. As several people were discussing, Snape, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. As far as I know, he has not yet gone to win over the goblins, but he has already sent people to find giants and werewolves. Hearing this news, the faces of some wizards changed slightly. If Voldemort successfully gathered these dark creatures under his command, things would become more troublesome. Is the information reliable? Kingsley looked serious. He knew Snape was a pawn arranged by Dumbledore beside Voldemort and could know much hidden information. I will be responsible for every word I say. Snape glanced at the bored Sirius, and his eyes flashed with sarcasm. And Sirius stood up with a rub. His violent movements overturned the chair, and there was a sound of hitting the ground. What do you mean, Snivellis? Snape was also angry when he heard this nickname. This was the scar left by Potter's group when they bullied him. He never thought that Sirius would dare to say it. That's what you think. I won't be as clever as some people trying to hide from everyone, and I will kill Lily. Sirius couldn't take it any longer when he heard this and pulled out his wand, and Snape was not to be outdone. Enough. Molly shouted. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to kill each other? This is the Order of the Phoenix. We need to stick together. Snape snorted coldly, put away his wand, and walked away. I have told you all the information, and I will come again if there is anything. Kingsley also looked at Sirius and gasped for breath with a headache. They always had to quarrel as soon as they met, and when Dumbledore was away, he couldn't hold them back. Fortunately, Molly was there. She and Sirius were still related so that she could restrain it. Regardless of their personal grievances, Kingsley continued to let others report. But the more they went on, the worse his mood got. Nothing good, all bad news. Fudge was still stubbornly weakening Dumbledore's authority. Dumbledore's speech at the International Confederation of Wizards a few days ago caused him to lose his position as the Supreme Mugwump of Great Britain. After returning, Fudge held a vote to remove Dumbledore's position as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. If he were not afraid of making Dumbledore completely anxious, Fudge would have also wanted to retract the Order of Merlin from Dumbledore. On the other hand, the Death Eater's movements became more secretive. After Tonks was discovered by them last time, they never tracked the traces of all the Death Eaters. Even if they appeared in front of people, they appeared as usual, and there was no flaw at all. And when everyone finished talking about their reports, the topic shifted to Harry. Kingsley, why is the Dementor on Privet Drive? Speaking of this, Sirius was annoyed. Harry would have been doomed today if he hadn't learned the Patronus charm. As the guard of Azkaban, the Dementors will never be allowed to leave without the permission of the Ministry of Magic. It must be the ghost of Voldemort who appeared on Privet Drive today. Tonks was the first to speak. I received an order from the Aurors office to question the Dementors after the incident, and they punished none of the Dementors today. So Fudge believed it. Sirius' eyes revealed disbelief, and Kingsley sighed. Sirius, it's not that Fudge is stupid. Even if it's a problem with Dementors, he won't admit it. He will only use it to attack Dumbledore. Then tell him that Voldemort did it. Sirius looked very irritable. Sirius, Fudge has gone mad. He's scared and feels that all Dumbledore did to overthrow him. But how would Dumbledore want it, said Sirius. If he wanted to, he could have been Minister of Magic more than 10 years ago. Of course he didn't want to. Kingsley said, he never wanted to be a minister, but Fudge has been blinded by power. So let's not expect any help from the Ministry of Magic. The most important thing now is to help Harry through the trial, and you don't want him to lose his wand and be expelled, don't you? Kingsley's persuasion worked, and Sirius stopped talking about it. Kingsley continued to preside over the meeting. According to my current information, Fudge has attracted quite a few members of Wizengamot during this period. To be precise, it was through Gaunt to put these people on his side. So I'm not sure how many people will support him at the trial, and if Dumbledore is not there, it will be arduous for Harry to win the case. Molly couldn't help covering her face. I still can't believe that a child as good as August would choose Fudge. He has such a good relationship with us, especially Harry. Arthur took his wife's shoulder and comforted her. Honey, we don't want to see this either, but it's what Kingsley has experienced firsthand, and August chose to benefit. And hearing this, Harry upstairs couldn't bear it any longer and rushed down. Chapter 325, Ron's Jealousy. Boom. The door to the living room was slammed open, and Harry appeared in front of everyone. Harry. Lupin got up and looked at him in surprise. I heard it. I heard it all. Molly also came over, a little at a loss. Boy, you shouldn't worry about these things. We will handle them. Harry was furious. He was like a fool who was kept in the dark. The twins, Ron and Ginny, also ran down, and Molly glared at the twins. She knew it must be something they did. We also need to know the truth. Fred and George also spoke in unison, and their expressions were unprecedentedly serious. August can be said to be their best friend at Hogwarts. Not only did he give them much money in the first year, but he often helped them when they encountered difficulties. On top of that, they're like August, and it's just too hard to find someone with so many bad ideas for pranks. And August is their confidant. Just as Molly was about to exert her parental authority and drive away a few people, she was stopped by Sirius. Forget it, Molly. They are no longer children and have the right to know this. Sirius also gave Harry a reluctant smile and then said to Molly. But Dumbledore said, Harry he. Molly was a little confused, and Harry interrupted him, Mrs. Weasley, I'm not Dumbledore's puppet. I have the right to know everything. Perhaps too angry, Harry used very serious words. Ultimately, she agreed, and even the Weasley brothers and sisters had the right to observe. Okay, Harry, if you have any questions, just ask. Kingsley saw that there was nothing else to do here, so he let some of the wizards go first, and those who stayed here were all people who had something to do with Harry. Sirius, how is your case? Although angry, Harry was still concerned about Sirius' current situation. Before the end of the last term, the Ministry of Magic sued Sirius for using the unforgivable curse. Sirius smiled lightly. Don't worry, Harry. The Ministry doesn't want me to stay at Hogwarts any longer. I left and paid some fines, and it was over. Harry understood and was relieved for Sirius. Then what's going on with August? He didn't reply to any letters I sent him this summer. Speaking of this, the expressions of all the adults present became a little unnatural, and a flash of inspiration flashed in Harry's mind, thinking of Dobby in the 2nd grade. Did you stop all my letters? No one spoke, and Harry understood naturally. No wonder all his letters went unanswered. Doesn't he have the right to write letters to others? Seeing him like this, Sirius was afraid that Harry would be wrong and quickly explained. Harry, Dumbledore just feels that at such a delicate moment, you should try to be less disturbed by the outside world. Even Ron and the others have no right to write to you, but that Phoenix usually sends August's reply, and we can't intercept it at all. In desperation, we can only stop your letter. After listening to his explanation, Harry's face softened a lot. So, what's going on August's side? Why is he on Fudge's side? This was what Harry couldn't believe the most. He didn't believe August would do it. You must know that he and August talked about Voldemort at school, and August absolutely believed him at that time. Why has it become like this now? Sirius called Kingsley over. This is Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror. He was there when Fudge went to negotiate with August. You can ask him any questions. Kingsley was also very cooperative and told Harry everything that happened that day. Harry and the Weasleys were silent after hearing this. I didn't expect August to betray, and he still has contact with Nocturnally. This is something only dark wizards do. Ron muttered in a low voice and instantly got sharp eyes from the twins and Harry. He was so frightened that he stopped talking. I don't know since when Ron's admiration for August gradually turned into jealousy. Jealous of his talent, jealous of his popularity. He is even more jealous that August has so many girls likes, especially. Ron's heart turned to delight after hearing that August was on their opposite side. Will Dumbledore deal with him at school next term? His dark thoughts were unknown to others, and Harry was still trying to defend August. Maybe he was just trying to deceive Fudge. Didn't you see Fudge agreeing to so many conditions for August? If August were here, he would definitely give Harry a thumbs up. All these years have not hurt him in vain. Kingsley said to follow Harry's train of thought. Dumbledore thought so too, and Mr. Gaunt did not choose to take sides but to be neutral in the strict sense. So we don't have any hostility towards him, and maybe we need you to help us persuade him. Harry nodded firmly. He would definitely convince August. Kingsley looked at him with confidence and said nothing. But in his heart, he felt that Harry might have failed, and August was not a novice student like him. Even if Fudge begged him, August could even benefit a lot from it. How could Harry persuade him in a few words? When Kingsley said this to Harry, he was just conveying Dumbledore's intentions. It was better if Harry succeeded, and there was nothing to lose if he failed. Okay, Sirius interjected, the most important thing is your business now, Harry. You must remember everything that happened tonight, so we will have a better chance of winning at the trial. With that, he pulled Harry up and walked out the door. You don't know yet. This is Black's ancestral home. I'll show you around. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, The Ministry of Magic. Harry lived in 12 Grimald Place for the next few days. He found that his days here were no different from those at Dursley's house and even less free. In order to ensure his safety and the secrecy of the Order of the Phoenix, both Lupin and Sirius told Harry to try not to go out. Although the entire ancestral home of the Black family is not small, after staying here for 2 days, Harry has completely dull. Here Harry also met a house elf named Creature, an elf of the Black family. His relationship with Sirius was not very good, and he looked down on many people. But upon hearing that Harry and August were good friends, Creature immediately became more than a notch enthusiastic about him. And the night before the trial, Harry fell into anxiety again. He is afraid that the magical community will abandon him, then all his friends and his life will cease to exist. He was going to return to that small room on Privet Drive and spend the next few years miserably. Then he was kicked out of the house by the Dursleys as an adult. Under such tension, Harry fell asleep in a daze, and he heard Ron babbling in his dreams while he was in a daze. "Wake up, Harry. It's time for us to go." Arthur awakened Harry in his sleep, and in his dream, he saw the long corridor and the locked door, causing the tingling of the scar. He didn't tell anyone and didn't want to cause them panic. If Mrs. Weasley found out, he would be better protected. Thinking in a self-deprecating manner, Harry casually ate breakfast while Tonks and Lupin were chatting in a low voice. It seemed to be about Scrimgeour, the head of Auror Office. "Don't be too nervous. Just tell the truth, even underage wizards can use magic when their lives are threatened." Harry smiled at him, telling Sirius not to worry. After dinner, Arthur took Harry out of Grimald Place with great interest. "I usually apparate to work, but I haven't been able to bring anyone with me, so we're going the Muggle way." The two bought subway tickets, and when they passed the ticket gate, Arthur made some jokes, but they still stumbled to their destination. "Mr. Weasley, are you sure the Ministry of Magic is around here?" Arthur obsessively looked at the high-rise buildings around him and responded casually. "Yes, Harry, I come here to work every day, trust me." Harry opened his mouth and wanted to say that you apparate every day and know a shit. Sure enough, his foreboding came to pass, and the two of them took a long time to find the entrance to the Ministry of Magic, a red phone booth. As Arthur dialed a few times, the interior of the phone booth turned into an elevator and sank into the ground. After about a minute, the elevator stopped moving, the door was opened, and a golden hall appeared in front of you. Crossing the fountain in the middle of the hall, Harry swept over the golden statues in the center of the fountain, which he had some doubts were made of solid gold. "This is Harry Potter, and the Ministry has asked him to come to trial today," Arthur said to a witch at the front desk. Hearing Harry's name, the witch looked at him curiously and handed him a small silver coin. "It's got your name and reason for coming to the Ministry of Magic. Keep it, and don't lose it," Arthur commanded Harry and led him onwards. Afraid of losing himself, Harry followed Arthur closely into an elevator. The elevator was already crowded with people. Arthur was a little strange. "Bob, why are there so many people today?" A wizard holding a cardboard box replied casually. "Today, there is a distinguished guest from the Ministry, and Minister Fudge asks everyone to arrive on time." Arthur thought about it, and it seemed that he did receive such a letter 2 days ago. Still, he needed to come early every day because only 2 people were in the entire department. But now, he was keenly aware of the problem. Who came to the Ministry of Magic and needed Fudge to do such a thing? Harry stood silently by the side, and suddenly, when the elevator reached the 3rd floor, he heard a familiar voice and hurried out. "Harry, we're not here yet," Arthur shouted, but Harry didn't hear him, and he had to chase it. There was still some time before the trial, and Arthur wasn't in a hurry, but he didn't know why Harry was doing it. Hermione, Ms. Greengrass's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes is definitely one of the most important departments of the Ministry of Magic. It was responsible for being first on the scene when magical spells went wrong or when Muggles became aware of the wizarding activity. August was introduced to Hermione. As a member of the Wisengamot, he needed to attend the trial of Harry. Hermione has been living at August's house for a while. After hearing that he is going to the Ministry of Magic, Hermione is also interested. She knew everything that happened during the summer vacation. Hermione wondered why Fudge, an idiot, could still be a Minister of Magic. Therefore, she wanted a closer look at the operations of the Ministry of Magic. After begging August for a while and getting lucky once August agreed. He wanted to tell Hermione that he would have agreed without her having to do it. But in the end, August didn't say it. He was afraid Hermione would feel embarrassed. That's how August brought Hermione to the Ministry of Magic early in the morning and visited it layer by layer. Because he told Fudge in advance, in order to get closer to August, Fudge specially made Cho's parents his guide today. This made August speechless, wishing to pry Fudge's brain open to see what was inside. "You asked the parents of one of my girlfriends to be a tour guide for my other girlfriend. Well done, Fudge." Silently making another note to Fudge in his heart, August greeted Cho's parents with an embarrassed but polite smile. Fortunately, the two knew about August's situation and knew that Hermione and Cho had a good relationship. She didn't show any hostility towards Hermione. On the contrary, Helen Chong also had much goodwill toward the smart Hermione. Chapter 327, he gave too much. Mr. Gaunt is joking. What kind of important department are we? We just dealt with some unruly wizards after the incident. Ms. Greengrass looked at them with a smile, and some people were standing behind her. Cho's parents were also here. The rest are the heads of the main departments of the department. They were all looking at August curiously. Which little wizard had such power to make his usually unsmiling boss so polite? After hearing what Ms. Greengrass called him, all the smart people also thought of August's identity. Their eyes became much more respectful. No, without your efforts, the risk of the wizarding world being exposed would greatly increase. Hermione retorted with a serious face. She also greatly respects these people who have solved many troubles. Compared to Fudge, the Ministry of Magic still has a lot of serious people. Miss Greengrass looked at her tenderly. This little girl is really much better than her own little devil. She has a headache thinking of Astoria, which is getting more difficult to manage now. Glancing at August, if my daughter got August earlier, it would be easier for her. August. Just as Miss Greenglass looked at August, Harry's voice suddenly came from behind. Turning his head, he saw Harry rushing towards him like a dog to his owner. What do you look like? Ran up to August's side. Harry saw the look in his eyes and immediately felt offended. Nothing, long time no see, Harry. August said hello in a serious manner, which made Harry feel a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't see any guilt or alienation in August's eyes. He was still his good friend. Ever since he learned of what happened during this time in the Order of the Phoenix, Harry had been worried about August's attitude toward him the next time he met. Now it seems that he is overthinking it. Why are you denying? Before Harry could finish his words, he suddenly fell silent. The world began to change, and the entire space solidified in his eyes. The rest of the people stopped moving, hidden by a bright white light. There were only 2 people left in the white space. August was a little helpless. Harry was still too reckless. Do you think it's cool to talk about Voldemort in front of so many people? Without answering his question, Harry looked around. Where is this? Thinking space, everything in it has been accelerated. If you have any questions, just ask. August urged Harry. Why are you complicit with Fudge? Because he bribed me. Harry couldn't believe it. Just because of this? Of course not. August shook his head and sighed. He gave too much. I just couldn't refuse. Harry was expressionless. Sure enough, he couldn't expect to hear anything useful from August. Then you shouldn't deny Voldemort's resurrection, right? August looked at him strangely. I never denied it, I just promised Fudge not to express my opinion, and he agreed. So what he says now is just his own thoughts and has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He was certain that Fudge had been tricked. Patting Harry on the shoulder, August comforted him. Don't worry. I will cover you today and never let you be a dropout. As for other things, it's still inconvenient for me to intervene. After all, I also received many favors from Fudge. After speaking, he snapped his fingers, the white space quickly faded, and the 2 returned to the real space. Others were not aware of the anomaly at all. After seeing other people staring at him, Harry fooled this sentence with haha. August also invited him to visit the Ministry of Magic. So Harry joined their team, and Arthur was a little stunned as he watched. He was obviously here to be tried, so how could he suddenly become a visitor? And the relationship between Harry and August also makes him incomprehensible. At first, Harry was very angry, but the 2 were talking and laughing again in a blink of an eye. Under such confusion, Arthur was helpless and kept up with their team. When the group came to the second basement level, August pointed to a door and said, "See, Harry. You'll be on trial here in a while." Hermione on the side patted him angrily, telling August to stop being funny. At this time, the magic web device in August's pocket rang twice, and when he took it out, he said to Harry, "In what I just said is void. The Ministry of Magic has temporarily changed the time and address of your hearing." "How can this be?" Arthur was very surprised. "Where did they switch to?" Half an hour later, the courtroom 10. After speaking, August and others said their goodbyes, but Hermione could not enter the courtroom and still stayed there. Merlin's beard. Arthur hurriedly pulled Harry up and followed August into the elevator. "I don't understand why they would do this, it's where the felons are tried, and all the Death Eaters are sentenced there." "Who knows?" August shrugged. "Maybe they see Harry as a repeat offender." After listening to this, Arthur slammed the elevator angrily and stopped talking. The elevator arrived at the 10th basement floor, and August walked out first. He is a judge now. How can he have too much contact with Harry? And Harry was held by Arthur to explain a few words. "Harry, I can't accompany you in there. Remember, no matter what crime Fudge sets you up for, don't agree. If you do get to that point, don't worry. Trust me, trust Dumbledore." Seeing him nodding, Arthur turned, left, and finally gave him a cheering gesture. Taking a breath, Harry looked at the deep dark room ahead and followed the road lit by the volatile torches, and he soon came to courtroom 10. Even with August's reassurance, he's still very nervous right now. After all, it was about his magical career for decades to come. Twisting the heavy iron handle on the door, Harry entered the courtroom. Chapter 328, The Confrontation at the Hearing. In the courtroom, Fudge looked at Harry in astonishment. He didn't expect the other party to appear here now. Obviously, this was the time and place he temporarily changed to catch Harry off guard. But because it happened, he could only act according to the plan. After tidying up his appearance, Fudge let out a dignified cough. Since the parties are here, can we start? The jury was composed of more than 50 wizards, wearing fuchsia robes, with a delicate W embroidered on the left front chest, representing their identities, members of the Wisingamot. They all looked down at Harry, who was sitting below, some with stern expressions, others with unabashed curiosity. When Fudge finished speaking, no one paid him any attention. Instead, most turned to look at August, sitting near the center, which embarrassed Fudge a little. I think Mr. Potter's defense hasn't come. Should we wait a while? August looked at the people around him and seemed to be asking for their opinions. Yes, according to the procedure, Porter has the right to wait for his own defender to arrive before answering questions. That's right. We're not short of these times. Yes, Minister Fudge, don't be too hasty. A group of people echoed the words. But the process was like this, and he couldn't refute it. He could only sit in his seat sullenly without saying a word. And half an hour later, Dumbledore appeared in a hurry. He was also relieved to see the hearing that had not yet started. Fudge's move did not frighten Harry but tossed him hard. But now, the hearing has not started, and a group of people is surrounding August again. He also understands something and nods slightly to August. And his arrival also made the others return to their seats and begin today's hearing. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August. Fudge exclaimed, into offenses committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy by Harry James Potter. Interrogators, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. After reading a long list of titles, Dumbledore also began to argue for Harry. In Dumbledore's words, Harry was attacked by Dementors in legitimate self-defense, and he also protected Muggles without breaking any of the laws. Wait a minute, Dumbledore, you seem to be saying that the Ministry of Magic attacked Harry. Know that the Dementors have always been under the Ministry of Magic's management, and their actions require our authorization. The speaker was a chunky middle-aged woman dressed as a girl, wearing pink, which looked like she could spit out the overnight meal. Her voice was also shrill and abnormal, trying to make herself look younger. August glanced at her in disgust. This was Dolores Umbridge, Fudge's loyal lackey. Perhaps there is a possibility that these are two Dementors out of control. After all, there are only 2 Aurors in Azkaban, and they cannot detect the Dementors' whereabouts. Dumbledore looked at Fudge meaningfully, his eyes becoming real through the crescent-shaped glasses. Fudge staggered his gaze, letting Umbridge play freely. You mean the Dementors have defected? Dumbledore, this is a very serious charge, and you can't say something so irresponsible because of this liar boy. Cough. Umbridge looks at August disapprovingly as if his cough disrupted her performance. But August completely ignored her with such a disgusting face. He couldn't bear to look at her directly and talk to Fudge. Minister Fudge, I don't think there should be a personal attack on something as serious as a hearing, isn't it? The rest of the Wisingamot members also looked at Fudge, putting a lot of pressure on him. Dolores, please pay attention to your words. Thank you. Staring at August angrily, Umbridge could only repeat it politely. Harry retorted angrily. Do you think I don't know that I can't cast spells outside school? I received a similar letter 2 years ago. It looks like you're still a repeat offender. Umbridge looked at Harry with interest. Do you think the Savior can have the privilege to cast spells at will outside of school? This time, Harry was so angry that he couldn't speak and looked at Dumbledore, looking for help. This matter has nothing to do with this case, and there is sufficient evidence to suggest that it was a house elf casting a spell. Dumbledore stood up with great power in his body, and Umbridge only felt she was having trouble breathing. Fudge, startled by Dumbledore's strong performance, turned to August for help. And August didn't respond, still playing with his fingers as if there was some treasure in there. Albus, please keep calm. The Ministry of Magic will make a fair judgment. Fudge stammered. Since Potter said that there were Dementors on Privet Drive, what evidence can he produce? Dumbledore's momentum was stagnant because Fudge had brought forward the hearing time. It would take some time for Mrs. Fig, the only witness, to arrive at the Ministry of Magic. Seeing his performance, Fudge felt he had grasped Dumbledore's pain point and almost victory. What we do at the Ministry of Magic is evidence, and the fact is that we can only prove that Potter used magic. And everything he said was his words, Albus. What do you think? Fudge looked at Dumbledore expectantly. This was the last chance he gave Dumbledore. They could get back together if Dumbledore relented and decided to give up Harry. I am my Minister of Magic, and you are Hogwarts headmaster. I still respect you very much. However, Dumbledore disappointed Fudge. We may have to wait a while, and it will take some time for my witnesses to arrive. Dumbledore's words shattered Fudge's thoughts, and he decided to launch a final attack. Chapter 329, the situation is reversed. According to the law, all witnesses need to appear before the hearing, so I reject your request. Looking at Dumbledore indifferently, Fudge raised his arm. Then, please raise your hand if you agree with the judgment. I believe that what Harry Potter says is baseless and contrary to Ministry of Magic law, which will result in the destruction of the wand and the expulsion from Hogwarts. As Minister of Magic, Fudge still has some authority, especially given his lead vote. Some jury members who were close to Fudge also raised their hands one after another. Umbridge looked at Dumbledore and Harry triumphantly. This round, they won. Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, thought for a moment and said regretfully. I'm sorry, Potter. I'd like to believe you, but you didn't show enough evidence. Soon, more than half of the people expressed support for Fudge. Just when he put a smile on his face and was about to pronounce the sentence, August, who had been silent for a while, coughed again. The voice was low, but it caught everyone's attention. Many of the jury who had raised their hands turned their heads and saw that August was still sitting there without any sign on his hands, and their expressions changed. Many people raised their hands to tickle and scratch their heads, and even more so, an old wizard raised his other hand and made a stretch. Fudge, who thought he had won it, instantly became a loner, and only a few people still firmly supported him. However, it can be seen from the trembling arms of those few people that they are not having a good time now. August tapped his fingers on the table, and his long-term infiltration of the upper echelons of the wizarding world finally paid off. Some of these people were convinced by his knowledge, and more were involved with his interests. These people may not care about galleons, but what about their descendants? Now as long as you do business in the wizarding world, you can't do without the Arya family. And these big men naturally know who is standing behind this family. No matter what, August's words and deeds will be watched and interpreted by countless people. These people may support Fudge for various reasons until August expresses a clear opinion. That's because they don't know his relationship with Harry, and these members of the Wisengamot wouldn't be bored enough to investigate his relationship with a student. Now it's August's hint, and these big men have come to understand. It means supporting his classmate today. I think Mr. Potter should be innocent. Yes, the Ministry of Magic needs to do a good job of examining itself. Why is the Dementor on Privet Drive? You can even cast the Patronus charm. Potter, you're a good boy. In an instant, the wind changed, and everyone was on the side of Dumbledore and Harry. Fudge's face was full of despair at being backstabbed. It's not the same as it was said. But soon, he also understands something. What August meant was that you can target Dumbledore, but you can't make it difficult for Harry. I should have spoken to August beforehand today. Afterward, he also changed his hand-raising action into tidying up his tall wizard hat and then putting it down naturally. Now that the situation is clear, it will not be successful against Potter. It is better to pleasant August. Harry, who was sitting in the middle, watched the face-changing action. I also think that expulsion is too cruel for a student. Maybe Potter is at fault, but the idea of educating people tells me that he is not guilty of this. I announce the verdict in Potter's breach of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Not guilty. Fudge knocked the hammer hard and ended today's hearing. Dumbledore's face also flashed with surprise. He had prepared for the worst, and he had to keep Harry no matter what. But when August coughed lightly, things changed dramatically. Wait a minute. I have one more thing to do today. August spoke up, signaling everyone not to leave in a hurry. I remember that Professor Dumbledore was just revoked as Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot a few days ago. Everyone didn't know why, but they nodded. August clapped his hands and looked very happy. It's rare that most of our group members are present today. I think we should elect a new Chief Warlock. Got it. Everyone got it. One of the smartest jumped out. Mr. Gaunt is right. I think Mr. Gaunt is the most suitable candidate, and I vote for him. Others were not slow to respond, and one after another came out to support. That's right. I've wanted to propose it for a long time but never had the chance. Looking at Dumbledore, August also asked. Professor, although you are no longer Chief Warlock, but you are still a Wisengamot member. Do you have any different views? Dumbledore shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that there would be such an event waiting for him today. No, I think you are quite suitable. So under such a sloppy procedure, August was successfully elected as the Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. His power is also above the Ministry of Magic to a certain extent. The meeting was over, and August came to Harry's side after dismissing the wizards who were close to him. Congratulations, Harry. At this time, Harry was still in a trance. Was the matter solved like this? Even Fudge dropped the charges against him. August didn't care about Harry's performance and smiled at Dumbledore next to him. Professor, I haven't seen you for a long time. Dumbledore smiled. I'm really proud to have a student like you. He said it from the bottom of his heart, and Dumbledore still thinks so. If August were more stable, he would be even more relieved. I'm still far behind. August is very humble. By the way, my magic web device shop will open on August 15th. If you are interested, you can come and join us. It is located in Nocturne Alley. Dumbledore agreed without hesitation, and August also left. He has more important things to deal with today. Chapter 330, 2 months of happiness, a century of ineffable. Austrian Alps. Nurmengard Castle. It is isolated and sparsely populated. Only a dark stone tower stood on the hillside for dozens of miles. A flash of fire appeared at the foot of the mountain, and August walked out. It was dusk then, and August accompanied Hermione to visit the Ministry of Magic after the end of the hearing before he set off. He stood there, looking at the world-famous prison. Perhaps there used to be many prisoners here, but now only one person is imprisoned here. That is the first generation of Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Feeling the anti-apparition charm around him and the looming light on the tower's first floor, August smiled lightly. Rather than being imprisoned, it is better to say that Grindelwald chose to spend his later years here in peace. Just relying on the simple protective measures, as well as the guard on the first floor, is really useless. After the battle with Dumbledore in 1945, the Dark Lord was already dead and imprisoned in Nurmengard. He was just finding a place to spend the rest of his life. Waving his hand and letting Fury play nearby, he approached the invisible barrier. The palm was attached to the barrier, and waves rippled on the protective cover. After careful sensing, August found that there was also the existence of induction magic and communication magic. If anyone breaks in here, it will be discovered very quickly. As for who will be notified, it is estimated to be the Ministry of Magic of Austria. Perhaps at the one from England. Finite. A golden light appeared on the palm of the hand, spreading over the barrier, bit by bit nibbling away a loophole that could allow one person to pass through. August stepped in, and as he passed, the golden light disappeared, and the barrier returned to its original state. He is not afraid of Dumbledore, but August feels that his conversation with Grindelwald would take much time. He chose this gentle way to break the barrier to avoid being disturbed. Standing in front of the very worn wooden door at the entrance, August admired the writing on the wall. For the greater good. There is an inexplicable sense of irony. Grindelwald often mentions this sentence, which is also the motto he practiced in the first half of his life. And Nurmengard Castle was also the center of Grindelwald's rule of Europe, and now it has become his own cage. One peck and one drink will be determined by its own destiny. Pushing the wooden door, the guard on the first floor heard the movement and quickly came out to check what had happened. When he saw August, he wanted to scream, but his head was dizzy, and he fainted. August didn't ask where Grindelwald lived because it wasn't necessary. The tallest person naturally wants to live in the highest position. The top floor of the Black Tower, inside a castle. The furnishings in the room are very simple, with only a wooden table and a small bed. An old man was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling that had peeled paint, not knowing what was going on in his mind. Perhaps it was the moment when he was in high spirits. He used to cover the sky with one hand, and the entire Europa continent surrendered to his feet. Only the island on the other side of the strait he never set foot on. Perhaps earlier, the 2 months he spent carefree with Dumbledore, the kind of like-minded feeling he often reminisced about. 2 months of happiness, a century of ineffable. The right hand, unconsciously playing with the pendant, suddenly stopped, and a hoarse voice came from Grindelwald's mouth. It took so long to come up. Excuse me, Mr. Grindelwald. I took too much time to visit the whole castle. Nurmengard Castle is such a monumental place. If I come here and don't take a few pictures for my girlfriend, they will be angry. Pushing the door and entering, August raised the camera in his hand and said a little embarrassedly. Grindelwald's eyelids twitched. What does this guy think of Nurmengard? At the same time, his heart was also shocked by August's age. Originally, he only felt that someone had broken into his castle. Still, he didn't expect the visitor to be so young. Are you an adult? Kid? Still a little unable to hold back, Grindelwald looked at August curiously. What would such a little wizard come to do for him? Ask him to help with his homework. Come on, in 3 more years. I'll be graduating from Hogwarts. While speaking, he also took out trays of delicate pastries from a small bag. August sets the food on it using transfiguration to transform a worn wooden table into a gorgeous dining table. This is the afternoon tea I specially prepared. Let's have some together. August is also a little embarrassed. He should have prepared dinner if he had known he would get lost. After sending Hermione home, it was only in the afternoon, and thinking that with the distance of his apparition, he would soon be able to reach Nurmengard. He simply asked Bar to prepare dessert as a souvenir. But who knows? Because August has never been to Austria, August temporarily exerted too much force and operated in Canada. After several apparitions, he found the exact location, and the time came for the evening. Looking at the night sky that was completely dark outside, Grindelwald fell silent. England turned out to be this time for afternoon tea. No wonder Dumbledore never came out when he asked him for afternoon tea. August wasn't in a hurry to talk about his business, and neither was Grindlewald, who picked up a Yorkshire pudding and ate it. Sweets can bring happiness and satisfaction. At least Grindlewald felt that his mood was much better. This afternoon tea, he ate very happily. Although he wouldn't starve in Nurmengard, he ate very simple food daily. He hadn't eaten such exquisite desserts for 60 years. After a meal, August barely moved, and most of the food went into Grindelwald's stomach. With a random move, a weed growing in the wall's crack flew into Grindelwald's hand and turned into a handkerchief. Wipe his mouth gracefully. Even though he is in a cage, the elegance in his bones has never changed. Little guy, so what's the matter with me today? Chapter 331, punch first, and ask questions again when you hit. Grindelwald looked at August with some admiration. No matter what the other party did here, at least this means and bearing made his eyes shine. It's been nearly an hour since August came in, and it's still calm outside. This shows that his method of breaking the enchantment is very superb. Forget it. Teach this little guy some magic before sending him away. August found that even the first generation of Dark Lord was not exempt. As soon as they met, he called himself a kid, and now they became a little guy after a meal. Considering that Grindelwald would have to sacrifice his life for him in the future, August decided to forgive him. Mr. Grindelwald, I am now in a great business, and my headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, is somewhat disapproving of my ideas. To prevent the professor from influencing my plans, I hope Mr. Grindelwald can come out to help me and attract the attention of Professor Dumbledore. Ha 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 ha. Before August finished speaking, Grindelwald just laughed out loud. Little guy, I don't know how you know about him and me, but I advise you not to do things under Dumbledore's eyelids. You are still a little tender. As for me, I'm just a bad old man now. The days of Nurmengard are very suitable for me. Everything in the outside world is no longer attractive to me. You should put less effort into it. These words, he said half-truths. To persuade August not to make trouble. Grindelwald did not want a genius to be strangled because he had provoked someone he couldn't afford before he could bloom his brilliance. But he described himself as a bad old man, so what is Voldemort, a street gangster? Ha. With a slight sigh, August knew that today's conversation would not go well. Sure enough, strength is the foundation of negotiation. Without a fight, Grindelwald would never put himself in his position. 5 fingers became claws, and a group of silver flames burned. Under Grindelwald's astonished eyes, August's figure disappeared instantly. Boom. August, who appeared again, came to Grindelwald and punched him hard. Unexpectedly, August would start without saying a word. A large hole knocked out Nurmengard's castle wall, and Grindelwald's figure appeared in the air. Cough cough. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Grindelwald looked at the hole solemnly. August did not know when a shield appeared around him, blocking fiend fire from the outside. The shield quickly deformed and shrunk into a spherical ball, wrapping the fiend fire in it, and it didn't take long for it to go out. August flew out of it unhurriedly, stood opposite Grindelwald, looked at the shield charm condensed into a ball, and praised. As expected of you, the shield charm is so superb. Suppose it is divided according to the magic spell proficiency established by himself. In that case, this is also the 5th level, without a doubt, which is the highest level. Grindelwald was unmoved by his compliment. You're not bad. Apparition in battle and fiend fire, only a few people in the magical community can do it. It's hard for me to imagine that after Dumbledore, there is another wizard of such amazing talent in the wizarding world. I am shocked by your talent. August frowned, the conversation sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. However, he did not deny Grindelwald's praise to the point where he is now. Excessive modesty is hypocrisy. Looking at Grindelwald with nothing in his hand, August threw something away. Catching it subconsciously, Grindelwald found that it was actually a magic wand, and this magic wand fit him very well. Letting you fight with me with your bare hands is a bit of bullying. I make this wand, and the material is elderberry tree and thestral tail hair. Hearing this combination, Grindelwald's pupils shrank. This combination was too familiar to him. The Elder Wand in the Deathly Hallows is the same material. Feeling the increase far more powerful than ordinary wands, Grindelwald felt that the Elder Wand was back in his hands. Although there are still some gaps in power, this wand does not have the rebellious feeling of the old wand at all, and it is more convenient. He couldn't believe it. You said you made this wand yourself? August nodded. When he was in the underworld, he took some branches of the elderberry tree and combined them with the thestral tail hair to make a brand new Elder Wand. But he doesn't know which link is a little worse. Although the power of the wand August made is good, it is still worse than the original version. Grindelwald once again sighed. It's true that August gave him too much shock today. I take back what I just said. Even Dumbledore is not as good as you. I, Grindelwald, would like to call you the strongest. Man, the taste is too strong. August finally knew where his familiarity just now came from. With a head full of black lines, August flew to the top of the Tower of Nurmengard. Come up and fight. There was an undisguised excitement in words. Grindelwald's heart also ignited long-lost blood, and he waved his wand freely, and a ladder was formed to the other side of the top of the tower. As he stepped step by step, Grindelwald's image also changed from a sloppy centenarian to a handsome uncle with white hair in his 40s. By the time Grindelwald reached the end, he had completely become the first generation of Dark Lords who reigned supreme in Europe. Boy, I don't know your name yet. Grindelwald asked curiously. August also did a standard etiquette. August Gaunt, Hogwarts prospective 5th year, Ravenclaw prefect. That's right, August has received a letter from Hogwarts, and he's been a prefect since school started. Grindelwald. The originally surging mood, the burning blood, suddenly retreated a lot. He felt that the little wizard on the opposite side was not very good at speaking. Dark Lord versus Hogwarts prefect. If so, Grindelwald would rather die than reveal what happened today. Chapter 332, Fiendfire Duels. Nurmengard Castle. Unbeknownst to anyone, here is about to break out the peak war of this century. Throughout 100 years of history, only the battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald in 1945 can be compared. It is a pity that the process of these battles will be submerged in the long river of history. You're a junior, so let you take the shot first. Raising his wand lightly, Grindelwald said to August in a very elderly manner. Since that's the case, let's say hello first. Without too much humility, August shot directly. Avada Kedavra. A continuous green light burst from his fingertips, and every spell was attached with incomparable killing intent. Damn, is that what Dumbledore taught his students? Raise your hand and killing curse as a gesture of hello. He cursed inwardly, but Grindelwald's movements were not slow at all. Apparition cooperated with his unique defensive spell to block or evade all spells. Boom. Just as Grindelwald drew the last killing curse to his feet with his wand, his face changed slightly. The black stone under his feet was raised uncontrollably, and a green light hit his face. It seemed that Grindelwald had no room to escape. Just a second before the killing curse was about to hit him, he turned into a black cloth and exploded violently. Footsteps fluttered across the sky, and the killing curse lost its target, piercing the night sky. It wasn't until the spell hit the castle that a big hole was blown up. The swirling rags gathered again, gradually returning to Grindelwald's appearance. Boy, you're actually playing with me. August was not surprised that Grindelwald could block his attack this round. If he couldn't even take hello, he didn't deserve to be called the Dark Lord. The battle between the two is not even a warm-up now. Senior is the most powerful. If I'm not mistaken, this move has something to do with Obscurus. Grindelwald nodded calmly. In the beginning, there was a subordinate who was Obscurus. Although he was a bit useless, his magic still had some merits. He was talking about Aurelius Dumbledore or Cretan Sparebone. Son of Aberforth Dumbledore. Immediately, he said angrily. Gaunt, are you looking down on me? Why don't you use a wand? August spread his hands, and two silver fires suddenly rose up, constantly changing shapes between his palms, and reminded casually. If you want to see my wand, please be more serious, don't die in my hand so easily. Okay, Grindelwald didn't get angry but smiled, waved his staff without showing weakness, and threw Fiendfire. But his Fiendfire was blue. As an existence that almost burned half of Paris with a single fire, Fiendfire has always been one of Grindelwald's most proud spells. Since this junior actively chose to fight with Fiendfire, he wanted to let the other party know that I was the King of Flames. The blue fire rapidly expanded, turning into a monstrous flame, and swept out. Grindelwald controlled his own Fiendfire and rushed towards August with a majestic momentum. The scorching high temperature seemed to ignite the air. The silver-white Fiendfire formed a spherical protective shield, firmly blocking the torrent of flames from Grindelwald. The Fiendfire controlled by August continued to expand, and soon the blue Fiendfire was forced back. The two eventually formed an evenly matched posture. If anyone is fortunate enough to watch this duel not far away, they will find that two walls of fire, one blue and one silver, are constantly wrestling. Originally, the Fiendfire was uncontrollable or difficult to control. But both controlled their flames very well, neither touching the alarm barrier nor harming the main body of Nurmengard Castle. August changed his gestures, and a huge flame arm appeared on the firewall, slapping Grindelwald fiercely. Grindelwald unhurriedly drew his wand in an elegant arc, and the blue fiery obeyed his call, turning into two giant flaming birds soaring into the sky. The palms intersected with the giant bird, and a fierce battle began. The palm slapped the giant bird's wings, and the giant bird bit the palm's body. The collapsing flames splashed around, but they were recontrolled by the two, merged into the body of the giant bird or the palm, and continued to fight. I really can't believe that your Fiendfire curse has reached such a level. The ending might have changed if you had been present in Paris at the time. Grindelwald's voice passed through the sea of fire and accurately entered August's ears, and his face became a little weird. It seems that Grindelwald has a deep resentment toward Paris. It is understandable. After all, the marriage certificate was lost there. But Grindelwald's conversation changed. Your magic power is indeed powerful, but you are still too immature. Just let you see, the same fiend fire. Why can I make everyone afraid of it? Grindelwald said he would be serious about not losing the face of the Dark Lord in front of the younger generation. The two giant blue birds collided together and began to fuse, forming a new firebird. Not only did the size not increase, but it shrunk a lot. There is a saying that condensed is the essence, and Grindelwald's fiend fire is like this. After the fusion, the temperature of the new fiend fire was even better. Entangled silver palms were burned to pieces, and fireballs kept falling from the air and smashed to the ground. This is no longer a magic that humans can contend with. Even August was amazed in his heart. In terms of experience, he is still a little worse than these old-fashioned powerhouses. But fortunately, Grindelwald gave him a hand today, which will quickly convert into his nutrients. Thank you for your guidance. I seem to have learned it, so please taste it. August said loudly, clapping his hands halfway across his chest. All the silver-white flames converged towards him, and the sea of flames that could have completely submerged him was contracted into a human-shaped flame. The human-shaped flames rose into the air again, facing the flames of Grindelwald. Although the momentum is far from being as vast as it was at the beginning, the level of danger is even greater. Grindelwald and August were silent and threw themselves into this gorgeous and fierce duel. Now it is not only the duel between the human-shaped flames and the giant bird on the field but also the will of the two top wizards. Chapter 333, Chapter 333, The Wizarding World is about to change. If someone were to ask August what it was like right now, then August would definitely tell him, like playing an arcade game. The humanoid flame and the giant blue bird are constantly at war with each other, like the game characters controlled by Grindelwald and me. August is confident that if the stalemate continues like this, Grindelwald will definitely lose. Still, he doesn't want to drag it on. The movement here is not small, and August is afraid to attract Austrian horrors. The palm of the right hand spewed out rounds of fiend fire into the body of the humanoid flame, making it even more dazzling. Grindelwald's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that August still had spare energy. Unprepared, the blue firebird was bombarded by a human-shaped flame and scattered into the sky. Many sparks fell on Nurmengard's barrier, making a sizzling sound. The barrier finally couldn't bear it any longer and burst. The silver fiend fire and the blue fiend fire clearly guarded their masters. Their scales expanded without space constraints, almost covering the entire hill. Grindelwald suddenly lost interest. He put down his wand, and the flames flowed into the top of the wand, like running water and leaving only a mess. Don't fight anymore. You win. August was a little puzzled, but he also took his fiery into the palm of his hand. He clearly felt that Grindelwald had reservations. This battle level will only warm up for the two of them, but if the other party doesn't want to fight, he won't force it. In the beginning, the shot was also for Grindelwald to put himself on an equal footing. Are you interested in walking with me? Grindelwald's eyes looked into the distance, which was the direction of Germany. August nodded, but first, he looked at the prison beneath his feet. There is still one person here that I haven't finished yet. The guard saw his face, and he hadn't had time to erase his memory. You didn't kill the guard? Grindelwald was a little surprised. He thought the old man had already died. August rolled his eyes. He didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Falling to the ground, he came to the guard who was still sleeping and laughed dumbly. This guard is lucky that he didn't get hurt in such a big scene. Obliviate. Grindelwald's expression was complicated. It turns out that this little guy can still do normal magic. Just look at what August did in the fight just now. The killing curse is mixed with the Cruciatus curse and the fiend fire curse. This is definitely the standard for an evil dark wizard. August naturally didn't know what Grindelwald was thinking and said softly. I have tampered with his memory, and now in his memory, these scenes are all created by you to escape. This kind of trick also made the Dark Lord laugh. Sometimes I really feel that Dumbledore's education is a failure, a little guy from decades ago, and now there is another you. Do you always have to mention a little bit about Dumbledore? August complained in his heart that from the beginning to the present, the name of his principal had never left his mouth. Senior, take me with you wherever you go. Grindelwald put his hand on August's shoulder, and the two figures disappeared in place. Not long after the two left, a group of Austrian aurors saw the place in a hurry, and all they were left with was a broken barrier and an old man who was still sleeping. Many are pale. The wizarding world is about to change. Grindelwald's status in the wizarding world is like Hitler of the Muggle world, especially in a country like Austria, which was ravaged by him back then. He is even more respected and afraid of him. Many people's fear of Grindelwald is ingrained in their bones, and most of these Aurors grew up listening to his story. But no one noticed that the eyes of a few Aurors shone with a strange luster, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but smile. While the Aurors were in different moods about Grindelwald's escape, the two culprits turned out to be on a beach hundreds of miles away. Feeling the sea breeze that has not been blown in decades, Grindelwald said with enjoyment. "If you have something to say, I'm very curious about what reason you will use to convince me." August found a clean reef and continued. "No hurry. Since we are all out, let's have a good chat first. I am very curious about many things." With a gesture of please, Grindelwald waited. "Let's talk about that duel first. You had the Elder Wand at that time. How could you still lose to Professor Dumbledore? Is he really that strong?" In the duel just now, although neither of them used their full strength, August also had a general judgment on Grindelwald's strength. With the Elder Wand in hand, even he would find it a little tricky. Of course, empty-handed and without a wand. So, August is even more curious about what happened that year. Grindelwald's face was nostalgic, which was his final glory and the highlight of Dumbledore's life. The victor is crowned king, and the loser perishes forever. In terms of magic power, although I am stronger than him, my strength is limited. The situation at that time was very complicated. Firstly, he can utilize his extraordinary use of magic, whether ordinary spells or dark arts. Even though I had the Elder Wand, I was suffocated by his continual means. Magic has never been a measure of a wizard's strength. August interrupted him angrily. What if Dumbledore only had the magic power of an ordinary Auror? The corners of Grindelwald's eyes twitched. He just said that the opponents are similar in level, understand? Why compare ants with elephants? Those Aurors were like ants on the ground, vulnerable to a single blow in Grindelwald's heart. Do you still want to hear it? His threats worked well, and August immediately motioned him to continue. And Grindelwald was satisfied and once again fell into his memory. At that time, we fought for a full 2 hours. It is difficult for the battle between wizards to last for such a long time, but our strengths are too similar. It wasn't until the last moment that my predictive power was activated again that I realized that all my efforts were in vain. Chapter 334, Grindelwald joins in. Grindelwald didn't say anything about what happened next, but August understood everything. Any slight mistake will affect the final outcome in this kind of peak matchup of similar strength. Not to mention that Grindelwald's mind was lost in this situation. All along, August sees things dialectically. From the Muggles' point of view, people like Grindelwald are extreme terrorists who must be killed quickly. But after he lived a new life and became a wizard, naturally, he had to stand in the position of a wizard. In fact, Grindelwald's thoughts and actions are all about safeguarding the interests of wizards. Even if sometimes he killed many of his compatriots, it was just to practice his words. For the greater good. For the wizard's future, he can give up his friendship with Dumbledore, let alone the lives of several wizards. But the wheel of history rolls by, and the individual will not divert the torrent of the times. He doesn't know when the Muggle's brain seems to have opened up, and it has undergone 2 industrial evolutions in a row. Their technology, thought, and force are slowly surpassing the development of wizards. At that time, the predictions he made came true one by one, even more terrifying. Muggle weapons can already destroy a city in one blow, and who among wizards can do that? Just him and Dumbledore. So, the ending was doomed at that moment. Even without Dumbledore's beloved student causing him some trouble, Grindelwald knew it would be difficult for him to succeed. Perhaps, the wizard's future is already doomed. Little guy, I'm old, and I don't want to be involved in the right and wrong of the wizarding world. When you experience despair, everything is boring. Don't worry, only the 2 of us know what happened today, and I won't tell Dumbledore when I return. August didn't get angry at his refusal but put his hand on his temple and pulled out strands of silver thread. Are you interested in seeing it? He didn't speak, but his eyes still revealed curiosity, took over those memories, and Grindelwald stuffed them into his brain. After a long time, he opened his eyes in horror and looked at August. August showed Grindelwald his experiments with Nicholas Flamel and part of his layout just now. Still, he did not reveal the core secrets of the magic web. But it was shocking enough that Grindelwald found that August's layout was even more amazing than he was. In the beginning, he wanted to declare war on the Muggle world openly so that wizards could enslave Muggles. Compared with this kind of national wizard's plan, it is simply pediatric. Grindelwald stood up and looked at the calm sea in the distance. He randomly used his wand to create a huge water polo. Suddenly there was a picture of a fat man and a little boy visiting Japan country in the water. The terrifying 2 mushrooms were that even after so many years, Grindelwald still had lingering fears. Faced with the destructive power of this natural disaster level, are you sure you can survive it? August looked at him strangely. Mr. Grindelwald, your mistakes illuminate your innocence. Your limitations lead to your downfall. I don't think anyone would reject the power of magic. How could they go to war with us when they found the opportunity to become a wizard? Grindlewald didn't speak. He was thinking and didn't know when the color of his two eyes became sparkling. And August still said to himself, perhaps there will be short-term turbulence in this world, but everything is for the greater good. As long as my plan is successful, there will be no difference between muggles and wizards. After a few generations, everyone will be pure blood. After a long time, Grindelwald's eyes returned to their original state, his forehead was covered with fine sweat, and his face was pale. How much does Dumbledore know? The Dark Lord suddenly felt sorry for his old friend, and once August started his own plan, it was more than 10 Voldemorts. It can't be like this analogy because the two are no longer comparable. August shook his head. Accurately speaking, the headmaster may not know at all. I asked you to come out for another matter. Saying that, he took out a magic web device and handed it to Grindelwald. After playing with it for a while, Grindelwald quickly figured out how to use it. Seeing that there are now a lot of rich functions, he said with great interest. It's a good gadget. I might be happier with it. So, Mr. Grindelwald, I wonder if you are willing to fight with me for the future of wizards. After pondering for a few seconds, Grindelwald nodded. I also want to see how you will change this world. The future of wizards will always have to be opened up by someone. A smile appeared on August's face. Today's efforts were finally not in vain. With the addition of Grindelwald, many things will be easier to do. Not only because of him but also because of his army. They are a very useful force. But to be safe, August took a piece of paper on the spot and made a contract. Grindelwald's head hurt more and more as he looked at him. The restrictions on him were not too big. He just needed not to disclose the existence of August and complete the task assigned by August. Other conditions are almost close to none, which can be said to be very relaxed. But the penalty clause is too much. Once the contract is broken, Grindelwald must publicly show his love to Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet. Or go to Hogwarts and read 10 love letters to Dumbledore in front of all the teachers and students. Is this something people can think of? He said that he was a little moved, cough. But for the last one, he still put away his thoughts. Breaking the contract, August Gaunt will forever enslave Gellert Grindelwald's soul. After getting the contract, he finally asked. You have a way to control the soul. Chapter 335, Dumbledore's hobbies haven't changed. Even in his memory, there is very little research on the soul. The most famous is the Horcrux. After seeing this clause of August, he was particularly curious. Shrugging, August replied casually. I have the resurrection stone in my hand. Even if you die, I can take your soul back and keep you forever. Grindelwald didn't pay attention to the last sentence but was keenly aware of the key. Can you bring the dead back to life? August didn't answer but said into the air. Miss Evans, you can come out and say hello to Mr. Grindelwald. The figure of Lily slowly appeared in the air, first glanced at August in awe and then nodded to Grindelwald. Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. Please give me more advice in the future. Although Snape also talked to her about August's strength before, his mind had no substantive concept. In the battle just now, Lily also witnessed the whole process. She saw the strength of the top wizard for the first time. Now she is instantly full of confidence in what August promised. The continuous killing curse, and fiend fire that burns the sky, she never thought this was the level a wizard could achieve. Compared with them, she and James in the past were, at best, magic apprentices. Miss Evans is my assistant specially prepared for you. If you have any questions, you can contact me through her. August was wicked enough. He found that Snape was a little slack in doing things now. Every day Snape thinks about getting along with Lily, researching new potions, and inventing new spells together. He doesn't care much about other things. To cheer Snape up again, he resolutely pulled Lily away. Sure enough, Snape recently turned grief and anger into motivation, and he became more and more comfortable as a three-faced spy. Grindelwald knew in his heart what kind of assistant is this, but a nail beside him. If something is wrong, wouldn't it be good to use the magic web device to contact him? But he didn't refuse either. Now that August is in the dominant position, having someone by his side is no big deal. And he was also very interested in Lily's existence and was ready to have a good chat with her. After talking for a long time, I still don't know what you need me to do. Grindelwald suddenly remembered that until now, August had not stated his specific plan. And August also slapped his forehead. It was my negligence that I forgot the most important things. First of all, I will invite Mr. Grindelwald to join me. You have the Alliance, and Professor Dumbledore has the Order of the Phoenix. I don't think I can fall behind. My organization is called the Illuminati. Grindelwald was noncommittal, just joining an organization, no big deal. No problem, I joined. How many people are there in total? Do you need me to say hello? No, August has a big smile on his face. The organization that was just created is now just the two of us. Grindlewald. Why, the more he looked at August, the more unreliable he felt. Wisely changing the subject, Grindlewald decided not to dwell on this issue. Tell me about my mission. Go directly to Dumbledore. August shook his head. You just need to gather the Alliance, and you still need the help of your Alliance for many things that follow. As for Professor Dumbledore, walking out of Nurmengard is the best way to restrain him. Coupled with the existence of Voldemort, I should be able to rest in peace for a while. Grindelwald frowned slightly. He hadn't communicated with Dumbledore in the past few years. If he remembered correctly, didn't that student of Dumbledore disappear more than 10 years ago? Voldemort made a lot of Horcruxes, and he was resurrected not long ago. Seeing Grindelwald's doubts, August kindly explained. The Horcrux. A lot. Grindelwald's eyes twitched slightly. As the first-generation Dark Lord, Grindelwald knew the function of Horcruxes very well. Wizards with Horcruxes could be called immortal and indestructible, which is very difficult to deal with. Voldemort must be giving Dumbledore a headache, right? For a time, Grindelwald's evaluation of Voldemort improved a lot. Are you not afraid that you will become a fool if you are not careful? Do you need me to help you solve it? I think such a wizard is also a threat to our plan. Grindelwald asked calmly, and August waved his hand. No, this is a matter between the master and his student. We don't have to worry about it. Today's little wizards are too good at chatting. After thinking for a while, August took a photo and handed it to Grindelwald. In the photo, Dumbledore is holding Harry's shoulders. Both of them are smiling brightly. August took this after the hearing, and he said it was a memorial to celebrate Harry's win. With his fingers slightly hard, he squeezed the corners of the photo. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore, who was smiling softly in the photo, and Harry beside him, feeling a little dazzling. This is Harry Potter, Miss Evans' son, the boy who defeated Voldemort, our headmaster's favorite cub. After speaking, August felt that it was not enough and added again. Like Newt Scamander decades ago. Hearing this name, Grindelwald caught his breath. Newt Potter. Dumbledore's hobbies haven't changed. Suddenly, he wanted to meet Harry Potter and see what kind of charisma he had. After the business was done, August was about to leave. Fleur and Hermione were still waiting for him at home. Before leaving, he also says something to Grindelwald. Durmstrang's headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, had long since disappeared because of Voldemort's return. It was a good time for Grindelwald to intervene. Chapter 336, Grindelwald's Prophecy. After hearing his suggestion, Grindelwald also became interested. As a student who was expelled from Durmstrang, his feelings for there are still somewhat mixed. Also, because of the years of studying there. Only then did he develop his dark arts talent and lay a solid foundation for becoming the Dark Lord. He graciously accepted the offer. I'll go to Durmstrang to become the headmaster or something. I've never done it, but it must be very interesting. Thinking of Dumbledore's identity, his interest grew stronger. When August left, only Grindelwald and Lily floating in the air were left in place. Just when Lily was wondering why Grindelwald was still here, a strand of blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Mr. Grindelwald, are you all right? Lily asked worriedly. She didn't want her surveillance target to die soon after it came up. It's okay. The little guy is so good just now. I'm just a little uncomfortable since I haven't done it with anyone for a long time. Wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Grindelwald said lightly. But his injury was not caused by fighting with August, but by the backlashes from the prophecy he did with all his strength just now. Grindelwald's level of prophecy is quite high, but what he and Sybil Trelawney are good at are not in the same direction. He can see a picture of what may happen in the future, and these futures can be changed, but the general trend is like this. Conversely, Trelawney made a cloudy prediction, and the outcome would hardly be changed. After he accepted August's memory, he tried to predict what the future would be like. In one image, he saw Dumbledore panting, propping himself up with his wand. With a sparse few people behind. Everyone had injuries on their bodies and looked at August opposite him with bewildered eyes. Behind August was a huge crowd of people, and everyone was in high spirits, holding their wands and pointing at Dumbledore. In the end, August in the picture seemed to feel something, and the eyes of the two seemed to cross the endless time and space to look at each other. Then August smiled slightly, all the pictures shattered instantly, and he also suffered many backlashes. That's why he agreed to August's invitation so easily. To be able to feel his peeping in the future, this kind of power he cannot imagine. This is enough to show how terrible this little guy in the future will grow up. Old man, I hope you don't become obsessed in the end. Otherwise, we will both have to get in. Thinking silently in his heart, Grindelwald couldn't help clenching the broken pendant in his hand, and he also operated away. Now is not a good time to meet him. After so many years in Nurmengard, he needs some potions to recuperate his body. Great Britain, Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had just finished dealing with some of the Order of the Phoenix. Although he has not yet obtained the whereabouts of Voldemort, it is not clear what conspiracy the other party is brewing. But today, he was in a good mood. At least Harry was saved. The flames in the fireplace rose suddenly, turning a dazzling green. Dumbledore's happy mood dissipated a lot. This was the highest-level emergency notification from the Ministry of Magic. A piece of parchment flew out of the flames, stretched out naturally, and the voice of the Minister of Magic of Austria came out. Mr. Albus Dumbledore, I'm sorry, but I have bad news to tell you. An hour ago, the barrier of Nurmengard was broken, and Gellert Grindelwald, who had been imprisoned in it, had disappeared. According to the information brought back by the Aurors, he should have used the fire to destroy the defense and escaped. Fortunately, there have been no casualties so far, but Grindelwald's apparition is so far away that we've lost track of him. In order to prevent Grindelwald from bringing more harm to the wizarding world, we sincerely invite you to discuss with the Austrian Ministry of Magic. The sound fell, and the entire letter became a mass of ashes. Dumbledore unconsciously squeezed the chair's armrest with both hands, and the portraits of the principals who listened to the entire letter were fried. Grindelwald. How did that lunatic get out? Armando Dippet screamed. He was the headmaster of Hogwarts during Grindelwald's period, and he knew the horror of this name. If it wasn't for Dumbledore's existence, he is afraid Great Britain would also fall. Albus, I remember you said that he would never step out of that castle. What the hell is going on? Phineas Black's voice was a little obscure, and it was obvious that the impact on him was not small. Hearing the noisy discussion upset Dumbledore. He interrupted the previous headmasters. Amando, you go and find Minerva for me. Phineas, you are responsible for finding Severus. I remember he has returned to school. The two headmasters nodded, and the portrait disappeared into the frame. It didn't take long for the two professors to arrive quickly. Albus, what happened? As soon as he entered the door, McGonagall saw Dumbledore with a serious expression. While Snape did not speak, his eyes flickered. Minerva, Grindelwald has left Nurmengard. I must rush to Austria, and you will be responsible for preparing before school starts. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, unable to believe what Dumbledore had said. Severus, you take my handwritten letter to inform Barty that he will go to Austria, and I will leave first. Snape didn't say anything and walked out of the office. As the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Barty will undoubtedly play an important role in this matter. Dumbledore also hopes that Barty can perform better. Fudge had completely parted ways with him, and a minister of magic who approached him would be a better choice in such troubled times. And when the two left, Dumbledore was also lost in thought. For decades, Grindelwald has acted as much as he promised himself. But why is he restarting his activities in such a delicate period? Recalling the past, Dumbledore somehow remembered what Grindelwald said after the blood pact was broken. Who else would love you as much as I do, Dumbledore? Chapter 337, Hermione's Idea. On the other end, after August left Grindelwald, he returned to his home. Hermione and Fleur waited in the living room early, and when they saw him come in, they also greeted him. How is it? Have you seen your old friend? Hermione didn't know that August had done something big to make the wizarding world tremble, and she thought August would see some friends who had written letters before. It's not that August doesn't trust her, but to prevent Dumbledore from knowing something by using legilimency. August smiled and nodded at her. Yeah, it was a good chat. On the side, Fleur saw his smiling face and knew that today's work was done, and she was relieved. During the dinner, Hermione chattered about what she had seen at the Ministry of Magic. Actually, I think the management system of the magic world is still too chaotic, and the functions of many departments are in conflict. For example, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes have several departments with the same function. Also, it is unprofessional for law enforcement officers to have legislative powers, such as Mr. Weasley, who wrote all the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Act himself. It's hard to imagine that we live in such a disordered society. Fleur wasn't interested in Hermione's words, but August listened reliably. So what are you going to do? Hermione said confidently. First of all, I will pass the OWLS exams with full honors so that I can take the advanced courses required by the Ministry of Magic. I remember that you must have 9 or more excellent NEWTS scores before you can directly enter the Ministry of Magic. When the time comes, as long as I enter the Ministry of Magic, I will always have a chance to change all of this. August smiled without saying a word. Hermione thought things were too simple. Doing things is not something that can be done with blood and ability. For so many years in the magical community of Great Britain, the Ministry of Magic has long been controlled by the pureblood family. Going in like Hermione wants to make drastic reforms and will only touch a full head first. But he would not explain these things. When Hermione graduates, the Minister of Magic is either Crouch or Lockhart. It will be fine to watch Hermione grow up. Things finally got out of hand 3 days after Dumbledore went to Austria. Under the impetus of people with a heart, the news of Grindelwald's escape swept Europe like a tornado and quickly spread to the whole world. Some people are excited, and some people panic. The Ministry of Magic in some small countries is in danger, and they are afraid that Grindelwald will start a war like last time. At this time, many people thought of Dumbledore, and a snowflake-like letter flew to Hogwarts, asking him to take action. When Dumbledore saw the letter, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Grindelwald had been caught, he would have taken him back to Nurmengard 3 days earlier. 3 days ago, when Dumbledore arrived in Nurmengard, he did not see any trace of Grindelwald. He tried to track the location of the apparition but failed. Even backtracking what happened in Nurmengard at the time, he was unsuccessful. Dumbledore felt that there was much strangeness in this matter. Why did Grindelwald break out of prison now, and why did he use such a powerful spell as Fiend Fire? With his strength, he can leave without disturbing the barrier if he wants to leave. These doubts have been lingering in his mind, and until now, there has been no thought. Vaguely, he has already noticed a black hand hiding in it, but this person is hiding very well, and he has not caught any clues. He had once suspected Voldemort but soon abandoned the idea. The reason is simple: Voldemort has no such brain. If Voldemort and Grindelwald were to meet, the final outcome would be that one of them would die. With Grindelwald's pride, he would look down on Voldemort. Besides, what did Voldemort ask him to do? What Grindelwald is best at is not dark arts, not prophecy, but his demagogic words. Back then, Grindelwald almost became the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards by relying on this. As long as Voldemort dared to invite Grindelwald to cooperate, Dumbledore could guarantee that his Death Eaters would definitely defect en masse within 3 days. And secondly, he also doubted whether it was August's handwriting, but he felt that August did not need to do so, so he left it behind. What troubled him the most now was that Grindelwald had no intention of meeting him. In 3 days, he had traveled all over the continent where Grindelwald might appear, but he found nothing. This feeling that the enemy is in the dark, but he is bright, is really annoying. If it was a head-to-head battle, Dumbledore had the confidence to please him back to Nurmengard, but he had nothing to do when he was hiding. After thinking for a while, Dumbledore also began to reply one by one, promising with his heart that once Grindelwald appeared, he would immediately rush to support. Putting down the quills, Dumbledore walked to the Mirror of Earist, which had been moved into his office again, and slowly stretched out his hands. "Old friend, you shouldn't have come out. These letters are back in the hands of the Ministry of Magic in various countries, and those in power are also relieved." With Dumbledore's assurance, they don't have to panic so much. In order to express his gratitude to him, at the International Conference of Wizards a few days later, Dumbledore, who had just been removed from office, dramatically became the supreme mugwump again. And this time, he didn't even show up. It was imposed on him by the Ministry of Magic of these countries. But in places that the public can't see, undercurrents are surging. Not everyone didn't want Grindelwald to escape from prison. After hearing the news, some older Alliance couldn't help but burst into tears. Here I would like to praise Grindelwald's brainwashing ability again. After so many years, there are still so many old subordinates who are loyal to him, which is a stark contrast to Voldemort. The Alliance also sent people to look for traces of Grindelwald. They always believed that under the leadership of Grindelwald, the glory of the past would eventually return. Chapter 338, Voldemort's Conspiracy. Wiltshire, England. In Malfoy Manor. Voldemort held a newspaper of the Daily Prophet and read the news about Grindelwald on it. A group of Death Eaters stood before him, not daring to breathe. In the corner of the room, Narcissa tightly covered Draco's mouth, preventing him from making a sound, and fear flashed in their eyes. Lucius has been having a hard time lately because he lost Voldemort's diary. If it weren't for a group of Voldemort's men who were locked up in Azkaban and killed by August, he would never have spared the Malfoy family so lightly. After reading the newspaper in his hand, Voldemort also remembered the various legends about Grindelwald that he had heard while still in school. He remembered an old wizard commenting on him and Grindelwald. Why would anyone compare the Dark Lord who nearly conquered the entire continent to someone who couldn't beat a single school? This sentence deeply hurt his sensitive heart. There can only be one Dark Lord in the world, and that is me, Voldemort. Resisting the urge to pick up the wand and go to Grindelwald to compete, to tell who is the real Dark Lord, he looked at Snape, who was at the front of the crowd. "Is there any news of him in Dumbledore?" Snape took a step forward and replied in a deep voice. "No, Dumbledore has had a headache recently, and even his hair has turned a lot of grey." The crowd burst into laughter, and even Voldemort let out a hideous grin. Let Dumbledore have a headache for him. Save him from focusing all his attention on me. After this return, Voldemort has always felt that the situation was much worse than a decade ago. Not only did Dumbledore grow old and strong, but another monster like August was in the wizarding world. Coupled with the existence of Harry Potter, the son of prophecy. Even if he is arrogant, his behavior has become much more cautious. Although he has hostile feelings for Grindlewald. But Voldemort was happy to have such a person attracting their attention for him. How's the progress over there at the Department of Mysteries? Two Death Eaters working at the Ministry of Magic looked at each other, and one of them said, Master, we have already figured out much information. You and Harry Potter's prophecy record are hidden in the Hall of Prophecy. We wanted to take them out for you, but an ancient magic is cast there. Only the parties involved in the prophecy can pick it up. After listening to their report, Voldemort frowned slightly. Although he has no eyebrows. Voldemort was very concerned about this prophecy, especially since Harry escaped from his hands again not long ago. He was more and more afraid of this prophecy. Things became troublesome. He couldn't go to the Ministry of Magic to get the prophecy record now. Harry was protected by Dumbledore and would not leave Hogwarts easily. How can I get Harry to get that prophecy record for him? One by one, conspiracies emerged in his heart. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was time to start school again. Grindelwald has not appeared recently, and his popularity has also declined. It's time to pass or pass, and people gradually don't worry so much. And Harry, who was locked up in the Order of the Phoenix for a whole month, was also excited. He has never stepped out of Black's ancestral home except to attend the hearing in the past month. Mr. Weasley bought even the books the school asked them to buy after getting off work. He was also proud to stay in this headquarters to fight against Voldemort. Although people were coming and going, everyone was in a hurry and left after explaining things. And Mrs. Weasley also learned from the previous lesson, determined not to let Harry and the others hear any content. The power of the barrier increased again and again. There's nothing the Weasley twins can do about this. Another thing that puzzled Harry very much was that Ron became a prefect. He didn't think Ron was bad. As Ron's good friend, he was also happy for Ron. But there is still a loss in his heart. Is he not doing well enough? Why didn't Dumbledore choose him? It made him feel a little unnatural when facing Ron. And those days were about to end, and he was about to head to King's Cross to board the train he'd been thinking about day and night. Ron. Ginny. Are your things packed? We need to get going. Mrs. Weasley stood at the door and shouted. Her expression was a little anxious, and she repeatedly looked at the clock on the wall. Coming. Lugging large and small bags, Ginny and Ron walked down the stairs panting while Harry was by the side early. Looking around, Ginny was a little strange. What about George and Fred? Why are you only urging us, Mom? Pushing the two out of the door again, Mrs. Weasley explained. They were still sleeping and will be operated directly in a while. Ginny glanced upstairs enviously. She also wanted this opportunity to sleep in. Sirius had already led several Order of the Phoenix members on guard outside the door, which embarrassed Harry. These people all received the task of escorting him to Hogwarts today, and this kind of treatment really flattered Harry. The group boarded a Muggle bus and flopped several times before arriving outside King's Cross. And Sirius finally breathed a sigh of relief and took Harry's shoulders. Harry, we're sending you here. Remember, listen to Dumbledore at school, and he'll protect you. If you have any doubts or encounter difficulties, you are also very welcome to write to me. Sirius's instructions warmed Harry's heart, and he nodded lightly, preparing to enter the station. Suddenly, several wizards operated to their surroundings. Sirius and other Order of the Phoenix members instantly became alert and took out their wands. And those wizards didn't even look at them. They joined forces to cast a barrier, turning this place into an independent space. Neither the Muggles nor the wizards in the station were aware of this. And when the barrier was arranged, the space was turbulent, and a middle-aged wizard with white hair and a face full of rebelliousness appeared. It is Grindelwald. Chapter 339, August S. Little Book. Grindelwald looked at Harry with great interest. The Order of the Phoenix members also watched him vigilantly and did not act rashly. Who are you? As the leader, Sirius felt familiar with the middle-aged men in front of him, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Mrs. Weasley pulled the three children behind her and stretched her hands to protect them. And Grindelwald also took his sight back and looked at Sirius. Introduce myself, Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore's old friend. This simple sentence made everyone present feel like they were struck by lightning. This name they had heard in the past 2 weeks, and Sirius finally understood where the familiarity came from. What he saw in the newspaper was the old version of Grindelwald, and now he is the middle-aged version. What are you doing here? Forced to remain calm, Sirius asked. At the same time, he was still quietly observing the barrier, ready to find an opportunity to break it at any time and let Harry leave. From the look just now, he already knew that Grindelwald's goal was Harry. I'm here to see the boy who lived. Looking at Harry with blue pupils made him Harry. Why does Dumbledore like you so much? Like old friends chatting, Grindelwald answered casually, but the others were nervous. Sirius subconsciously took a step forward and faced Grindelwald. Ginny and Ron carefully hid behind Mrs. Weasley, and the cold sweat on their bodies broke out unconsciously. Faced with the existence of the same level as Voldemort, the pressure on them can be imagined. Harry was very helpless. Voldemort had not resolved, and another Dark Lord who was interested in him came out. What the hell is going on in this world? Do I have some kind of Dark Lord attracting physique? Seeing that Harry didn't look panicked, Grindelwald's eyes flashed with admiration. Not everyone can remain calm in his face of him. Reducto. Expelliarmus. Bombarda. Seeing that Grindelwald seemed a little distracted, he decisively launched an attack. The other Order of the Phoenix members also had extremely high fighting qualities and cooperated with him tacitly. The colorful spells rushed toward Grindelwald almost at the same time. But it was seen that Grindelwald did not move. All the spells were blocked, the light circles were aroused on his protective shield, and all the spells were cancelled. With a sweep of his right hand, the wands in the hands of all members of the Order of the Phoenix flew towards him uncontrollably. Sirius was in a hurry and rushed towards Grindelwald, turning into a big black dog in the air, very ferocious. This is his most proud move. The wizard's movement speed is very slow, and most people cast spells while standing, and they are extremely bad at melee combat. He suddenly turned into an animagus and made a surprise attack, and many people were unresponsive and defeated by him. But he forgot that he was facing Grindelwald, and his little tricks would only put him in danger. Crucio. A wand suddenly appeared in his hand, and a red glow shrouded the flying Sirius, and then he fell to the ground in pain. The torture of going deep into the soul made Sirius unable to maintain his animagus form and slowly turned into a human form. Sirius. Lupin shouted anxiously. Lupin was also one of the escorts Harry had today. Still, he couldn't do anything now without his wand. Sirius. Hearing this name, Grindelwald frowned and slowly took out a small notebook from his coat pocket. Sirius Black. He asked in a questioning tone and then looked at Harry, who was being held by Lupin, trying to rush over, and affirmed that he had to guess. Looking at Sirius, who was struggling to stand up with pity, the familiar red light lit up again. Crucio. AH. The pain was more intense than the previous one, causing Sirius to scream and twitch again. The feeling of 10,000 ants eating his heart made him want to die. Who made you mess with that little guy? It's bad luck for you to meet me today. Looking blankly at Sirius, Grindelwald thought silently in his heart. Just a few days ago, August sent him a small notebook with dozens of names written on it, the people who have been against August over the years or who have stumbled in the dark. He instructed Grindelwald to classify them by color and deal with them if they encountered them. And the first generation of the Dark Lord also knows August's vengeful nature. There are all kinds of people above, even the Slytherin prefect, who deducted his house points at the beginning. Sirius was also on the list, charged with speaking ill of August behind his back. His color is red, which means that he sees and fights once. Maybe he should be glad that he is not green. If it is green, then Grindelwald is not using the Cruciatus curse but the killing curse. After nearly half a minute, Grindelwald also withdrew the curse and waved Sirius back. August's business is done. He should do his own thing too. It wouldn't be fun if Dumbledore arrived later. Harry Potter, I'm here today for you. He waved his hand, and several Alliance controlled the others to step aside, leaving Harry alone to confront Grindelwald. You have defeated Voldemort for more than 10 years. To be honest, I am still a little dissatisfied with your calling him the Dark Lord. That little guy might be more appropriate for that title. Silently complaining in his heart, Grindelwald summoned a blue fire that surrounded him and Harry. Come with me to a duel between wizards, and let me see how good you are. This place is shrouded in a barrier, and the Ministry of Magic won't discover that you used magic, so attack me confidently. Ginny finally couldn't take it anymore and shout. Grindelwald. Are you the Dark Lord who only bullies students? Several Alliance looked at her badly, and Grindelwald really didn't care. Bullying. No, no, no. I just want to verify his quality. After all, Dumbledore and I are old friends. It is reasonable to discipline his students for him, right? It seemed to be asking Ginny but also asking herself. I was very impressed by a former Hufflepuff, and I hope you don't let me down. After speaking, he stopped talking, quietly waiting for Harry's choice. Even if Harry chose to run away, he wouldn't do anything. On the contrary, he would be even happier. At least he proved that Dumbledore was wrong. Chapter 340, New Member of Gaunt Family. Harry didn't speak. He was used to the situation. Since he entered school, he has dealt with the Dark Lord, and now there is a first-generation Dark Lord, which is not unusual. But listening to the other party's tone, he seems very familiar with Dumbledore. He was more interested in this, perhaps. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Harry didn't talk to Grindelwald and took the lead without saying hello. Several consecutive disarming charms cut through the sky. Harry became more proficient in mastering this spell. He can even cast wandless magic if he wants, but the power will be much less. Grindlewald blocked Harry's spell with a freehand wave of his wand and raised his eyebrows. Not bad power, it's hard to come by at your age, but it's not enough. Harry didn't speak. Voldemort had said this a while ago. Sure enough, they were all Dark Lords, and the routines were the same. Next, he kept releasing the spell. Grindelwald blocked them one by one, frowning slightly. Strictly looking at things will breed weaknesses. Your mechanical spellcasting is meaningless. Grindelwald reprimanded like Harry's teacher, which bewildered the people watching nervously. Did he really not come today to kill? Harry didn't refute, but the movements in his hands became swifter, and the frequency of the spells became much higher. Suddenly, his left hand, which had been idle, took out from his waist, and the desert eagle appeared in his hand. This is the birthday present that August promised him. It is more gorgeous and powerful than the previous generation pistol. Boom. 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 After 3 shots in a row, a warning sign suddenly rose in Grindelwald's heart, looking at the 2 purple awns and an invisible air blade that only existed in perception. For the first time in the battle, he moved his footsteps, dodged the invisible air blade, and let it hit the barrier set up by the Alliance, and cracks appeared. A few Alliance were shocked and used their magic power to stabilize the barrier. The other 2 purple spells were taken by Grindelwald forcibly. He was a little frightened by the power. That little guy must have given this magic item. I admit defeat. Mr. Grindelwald, you won't bully me again, didn't you? After Harry released the magic power in his body, he fired a shot again. Then, he came out with such a single sentence, which made Grindelwald laugh angrily. Just now, he thought that Harry was a wizard who knew how to work around, but when he was a little disappointed, he was almost overshadowed. Finding that his plan was unsuccessful, he chose to surrender directly. If Grindelwald continues to shoot now, he will undoubtedly fall in the name of bullying. Mr. Grindelwald, are we done? Lily's voice appeared in his head. She looked at Harry tenderly and was very satisfied with his performance. There is also a chance to see her son so well, and Lily is more and more grateful to August. Grindelwald shook his head and rejected Lily. Today, I'm going to teach him another lesson. The weak never have the right to choose. Everyone has their place. It's dangerous to get carried away. Harry Potter, I hope you can survive my attack. Harry, who still had a smile, changed his expression instantly, and he saw Grindelwald raise the wand in his hand. Tempest. Within the barrier of the clear sky, dark clouds gathered together without warning. Countless thunder and lightning were bred in it. Harry hurriedly strengthened himself with the shield charm while constantly moving to avoid being locked by the dark clouds. Boom. 2 bolts of lightning slashed straight down, and Harry was lucky enough to escape, but the next few bolts hit his shield and shattered it directly. When Grindelwald was about to continue his attack, he looked out of the barrier. He saw August standing there, gently shaking his head. With a helpless smile, he also put away his wand. He knew that this was the end of the day. Waving at the Alliance, he looked at Harry. Well done, Harry Potter. I was looking forward to our next meeting. After saying that, he upped away. What's the matter, August? Hermione, on the side, looked strange at August, who suddenly stood there. It's nothing. I may see it wrong. Let's go. Seeing Grindelwald's departure, he also chuckled. The confused Hermione took his hand and entered King's Cross Station. During the summer vacation, Hermione also became a prefect. They could go directly to the prefect's carriage this year. As for Luna and Astoria, although they were not prefects, to save trouble, August also directly asked them to come together. Many students he met along the way greeted him warmly. Inside the carriage, Cho, Luna, and Astoria had arrived early. When they saw August, they were all very happy. When the summer vacation started, they could often go to August to play. But when the time entered August, August gradually became busy, and a few little witches were very sensible and did not bother August. Luna jumped to August's side and looked up at him with her small head raised. August also smiled and gave her a warm kiss, letting Luna out of breath. Astoria pouted, and when Luna shyly ran to Cho's side, she also threw herself into August's arms. August, I have grown up. You must not reject me. Listening to her slightly crying voice, August was also a little surprised. From the thin little girl at the beginning to the quirky naughty little girl to the big girl today. Time is really like running water, moisturizing things silently. August hugged Astoria tightly, and he said softly. Have you made up your mind, Astoria? Nodding vigorously, Astoria looked at August firmly, expressing her determination. Gently kissing her on the forehead, under Astoria's surprised eyes, he smiled and said. Please give me more advice in the future. In this way, the Gaunt family has a new member. Cho and Hermione didn't show too many surprises. This little tale had followed them since the first grade. If Astoria turned around and left one day, they would be surprised. While chatting happily in the carriage, the door was suddenly violently opened, revealing Draco's somewhat panicked face. "August, can I have a good talk with you?" Chapter 341, Malfoy's Request. Outside the carriage, August and Draco stood in front of the window, looking at the distant scenery before them. Because it is a prefect's carriage, only a few people are coming and going here. Most of the prefects have gone to patrol around. After the 4th grade, August's layout became deeper and deeper because of the Triwizard hegemony. His extracurricular classes didn't go on, plus Ravenclaw and Slytherin rarely took classes together. The connection between him and Draco also faded a lot. However, August knew exactly why Draco came to him today. "Congratulations on becoming a prefect, Draco." Seeing that Draco didn't mean to speak, August started to speak. Draco smiled bitterly. "What's the use of the prefect? Now that the Malfoy family has reached the cliff's edge, only you can pull us." What he said today was not on his whim but told by Lucius Malfoy. Because of the diary matter, Lucius Malfoy's status in Voldemort's heart plummeted. He lived with trepidation every day, fearing that he would be liquidated one day. In addition, the current situation has become more and more bizarre. Even Grindlewald ran out to join in the fun. The Malfoy family no longer wanted to put treasure on Voldemort. Lucius Malfoy began to find a way out for his children, and August was his first choice. Compared with Dumbledore, August's attitude toward pure blood is more moderate, and the future potential is greater. August waved his hand, pulled Draco into his thinking space, and explained the effect here. He breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and his words became much more presumptuous. "You know who is pressing on our family step by step. If it wasn't for Aunt Bella's help, any Death Eater could step on us. August, the Malfoys need your help, and we will pay for it at all costs." Reaching out a hand, a chair appeared in front of August. "Draco, do you speak for your family?" Draco nodded. At this time, he was no longer the dragging brother. He was talking to August as the future patriarch of the Malfoy family. "Not only the Malfoy family but also several other families want to connect with you, and we all agree that the future of you-know-who is doomed to be extremely tragic. However, now he is still strong, and we cannot resist. We need your help." August is unmoved. These families are born for profit. Voldemort couldn't bring them enough benefits, so they dissented, so what about himself in the future? Although he has enough confidence to suppress all dissatisfaction, he doesn't want to make trouble for himself. As for Malfoy, with his previous friendship, he would still pull on him as appropriate. 2 conditions. The first, temporarily by Voldemort's side. Second, Bellatrix must die, and I won't let her live long. As for the other families, you can decide, but my request is absolute loyalty. You should know how to do it. After extending 2 fingers, August slowly said his request while Draco fell silent. Although Bellatrix is crazy, she is good to the Malfoy family, and Draco struggles to give up on her. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded lightly and agreed to August's conditions. For the family's sake, anything can be thrown away when necessary. I understand. I will tell my father when I return, and you will know the dynamics of you-know-who. August sneered. No need, Draco. I already have my people by Voldemort's side. I accept you only to see what Voldemort will look like when he sees so many people betraying him. Draco was stunned when he heard that. After realizing, he said goodbye to August and then left. When Draco left, the journey became much calmer, the train quickly arrived at Hogsmeade, and August fulfilled his prefect duties for the first time. All the Ravenclaw students lined up obediently under his command and entered the carriage one by one. He noticed that there was no sign of Harry and the others along the way, but the twins appeared and waved at him with a smile. They seemed to have no idea what just happened. Hagrid, who usually guides first-year students, did not appear, and Professor Flitwick took his place. Through the familiar oak gate, August returned to Hogwarts again. The corridor was illuminated red by torches, and the students excitedly exchanged news during the summer vacation. Grindlewald was the word that appeared most frequently. And second most is Harry. Ravenclaw's ghost, Helena, flew to August's side. Long time no see, August. Cho looked at her boyfriend strangely, and the meaning was obvious. You won't let go of ghosts, will you? August was speechless, and Helena came to say hello attentively because he had taken his mother away for a summer vacation. Rowena Ravenclaw's body floated out of the resurrection stone. Helena's eyes lit up, and she flew away with her mother, not even attending the entrance banquet. Cho was confused. She was still very enthusiastic just now. Why did she just say a word and then leave? Before long, all the students had arrived, but Dumbledore did not appear in his place, but August saw a pink toad. The Great Hall became extremely quiet when the Sorting Hat began to sing. As an annual repertoire, the Sorting Hat's lyrics are different each year, which is a Hogwarts tradition. But this year's situation is more special. The Sorting Hat first introduced the purpose and philosophy of each house. Immediately afterward, he warned everyone that Hogwarts was facing the danger of division and called on the various houses to put aside their prejudices and unite. The little wizards frowned, thinking about the meaning. Professor McGonagall came to the Sorting Hat, and the unsmiling expression made the first-year students who were about to enter the school afraid. Without waiting for Dumbledore, she directly started the sorting ceremony. The long line of first-year students began to shorten. After the last student was sorted into Hufflepuff, the ceremony ended. At this time, the heavy door of the Great Hall was slowly pushed open, and Dumbledore appeared there with Harry, Ron, and Ginny. Everyone looked over in unison. Chapter 342, Chapter 342, The Sorting Ceremony. Sorry, I hope I'm not too late. The smiling Dumbledore spoke loudly to the students. Umbridge, who was sitting on the staff seat, also smiled, stood up, and said in her high-pitched voice. No, Dumbledore, you came just right. I thought I was going to host. Several other head of houses showed displeasure, even though you were a professor from the Ministry of Magic. But even if Dumbledore didn't come, it would have been Professor McGonagall who would have said that. And Dumbledore didn't care. He asked Harry and the others to return to the Gryffindor's long table and came to the high table. The gleaming platters on the 4 long tables were suddenly filled with food. There's much time for speeches, so eat now. When the voice fell, the Great Hall was filled with the sound of knives and forks colliding with plates, and many people were already starving. Umbridge didn't care about Dumbledore's ignorance. She smiled, took a magic web device, and pointed at it. She looks so disgusting, and my mother says she's a flatterer who climbed the ranks by Fudge and is said to be Fudge's concubine. Luna and August all gasped. Fudge's taste was very strong. Astoria did not look at the pink toad on the high table. She sat by August's side. She just confirmed the relationship. The little witch can't wait to always stick to August's side, and she doesn't go to Slytherin's long table. Cho nodded in agreement. Umbridge was an old employee of the Ministry of Magic, and almost everyone knew her. Her parents knew something about Umbridge, and no one who had worked with Umbridge had good things to say about her. She takes other people's credit, brags about his background, and often promotes bloodline theory. She even tried to set up a register of Muggle-born wizards, but it was rejected. Listening to their complaints, August finished eating a piece of pork chop and said, "Don't pay attention to her. She is a clown. Tell me if she targets you." The words full of security warmed the hearts of the girls. When the dinner was over, the table was clean again, Dumbledore stood up, and everyone knew he would speak. Next, I have something to announce. Unfortunately, Hagrid, our professor of care of magical creatures, has temporarily left us. There was joy on the faces of some of the little wizards. Does this mean they don't have to care for such disgusting creatures? Dumbledore didn't care about their reactions and continued to introduce them. Professor Sylvanus Kettleben has finally agreed to return to our midst after my strong persuasion. There was warm applause from the audience. An old man with wounds all over his body and a prosthetic leg stood up and bowed slightly. Regardless of his gentleness, this professor is also a restless master. He once created a record of at least 62 class probation periods during his tenure at the school, and no one has been able to break it until now. These scars on his body were brought to him by those dangerous magical creatures. Dumbledore, remember, I will only teach for 2 months. You still need to find someone to replace me. I want to go to South America to observe salamanders. Kettleben reminded Dumbledore, who nodded to show that he understood. Of course, old man. I've actually found your replacement, but the new professor has some business to deal with. After introducing him, before Dumbledore could speak, Umbridge stood up and asked in a sweet voice. Headmaster Dumbledore, I think it's my turn. Dumbledore was a little stunned. Before he could react for a while, Umbridge coughed twice and said in a speech-like manner. The Ministry of Magic has always believed that educating young wizards is an important matter of identity, so I came here as the Senior Deputy Minister of Magic. Mr. Fudge sent me here hoping you will receive the best education. I believe that under the leadership of the Ministry of Magic, you will be able to learn what you need this semester, and some traditional dross will no longer exist. As your new defense against the dark arts professor, I will bring you a different experience. After speaking about this, she sat down. Dumbledore started clapping, and the other professors followed, but everyone was very perfunctory. Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge. Then the next thing is more important, and I need you to focus. Umbridge's long speech had made some of the little wizards drowsy, and he had to use an amplifying charm to wake them up. Everyone knows that a Dark Lord left his cage during the summer vacation. Everyone who knew something about Grindlewald would know the seriousness of this matter. Darkness has shrouded us, and besides what you can see, other dangers are lurking around us. Umbridge frowned slightly, trying to interrupt Dumbledore's words. Still, Professor McGonagall stared at her seriously, making her give up the idea. When she first arrived, she decided to endure it for a while. Dumbledore's speech continued. In these special times, unity is our only way out, and I can guarantee that you are safest as long as you are at Hogwarts. When the words fell, the Weasley twins slapped the table vigorously, and soon thunderous applause broke out in the Great Hall. As this century's most powerful white wizard, his promise can still bring a great sense of security. Professor. You beat Grindlewald decades ago. Why don't you catch him now? A Gryffindor student stood up and shouted loudly. The applause fell quickly, and everyone looked at Dumbledore curiously, waiting for his answer. I'm sorry folks, I've tried, but Grindlewald has been missing for a while. Until today, when he showed up at King's Cross and attacked Mr. Potter. Thousands of waves were stirred for a while, and everyone opened their mouths and looked at Harry, who was safe and sound. They thought it was Dumbledore who beat Grindelwald away. What they didn't know was that Dumbledore didn't react at all this time. Why didn't you tell us? The twins also only knew these things now and asked in disbelief. Harry smiled bitterly. I was taken to the headmaster's office as soon as I got back, so I don't have a chance. The twins thought about it, and it seemed to be the case, so they let Harry go. It is in this eccentric atmosphere that this year's school opening dinner is over. Chapter 343, Newt's grandson. After entering the 5th grade, the professors suddenly raised many requirements for the students. After entering school for so many years, normal 5th graders have mastered much magic, and this year is the year to sum up. This year will not learn too much new knowledge. Still, it will focus on review and consolidation, just like the 3rd year of August's previous life. Longbottom, if your eyes are useless, donate to the needy. Snape's impatient voice echoed in the potions classroom. Today's potions class requires students to brew potions for an OWLS subject. With just a few simple processing steps, Neville was half wrong. He was shivering with fright from Snape standing behind him, and his originally incompetent brain became even more sluggish. Now Snape's image in the hearts of the little wizards has been greatly improved. Although his vicious tongue is still the same, his attitude has been considered good. It's just that with Neville. It's still so bad that he'll fall off the chain wherever Neville is. After a class, the Gryffindor was deducted again by 10 points. Neville will definitely not be taking potions next semester. On the way to the Transfiguration classroom, Hermione sympathized with him. Maybe it's a relief for him or maybe for Snape. August couldn't help laughing. Neville and Seamus have caused at least 10 explosions in the past few years and burned countless cauldrons. If it weren't for the fact that the two people's family was not bad, it is estimated that buying the crucible alone would have been a huge expense. You, stop. Which house you're in? Not wearing a school uniform, deduct 5 points. In the corridor, August saw a first-year wizard wandering around like a headless fly, not wearing a school uniform. His eyes lit up. He has never felt the feeling of deducting someone else's points. He admits it's naive, but in his previous life, August had seen those domineering student council members who would point fingers at ordinary students in college. Now he's also a perpetrator. He just wants to say. So fragrant. Under Hermione's helpless eyes, he stopped the new student with a serious face. The little wizard, who was a little flustered because of getting lost, was even more frightened by August's shout, and he saw the prefect badge on August's chest. When he saw Hermione, who was also a prefect, he was about to cry. What should I do? Would I be expelled? With a crying voice. My name is Rolf Scamander, and I'm a Hufflepuff student. Senior, don't expel me. As the grandson of a world-renowned wizard, Rolf can't imagine being expelled at the start of school. He finally begged his grandfather to come to Hogwarts to study. Hearing his name, August's heart moved. Scamander, isn't this Newt's surname? He vaguely remembered that Luna was married to Newt's grandson. And Rolf had never existed in the school before. Thinking of this, he looked at Rolf Scamander more and more badly. Boy, this is for the greater good. August has been pampered for so many years and now is a high-ranking person. He has an aura of his own, and now this aura is exuding unintentionally. Rolf Scamander was already fainting. The kind-hearted Hermione finally couldn't stand it anymore, looked at August angrily, and took a step forward. She thought it was August's bad taste and would tease the new student. You go first. According to the regulations, it is reasonable for him to deduct your points. Remember to wear a school uniform next time. Hermione's words made Rolf Scamander feel amnesty, nodded again and again, and turned to flee August. Wait. August stopped him. What's the matter? Senior. Rolf Scamander is numb. Isn't it all right? Running in the hallway, another 10 points. August's tone was harsh. He felt the thrill of Snape deducting points from Harry and decided to keep an eye on this kid in the future. After he left, Hermione also looked at August strangely. Why do I feel that you are a little hostile to this little wizard? August didn't change his face. You think too much. It's the first time I've seen him. How can there be hostility? Just to remind him. His statement was flawless, and Hermione couldn't find any loopholes, so she didn't struggle. But Hermione always felt that Rolf's name sounded familiar. I reckon he's Newt Scamander's grandson. August reminded, and Hermione suddenly realized that due to the high popularity of Grindlewald recently, even some wizards who had entangled with him were mentioned again. Not to mention a hero like Newt, who thwarted Grindelwald's many conspiracies. Come on. The Transfiguration class is about to start. Hermione took August's hand and ran to the Transfiguration classroom. She didn't want to be late on the first day of school. The two entered the classroom just as the bell rang and sat under Professor McGonagall's gaze at the last empty table. After watching them for 2 seconds, Professor McGonagall took out the magic web device. The same is true for others. Starting this year, the magic web device has become the standard configuration of every student. Fudge's work efficiency is still good. So far, nearly 10,000 copies have been sold. Using these wizards in daily life has given August much magic power. To squeeze the magic power of these people as much as possible, he has also developed many entertainment functions. So that they cannot leave the magic web device. Recently, August has also hooked up with the Daily Prophet through Rita Skeeter, trying to get them to publish the paper on the device. But there is no progress for the time being because they are still hesitating about whether this will cause customer dissatisfaction. After all, publishing news on a device is not as reliable as buying a newspaper. However, August is not in a hurry. After a while, more and more people use the device, and sooner or later, they will be unable to sit still. As long as wizards have used the device, it will be difficult for them to return to the previous era of consuming blood. Professor McGonagall is one such example. Now open the Transfiguration forum and find Mr. Richards Norwich's video on how to turn an owl into a turkey. Chapter 344, Another School Fight. As the largest branch of magic in the wizarding world, Transfiguration is not only widely used in daily life. It also plays an important role in combat. But Transfiguration is also surprisingly difficult, and its status is like mathematics in the Muggle world. People are forced to do everything in a hurry, except for math problems, and so is Transfiguration. In today's Transfiguration forums, there are more and more wizards discussing their experiences on Transfiguration. This Richards Norwich is one of them, and he is amazing. He is a true scholar, older than Professor McGonagall. He is currently the editor-in-chief of the academic journal Transfiguration Today. He is also a member of the Wisengamot and was the only one who favored August becoming chief warlock. When August invented the copy spell, he accidentally caught up with this guy. Through several exchanges of letters, he admired August's knowledge very much, and the two became friends. Later, August gave him a magic web device, and Richards was very interested, especially for this function of the Transfiguration forum. The old man's lifelong dream is to make Transfiguration better mastered by more and more wizards. After some time, he uploaded his teaching videos about the transformation of more than a dozen objects, which are very suitable for students to learn. Although today was the first time to use the magic web to teach, but Professor McGonagall was doing her best. After a class, she only needs to correct some of the students' small mistakes, which is very relaxed. For the first time, Professor McGonagall felt that the students could be so leisurely in class, was very satisfied, and secretly gave August 10 points as a reward. After class, Hermione still had some questions she didn't understand, so she held August behind. And there was still some time before lunch. August was not in a hurry and corrected her mistakes little by little. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the classroom. What happened? Oh, there's a fight. Come here. There's a fight here. When August was about to cast the quietening charm, his sensitive ears suddenly heard such a sentence. Fight. He got excited right away. Was it so hot when school started? Hermione, you practice hard first. As prefect, I must stop them. Righteousness said something awe-inspiring, and August ran out. Before Hermione could react, he disappeared from the classroom. She was instantly pissed off. August didn't want to stop the fight. He just wanted to watch the fun. Hermione couldn't learn any more and hurriedly followed August. Even Miss Know-It-All can't escape her gossipy nature. Before walking out a few steps, he saw that the stairs were crowded with people. August's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. The crowd was so tightly packed that he couldn't see anything on there and could only hear constant calls from inside. Well, there are 3 voices in total, one is Harry's, and he can't hear who the other 2 are. Who's fighting? August patted a little wizard in front of him on the shoulder, who was a little impatient. I don't know. You can't see I'm Mr. Gaunt. Halfway through the irritable words of the little wizard, he turned his head and saw August. He shuddered and hurriedly changed his attitude. It can be called the face-changing of Sichuan opera. Now August's status is too high. Even the students of the same school, as long as they are not too familiar with him, must add honorary titles after seeing him. While this wasn't what August asked for himself, he wouldn't correct anything either. It is only good, not bad, for the weak to respect the strong. Not paying attention to the cautious student, August waved his hand to let him back away. As if receiving an amnesty, the boy quickly gave way to the position he had worked so hard to grab and stood at a distance. Holding Hermione, who was following him out of the classroom, August used a spell and opened a passage. The little wizard who was pushed away was a little unhappy, but after seeing him, they all closed their mouths. Unhindered, August also saw the protagonist of the incident. Harry, Crabbe, and Goyle. 2 big Slytherins were besieging Harry alone, and they were so tall that Harry didn't dare to take fists. After being punched, it is estimated that he can lie on the ground directly. Goyle's arms are thicker than Harry's legs. But Harry is not a vegetarian after being baptized in the Triwizard Tournament. Relying on his own flexible movement, he punched from left to right, and the 2 were screaming in pain. It's just that Crabbe and Goyle also found a way, and they surrounded Harry from 2 directions. Just when Harry was cornered and couldn't dodge, August shot. Petrificus totalis. He petrified Crabbe and Goyle directly, then hung them on the wall, side by side with the portrait. Sir Cadogan in the portrait was so excited that he kept prodding his spear to and fro, but unfortunately, he could not get past the portrait. What happened? August walked over to Harry and used a cleaning charm to remove the dust from him. Harry adjusted his glasses and said angrily to August. They are talking nonsense about Colin behind his back, calling him a mudblood and telling him to be careful that maybe he will die one day. I didn't get angry for a while, and after scolding a few words, I started fighting. Colin Creevey was also standing in the crowd at this time. Hearing that Harry was fighting because of him, he was immediately moved. If Harry let him die now, he probably wouldn't hesitate. Maybe even ask Harry what way of death he'd like to see it. August was a little surprised, but he didn't say much and glanced at the crowd around him. Where's Ron? Didn't he come with you? It was a little strange that Ron didn't intervene when he saw Harry 1-2. I'm here. There was a faint shout from the crowd, and Ron struggled to squeeze out of the center of the crowd. I was supposed to be helping but was pushed out by these people. There was grievance in his voice, and to prove that he was not lying, he also pointed to his red eyes. This is exactly what Goyle punched just now. Ron thought he could raise his head slightly and speak because he had become a prefect. But as soon as he stood before August, Ron found himself being submissive again. Hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter and turned into a lively audience. Even Hermione couldn't help it. She covered her mouth and laughed loudly. Chapter 345, August the Life Mentor. August laughed too. Why is Ron still such a waste? Ignoring him, August looked at Crabbe and Goyle hanging on the wall and announced their punishment. Slytherin deducted 100 points and went to Professor Snape after class this afternoon. As for the time, just a week. Let the professor decide what to do. As for Harry, he didn't say a word and was obviously pulling the strings. Among the crowd of onlookers were some Slytherin students, all of whom expressed resentment and felt that his treatment was unfair. August also noticed and added. Don't think about adding points back by other means. If any Slytherin prefect dares to do this, I will let your professor talk to him personally. Became a school bully once, August directly pulled Hermione away swaggeringly. As for the Crabbe and Goyle still hanging on the wall, hang it for a few hours first, and then it will naturally fall off. The first day of school was so full of gunpowder that it was destined to be an extraordinary semester. But it's not right to say that, since August's admission, or Harry's admission to be exact, this school is doomed to be uneasy. To tell a joke, Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. Now Harry is in a difficult situation. Because of the Ministry of Magic smearing, he has become a man who wants to make a splash and talk nonsense in many people's minds. In addition, Voldemort was relatively honest this summer, and nothing happened, and everyone distrusted him even more. Even his roommate Seamus fought with him. Every day Seamus would not go back to the dorms except to sleep. There is a mountain of prejudice in people's hearts, and once they believe what the Ministry of Magic says, no one will believe you unless they see Voldemort in the future. After a get out of class, August once again acted as a life mentor and persuaded the confused Harry. Why do they believe in the Ministry of Magic? Because they are the authority, and only if your power or prestige is above it will you be spared this affliction. Harry thought. Like you now. That's right. August is not humble at all. Every word I say, every action I make, countless people will try to figure it out and guess my thoughts. Harry remembered that August's only slight cough during the hearing caused most Wisengamot members to turn their backs on Fudge's verdict. A strange seed was planted in his heart, and it slowly sprouted. What's the next class? After fooling Harry, August asked Hermione because he didn't know the next class. Defense against the dark arts class, we are still together, but after lunch. Hermione thought for a moment before she said it. Okay, we won't eat at the Great Hall. The house elves in the kitchen told me that they had learned a new dish again. Let's try it. After lunch, August sat comfortably in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Hermione had the same expression next to him. The house elf's beggar's chicken is really good. As for how good it is, you can imagine it. After all, this book is not called Shokuchiki no Hogwarts. There were more and more students in the classroom, and Umbridge walked in wearing her pink suit. All the students are silent, and no one can figure out her way. What if it is a very serious professor? With a professional smirk, Umbridge started her first class. She took out a surprisingly short wand and tapped it hard on the blackboard, and 2 lines immediately appeared on the blackboard. Defense Against the Dark Arts, Back to Basics. Students, your teaching in this class has been intermittent and unsystematic. Umbridge stood upright, hands crossed. Many are not taught to the standards of the Ministry of Magic, which puts you well below the level of the OWLS exam. Now, open the Defensive Magical Theory book, turn to page 5, and start reading. After speaking, she left the blackboard and sat on the chair behind the podium. The students opened the book with little interest and began to read. The content is dull, comparable to Professor Ben's History of Magic. Within 10 minutes, the sound in the classroom has become much quieter. August didn't even open the book. He just lay down on the table and took a nap. He knew exactly why Umbridge had come here. It was nothing more than Fudge had sent her to trouble Dumbledore and to prevent him from inciting the little wizards in the school to oppose him as the Minister of Magic. As the biggest villain in the entire book, Umbridge's disgust is just beginning. She will definitely have more outrageous operations in the future. What? Do you say Voldemort is the biggest villain? Then please find a Umbridge fan and please leave a message in the comment area. Let me see what kind of strange line it is, cough cough. As for why August didn't stop her from entering the school. Quite simply, it does no good, although Umbridge is a nasty, vicious dog who will do anything for his power. But her presence didn't have much impact on August. Umbridge would only come to provoke him when she was out of his mind, and Fudge would not allow such a thing to happen. And, once the Voldemort thing comes to light, how much hated Umbridge is now, these feelings will be transferred to Fudge's head. It will be easier to get him off the stage. Time passed slowly, and soon the time of a class passed, and more than half of it was gone. During the period, Umbridge didn't do anything, just let the students read books, but she took out a set of tea sets and made afternoon tea. The reading volume in the classroom is getting quieter, and many people are already lethargic. But whenever they wanted to close their eyes, Umbridge would always find someone exactly and stare at them. They looked enviously at August sleeping there, but they didn't dare to make any movement. Finally, Hermione couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up suddenly, and the movement was so big that she woke up August, who was sleeping soundly next to her. The whole class was staring at her, and Umbridge couldn't ignore it. She asked in a greasy, sweet voice. Dear, do you have any questions about the content of this book? Chapter 346, Chapter 346, Bad News. Hermione frowned in disgust, uncomfortable with the way Umbridge addressed her. No, not about the content of this book. We're studying now. Umbridge's smile faded. If you have other questions, we can discuss them after class. I have some questions about your course. There's not a single word on the use of defense spell, just an overview of defensive magical theory. Hermione expressed her dissatisfaction to the fullest. At this time, everyone watched their confrontation, and August leaned back on the chair with no expression on his face. Defense spell. Umbridge seemed to have heard a joke. You're safe under the protection of the Ministry of Magic. I don't think there will be an opportunity for you to use defensive spells in my class. This book will help you pass your exams better. Trust my judgment as a professor sent by the Ministry of Magic. Hermione became even angrier. Can the Defense Against the Dark Arts class not be linked to defense spells? Can you resist the dark arts just by reading? So, are we just going to read books in the whole class? Are you an education specialist at the Ministry of Magic? This lady. Umbridge said. Call me Granger. I'm not, but. Since you are not, don't speak. Umbridge's face turned pale, and his voice suddenly became very mean. This change caught everyone off guard. Hermione was also a little frightened, and Umbridge's face just now was a little scary. August's face sank, and a green light flashed. Umbridge, on the stage, suddenly felt a tickling in his throat, as if something was stuck on it. She vomited, and immediately 2 green slugs were spitting out from her. The little wizards in the classroom were stunned. How could Umbridge, who had just been screeching, suddenly become so disgusting? Seeing her still vomiting, the classroom fell into a strange silence. Why are you still standing still? Why don't you go to Madame Pomfrey? August said lightly, and some people felt blessed. I'm going to Madame Pomfrey. A clever Ravenclaw girl ran out the door first, but the direction she looked out seemed to be not the hospital wing but the Ravenclaw's common room. The other little wizards also learned the same way, and the classroom became empty in a blink of an eye. You. Ouch. Before she could finish speaking, Umbridge spits out 2 larger slugs. August didn't even look at her. He just pulled up Hermione and stepped out. He couldn't take this class anyway, so he would go back to sleep with Hermione in his arms. Soon, what happened in today's class quickly became known to the whole school, and Madame Pomfrey, who was looked for by Umbridge, was not found. In the end, she covered her mouth all the way and ran to the headmaster's office. It was only with the help of Dumbledore that she returned to normal. "Professor Umbridge, what's the matter with you?" The half-crescent-shaped lenses reflected white light, and his face was slightly surprised. Umbridge looked like a madman. "Someone must have framed me. Dumbledore, you have to give me an explanation." Looking at her like a shrew, Dumbledore said carelessly, "Professor Umbridge, maybe it's just the kitchen was not cleaned, and some dirty things got in. Don't worry. I'm going to let the house elves do a big cleaning. After all, school has just started, and many things are not ready." Umbridge opened his mouth, wanting to say, "Dumbledore, do you take me for a fool? Why are so many people okay, and I am the only one? Am I so unlucky?" Knowing there is no way to get an answer here, Umbridge is no longer ashamed to stay here. She slammed the door with a backhand and walked out of the office. Why is this woman so rude? Portraits of the dozing headmaster were unhappy, and no one had dared to slam the headmaster's office door at Hogwarts. This is not only a challenge to Dumbledore but also a challenge to the authority of the headmaster. It's all right. Professor Umbridge has been hurt so much. It's understandable to be a little emotional. Dumbledore smiled, completely unaffected. "Albus, you're just too kind. Otherwise, these people wouldn't dare jump up and down here. When I was the headmaster, any minister of magic had to look at my face." Phineas was very dissatisfied, and it was self-evident whom he was referring to. A few portraits next to him rolled their eyes. "The then Minister of Magic was your nephew by blood, and of course, he was a bit humble to you." After leaving the headmaster's office, Umbridge went to the kitchen aggressively to see if someone had poisoned her. But the house elves ignored her completely, not even letting her in through the kitchen door. She was so angry that she even wanted to take out her wand and slam open the door to break in. It must have been August. At dinner time, Cho listened to the whole story and said it with great certainty. At the same time, she also felt a little accustomed to it, and every year in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, some nonsense would come up. Hermione was a little surprised. "But I didn't see any movement from August," Luna said softly. "August can wandless magic and even nonverbal spells. She is the person who knows August's strength best, and her mother's return is the best proof." Looking at August until he nodded, Hermione didn't know that he did all this. "I can handle it without your help," Hermione said with little tsundere, but still hugged August honestly and gave him a sweet kiss. Although stronger, Hermione also enjoys the feeling of being protected by August. Touching the little witch's head, "Which feels very good," August said with a smile. "How can I see others bullying my girlfriend?" Just as the two were showing their affection, a snow-white owl with a letter flew straight into the Great Hall, landing directly in front of Dumbledore. This is a very strange thing. Generally, the owl will only deliver the letter to the wizards in the morning unless it is a very tense situation. Many people stopped what they were doing and looked at Dumbledore curiously. Sure enough, Dumbledore's expression became much more serious. In the end, he stood up and left the Great Hall without saying anything. The students were discussing what it is that makes their headmaster so hurry. Chapter 347, Grindelwald Actions. Grindelwald reappeared, this time with an explosion action. He went to Demstrang with several alliance and defeated all the professors and vice-headmasters in front of thousands of students. He then announced that he had taken over the school and become the headmaster of Demstrang. The students in this school are as much on as Hogwarts. In particular, this school only accepts pure blood, and the students who study here are either rich. After taking over the school, Grindelwald released a few owls and closed the school completely. After hearing this news, the entire wizarding world was in an uproar. With his presence, even if Dumbledore comes over, don't even think about defeating him without hurting others. Dumbledore knew this, and so did the rest of the Ministry of Magic. The situation was so stalemating for a while, and no one dared to act rashly. In Headmaster's office, Grindelwald leaned leisurely on the headmaster's seat, with his feet on the desk, playing with the broken blood-pact pendant. The entire school is now under control, and with the deterrence of several alliance, he no longer has to worry about it. "Miss Evans, what do you think of having Harry Potter transferred to Demstrang? I'll personally teach him to be a good wizard." Facing the empty air, he suddenly said this. Lily's figure slowly emerged, somewhat startled by Grindelwald's thoughts. "Mr. Grindelwald, I think Harry is doing well at Hogwarts, where he has his own friends and his own life. Let's not disturb him, shall we? After working together for some time, Lily found that Grindelwald was relatively easy to talk to, so she refused very directly. However, she admitted that she was really moved by the proposal initially. Suppose Harry can come here by virtue of his relationship with August. In that case, he is basically Durmstrang's prince, and Grindelwald can also teach him. The more important thing is to stay away from the threat of Voldemort. Compared with the current Dumbledore, she believes in Grindelwald more. Because he's on August's side. However, she still wanted Harry to grow up normally. Coming to Durmstrang would inevitably entail learning dark arts, something she didn't want to see. Grindelwald was not surprised by her refusal. There was a knock on the door. Lily glanced at it and disappeared. Come in. A gray-haired old woman walked in. Although she was already old, the elegance engraved in her bones remained. All the teachers and students have gathered in the hall according to your request. Grindelwald frowned and walked up to her. Vinda, I said, you don't need to do these things. The old woman called Vinda smiled, with wrinkles on her face. I was by your side 70 years ago, and those people couldn't do it. Who would have thought this old woman was Vinda Rosier, the French Black Rose who had been inseparable from Grindelwald decades ago? Time is the fairest, no matter how beautiful you were initially. Still, in the end, it will end and eventually become a handful of lus. Grindelwald has powerful magic power and superb transfiguration, which can keep him in a middle-aged state, which Vinda can't do. With an inexplicable sigh in his heart, he didn't say much and walked out of the door while Vinda Rosier glanced at the room before following. She seemed to have heard Grindelwald talking to someone just now. In Durmstrang's hall, all the students stood in the middle in fear. In the face of Grindelwald's raid, several professors were dealt with when they were unresponsive. They're still tied up and hung on the high platform in front of them. And they suddenly gathered together again, and no one knew what would happen in a while. Their fate is out of their hands. In the face of the Dark Lord who once swept across Europe, the worst of guesses can't be overstated. Duh. 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 A sound of footsteps came. Grindelwald came, he stepped onto the high platform, and Vinda Rosier followed closely to his right. Dark blue pupils looked at all the students, Grindelwald made a move, and a stool appeared behind him. Grindelwald was sitting on it, he sighed, and there was some nostalgia in his tone. Durmstrang, what a nostalgic place. The last time I came to Durmstrang was in the last century when I was expelled from this school. As he was born in 1883, he was expelled in 1899, which happened to belong to the last century and is very rigorous. Did he come for revenge? This thought appeared in the minds of many people. That lampstand, when I was there, had no candles, and that portrait, which I hung when I was in 5th grade. Talking about the past, some people were attracted by him, and a scene of a teenager in school appeared in their minds. The freshness of entering the school, the joy of learning magic, the dissatisfaction of finding that the professors can't teach him more. But when he talked about it came to him that he began experimenting with dark arts, Grindelwald's face suddenly became indifferent. So, I was expelled because my experiment was too dangerous. Grindelwald stood up slowly, and although he did not release his magic power, everyone was a little breathless. Even the body told them that the man in front of him was angry. What a ridiculous reason. Where is this? It's Durmstrang. The only school in the world that teaches dark arts openly, the most enlightened school ever. Why is this? Grindelwald paced back and forth, and the only sound in the hall was the sound of his boots touching the ground. I didn't understand it at first, but after a few years, I got it. Because of my talent, my ability scares them. His words carried an unmistakable tone. Fear is the road to darkness. Fear comes from the unknown, from jealousy. They were afraid, so I was kicked out. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, The Weak Obey the Strong. This is the truth. When I left, I met a like-minded friend who grew up quickly together. It wasn't until then that I realized how shallow I was in school and how short-sighted this school was. After speaking this long paragraph, Grindelwald sighed a sigh of relief. If you refuse to support the powerful, you will surely decline because it goes against human nature. Grindelwald's face was filled with pity as if sighing for these ignorant people. The weak obey the strong. This is the truth. Please follow the stronger people, improve yourself, and the world will become infinitely wider. When you stand on the top of the mountain and look back on the past, you will understand how correct the choice is today. Look, what is the decline of Durmstrang now? Has there been any great wizard in this century? Durmstrang's folk style is sturdy, and the students have a natural admiration mentality. They all lowered their heads and felt ashamed when they heard him ask such a question. Indeed, Durmstrang has been less influential over the years, especially with Dumbledore in Hogwarts. Grindelwald's words resonated with them. So here I am. Slowly extending his palm with a skull on it, Vinda Rosier handed over a pipe at the right time. Inserting the tube into the skull, he took a deep breath and slowly spat out white mist, forming one scene after another. Many people were surprised to find their own figures on it, and they were fighting on the screen. It doesn't look much bigger than it is now, but the magic level has increased by an unknown amount. Those who know me should know that I am a wizard who is good at prophecy. Many people could not help but nod. As Demstrang legend, many people still have a certain understanding of Grindlewald. Look at such a future. Only under my leadership can you become strong instead of being so weak as you are now. The little wizards look longing. Can they really become like this? One of the tall boys looked like he was struggling, but thinking of what happened last year, he finally made up his mind. Under the astonished gazes of others, he strode towards Grindlewald. Great as you are, please allow me to follow in your footsteps. I want to see a higher landscape. James Fabian respectfully knelt at Grindelwald's feet and said these words sincerely. He was Durmstrang's second-place champion in last term's Triwizard Tournament. The cruel game and unsightly performance made Fabian, who thought he was very good, realize he was weak. And Krumm's death also stimulated him greatly, and life was fragile. Grindelwald's presence may have been a disaster for others, but for Fabian, it was an opportunity to change his destiny. As a powerful legilimency master, Grindelwald easily sensed his thoughts. He accommodatingly helped Fabian, who was kneeling in front of him, up, and Grindlewald patted the dust on him familiarly. Fabian, isn't it? Fabian nodded, a little apprehensive. He didn't know whether Grindlewald would accept his offer. If he were not accepted, then he would never be able to raise his head in school. Don't be nervous, boy. Grindlewald reassured him, I welcome every wizard who has a common goal to join my army, and from now on, you will be an alliance. Under Fabian's surprised eyes, Grindlewald asked an alliance to take him away. Seeing that there were already many students in the audience, Grindlewald took out his wand. With a stroke of his body, a circle of blue flames appeared on the high platform. The magic was that the ground was not burned, and the flames were floating in the air. For yourself, for the future, through the flames, make an unbreakable vow to join us. After speaking, Grindelwald closed his eyes and folded his hands on his chest. Vinda Rosier looked dazed. What a familiar scene. It was the same at the Cimetière du Père Lachaise in Paris that year. They began to occupy the European continent from then on. Is it necessary to treat a group of underage magicians so seriously? Not at all, which is the genius of Grindelwald. What a rare opportunity for the heirs and important members of so many pure-blood families to gather together. As long as these little wizards join his team, the family behind them will also be affected and become the core force behind Grindelwald. Call it a multiplier. After a long time, a girl moved. Her ancestor was an alliance. Still, she fell into the original battle, and her family was lonely. Now that she has seen Grindelwald with her own eyes, she somewhat understands why her great-grandfather would follow him desperately and become an enemy of the whole world. With her eyes closed, she thought that the flames would burn her body, but the conceivable pain did not come, and she passed through the flames unharmed. With the first person to succeed, the other little wizards couldn't sit still. Soon nearly 100 wizards passed through the flames and stood behind Grindelwald. But when a little wizard passed through the flames, he suddenly let out a miserable howl and was then slightly fly-ash. If you don't agree with his ideals, don't try to pass the test. Vinda Rosier reminded kindly and then stopped talking. Her words were a wake-up call for the remaining little wizards not to try to get away with it. Suddenly, the speed of passing through the flames slowed, and many people hesitated. They asked themselves whether they really wanted to join Grindelwald's army. In the end, a total of 2/3 of the wizards passed through the flames, and 3 little wizards were burned to death in the middle. The professors among the trainees were also released, all of whom were persuaded by Grindelwald. Most of the rest were first- and second-year students, completely ignorant of Grindelwald's ideas, only knowing that they could die by walking through the flames. All wizards above the 3rd grade are sent away, and the remaining younger ones should be kept first. For opponents, Grindlewald will never kill them all. He prefers to give them a chance to make a new choice. Besides, killing so many wizards all at once would go against Grindelwald's original intention. The reason why he stood up back then was to gain more living space for wizards, not to kill each other here. As for those who were burned to death, he could only moment of silence a few seconds for them. The road to greatness is always paved with white bones. Vinda Rosier nodded and ordered people to do it. And Grindelwald also stretched out his palm, and the flames flowed into his palm like water, as if it had never appeared before. Only the ashes on the ground tell everyone that this is the power of Grindelwald. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, The Gap Between the Two. In the headmaster's office, in front of Grindlewald, was a magic web device, and August's three-dimensional projection was displayed on it. Congratulations, Mr. Grindlewald. No, it should be Headmaster Grindlewald now. August smiled and congratulated him. Grindlewald didn't have the slightest smug look on his face. He never thought it was anything special. At best, it is on the path of pursuing ideals. Compared with Voldemort, Grindelwald's strength lies in his unparalleled charisma. Back then, Voldemort relied on his powerful strength to win over a group of wizards who were willing to follow him. Then, relying on threats and intimidation, he persuaded some of the wizards. Voldemort indulged himself and indulged his men in spreading fear and killing. Until no one dared to mention his name, everyone shivered when they saw the dark mark. And what about Grindelwald? He never had to, and even Grindelwald never considered himself a Dark Lord. He is the helm who leads the wizard with the same ideal and moves forward together. This is why, after so many years, so many wizards still miss and respect Grindelwald. What about Voldemort? After Voldemort disappeared, the Death Eaters were busy clearing themselves of their crimes. When he returned, there was only fear, not joy. Some people even ran away, and no one knew where Karkaroff was hiding. In Grindelwald's year, he could capture everyone just by speaking. He can change those who oppose and disagree with him in just 5 minutes. A France Auror who had heard him speak at the time recalled it in his autobiography. I'll never forget how fascinated and engrossed I was when I heard this man speak. He was the enemy, but I couldn't afford to fight him. Actually, I don't remember what he said then, but his firm eyes, reckless face, and simple body movements all converged into one concept. Leader. In August's view, Voldemort's dark arts power is better, but the power of the mind is not the same. I heard you want Harry to study at Demstrang. August said this casually. Grindelwald's heart froze, and after a long time, he got the news there. Is this to warn him? Sitting on the soft sofa, August comfortably enjoyed Nagini's massage. Although Nagini was carefully massaging August, she looked at the men on the screen with a complicated look. This is Grindelwald, whom she used to be terrified of. He persuaded cretins to work for him for several years only with his words. Without Newt's help, she might not have made it out of the city. But life is impermanent, and now she and Grindelwald have become the same team. Strictly speaking, the status of the two is similar. Judging from the dialogue between August and Grindelwald, the primary and secondary status between them is very obvious. I advise Mr. Grindelwald to give up the idea of dealing with Harry. Dumbledore will not let you have too much contact with him. Hearing this, the more than 100-year-old Dark Lord became rebellious. Then I'm really going to try. What will Dumbledore do for this? August shook his head. Love really makes you dizzy. Mr. Grindelwald, Harry is a vital part of dealing with Voldemort. He is the son of prophecy in Professor Trelawney's mouth and one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. But I'm not sure if my headmaster knows this information. Grindelwald's pupils shrank. He didn't expect this to happen. Thinking of the rumors circulating, with his dark arts attainments, he quickly understood what was going on. The killing curse. And Miss Evans' spell. He is afraid that even the two parties involved do not know about this matter. The combination of extreme killing and protection will create a wonderful thing like a humanoid Horcrux. As long as he wants to destroy Voldemort, the soul of Harry completely is an inescapable hurdle. At this time, Vinda Rosier completed Grindelwald's order and came to report the progress. August looked at her with interest. Miss Vinda Rosier. Mr. Grindelwald's best assistant, the most beautiful black rose in France. Vinda Rosier frowned slightly. She doesn't know about August. But being able to have such a casual conversation with Grindelwald is definitely not an ordinary person, so she quickly says hello. Looking at her so old, August also sighed that it is easy to grow old. In the movie, this one is the highlight of the whole show, and she is a mess of elegance. Instead of talking about this, he asked about Grindelwald's next plan. And the condition of his acolytes. There are not many old friends left, and the Ministry of Magic of various countries controls many of them. Grindelwald is a little sad. If they will continue to follow me, then good. Even if they choose to turn a blind eye, I will understand. As for the plan, let's take it one step at a time. I find it interesting to be a well-respected headmaster, and I'm ready to teach my students well during this time. Grindelwald looked at the successive Demstrang headmasters on the wall, all of whom he had cast a silencing charm on. He had no choice, dozens of portraits scolded him together, and he couldn't stand it. You want to wait for Dumbledore to come to you, right? August hit the nail on the head, piercing the thoughts in Grindelwald's heart. Grindelwald made such a big move, the Ministry of Magic must not sit still. But they alone are not even qualified to have a positive dialogue. In this case, the International Confederation of Wizards will definitely ask Dumbledore to deal with Grindelwald. August felt that everything had been planned long before Grindelwald promised him to come to Demstrang. This is all to force Dumbledore to take the initiative to see him. Grindelwald was not at all embarrassed and admitted frankly. That's right. After all, your request was to let me distract Dumbledore, which is a good method. August tilted his head and did not refute. Grindelwald is not a puppet. It is normal to have his own mind. As long as he can complete his mission, carrying little private goods is okay. Then I wish you success. August looked at his watch and stood up. He wanted to accompany Luna to the Forbidden Forest to find the crumplehorned Snorkack. It's hard to find it because even Luna can't tell what a crumplehorned Snorkack looks like, and his transfiguration is useless. Before leaving, August kindly reminded him. Utilize your strength back then and turn Europe into our back garden. The wizards in this land have been silent for too long and need a strong leader. My goal is to have more friends and fewer enemies. At that time, all those who are my enemies will find that they are facing the whole world. Chapter 350, August's Gift. August left, and the room fell silent again. I don't know how long it took, but Vinda Rosier finally couldn't help but ask. Who was that just now? Naturally, she didn't know August because she didn't care about the wizarding world for a long time. She wanted to call him boy, but just now, August's understatement to warn Grindelwald abruptly stopped her impulse. Just point to Grindelwald's nose and say. I have no objection that you have your own thoughts. However, please remember your mission. Grindelwald didn't answer immediately, and in his mind, various images predicted the future at that time. Behind him, Dumbledore, who had 2 or 3 small crowds, formed a sharp contrast with August, who had many crowds. This really can be called an enemy of him, an enemy of the whole world. And in this, what kind of role did Grindelwald play? It's a pity that the future August broke him at a glance, and he still has a lot of scenes that he hasn't seen. After that time, Grindelwald tried to predict August's future again, but it was a white fog. Not even something to do with August. He knew in his heart that this must be the one from the future. Grindelwald didn't know whether it was good or bad to do it now, and he was also a little confused by the ability to predict the future. Dumbledore, you really gave me a problem. Muttering unconsciously, Grindelwald frowned and suddenly looked up behind Vinda Rosier. A burst of fire suddenly appeared there, and Vinda Rosier also felt it and quickly pulled out his wand. Accompanied by a loud phoenix sound, Fury's dignified and luxurious figure appeared in front of them. Chirp. Okay, I know you're uncomfortable, but this is the first time. It will feel better in the future. With a cry of dissatisfaction, August's voice came out of her mouth. This is a new use of the phoenix he discovered recently, where he can connect his consciousness with Fury, see what she can see, and still speak. August also tried it for the first time. How should he put it? He felt like a bird, which was a bit strange. Well, it's still a little female bird. He should be called a birdman, right? This is your phoenix. Are you sure your last name is not Dumbledore? Grindelwald looked at Fury and became interested. He had never seen anyone outside the Dumbledore family own a phoenix. Of course not. I don't want to be related to my headmaster. August said and let Fury put the 2 bottles of potion on the table that he had grabbed in his claws. I left in a hurry just now. I forgot that I still have something to give you and Miss Rosier. The golden bottle is yours, and the red bottle is hers. After getting the potion, Grindelwald drank his bottle without hesitation. It was too late for Vinda Rosier to stop it. What if it was a bottle of poison? After drinking the potion, Grindelwald felt his body warm. The cells depleted due to aging greedily absorbed the nutrients in the potion and regained their vitality. The magic power that had not grown in the body for many years also gradually became stronger. Grindelwald looked at Fury in shock. What kind of potion is this? It was too difficult to improve his magic power when he reached this point. Generally, he could only follow the law that the older the wizard, the stronger the magic power. It may be possible to improve a little every year, but it is also negligible. But in just a few tens of seconds, he felt that the magic power in his body had grown by an amount equivalent to his natural growth in 5 years. This is not the most critical. The recovery of physical skills is the most incredible. Don't look at how he looks like a middle-aged and handsome uncle now, but that he used powerful transfiguration to maintain himself to this stage. He knew exactly what his body looked like, and it was estimated that he would go to see death in a few years. When all the energy in the body was digested, Grindelwald felt that he could live for decades. Bloodline Awakening Potion. Don't tell Nico he will blame me for wasting. Some painful sounds came from Phoenix's mouth. Now there are fewer and fewer character cards in the August lottery, and the frequency of appearance of the Bloodline Awakening Potion has increased, which has become a disguised bottom-line reward. That's why he was willing to give Grindelwald a bottle. When Grindelwald, in his previous state, met Dumbledore with the Elder Wand, August thought it was better to surrender immediately. As for the Bloodline Awakening Potion, why does it prolong life? This potion digs out the hidden blood vessels in the human body and performs blood vessel transitions. The enhancement of magic power is only a side effect. The real effect is to let human beings evolve and return to their ancestors, which will naturally improve the level of life and prolong the lifespan to a certain extent. It was like August drank so many bottles. He didn't know how pure his blood was. In terms of lifespan, he estimated that even without Avalon, Nico wouldn't be able to fight it. Having Grindelwald read about August's national wizarding plan, it is natural to know the existence of this potion. It's just that he never thought that the effect would be so miraculous. Old Go, I've been so kind to you. Don't drop the chain when you meet Dumbledore in the future. Grindelwald was startled. Old Go. What's this called? But he didn't care. His body became younger, and a sense of pride also emerged spontaneously. He waved his hand. Don't worry. Don't say about Dumbledore. I'll go if you order me to kill Voldemort right now. So what the hell did Voldemort do wrong, and that could involve him? Seeing his energetic appearance, August was also relieved. He looked at Vinda Rosier and said, Miss Rosier, this potion can restore you to the style of the French Black Rose. However, it doesn't have the effect of increasing life expectancy. I modified it based on the Polyjuice potion. After you take it, imagine what you want to become in your mind. Don't drink too much. This bottle is for 6 times. Hearing this, Vinda Rosier didn't even say a word of thanks, ran to the table, picked up the little red bottle, and took a sip. Soon her body began to change, and her hunched figure became straight. The clothes on the body are held very tightly because the skeleton and muscles will atrophy as people get older. Now that she is also recovering to her youth, it is natural that the clothes do not fit well. Hence, she uses the transformation spell to deform the clothes temporarily. The French Black Rose has also returned. She looked at herself in tears with joy. For a woman, appearance is higher than life. I really don't know how to thank you, Mr. Gaunt. Waving his wings, August said. It's just a little greeting. This potion is only half a month's supply. I'll give it to you when it's almost gone. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, Peace Talk. September 1995 is destined to be a month that will leave a deep impression on history. On September 5th, Grindelwald captured Durmstrang and took control of schools. And officially became the headmaster of the school. At the same time, he was also the first headmaster of a magic school who was expelled from the school and did not graduate normally. The students there have made the Ministry of Magic of various countries dizzy. These students were born into pureblood families. After all, the horror of Grindelwald is only spread in written records, and their generation really has no specific concept. Several countries joined together and sent 20 Aurors to sneak into Durmstrang to try to investigate. The result is, there was no word from the Aurors, and it was unknown if they were alive or dead. Therefore, all the countries at the International Confederation of Wizards quarreled and did not develop a suitable solution. While they were wrangling, Grindelwald lifted the blockade of the school and expelled some students. It was only through those who were expelled from the school that they learned that most of the hundreds of students in Durmstrang had become believers of Grindelwald. The mentality immediately collapsed. Boys, we are desperate to save you from the Dark Lord. As a result, you are indeed the first to surrender. After these children became Preparatory Alliance, the atmosphere in the International Confederation of Wizards meeting became more subtle. Representatives of magic in some small countries, their families themselves have children studying there. After careful consideration, it seems that getting on the line with Grindelwald is a good thing. If Grindelwald succeeds by then, aren't they the Minister for Magic? For a while, they hesitated whether they should go for it again. This group gradually became taciturn at regular meetings. Whenever someone asked them, they would answer with a ha-ha. And this is also the effect Grindelwald wants to achieve, to win over a group, divide a group, and crush a group. And this set, he still learned from Dumbledore. Dumbledore is not just to win over Gryffindor and Hufflepuff's fight against Slytherin. Some people want to wait, and naturally, some people are anxious. As the countries most hurt by Grindelwald, France, America, and Russia are staunchly hostile factions. Especially in France, 70 years ago, Grindelwald almost destroyed half of Paris. They were not even given a chance to surrender. At the meeting, the representative of France was sweating profusely. That's Grindelwald. Did he cause less damage a few decades ago? I know what's on your mind, but don't forget that we still have Dumbledore. Isn't it, Mr. Crouch? He looked expectantly at Crouch, who had been in a trance since the meeting began. As head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Crouch's importance has risen sharply since Grindelwald's escape. His department has transcended the interests of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Auror Office. Fudge was naturally very dissatisfied with this, but Crouch handled everything well, and he had no reason to target it. In fact, Fudge has always had a dark guess in his heart. Could it be Dumbledore who released Grindelwald? The entire wizarding world knows that only Dumbledore can deal with Grindelwald. In times like these, the superiority of personal force will be infinitely valued. If August knew what he was thinking, he would definitely die of laughter. Fudge is really a good man, and he has already figured out who would take the blame for him. As for why Crouch was so fascinated because Dumbledore found him yesterday and completely made him dumbfounded. What? You want peace talks? In the headmaster's office, Crouch, who had come here in secret, looked at the old men in front of him in astonishment. Just now, Dumbledore asked Crouch to facilitate peace talks with Grindelwald at the International Confederation of Wizards, which shocked Crouch. Yes, Barty, I know him. Grindelwald has never been a threat now, and Tom has been lurking in the dark. There are already 2 Dark Lords in this world, and if I put my energies into Grindelwald, then Tom will be delighted. What he wants most now is the intensification of the conflict between Grindelwald and us. Dumbledore was also a little helpless. He knew how outrageous his request was. Compared with the rational Grindelwald, Voldemort's mental illness is the object that needs to be solved urgently. Crouch was silent, knowing that Dumbledore's consideration was not superfluous. Times have changed, and so has the Dark Lord. Compared to Grindelwald's calm and rational, Voldemort, a terrorist, is easier to handle. Of course, he also has some selfishness in his heart. His own son is still under Voldemort's hands. If he kills him sooner, his own son can come back sooner. The only thing he was not sure about was whether other countries at the International Confederation of Wizards would agree to his proposal. Looking at the representative of France's Ministry of Magic, Crouch took a deep breath and spat out a few words slowly. Otherwise, let's go and talk to Grindelwald. The representative of France couldn't believe his ears. I'm sorry, Mr. Crouch, I didn't hear clearly. I say, let's go and negotiate with Grindelwald and see what he wants to do. Impossible. Are we going to compromise with the Dark Lord? Have you all forgotten the damage he caused your country decades ago? Actually, it's not impossible. The whole conference room was hyped up again. Some people thought it was ridiculous if ordinary people knew they would compromise with the Dark Lord. It is estimated that even the doors of the Ministry of Magic will be smashed. Look at them arguing. Crouch's heart was not disturbed. He had expected it long before he said these words. Quiet. He cast an amplifying charm on himself, covering everyone at once. My proposal is only to convey the meaning of Dumbledore. Hearing this, the others became dumbfounded and stared at him in unison. Until now, we have not had a face-to-face with Grindelwald, and we have no idea what he wants to do. So why don't we give it a try? Chapter 352, Meeting After 50 Years. In the end, the joint meeting agreed to Crouch's proposal. This is not because Crouch persuaded them but because Dumbledore's choice made them helpless. If Dumbledore is unhappy, choose to sit on the sidelines. Then these people's lives are completely left to Grindelwald to play with, and they cannot resist. Grindelwald has a criminal record before. He once quietly killed America's head of Auror office and infiltrated the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. The last group decided to send 2 high-ranking officials from the German Ministry of Magic to Dementor to discuss with Grindelwald. If his request was not excessive, we just simply agreed. Grindelwald is also an old man, so he should be released after serving his sentence. As for why the German Ministry of Magic was in charge, that's because German was Grindelwald's main sphere of influence at the time, and many people today are descendants of those alliances. Looking at the face of these people, they are not worried that Grindelwald suddenly turned his face. And soon, they also brought back Grindelwald's words. Let Dumbledore talk to me. You are not qualified. After hearing this, the International Confederation of Wizards was both angry and somewhat relieved. Well, this is Dumbledore's proposal. Let him settle it. On the last day of September, Dumbledore left Hogwarts for Dementor. On a snowy mountain in northern Europe, Dumbledore looked at the towering castle standing in front of him, and his eyes were very complicated. Not for the castle but for the people in the castle. Originally thought he and Grindelwald would never have any intersection at this time. One died in obscurity in Nurmengard. The other watched Voldemort's demise and embarked on a great adventure himself. But the world is so full of fantasy, after 50 years, they have the opportunity to meet again. The bronze iron door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man walked out and came to Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, our headmaster has been waiting for you. Dumbledore knew him. This was Durmstrang's Charms professor and their vice-headmaster. Came to Hogwarts last year. Did Grindelwald not embarrass you? Apparition is also impossible in this school. Dumbledore followed behind him and asked, intentionally or not. The vice-headmaster shook his head with enthusiasm in his eyes. Mr. Grindelwald is the perfect headmaster for Dementor, and I am honored to work under him. Dumbledore was dumbfounded. This old friend of mine is as good as he was in the past. He made these people obedient and worshipped him in less than a month. However, for Grindelwald, this is a normal operation. Even many wizards who stood on the opposite side admired Grindelwald. The 2 came all the way to the hall. In the hall, all the students were there. They stood in line as if they were holding a welcome ceremony for Dumbledore. It can be seen that after Dumbledore came in, they didn't move. They just looked at him silently. Glancing at them, Dumbledore's heart reappeared. These students gave him a completely different feeling than when they met last semester, unlike students. Rather, the army. Grindelwald, what does he want to do? With such doubts, he sat in his place. And after Dumbledore came, some wizards from other countries also came. They just came to see what agreement Dumbledore and Grindelwald would make, and they wouldn't accept it if it were too much. After about 10 minutes, Grindelwald also appeared with Vinda Rosier. All Durmstrang students and professors looked at him reverently as if looking at their own beliefs. Long time no see, Albus. Looking at Dumbledore with white hair and a beard, a smile appeared on Grindelwald's face. The familiar tone made some people feel inexplicable. A Dark Lord, the greatest white wizard, is it not right for you? Dumbledore's eyes looked straight at him, staring at the same face as decades ago. He sighed softly after a long time. Gellert, you shouldn't have left Nurmengard. If Grindelwald didn't suddenly run out to disrupt the situation, he would still be in the school now, planning how to deal with Voldemort. The first sentence was so ruthless that the smile on Grindelwald's face faded. The Dark Lord didn't know what to think again, and the evil smile returned to his face. Although this word is very vulgar, it is very suitable to describe Depp. Albus, you are old. You didn't have so many wrinkles on your face back then. Dumbledore clenched his fist subconsciously under his long sleeves. He was also a master of transfiguration. Still, it was Grindelwald's talent to use transfiguration to change his appearance, and he couldn't do it. He didn't want to engage in pointless wrangling with Grindelwald, and he didn't know what else Grindelwald would say. Whom the hell let you out in the first place? Was it Voldemort? Hearing this name, the Ministry of Magic officials who were enjoying the show shuddered. Is there another Dark Lord involved? What are you talking about? Do I need anyone else's help to get out of there? It's just that I'm in the mood and want to come out and see the world, but when I look at it like this, I'm a little disappointed. Without answering the question directly, he asked a question instead. Meet with an old friend. Why are we talking about these meaningless topics? Why don't we talk about Godric's Hollow? Trembling in his heart, Dumbledore forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He knew that all this was Grindelwald's plan. It used to be like this. Dumbledore couldn't talk to Grindelwald every time he talked and was led by him. Any words could be a trap, leading him into the abyss step by step. This man has not changed at all. You know what I'm here for, Gellert. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do, and what is your purpose? Grindelwald chuckled. Well, since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. He walked towards Dumbledore step by step, although the step was slow, making Dumbledore's heart skip a beat. Finally, he came to Dumbledore's side and attached himself to his ear. The purpose of my coming out this time is you. The wand appeared in his hand at an unknown time, and a dark purple magic spell was fired without warning. Chapter 353, Battle of the Peak. Like being hit by a cannonball, Dumbledore's body flew out and fell heavily to the ground. The sudden change startled many people, and they hurriedly took out their wands, but not at Grindelwald, but at themselves. Cast all kinds of defense magic. You're still so innocent, Albus. With a hint of mockery on his face, Grindelwald ignored the men's movements, and the tip of his wand kept sparkling. Stop pretending. Do you still want to lie down to death? He knew that it would be a fantasy if such a spell could defeat Dumbledore. Maybe I'm more willing to trust you. Dumbledore stood up as if nothing was wrong, his heart was much calmer, and the endless battle was the destination of the two. Whether it is a position or an idea, they are all separated from light and darkness. The mockery on Grindelwald's face disappeared, and his voice became cold. Since you want to talk to me, show your capital. Albus, I lost to you 50 years ago. Now let me see how good you are, but don't die easily. After he finished speaking, he apparat and left the castle. Dumbledore fell silent. You are the headmaster of this school and can apparate. I am not. Come to Hogwarts if you can. But going out like this is not very compelling, and the innate momentum is weaker. Looking apologetically at the neat solid gold floor of the hall, Dumbledore lightly nodded. Like an earth dragon turning over, countless floors shattered and combined into a golden dragon, leading Dumbledore into the air. Others were stunned. Fight. A wizard swallowed and stammered. How about we go out and have a look? Another said tentatively and was quickly recognized by everyone. Showdown of the century. Who wants to avoid watching it? Above the white snow, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were 50 meters apart, and the cold wind blew their robes. A large snowflake was blown in front of Dumbledore's eyes, obscuring his vision. In an instant, a ray of light shot out of Grindelwald's eyes, and at the same time, he quickly raised his wand. Several jet-black spells flew toward Dumbledore with a cracking sound. At the same time, Dumbledore also raised the Elder Wand and emitted a white thunder, colliding with Grindelwald's spell without hesitation. One black and one white, just like their identities, are incompatible. Boom. The two evenly matched spells produced an explosion, directly blasting a large pit on the ground. Countless snow was sent to the sky, forming an artificial snowfall. Your ambition has killed too many people, Gellert. Nurmengard is your best destination. Dumbledore manipulated the flying snow, forming them into a high-speed spinning snowball, approaching Grindlewald. The people who came out of the castle just saw this scene, and the size of the snowball scared them half to death. Grindlewald did not change his face, he calmly aimed his wand at a mountain peak, and 2 consecutive powerful spells flattened the mountain. Following his order, several house-sized stones smashed the snowball into pieces and smashed straight at Dumbledore. And the golden dragon, who had been motionless all the time, suddenly shot, flew to Dumbledore, and stopped all the gravel. Albus, you are too pedantic. You can never see the situation clearly. Until now, you don't know what you will face. He was very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's preaching, and the expression on his face was really irritating. He has no idea how terrifying the darkness that is hidden now is. Do you really think that Voldemort is dead and that I am trapped in the tower so you can pursue death with peace of mind? The biggest black hand has been let go. Inexplicably, a refreshing feeling appeared in Grindelwald's heart. This feeling that one hides the darkness and controls everything while the opponent knows nothing is fragrant. He somewhat understands why August is already so strong, but he is still so prudent in doing things. A few decades ago, he was in the light, and Dumbledore was in the dark, so he was always calculated. That Newt was like Dumbledore's puppet. He didn't know how much trouble it had caused him. Whenever he had some plans, Newt would haunt him in front of him. This is true of America, this is true of Paris, and this is true of German. Thinking of the freckled face that looked a little dull, Grindelwald couldn't help but feel angry. He waved his wand in a big way, and boulders were constantly thrown out. Finally, the giant golden dragon couldn't hold it and whimpered, turning it into gold all over the ground. It's man-made, Gellert. You lost your prophecy decades ago, and you're the one who can't see clearly. Dumbledore didn't move. He was thinking about one thing: Grindelwald was stronger than he thought. Holding the Elder Wand, he didn't get anything good. It seemed that he was really unwilling to be lonely in Nurmengard these decades. The expression on his face became a lot more indifferent, and he decided to subdue Grindelwald and see what conspiracy he had. Crip. The high-pitched phoenix sound echoed in no one's ears. Fawkes was summoned, and he flew to Dumbledore's head. Fawkes. A burst of red light enveloped one person and one bird, and a crimson flame rose into the sky, forming a true fire phoenix. Waving the wings that cover the sky, the oppression of the fire phoenix is suffocating. And Grindelwald also showed his best fire turned into an ancient magic bird, and the 2 behemoths fought in the sky. The 2 on the ground also started to fight, casting countless powerful spells. Dumbledore transformed the stone into a giant python, and Grindelwald blew it to pieces. And countless evil and strange dark arts were also blocked by Dumbledore's shield. The magic spell between the 2 will occasionally meet, forming a connection. Countless sparks burst out from the center, and it was a small explosion when it landed on the ground. They had a great time fighting, and those wizards who wanted to watch the battle would be miserable. Some spells knocked into the air, or the explosion's aftermath could make them die. A professor tried to offset the misspell with his own spell, but as soon as the 2 spells touched, his one was melted directly like paper. Fortunately, he reacted in time to dodge sideways. Now everyone realizes the weight of the Dark Lord. Sorry, they used to speak too loudly. Chapter 354, Chapter 354, are these flames of yours to light a candle for me? Fiendfire and the phoenix flew together, and the curse danced with the beast. The 2 gradually burst into a real fire, and the surrounding terrain changed again and again. The ice and snow that buried the mountain had long since disappeared. The high temperature of Fiendfire and Phoenix melted the ice and snow and then quickly evaporated into gas. It makes the entire mountain foggy. And Dumbledore is also based on local materials, changing countless beasts to besiege Grindelwald. The roar of the countless ferocious beasts made the spectators tremble with fear. Dumbledore appeared in front of them in the past with a very gentle attitude. Even if the 2 sides had differences of opinion, he persuasively persuaded them. So much so that the wizards of all countries have forgotten one thing: this one is the greatest white wizard of this century. As I recall, Fudge seems to have been hostile with Mr. Dumbledore lately. The representative of Bulgaria suddenly whispered something, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. They also know the news. The news of Dumbledore in the Daily Prophet would have been impossible without the support of the Ministry of Magic. Since ancient times, the relationship between Great Britain and the countries on the European continent has always been very delicate. Originally, they didn't care much about it. Great Britain could toss as much as it liked. It's a good thing to lose both. But now it seems that Fudge is really dead. How dare he? Invariably, everyone decided to stay away from a certain brain-dead in the future to avoid infection. And some smart people also noticed Barty Crouch, who had been silent, and got close to him. The last time Crouch helped Dumbledore convey the idea of wanting to negotiate with Grindelwald, the relationship between the 2 is absolutely extraordinary. Mr. Crouch, the future cooperation between the two countries will depend on your efforts. Mr. Crouch, the last time you told me about the Crucible Protection Act, I think it is appropriate to pay attention to the quality of the cauldron. Yes. Mr. Crouch, the comet broomstick your country exports to us still has tariffs. I will cancel it when I go back. Dumbledore. Don't you realize it? You can't help me. On the battlefield, a purple ray of Grindelwald smashed the lion with its bloody mouth open and laughed wildly at Dumbledore. The confrontation between the two has passed for a long time, and he has clearly felt that Dumbledore is getting old. Although Dumbledore's spell was still superb, he was getting old and couldn't keep up with his reaction, so he found the opportunity to fight back twice. But he must admit that Dumbledore's transfiguration is still a headache for Grindelwald. Grindelwald is also good at transfiguration, but he and Dumbledore are not proficient in the same direction. He used transfiguration as an auxiliary magic spell to study. As for lethality, he had much dark arts in his hand to do it. Dumbledore, on the other hand, prefers to control the field, suffocating the enemy with continuous pressure. I can't say who is inferior, only that each has advantages. Gellert. Dumbledore looked solemn. He could no longer suppress Grindelwald. Although the power of Elder Wand is powerful, every magic of his has increased a lot. However, he found that Grindelwald's wand was not bad too, and their power would be reduced when two people's magic collided. As if resisting a duel. In an annoyed mood, Dumbledore gathered most of the magic power, and he planned to decide the winner under this blow. If it continues, it is estimated that even Durmstrang's castle will not be able to be saved. Those spectators had already run into the castle, and several professors had opened the shields. Many students help provide magic power, which is the only way to keep the shields. If Durmstrang is destroyed, even if he wins, it's no better than losing. Gobrathian fire. Holding up the Elder Wand high, Dumbledore waved it continuously, forming mysterious arcs. And one after another, crimson flames also appeared above his head, gathering a flame vortex. Vinda Rosier, who took the lead in maintaining the shield, changed his face inside the castle. The rest of the people, quickly raise your wand and use all your magic power. Hearing her order, all the Durmstrang teachers and students did not dare to slack off. They cast defense spells one after another, integrating into the defense system of the entire castle. Even the wizards from the various ministries of magic did the same. At this time, life is at stake, and they don't care about any position. Finally, when Gobrathian fire occupied the sky, Dumbledore's face was flushed red. He pressed his wand suddenly and launched the attack. Together with Fawkes, who merged with the flames, the overwhelming sea of flames smashed toward Grindelwald like a big sun. Ha 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 ha. Grindelwald was not afraid and laughed. Dumbledore. Are these flames of yours to light a candle for me? His wand flashed a strange blue light, and the crackling lightning surrounded the wand, extending into a lightning whip. Thunder and fire. Separated and waved the whip, the group of blue flames that had already faded was smashed to pieces. Still, the power of the flames contaminated with lightning increased instead of decreasing. Under the command of Grindelwald, these flames and lightning also combined into a one-eyed giant wolf and fought against the big sun without fear. Boom. A burst of dazzling white light filled the entire space, and a crackling sound of glass shattered in the center. After the two magic spells collided, dozens of dark cracks appeared in the center, quickly absorbing the shock wave generated by the explosion. A confrontation that was supposed to destroy the world was eliminated and invisible. Grindelwald and Dumbledore returned to the position where they stood at first, staring at each other. In the end, who won? A Ministry of Magic official asked tremblingly, and now they have completely lost sight of the situation. Vinda Rosier looked at Grindelwald worriedly. She cast a spell on her eye and clearly saw Grindelwald's right hand holding the wand, trembling slightly. There was also a drop of blood falling from it. Dumbledore, you have won. After a long time, Grindelwald said it. Although the collision of the two spells did not determine the winner. But he couldn't use any powerful magic in a short time. However, Dumbledore still had the energy to add a defense to Durmstrang's castle. Otherwise, this historic school has become ruined. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Two Conditions. Unhappy, very unhappy. As proud as him, Grindelwald will naturally not admit his failure. Only with the help of August is he still slightly inferior to Dumbledore. This is unacceptable to him. He was thinking of the madness that he promised to repel Dumbledore before. Grindelwald's old face was hot for a while. Shame. If he had known it earlier, he wouldn't be so full of words. He calmly glanced at Crouch, pondering for a while what to do. Gellert, you lost. There were also fine beads of sweat on Dumbledore's forehead. If it weren't for the huge increase in the Elder Wand, he would really be defeated today. Fortunately, there is no if. That's right, Grindelwald admitted very calmly. So what? Dumbledore was startled. Yes, they didn't mention any conditions before the fight. Gellert, you are really cunning. Dumbledore smiled bitterly, and he fought in vain. The benefit was not obtained, and it almost rolled over. As soon as he met Grindelwald, he felt that he always lost his composure and judgment and was led by the nose everywhere. Then we can talk. Dumbledore backed down, and Grindelwald agreed. This step is enough. Not only can I catch up with old friends, but I also have an explanation for the other side. He has worked so hard. Should August be satisfied? Do you really let him, a centenarian, go all out? Ignoring the devastated land, Grindelwald returned to the castle with Dumbledore facing everyone's awe, and the two entered an office. This time, no one dared to sit in, the two bosses were talking, and they just needed to wait for the result. Grindelwald made a cup of tea in the office and handed it to Dumbledore. Come and have a taste. How long has it been since you drank the tea I brewed by myself? Taking the teacup, Dumbledore took a sip and closed his eyes to enjoy. 65 years and 4 months, your tea is still so authentic. The atmosphere of tension between the two has completely disappeared, and it has become extremely harmonious. Grindelwald also poured himself a glass and sat across from Dumbledore. As I said, the Muggles also have much to learn from me. Frowning slightly, Dumbledore was very disgusted with Grindelwald's attitude of discriminating against Muggles. But he didn't say anything. It's been decades, and it would have been changed long ago. After enjoying the afternoon tea leisurely, the two officially entered the negotiation stage. Tell me, what kind of conditions do you need to be calm? Now Dumbledore has no illusions that Grindelwald can return to Nurmengard to spend his old age in peace. In this case, he has also become a lot more realistic. Just ask Grindelwald for peace and give him a chance to do other things. At that time, he will also have the energy to contain Grindelwald, and the two will spend their old age together, which is actually quite good. Is it for that student of yours? With a chuckle, a dark mark appeared on Grindelwald's fingertips. This little guy is quite interesting. With such an ugly mark, are those who follow him stupid? To be honest, if it weren't for the existence of Horcruxes, Grindelwald wouldn't admit that Voldemort was the Dark Lord at all. He just acted for more than 10 years, and the entire continent was beaten down, and what about Voldemort? Even a school is struggling. I'm really ashamed to be the same title as him. I can stay in Demstrang honestly and even stand by your side when necessary. With my dark arts attainments, I believe I will be able to provide you with much help. Dumbledore was unmoved. He didn't believe that Grindelwald would be so kind to help him. There must be other conditions. Sure enough, Grindelwald continued. It's very simple. You just need to promise me 2 conditions. 10 minutes later, Dumbledore came out of the office with a blank expression. A group of high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic gathered around. The negotiation between these two people represents the future situation of the wizarding world, and they can't help but be nervous. Well, Mr. Dumbledore, has Grindelwald agreed to peace talks? Dumbledore nodded, and they breathed a sigh of relief, and it was good to talk. He has 2 conditions. I'll tell you first. If you agree, he won't take the lead on you. Of course, if someone accidentally provokes him, I can't control it. How many people dare to provoke Grindelwald? What are you kidding? They wouldn't do it unless they were tired of living. No one will be stupid enough to seek death. Seeing their promise, Dumbledore also slowly stated those 2 conditions. First, he asked the various ministries of magic to release those acolytes who were still alive and to lift the suppression of their families. Also, if any acolytes want to come to Demstrang, you can't stop them. As a good leader with nostalgia, Grindelwald still misses his men. And these people feel this condition is not excessive. So readily agreed. What about the second one? Second, he wants the wizarding world to recognize his identity as Headmaster Demstrang and that he can go anywhere without being disturbed. Many people's faces changed. A Dark Lord ran around in the wizarding world. This world is too magical, right? If he slips into their own country, and then after he plays as he did back then, how should they deal with it? Seeing their concerns, Dumbledore also gave his assurance. He promised that he would never do anything at will, and if he broke his promise, I would also punish him. Hearing Dumbledore's assurance, they softened slightly. If so, they are also relieved. However, since the matter is big, they can't decide with their authority. They said they would return to the Ministry of Magic to ask the minister for instructions. In fact, they just don't want to take the blame. Once Grindelwald suddenly went mad, they'd be the scapegoats for sure. And agreeing with these 2 conditions also means that the big stone in their hearts has fallen by half. Some people had smiles on their faces. With my efforts, the wizarding world has regained peace again. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, Dumbledore's Worry. Everyone, the school has prepared a dinner party, and he invited you to the dinner party. Please be sure to come. Vinda Rosier appeared in front of them and invited everyone. The officials who wanted to hurry back to the Ministry of Magic of various countries to report the situation heard Grindelwald's invitation. One by one nodded in agreement. Let's talk about it in advance on the magic web and go back and report in more detail. After having the magic web, they feel that their work efficiency has improved greatly, and it is much easier to use than Owl's and Flowpowder. Owl was slow and worried about intercepting letters, and Flowpowder had to get ahead of Ashes every time it was used. Although it is easy to clean, it affects the mood. Dumbledore looked at Vinda Rosier strangely. He knew that she was the right hand of Grindelwald. This woman is almost 100 years old and still looks young, which is surprising. But thinking of Grindelwald's transfiguration, he quickly stopped caring. Although I have never seen Grindelwald use it for others, who says he can't? At the dinner party, officials from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore and Grindelwald sat together in a very harmonious atmosphere. As a charismatic man, Grindelwald gave these people a good impression of him in just a few words. In particular, some people from small countries were originally his supporters. Seeing that Grindelwald greeted them cordially, they were all excited. During the banquet, Grindelwald took out a magic web device and said to the crowd, "I came out of Nurmengard this time and found this gadget quite convenient. If you want, we can add contact information." Hearing him say this, many people also took out their devices and became friends with Grindelwald. All of them are elated, and if they have contact information of Grindelwald, speaking out can also attract a burst of shocking eyes. Enough to talk about for the next few months. Dumbledore tried to stop it but gave up in the end. After all, he had just reached an agreement with Grindelwald, so it would be a bit too broad to do so. The guests and the host enjoyed a meal, but Dumbledore kept his brows furrowed as if he had something on his mind. When they were full, it was time for these people to return to their own countries. Before Crouch left, his magic web device suddenly rang. He took it out and looked, thinking it was something in the ministry looking for him. In Great Britain, with Fudge's promotion, the magic web is used throughout the Ministry of Magic, and Crouch often uses it to handle his work. Remember, say I won to August. Sender, Grindelwald. Looking back in horror, Crouch saw that Grindelwald was winking at him. Just as he was about to say something, his other hand had already touched the portkey. Crouch sucked in before he had time to react. News of the International Confederation of Wizards peace talks with Grindelwald spread the next day. The newspapers praised the decision, and the Ministry of Magic must have taken control of public opinion. It is always good not to fight, and many at the Ministry of Magic are excited to announce that they have brought peace. As for Grindelwald as headmaster of Demstrang, that's even less of a problem. After all, there was a former Death Eater who could be the headmaster. The Dark Lord seems to be more powerful. Anyway, this school does not prohibit the study of dark arts. Even some pure-blooded nobles who never send their children out to study have thought, with the presence of Grindelwald, will the quality of teaching in the school be better? It is foreseeable that there will be many more first-year students from Demstrang next year. But Dumbledore didn't care about these disturbances, and he found Harry the next afternoon after he returned to school. "Professor, are you looking for me?" Harry stood at the desk and asked Dumbledore. "That's right, it's just that we haven't sat and talked for a long time, so I just asked you to have afternoon tea together." Swinging his wand, Dumbledore summoned a pot of black tea and a few plates of exquisite snacks and greeted Harry with a smile. Harry was a little strange. Didn't he and Dumbledore just talk when school started? And also never looked for him to afternoon tea. What happened today? But he didn't think much about it. He sat down, ate a snack, drank tea, and chatted with Dumbledore about recent events. Harry hasn't been doing very well recently. He eventually fell out with Umbridge and was confined. Because of the strange quill, many wounds appeared on his hand every time he wrote a word. But he didn't tell Dumbledore. Harry felt it was a shame if he should come to complain to the headmaster. He has the ability to solve it himself. Without saying a few words, Harry felt himself becoming very sleepy and soon collapsed on the sofa and passed out. Dumbledore also left his position and squatted beside Harry. The slender fingers slowly rested on the scar on Harry's forehead, and the magic power slowly infiltrated his body. Soon, the expression on Dumbledore's face turned serious. Grindelwald was right. Harry was indeed a Horcrux. Just yesterday, he asked Grindelwald about the Horcrux secret. Since August destroyed all the Horcruxes in this world, Dumbledore only had a destroyed diary in his hand. This made his understanding of Horcrux limited. Since Grindelwald agreed to help, he naturally wouldn't hide it. Only magic can defeat magic, and only dark arts can defeat dark arts. Grindelwald was quick to say a lot about Horcruxes he didn't know. For example, it will greatly damage the soul, and it has a strong bonus to casting dark arts. Among them, he mentioned Harry's situation, saying that Harry is also likely to be a Horcrux. This time, Dumbledore couldn't sit still, and as soon as he came back, he couldn't wait to call Harry over, ready to confirm Grindelwald's conjecture. Sure enough, he clearly felt the faint breath of Voldemort hidden in Harry's body, and it wasn't very good. At this moment, Dumbledore had an incomparable headache. It's really hard for him to destroy the Horcrux without hurting Harry. Suddenly, his heart moved, and he had to find professional people to do professional things. There's no one better than my old friend. Ugh, my old friends are more professional. Chapter 357, The New Horcrux. Inside August's villa. 3 figures appeared on the device's projection, all wearing black hoods, and their faces were chaotic. Even if dressed like this, they don't look unworthy at first glance. No one spoke, and they all kept silent in tacit understanding, and the atmosphere was very dignified. After waiting a long time, a voice with deep helplessness came out slowly. There are only 4 of us, so we can't be so mysterious, right? Hearing this, the other 2 men in black robes also agreed. Hearing them all say that, August can only nod regretfully. This time the 3 others breathed a sigh of relief and removed their hoods, revealing their original faces. It was Grindlewald, Snape, and Crouch. Ever since August, on a whim, invited Grindlewald to join his organization. He carefully screened it and found that there were very few qualified to join, and now only Crouch and Snape reached the standard. As for Arya, it could have been, but she was busy every day, and August didn't tell her. And today is an official meeting of the Illuminati. Grindelwald looked at August with mixed eyes. In terms of strength, Grindelwald believed that August was entirely out of specification, and he was even more afraid of him than Dumbledore. After all, August can suppress himself without a wand, which no one else can do. In terms of ambitions and patterns, he also felt that no one could outperform the idea of transforming the world. But, this strange thought that often pops up makes people speechless. For example, there are only 4 people in the Illuminati, and their identities are clear. But he said that for the formality of the behind-the-scenes organization, everyone had to hide their identities and wear uniforms. The brain circuit of this old man is a little bit unable to keep up with the young man. Snape didn't complain about August's strange hobbies. He looked straight at Grindelwald. Mr. Grindelwald, may I ask how Lily is doing now? How's it going there? Since Lily left, he didn't want to eat and drink, and there was no hope in life. Every day is dull. As a double agent, he summarizes the information to August. He immerses himself in his own world for the rest of the time. Grindelwald nodded slightly. Miss Evans has a pretty good life here. Demstrang has some books that attract her. I have to say. Her potion talent is indeed the best I've ever seen. Hearing him say this, Snape breathed a sigh of relief and immediately became a little proud. Lily can be said to be brought out by him, and he is also honored to be recognized by Grindelwald. Okay, let's get down to business. August interrupted their behavior. It's meeting time. If you have something to do, you can chat privately. He also looked down on Snape. In the face of Grindelwald, who was more terrifying than Voldemort, he didn't have the guts to make a single-line connection. Have you found several of Voldemort's Horcruxes? After August asks, Snape thinks for a while and says somewhat uncertainly. I know 2, and one is uncertain. As Voldemort's most trusted person, Snape can undoubtedly learn a lot of secrets. Horcrux is one of them. Of course, it was definitely not what Voldemort told him, but Snape's guess from Voldemort's attention to Horcruxes. August frowned. Uncertain. What do you mean? There is a Brazilian python beside him, Snape said. You know who is very kind to him, and he is obviously an ordinary snake, but he can understand his commands. That's why I doubt that the snake might be his Horcrux. August didn't expect that Voldemort would still choose a snake. Is this the corrective power of the world? Shaking his head, he quickly rejected the idea. He has long disfigured the world, and what kind of correction power is there? Pure coincidence, plus Voldemort's personal hobby. Keep an eye on those Horcruxes. Voldemort won't let you know all his cards. Did he give some items to other Death Eaters? After instructing him, he looked at Grindelwald, who was bored and playing with his fingers. How about you? Did you tell Dumbledore about the Horcrux? I said it. His reaction is not small. He replied casually, he remembered something again, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Dumbledore invited me to Hogwarts before Christmas as Headmaster Demstrang. This is what makes him happiest. The identities of the 2 are now very equal. Not the Dark Lord and the White Devil, just 2 headmasters. Snape and Crouch were at a loss. Dumbledore knew about the existence of Horcruxes early on, so why did he need Grindelwald's reminder? Observing the confusion in their eyes, August explained the matter again. What, Potter is a Horcrux? Crouch was just slightly amazed at how wonderful things were, but Snape immediately stood up. This means that if Voldemort is to be eliminated entirely, the soul fragment in Harry's body must also be destroyed. But then, can his life be saved? How sad would Lily be if his son died? For a time, Snape was a little confused. Calm down, Professor. Harry will be fine. August said soothingly. Miss Evans already knows about this, and we already have a countermeasure. Actually, I'm also a little curious, Grindlewald said suddenly. Even if I make a move, I can't guarantee that the Horcrux will be destroyed without killing Harry Potter. After all, more than 10 years have passed, and I estimate that he has already merged with that piece of soul to a certain extent. Also, why did you have to tell Dumbledore about this? August's fingers tapped the table rhythmically, and he smiled softly. Because only the Elder Wand in his hand can do this. After half an hour, the meeting ended, and everyone closed the communication with a complicated look. Grindelwald felt sorry for his old friend. Even his wand was calculated clearly. What's more terrifying is that he will hand it over willingly. And Snape left the school and went to Flourish and Blots to buy a copy of The Tales of Beedle the Bard. The proprietress of Flourish and Blots was confused. Why did this head of Slytherin suddenly become interested in fairy tales? Chapter 358, Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Since Dumbledore's battle with Grindelwald, the wizarding world has again fallen into peace. At first, the specific details were not revealed, and all those in the know were vague about it. In fact, the two of them did not issue any sealing orders at the beginning, and they were allowed to mention such words. But the reason why smart people are smart people is that they think more than others and do things more cautiously. If one day, Grindelwald saw that all the magical community was saying that he had lost to Dumbledore, would he be angry? They don't know if there is such a possibility, and they won't gamble. Therefore, the present delicate situation has been formed, and what happened that day has become more and more mysterious. But no matter what, at least on the surface, Dumbledore suppressed Grindelwald, which made him dare not act rashly. Therefore, most people also think Dumbledore is stronger and more secure in his heart. This makes Dumbledore, who has been silent for many years, again on the international stage, and his fame is even greater. In the British magical community, things are more complicated. A few days ago, the Daily Prophet and the Ministry of Magic were frantically smearing Dumbledore. Describe him as a conspirator, an old lunatic. Many people believed it, but everyone had doubts after the news of Grindelwald this time. When it comes to fighting the darkness, Dumbledore is absolutely unambiguous, so is it true that what he and Harry said about Voldemort's return? This kind of thing happens not only outside but inside Hogwarts as well. Seamus found Harry for a long talk, and Seamus decided to believe Harry's words and sincerely apologized. The two are reunited. Everything is developing in a good direction, but some people are unsatisfied. Umbridge is one of them. Her work at Hogwarts lately has been arduous. Every day in class, students are asked to read or do some test paper she produced. This reminded some old students of Lockhart, and Lockhart was the same at the beginning. But Lockhart at least let them play the characters in the book, so they took a drama class. Therefore, many unbearable students chose to skip classes. The Weasley twins' puking pastilles was so hot that it was out of stock. They had to post recruitment information on the notice board, and the pay was so generous that Ron was jealous. It's a pity that he doesn't know alchemy at all, and he's not very good at potions. It's also a mess when he goes, and Fred directly rejects him. In the following time, Umbridge often found that some students would have fevers, nosebleeds, and faint in class. She knew that it was definitely someone who was playing tricks. But she continued to teach several students without finding any problems, so she could only let these people skip classes. After coming to school, everything goes wrong, and Harry and Dumbledore become increasingly proud of themselves recently. In a fit of rage, Umbridge went to find Fudge. The following day, while August, Cho, and the others were having breakfast in the Great Hall, Hermione skillfully opened the magic web. Recently, the Daily Prophet and August also began cooperating, selling electronic newspapers on it. Every morning, the number of owls flying into the school was much less in an instant. In fact, many people are fed up with owls delivering newspapers at breakfast. It's okay to drop some feathers during the flight. Still, if you have unidentified excrement in your oatmeal, it's really disgusting for the whole day. And Hermione, who was checking what news today was as usual, exclaimed, making Cho next to her curiously lean over. Ministry of Magic seeks education reform, Dolores Umbridge named Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Seeing this title, Cho was a little confused. What is a High Inquisitor? Hermione continued to read aloud. To ensure the quality of teaching at Hogwarts, the Inquisitor have powers to inspect her fellow educators and ensure that they are coming up to scratch. Her evaluation will affect whether fellow educators can continue to serve in school. This is a highly controversial move, for which two Wisingamot elders who have opposed the creation of an Inquisitor have resigned from the Board of Education. Hermione finished reading with an expression of disbelief. This is just shameless. She has the face to say that she censors other professors at that level. Perhaps this is a way for Fudge to tighten his grip on Hogwarts. Luna responded softly. He made everything unreasonable from a legal point of view. Others around the table saw the news and discussed it in whispers. In the high table, Dumbledore was not there, and Umbridge showed off something to Professor McGonagall on his device. From the look on Professor McGonagall's face, we knew that she must be very unhappy, and her right hand was eager to grab the wand inserted in her robe. And August is indifferent to this. He is watching another big news. To strengthen the Ministry of Magic against the forces of darkness, Fudge has decided to form a brand new Aura battalion under the direct command of the Minister. That is an excellent idea. August commented in his heart. It was clear that Fudge's fear of Dumbledore was now at its peak. To strengthen the power in his hand, he skillfully used the name of Grindlewald to select Auras. And he also bypassed Scrimgeour, the head of the Auras office, and became his own direct unit. It's like killing two birds with one stone. It's a pity that the idea is perfect, but he doesn't know what the result will be. At least August was going to put his men in it. In the past, wanting to work at the Ministry of Magic required excellent academic performance and strict background checks. But this time, as long as you can pass the Auras battle test and aren't a dark wizard on record, then you can join. It's a policy tailored for August. With the development of the past few years, it was relatively easy for the Arya family to bring out more than a dozen Aura-level wizards. At that time, most of Fudge's troops would be his own people, making him laugh to think about it. After some calculations, Fudge made a wedding dress for himself. August clicked on Arya's avatar and issued a few commands with the magic web device. Looking at the little witches who were still discussing, he reluctantly interrupted. I don't know what Umbridge is going to do. But if you go on talking, the professors will get you there first. Hearing his words, Hermione jumped up. The first class is Transfiguration. August, let's go. After speaking, Hermione picked up a piece of bread in one hand and August in the other and hurried to the classroom. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, The Fear of Umbridge. The key to doubling charm lies in analysis. When you use magic to understand an item's structure fully, you can copy it. And multiple copies require you to control the magic power very finely to ensure that the magic power allocated to each copy is the same. In the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall explained the doubling charm with a serious face. The teapot in front of her was lightly tapped and turned into 5 identical ones displayed on the table without the slightest difference. The little wizards could see she was in an awful mood today and didn't dare to make any noise. Many people have seen Umbridge's arrogant look just now, and they all know that they have suffered a disaster. Honestly, it's annoying enough to have such a defense against the dark arts professor, now a High Inquisitor. Many people already feel that this is another wasted year. When will the standard of teaching at Hogwarts be improved? They just want to go to school safely. Halfway through the class, the door to the classroom was pushed open without warning. Professor McGonagall looked over in disgust, wondering who was so impolite. Umbridge walked in so grandly. Professor Umbridge, please knock on the door next time if you have any business. It will make you look very uneducated. Ignoring Professor McGonagall's aggressive words, Umbridge replied with a smile. Professor McGonagall, I am now not only a defense against the dark arts professor but a High Inquisitor of the Ministry of Magic. So, I can appear in anyone's class anytime. Her answer made Professor McGonagall very displeased, but because of the order of the Ministry of Magic, she did not have a seizure. This is also why August deliberately plugs nails into the Ministry of Magic and finds a younger brother. Even in the wizarding world with extraordinary power, the Ministry of Magic, as an official organization, brings influence to authority. Nor can it be destroyed by force alone. Even Voldemort used the Imperius Curse to control the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic in the later period. Even if arrogant, he knew rebuilding would be too difficult once authority collapsed. For the next time, Umbridge scurried around the classroom like a toad. Professor McGonagall ignored her and let the students start their practice today. And occasionally, Umbridge grabbed a student and asked if they had any comments on how satisfied they were with Professor McGonagall's teaching. Unfortunately, she picked the wrong target. If at Hogwarts, the most admired must be Dumbledore, then Professor McGonagall is most respected. As the vice-headmaster of the school and the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall has always been the actual manager of the school, and Dumbledore is more of a banner and backbone. Large and small specific matters are still carried out by Professor McGonagall. For so many years, she has never helped her house, and every time she catches a little wizard who makes a mistake, it is a fair deal. Even the little wizards of Slytherin respected her. Therefore, Umbridge asked several students in a row, but she didn't get the answer she wanted from them. The smile on her face disappeared, and it took on a gloomy look. Fudge assigned her this title to undermine Dumbledore's power at Hogwarts. As a result, on the first day, she was a little disadvantaged in her apprenticeship. She unconsciously walked to Hermione and August's side, and Hermione moved away in disgust. In his 40s and 50s, Umbridge is still a powder, and her perfume is still a girly fragrance like rosemary. If she smelled it for a while, Hermione couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't spit it out. And her unabashed disgust caught Umbridge's gaze. But when she saw August sitting in a daze, her face changed slightly, and she walked a few steps away. After spitting slugs in the first class, Umbridge knew who was behind it as she learned about Hogwarts. At first, she didn't know the relationship between Hermione and August at all, just thought it was an ordinary student. After learning from the students later, Umbridge was sure August must have been plotting against her. Infuriated, she went directly to Fudge to complain that August plotted against the senior undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic. This crime can directly arrest to Azkaban. In fact, since the disciplinary hearing of Harry, August made everyone change their minds with a slight gesture. She had developed hostility toward August. This time, Umbridge, who thought she had caught August's handle, fantasized about getting Fudge's compliment but was scolded. "Who told you to provoke Gaunt? I managed to win him over to my side. It's better for you to find something for me as soon as you go there. Mr. Gaunt is the recipient of the First-Class Order of Merlin, the chief warlock of Wisingamot. Do you deserve to trouble him?" Umbridge didn't know that because of the magic web device, Fudge had made much money. Now his subordinates dare to provoke his partner. Isn't this courting death? Umbridge, who was scolded, returned to school in a daze and even apologized to August. So now, whenever she sees August, she will subconsciously retreat. Not only that, but she selectively ignored Cho, Hermione, Luna, and Astoria. As long as they don't go too far in class, she'll take nothing. Umbridge, who had nothing to gain after a class, could only ask Professor McGonagall a few questions and hurriedly left. Hermione looked at Umbridge, who was a little embarrassed, thoughtfully. Who do you think her next target will be? August thought about it for a while and said affirmatively. Sybil Trelawney, her divination class is definitely one of the most hated by the students. Hermione nodded in agreement. In the 3rd grade, August had persuaded her not to take divination classes. Still, Hermione, who was a little unwilling, went to take it twice. In class, Trelawney was rambling, predicting Harry's death on the first day. From then on, Hermione hated this class very much. Although she entered the magical world, her materialistic education from a young age still made Hermione not interested in things like fate. Then hope that Professor Trelawney will be blessed. Hermione said with some pity. I think Umbridge walked away with a stomach full of fire, and it's not easy to pass. Chapter 360, The Fired Trelawney. Sure enough, news about Umbridge's made troubles in the divination class came out that afternoon. Her few questions made Trelawney speechless, and she could only vaguely fool her. A week passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, all students received a survey report asking them to choose the professor they were least satisfied with. It is a pity that Umbridge's name does not appear on this paper. If there is her, the first place is absolutely no suspense. She still has some self-awareness about it. Ultimately, Trelawney was elected as the least popular professor with more than 3 times the votes of the second place. In fact, this is also very understandable. If the students do not have the talent of prophecy, it's arduous to learn anything in this class. And Trelawney also predicts the death of a student every year, which makes the little wizards dislike her more. Who wants to be intimidated by a professor every year? Do you ask who the second is? Not Snape, but Professor Binns. It's not that Professor Binns is bad. It's that his class is too hypnotic. Even August couldn't listen to his lectures with peace of mind. He often held up a thick book to block himself and fell asleep. Taking this opportunity, Umbridge concluded the first round of scrutiny and announced Trelawney's expulsion. In the Great Hall, Trelawney was driven here with her suitcase, and a group of little wizards was watching. No, it's impossible. Trelawney screamed, holding her suitcase. 16 years. I've been at Hogwarts for 16 years, this is my home, and you can't drive me away. The little wizards couldn't bear it. After all, Trelawney is indeed an old man in the school, and it would be too ruthless to be kicked out like this. They would not have filled it out if they knew that their survey questionnaire would have such a great influence. But Umbridge smiled grimly. It seems that your divination is really not very good. Otherwise, you would have predicted that you would be fired. You're a liar, embezzling money from the Ministry of Magic for 16 years of Hogwarts. How dare you insult my third eye? Trelawney's eyes widened, eager to eat Umbridge. But Umbridge ignored her and pushed her out. Come on. You will only embarrass yourself if you continue to stay here. If it is serious, you will affect the work of the Ministry of Magic, and you will enter Azkaban. Hearing Azkaban, Trelawney shuddered, resignedly not resisting. The professors on the sidelines were extremely angry, and Professor Flitwick was already trembling. At this moment, a voice entered everyone's ears. Wait. Trelawney shouldn't have left Hogwarts. Umbridge turned his head in dissatisfaction, wanting to see who dared to disobey her. Wouldn't she be afraid of being fired? Then she saw a serious-looking Professor McGonagall walking out. She walked straight to Trelawney, sighed, and handed her a handkerchief. Sybil, don't worry. No one can take you away today. Although she is dissatisfied with Trelawney's class, Professor McGonagall regards her as a work colleague who has been with her for so many years. Really, Professor McGonagall? Umbridge sneered. I need to remind you that I have the right to fire any unqualified employee under Educational Decree number 23. McGonagall didn't even look at her and gently wiped Trelawney's tears. I know, according to Educational Decree number 23, Sybil is no longer a professor at the school. Your Ministry of Magic has the right to expel a professor, but you don't have the right to expel her from this castle, do you? Professor McGonagall's voice was calm, and she continued to speak despite Umbridge's ugly face. Sybil is a guest invited by Dumbledore, so no one can let her go until Dumbledore had a discussion with her. Good. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands happily, and the students cheered, which made Umbridge even angry. She said word by word. This is what Dumbledore meant. Then why didn't he come to see me in person? You. The mockery in Professor McGonagall's eyes had already overflowed, and Umbridge's action made her laugh. Headmaster Dumbledore is conversing with Grindlewald in Demstrang, and you can go there to find him if you wish. Hearing the name, Umbridge's face twitched. She couldn't refute this reason in case something happened after Dumbledore returned because of her. Then the British Ministry of Magic will definitely be accused by the International Confederation of Wizards, and even Fudge will be unable to protect her. At this point, Umbridge also knew that she could only hold today, and after a few harsh words, she pushed the crowd away. In the Great Hall, there was another burst of warm applause, and the little wizards looked at Professor McGonagall with admiration. Over the past few days, Umbridge has been making trouble in the school. Everyone is full of anger, and now seeing her deflated, they are all happy, like New Year's Eve. August also applauded happily and silently praised Umbridge in his heart. It did not take so long for the Ministry of Magic to lose all the people's hearts. It can be said that people's resentment is boiling. If she is still like this for some time, Fudge will die without him taking action. What a leader. The crowd in the Great Hall soon dispersed, and August brought his girlfriends to the lawn. Seeing that Hermione remained silent, August was a little strange. What's wrong with you? Hermione looked up at him, took a deep breath, and said firmly. We can't go on like this. This year is the time for us to take the OWL. If we let Umbridge go on like this, I think more than half of the students will fail the exam. Only then did August realize that Hermione's sense of justice had struck. Then what are you going to do, report her? Fudge won't deal with it. No, Hermione shook her head. I'm going to set up a private training class, just like you did back then. Hermione's eyes sparkled at August, making him shiver. Chapter 361, Ariana Dumbledore. Let's talk about it first. I don't have the time to teach them. I'm very busy. August didn't lie to Hermione. He now spends most of his spare time on the inheritance of the Lord of Radiance. He would be thrilled if he only taught them. But if he wanted to open a club like Hermione, he really didn't have the leisure to do so. Hermione had expected that August would refuse, and she was not discouraged. I just need you to help me at my first class, and at school, you speak better than many professors. When the time comes, I will call someone in your name and be responsible for the follow-up. August poked her forehead helplessly, and Hermione stuck out her tongue playfully. Turning to look at Cho, Luna, and Astoria. What about you guys? What are your thoughts? Hermione can't handle this matter alone. If you participate, she can relax a lot. Cho thought about it for a while. She is now the head girl and the Quidditch captain, and she has many things to do. However, she must not miss the affairs of her own sisters. I can, but I don't have much free time. Hermione gave Cho a warm hug, thanking her for her support. As for Astoria, there is no need to ask. She will join wherever there is excitement and never be absent. Looking at Luna, August hesitated. With bright eyes raised, Luna asked softly. Does August want me to go? This was the point of his hesitation. Luna had no friends at school besides Cho, others, and Ginny. August still hopes that Luna's extracurricular life can be enriched. And Luna was also keenly aware of his thoughts and buried herself in his arms. I'll go, and I will teach others to use the Patronus charm happily. August caressed her hair lovingly, and Luna was indeed the most sensible. When the matter was settled, Hermione went to pull people excitedly. And many little wizards were very excited when they heard the news. Not to mention that they had already had enough of Umbridge. The feeling of joining a secret organization made many people unable to stop. Hermione's selection criteria were still stringent. Only 20 little wizards could participate in the first batch. Most of them are acquaintances, such as the twins, Lee Jordan and Angelina. Of course, Harry also participated, but Ron refused because the prefect was too busy to participate. Cho also brought in his good friends and Ravenclaw Quidditch teammates. Cedric didn't know where he got the news and excitedly brought his friends over. August, I'm going to join your club. After last semester's Triwizard Tournament, Cedric and August were pretty familiar. He has always been grateful to August for treating him equally and helping him as much as Harry, which he admires immensely. Let me start by saying that this is Hermione's club, not mine. I will only visit when I have time. August had to warn Cedric not to take it too seriously. At least there's more to learn than to follow that toad. Cedric clearly remembered Fleur's strength last year, and Hermione was always by August's side, and it must not be much worse. After all the people were found, the venue became a problem for Hermione to worry about. Or go to the room of requirement. August suggested the place he thinks is a good choice, and he hasn't used it recently. When the club is disbanded, Rowena can change the entry conditions and become his secret base again. Hermione shook her head. She felt that it was still not safe to be in the school. What if someone reports it? Therefore, when the number of people is screened, make sure that all those who remain are reliable students. Hermione would only consider activities in the room of requirement. Finally, August came up with a place. Shrieking Shack, where few students will go past. I will help you set up a warning barrier. Hermione approved the proposal. Tomorrow was the weekend, and she called everyone to meet at the Hog's Head Inn, where there were few students, and it wouldn't catch Umbridge's attention. So, didn't you say it's just over 20 people? Looking at the Hog's Head Inn, which Hogwarts students already occupied, August was slightly stunned. There are about 50 people here. Seeing so many students, the wizards thought Hogwarts would hold some event and left one after another. Hermione was also a little embarrassed to hear the words. Everyone has some friends, although I said to keep them secret, but in the end. Before she finished speaking, August also understood what Hermione meant. There is no airtight wall in the world. On average, each person brings one, even if it is very restrained. Judging from the school uniforms, most are Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students. Hufflepuffs have them too, but only Cedric, Hannah Abbott, and their 2 friends. And Slytherin actually has a few girls. They seem to have a good relationship with Astoria and are now chatting about something. What would you like to drink? An old voice stopped August. He turned his head and looked was a very sloppy old man with a white beard. Aberforth Dumbledore. Instantly thought of the identity of the old man. The younger brother of his headmaster, the Hog's Head Inn owner, is also Cretence's father. Thinking in his heart, August didn't show anything on his face. A butterbeer per person, heated, thanks. Aberforth Dumbledore nodded and waved his wand, and dozens of cups flew out of his closet. Soon all the butterbeer was ready and placed in front of each little wizard. Thank you, you have the portrait of a beautiful and lovely girl. August looked at a painting behind him and smiled casually. This is Ariana, and because of her, Grindlewald and Dumbledore have turned against each other. Without her sacrifice, it is estimated that Dumbledore and Grindlewald would not have disagreed. The girl in the portrait was shy when she saw August staring at her like this and secretly hiding behind the frame. However, from time to time, she stuck her head out and looked at August quietly, proving that she still had much interest in him. Aberforth took a deep look at August and said nothing. Turning around, he covered Ariana's portrait with the silk cloth that slipped down at some point. Chapter 362, D.A. established. After everyone drank a cup of hot butterbeer, the cold in the body was also dispelled a lot. The group followed August to the Shrieking Shack. The legend here has been circulating for a long time, and many people are inquisitive when they come here for the first time. Seeing this, Hermione also stood up. As expected of Hermione, known as Little McGonagall, she first denounced Umbridge's actions. Then she criticized the Ministry of Magic's inaction. The words were thrown into the air, and everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Disgust with the Ministry of Magic and Umbridge was at its peak. And she also took the opportunity to tell the real purpose of this gathering. She, Cho, and others will teach defense against the dark arts. August acts as a special advisor, and if there is something they can't answer, August will come forward. Hearing this, many students chose to join without hesitation. At this moment, August stopped them. Just when everyone was puzzled, he waved his right hand, and 3 students flew in front of them uncontrollably. Obliviate. A white light hit them, and soon the expressions of the 3 of them became extremely dazed, and they turned around and left here. They're going to tell Umbridge. After all this, August explained the reason to everyone. All calculations can't be hidden from my legitimacy. So I advise the students here, if you have any thoughts, don't join this club. His eyes stared at the audience, and no one dared to look at him. After giving a warning, it's time to provide benefits. But please rest assured. I will not use legitimacy to spy on your hearts in normal times. And here, you can also learn high-end magic spells that are usually hard to come by. After saying that, he gave Hermione a look. She also knew August was allowing her to do this. Today, our first lesson is Patronus. In one sentence, everyone's attention was drawn. Is it the Patronus that Mr. Gaunt used before? A Ravenclaw girl asked excitedly that the 2 giant Patronus on the train had left a deep memory on her. Hermione nodded, that's right, that's the Patronus charm, but the exact form of summoning varies from person to person. As far as I know, only August and Professor Dumbledore are the patronus in the form of magical creatures. There is a high probability that you will only be ordinary animals. She looked at Cedric. Cedric, you should be able to use the patronus, right? Use it for everyone to see. Hearing this, Cedric was also a little embarrassed. Sorry, although I have tried to learn the patronus charm, but so far, it is still a cloud of fog and has not taken shape at all. Hearing that even Cedric didn't master it, everyone looked forward to it even more. And this is the effect Hermione wants, to let these students know the scarcity of patronus charm. Otherwise, she can directly cast it herself or let Harry and the others demonstrate it. Some people are already fantasizing about how surprised their parents will be when they can cast the patronus charm. And Hermione also summoned her own otter patronus and began to explain. After a busy day, Hermione wiped the sweat from her brow when the students left. Although very tired, she was thrilled and felt that what she did was meaningful. The same is true for several other girls, and the feeling of teaching and educating people is surprisingly good. I've decided to stay at Hogwarts as a professor. When Professor Snape retires, I'll be the head of Slytherin. An excited Astoria shares her plan with August, which makes him laugh. Today's Astoria is really too excited, and she will join wherever there is excitement. Luna would be slightly more relaxed if it weren't for her trouble. The relationship between the two little ones is very good now, and every time August sees them, they appear together. After erasing all traces, August also took them back to the castle. After the activities, he will not participate every time. This organization belongs to Hermione, and for her aspiring to become an official of the Ministry of Magic, managing these people is also a good opportunity to exercise. The days went by so fast, and Hermione's organization held 2 courses. During this period, many little wizards joined them. Hermione even gave the makeup group a name, DA. This is the abbreviation of the English word Defense Association. Still, it has been passed down and has become the abbreviation of Dumbledore's army. August didn't object either. It's good that the trouble was in Dumbledore anyway, and they couldn't find it on his head. And as the number of people increased, Umbridge also noticed the existence of this organization. To this end, she also specially asked the Ministry of Magic for Educational Decree No. 24. All student organizations are henceforth disbanded. Any student in non-compliance will be expelled. Even the Quidditch team was included, so Cho was very annoyed. However, August went to Umbridge's office for a minute, and all the Quidditch teams immediately returned to normal. And just before Halloween, the last day of October, Umbridge announced the results of her second round of review. Professor Kettleben, who is temporarily taking over the Care of Magical Creatures class, gave the students fears for showing too many dangerous magical creatures. Many parents sent complaints letters, and Umbridge got the handle and fired him directly. But the old professor didn't care about the result. He scolded Umbridge, and he left the school gracefully. The other professors were furious at this, but this time Dumbledore didn't stop him but sent him away with a smile. Kettleben, remember to send me some postcards in America. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore worriedly. Is Hagrid coming back? If he can't come back, we can't find a suitable replacement in the short term. Dumbledore shook his head. Hagrid is in a critical period to win over the Giants, and he can't get away for a long time. But you don't have to worry, Minerva, Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. As I said, I've found a suitable professor, and I'm sure the students will love him. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, Newt Scamander arrives. Sometimes, August felt that Dumbledore must be a scumbag. Grindlewald was waiting eagerly in Demstrang for him to come over for tea. Here, Dumbledore turned his head and hooked up with Newt Scamander. On the first day after Halloween, the students were surprised when they came to the Great Hall. There was an old man sitting on the high table they had never seen before. He was chatting hotly with Dumbledore. Hufflepuff's freshman Rolf Scamander came to have breakfast with his friends, looked up at the old man unconsciously, and his mouth widened in surprise. Grandfather. Newt also heard his voice on the high table, looked over, and smiled kindly. The few Hufflepuffs beside him, who had a good relationship with Rolf, knew Rolf's identity for a long time and became excited after reacting. Newt Scamander. For Hufflepuff, Newt was the current Harry, the pride of their house. Harry thwarted you-know-who's plot, while Newt repeatedly deflated Grindelwald. And he has protected many endangered magical creatures by himself and also asked the Ministry of Magic to create a new department. Although he was expelled, he is definitely a Man of the Year in Hufflepuff history. After all, too few Hufflepuffs are so diligent in their work. After seeing that most of the students in the Great Hall had come, Dumbledore stood up. Newt also left his seat, knowing it was time to introduce himself. His hair was a little messy and gray, and his expression was a little cramped. He didn't seem to be comfortable with so many people looking at him, and he turned his head away from everyone. His fingers fiddled unconsciously, and Newt revealed his nervousness. Anyone who looks at it will think that this is a standard Hufflepuff, and honesty is his label. Looking at his restrained appearance, no one would think this is the famous first-generation Dark Lord Nemesis. Dumbledore's recruitment was done well, and some students who had recognized Newt applauded excitedly. Umbridge sat next to him without saying a word, and her expulsion of Kettleben from this moment was not only unprofitable. Instead, he made a wedding dress for Dumbledore and brought a stronger teammate. Quiet. Dumbledore loudly stopped everyone's commotion and kindly took Newt's hand. This scene made August feel a little chilly. Newt should know about Dumbledore's hobbies, right? Let me introduce to you Mr. Newt Scamander, the world-famous expert on magizoologist. Mr. Scamander will join our family as a care of magical creatures professor for the rest of the year. There was warm applause, and everyone welcomed Newt's arrival. The enthusiasm of so many people made him even more nervous. Thank you, thank you. Thanking everyone dumbly, Newt continued. Actually, Professor Dumbledore invited me long before school started. But at that time, the creatures I raised were breastfeeding, so I'm sorry only to come now. His approachable attitude won more favor from the students. Compared to Hagrid and Kettleben, Newt undoubtedly looks more reliable. August looked at Newt with a playful look. A magic web appeared in his hand, and he began to type. He had reason to suspect that Dumbledore invited Newt to Hogwarts just to target Grindlewald. Definitely is. There were not a few wizards whom Grindlewald bewitched, and even Dumbledore was one of them. Only a pure wizard like Newt, who lives in his own world, is immune to his influence. According to August's understanding, this is a naturally scheming man. He was now looking forward to Grindelwald's expression after seeing the news. Dumbledore took over, knowing that Newt was not good at words. Professor Scamander is not only an excellent magizoologist, but he also has much of his own knowledge about fighting the dark. Dumbledore's words were profound. I believe that what you learned in his class was more than just how to deal with magical creatures. It's more that there are things that may not be learned in other classes. Umbridge's lips trembled angrily, and Dumbledore's words clearly referred to her inaction in defense against the dark arts. Is this a care of magical creatures professor? Clearly, a defense against the dark arts professor. Newt nodded again and again, agreeing with Dumbledore's statement. When Dumbledore came to him, he wanted Newt to teach as a defense against the dark arts professor for 1 year. Only because Fudge stepped in and directly let Umbridge airborne did Dumbledore retreat. But it just so happened that magical creatures were the field he was best at. Since the students will be in class for a while, the introduction ceremony will stop here. Just as everyone was about to leave, Newt hesitated and said, Mr. Gaunt, can you wait a moment? August stopped and looked at Newt, and many people looked over curiously. They wondered what had happened to the professor when he found August. Do you need something, Professor Scamander? With a question in his eyes, August replied softly. Newt didn't expect so many people to pay attention to his movements and turned his head subconsciously as if avoiding everyone's attention. No. I just want to learn more about your unicorn and that strange dragon. This is one of the reasons why Newt agreed to teach at Hogwarts. Dumbledore had told him before that August had a phoenix, a unicorn, and a terrifying dragon. This intrigues Newt, and unicorns rarely recognize wizards. Not to mention that even Dumbledore called it a terrifying dragon. This made Newt, who deeply loves magical creatures, agree to Dumbledore's invitation after a little thought. He didn't expect his words to have such a big reaction, and Newt regretted calling August now. Seeing Newt's embarrassed appearance, many students fell into silence. All right. The legend seems a little terrified. Chapter 364, Chapter 364, Shall I Rob Him? Newt's arrival is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for this school, which has been a little bit turbulent by Umbridge. Many students who didn't take the Care of Magical Creatures class have regretted it. They were ruthlessly rejected when they found their head of house and wanted to take electives. Hogwarts had no precedent for adding courses in the middle. Especially when they heard the students who took this class proudly tell their experiences after class, they became even more jealous. They actually took classes in a suitcase. Unlike any other teacher, this professor brought all his textbooks with him. He casts a powerful extension charm at his suitcase, which houses most of the magical creatures in the world. There are even some cherished critters in the Muggle world. When August entered Newt's secret garden for the first time, he looked carefully at the space inside. This Scamander family heirloom is powerful, and the space inside is not much worse than August's. And it is divided into 4 distinct seasons, different areas of day and night, to provide a place for various magical creatures so that they can have the best living environment. However, August found that this is not a complete extension charm but a splicing of multiple extension charms. According to his observation, the entire suitcase is made up of nearly 10 spaces, which are connected together by ingenious techniques. Generally, people who are not sensitive to space will not notice this at all. This also solves August's confusion. When he opened up space for his suitcase, he always had a question. Even with his level of magic and the help of the EA wand, it is very laborious. Could it be that the Scamander family ancestors have produced some legends? Only now did he know that the wisdom of his predecessors should not be underestimated. Although their magic power is not so powerful, as long as they are willing to use their brains, the effect will not be too bad. As his first class, Newt did not speak directly. He first took the students around his little world and saw magical creatures from worldwide. Many creatures are documented in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, but few will ever see them in person. It's alchemy, and they change their size with the space size. If you encounter them in the wild, remember to have a teapot and a few insects. This is the demi-guise, and I have sprinkled special powder here, so you can see them. Along the way, Newt introduced many amazing creatures on the verge of extinction, which was an eye-opener for the students. Even August saw several creatures that he was very interested in. For a time, he had a bold idea. Shall I rob Newt? Many things in this magical world can't be bought with galleons, and Newt's suitcase is one of them. August has reserved a layer of an ecological garden in the Mage Tower, and Arya already collects many magical creatures from worldwide. But compared to Newt, it's really nothing. If he was robbed Newt and he took out a little, wouldn't his Mage Tower become the complete zoo in the world? The more he thinks about it, the more August is about to move. Suddenly, Newt, who was introducing the clapboard to the students in the front, shuddered and looked around vigilantly. This feeling had not appeared in him for many years, and it was only when Grindlewald watched him that this would do this. But after searching for a long time, he didn't find any clues, which can only be attributed to his own illusion. Shaking his head, Newt continued to lead everyone forward and came to a giant beast. Its body is huge, its back is bulging, and the skin on its body is tough, even surpassing that of a fire dragon. These are erumpents, and they have highly sought after. Decades ago, I discovered the last pair of erumpents in the world that could give birth. Fortunately, I found them. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see them today. The little wizards of Hufflepuff adored Newt, and the little wizards of their house liked these magical creatures and herbs the most. I don't know how many people envied Newt's experience. Travel the world, protect endangered species, and get an Auror wife. A winner in life. When introducing magical creatures, Newt did not have the cowardice and restraint when they first met him but seemed unusually confident. The horn of the erumpent is a very precious raw material. Grinding it into powder can improve the quality of many potions. And because of this, it brought disaster to them. So children, not everyone is innocent and guilty. This is a wise saying from the East. I hope you can remember them. The students nodded their heads, indicating that they understood. After most of the class, Newt announced the tasks of the little wizards. Passing through a curtain and entering the dark environment, a dozen adorable little beasts are playing in the sun. This is the mooncalf. These little guys have just been born, and I think you are very suitable to care for them. Some girls have glowing eyes, and they can't help but want to reach out and touch them. The mooncalf is also not afraid of them. Perhaps they think that the people brought by Newt will not threaten them. One by one, the mooncalf wailed and asked for food. After Newt's explanation, the students couldn't wait to start the practice session. 2 mooncalves also surrounded August, and he took out some fruit and fed them to them. Gaunt, they seem to like you. Newt's voice came from behind him. Perhaps because of Celestia, many magical creatures seem to like me. August didn't look back and continued his work. Newt became interested. Is that your unicorn? Can you tell me your story with her? August didn't refuse either, telling the story of what happened then. To be precise, apart from Grindlewald, no one would feel bad about a simple-minded person like Newt. The two are purely personal grievances and have nothing to do with character. The 100-year-old man danced joyfully after learning about the wonderful effects of the contract between August and Celestia. I never thought the Unicorn Pact would work so magically. Thank you, Gaunt. You have provided me with a very important research direction. Newt, who entered the state, left these little wizards directly and ran away alone. August was stunned. He is an unreliable professor. Chapter 365, Jealous of Newt. If there is someone whom August fears the most right now, it is undoubtedly Newt. Since the last lesson, Newt has been looking for him every now and then, wanting to see Celestia and Osiris. At first, August received him as usual, allowing Newt to observe Celestia from a distance. As for Osiris, who was at Arya's place to guard the Mage Tower, so he couldn't just pull it over. But after a while, Newt's enthusiastic and studious attitude gave August headaches. This kind of old man is too hard to deal with. He was very polite, and he didn't come up to disturb him in his business, making it difficult for August even to say refusal. Fortunately, one thing attracted Newt and Dumbledore's attention, allowing August to escape temporarily. Grindlewald is coming. In Headmaster's office, Newt and Dumbledore sat opposite each other. How does it feel to be a professor? Making Newt a cup of tea, Dumbledore asked him how he was doing with a smile. Newt also relaxed a lot when the two were alone, and he replied gently. It's all a group of lovely children. It reminds me of how I felt when I was in school. This is not Newt being polite. Expelled from Hogwarts has always been one of his regrets. Now, he is back in school. Seeing those little guys who are curious about magical creatures, Newt is also very relieved. His lifelong dream is to let more wizards know about these magical creatures so that the two can coexist peacefully. I hope Tina will let me into your house when the time comes. Dumbledore laughed and mocked Newt. Tina is Newt's wife, the fierce woman who once confronted Grindlewald. Hearing his wife's name, Newt also shrank his neck subconsciously. Apparently, Tina is a strict wife. When he came to Hogwarts this time, Tina was a little unhappy. When he was young, Newt traveled to every corner of the planet in pursuit of all the magical creatures in the world. Drifting away for a long time, he naturally neglected his wife. After finally getting old and having the time to stay at home, he was pulled out by Dumbledore again. You can imagine how angry Tina would be. Now that Dumbledore said this, Newt also seemed to think of some terrifying picture, and his expression became a little stiff. Dumbledore, if Tina doesn't let me in, please let me stay at your house for a while. Ha 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 ha. Dumbledore laughed and was thrilled to think of Newt being turned away. From what he knew about Tina, she could indeed do such a thing. The two laughed for a while and also talked about business. Newt, you should know why I brought you to Hogwarts. Newt nodded lightly. Of course, he knew it was because of Grindelwald. Dumbledore said worriedly. I have made peace with him temporarily, but I do not guarantee when Grindelwald will attack. Voldemort's threat is imminent, and I desperately need someone who can contain Grindelwald. And that person is you. Newt was embarrassed to be praised, and he said seriously. Doubtfully what I can't do. You know, that's Grindelwald. He has always been this way, never agreeing to anything easily, but once he agrees, he will do his best to do it well. And Dumbledore had long expected his answer, and the decades of friendship between the two had long been known. You know why I like you, Newt. Because there's something about you that no one else has. You've never been passionate about power and fame, you've always been concerned about whether you're doing the right thing, and now, you can stick to your choice. Newt was silent. He didn't speak. At this moment, he felt that this sentence sounded familiar as if Dumbledore had said that when he fooled him into Paris. But Grindelwald is too powerful. His weapon was never a spell, but his way of playing with people's hearts. Yes, that's what makes you strong. Dumbledore looked at Newt firmly. You don't need to fight him directly. I need you to arm the students' minds as long as he doesn't deceive them. After thinking about it for a while, Newt finally agreed to his request. And Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Grindelwald will visit Hogwarts in 2 days, and then you and I will receive him. Hearing this, Newt raised his head in astonishment, and his mouth widened. He felt like he was on the wrong ship for a split second. At the same time, August was also on the phone with Grindelwald. Supporting his head with his right hand, August asked casually. Have you dealt with everything over there? He also knew then that Grindelwald was coming to Hogwarts in 2 days. The delay is because Grindelwald has been busy receiving the alliances recently. Since the last battle with Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic of other countries has promised to release all the detained alliances. Some old subordinates came to Grindelwald after hearing of his appearance. And these people are also the root cause of August to find him. Under Grindelwald's arrangement, hundreds of wizards were sent to collect resources worldwide. Although they didn't know what Grindelwald needed so many materials for, as long as it was his order, the alliances would not hesitate. You can rest assured that the materials you need will be gathered within 2 years according to the current progress. Keeps me away from Demstrang, and everything can go on as usual. Grindelwald still played with his pendant, which rarely left his hand. I think you're here to trouble Newt Scamander. August complained. He already felt the malice coming from the screen. Grindelwald's face froze, and he was hit again. Initially, he was in a good mood recently and reached a consensus with Dumbledore. The two were considered to have entered the honeymoon period. But Newt appeared directly in their two-person world in just a few days. But he wouldn't just admit it, and he could only quibble. Dumbledore invited me to observe Potter's soul. Newt or something, I don't care at all. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, Welcome the Dark Lord to guide Hogwarts. 2 days later, the interior of the school was completely refurbished. The house elves carefully cleaned the castle, and every corner was clean. The tidy floor made people dizzy, and the little wizards feared slipping when they walked. A welcome ribbon was also hung on the gate, which looked very festive. At this time, all the students and professors were sitting in the Great Hall with nervousness and excitement on their faces. Dumbledore told everyone about Grindelwald's upcoming arrival yesterday. At first, many young wizards thought he was joking. After all, it was normal for their headmaster to get crazy occasionally, and they were used to it. But seeing the severe expressions on the high table, they gradually realized something was wrong. The laughter on their face gradually turned into panic. The Dark Lord is coming to Hogwarts. In the most arrogant period of you-know-who, he can't achieve the achievements of Grindlewald. Did Grindlewald achieve it so quickly? Seeing everyone's worries, Dumbledore also comforted them intimately. As the headmaster of Demstrang, he just led some students to exchange for a week. He assured everyone that Grindlewald would never shoot at anyone. Only now did the little wizards gradually feel at ease. And more, the rest is excitement. The Dark Lord, they haven't seen a live one yet. In fact, what many people don't know is that as long as they are in the same class as August and Harry or even Higger, students have seen the Dark Lord but possessed Quirrell. And the twins are even more powerful, directly using snowballs to Voldemort's face, achieving an unprecedented achievement. Umbridge was out of tune with these excited crowds, sitting on the high table with a very exaggerated expression. Dumbledore, you let a Dark Lord enter England and Hogwarts with such a swagger. If something happens, are you responsible? At first, it was moral kidnapping, as if Dumbledore was a sinner through the ages. And Dumbledore didn't panic at all. Sorry, I can only guarantee the safety of everyone in the school. If Fudge does not want Grindelwald to come to England, a letter of reprimand can be sent to him in the name of the Ministry of Magic. Umbridge's face froze, and she was speechless. How can Fudge have this ability to condemn Grindelwald? Does this feel like you've lived too long? As the saying goes, the horizontal is afraid of being dumb, and the dumb is afraid of dying. In the eyes of these high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic, Grindelwald is a horrified existence, and no one can kill him. Naturally, she was in awe of him. And why did Fudge push Dumbledore so much? The reason is that Dumbledore abides by the rules. Dumbledore has never done anything unruly in all these years. And Fudge knows that the fight between the two will only be carried out within the rules, so he will be so unscrupulous. As soon as lunchtime was over, Dumbledore estimated that Grindelwald was about to come. He led the students to line up and prepare to meet him. This is not a courtesy to Grindelwald but to the title of Headmaster Demstrang. After all, he had the same treatment last time he went to Demstrang and needed to do it out of courtesy. August looked at the palatial Great Hall and always felt something was missing. Suddenly, he looked directly behind the empty Great Hall, and his eyes lit up. With a finger flick, a banner was hung in the most conspicuous place. Welcome the Dark Lord to guide Hogwarts. The professors looked at his movements, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Flitwick looked at his proud student in tears, not knowing what to say. If you say something is wrong with this banner, you can't say the problem. But the words are weird. Snape was expressionless and didn't care about everything in the outside world. Grindelwald promised to send Lily back this time, and now he only had Lily in his heart. Dumbledore naturally saw it, but he also smiled and did not express any opinion. Creak. The oak doors of the Great Hall slowly opened. With neat short white hair, Grindelwald walked in with Vinda Rosier, followed by a dozen senior Demstrang students. The so-called communication is just a pretext to let others know that he has come not to make trouble. So the number of people who came this time was far less than last year's Triwizard Tournament. Grindelwald took the lead, and the little wizards and even many professors set their sights on him. With a rebellious face and a strong aura, people like him will be the intersection of the crowd wherever they go. Without seeing other people, even August was temporarily ignored by Grindelwald. He walked straight to the high table. Dumbledore applauded lightly, and the others followed suit, but they were a little weird in their hearts. The world is so crazy that the Dark Lord has become their welcome object. Go away. Indifferent words came from Grindelwald's mouth, and he looked at Umbridge, who was sitting next to Dumbledore, with cold eyes. Since the last time, Fudge gave Umbridge the title of High Inquisitor of the Ministry of Magic. She and McGonagall sat on Dumbledore's left and right sides. Seeing that Grindelwald was so rude, Umbridge was furious, but the vague murderous aura made her quickly regain her senses. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Grindelwald is already an old man, and giving up his seat to the old man is what I should do. In self-hypnosis, Umbridge left his seat with a stern face. And Grindelwald, who successfully sat next to Dumbledore, had a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Scamander, we haven't seen each other in 50 years, haven't we? Grindelwald. Newt's face immediately became tense. Even after so many years, the impression this man left on him was still deep, and his whole body trembled. You scared him. Dumbledore made a sound to help Newt, at the same time, glanced at Grindelwald dissatisfiedly. He didn't care either, and the smile on his face was even stronger. Albus, you can't talk nonsense. I just sat down and said hello to Mr. Scamander. If this is all intimidation, I'll just be dumb in the future. While speaking, the silver pendant in his hand inadvertently leaked out. Dumbledore and Newt's expressions changed slightly at the same time. Newt clearly remembered that this was the one his Niffler had stolen for him in Paris 70 years ago. Chapter 367, Voldemort's Horcrux Quantity. Short notice. This chapter will explain that Voldemort will get slightly buffed about the Horcruxes and dark arts problem. Enjoyed. Dumbledore was also confused. Once upon a time, this pendant has always been a symbol of their common ideal. Unfortunately, Grindlewald went too far, and he couldn't bear some things. The two also parted ways. The blood pact was also broken in the confrontation of killing and protection. Trying to hold back the waves in his heart, Dumbledore greeted the students to leave the Great Hall. After the welcome ceremony is over, there is no need to stay here. The professors also left their seats to prepare for the afternoon class. Dumbledore took Grindelwald, Snape, and Newt to the headmaster's office. At this time, Grindelwald, who had been focusing on Newt and Dumbledore, noticed the banner behind him and raised his eyebrows. "You did this?" Dumbledore shook his head. "A student did it. As for who, you don't need to know. He is also protecting August. After all, Grindelwald is moody, and it is a troublesome thing for the two to conflict together." Dumbledore admits that August is powerful, but in his evaluation, he is still much weaker than Grindelwald. After a bit of thought, Grindelwald knew who it was, smiled dumbly, and did not continue the topic. After several people come to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore first introduces Snape to Grindelwald. "This is the head of Slytherin House, Professor Severus Snape. Also a potions master, and I arranged him for a double agent by Voldemort's side." Dumbledore did not shy away. He said it directly and added a sentence. "He's the man I trust the most." Then, Dumbledore found that Grindelwald's expression became very weird, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. "What's wrong with you?" "No, it's nothing. I just remembered the spy you planted beside me back then and actually called you the Great Dumbledore." With a stiff answer, Grindelwald's heart was turned upside down with laughter. "You have today too." From a height, watching Dumbledore struggling to move forward in the fog, he couldn't tell the difference between the friend and the enemy. Grindelwald was both worried but more joyful. The weird relationship between the two can only produce this kind of complicated emotion. Dumbledore, who didn't know what was wrong with his old friend, also shook his head and stopped thinking about it. But Newt was a little uneasy on the side. It was the first time he was so peaceful with Grindelwald. This man almost killed him several times. "Scamander, when I wrote you a letter inviting you to teach at Demstrang, why didn't you reply but instead came to Dumbledore?" Looking at his nemesis, Grindelwald said something that surprised everyone. Dumbledore looked at Newt in amazement. He didn't know about it yet. And Newt smiled bitterly. He did receive a letter from Demstrang, but how dare he go? "I had already accepted Dumbledore's invitation then, so I'm sorry, Mr. Grindelwald." The words are very euphemistic, but the meaning of rejection is also obvious. Grindelwald stopped asking questions and seeing Newt so embarrassed made him feel much better. Anyway, his invitation was purely to disgust him. It would be fun if Newt did go. He won't kill him when that happens, and it would be nice to teach Durmstrang's students how to cook magical creatures more deliciously. And Dumbledore has nothing to do. After so many years, he didn't expect that Grindelwald still held such vengeance. Dumbledore hurry up to start today's topic, and he will not give Grindelwald a chance to continue attacking. "Gellert, you know the most about Horcruxes. According to your inference, how many Horcruxes can one person make at most?" This is also the most troublesome thing for Dumbledore right now, although August has destroyed a lot of Horcruxes. But how many Horcruxes Voldemort made is still an unsolved mystery. Without destroying the Horcrux, even if he killed Voldemort 10 times, the other party would return. Grindelwald thought for a moment, then slowly said his answer. 9, but I can say it's 10 because the main soul itself can be regarded as a Horcrux. Everyone's soul-carrying capacity is limited. Once Voldemort's Horcrux exceeds this number, his soul will collapse directly. At least from what I know, the more Horcruxes, the more unstable the wizard's mind will be, and the average person may even go mad if they make one. This junior is amazing. In the end, he couldn't help clapping his hands in admiration. Although he disliked Voldemort's methods, Grindelwald also admired his talent for dark arts. Dumbledore rubbed his elder wand, thinking of Grindelwald's reasoning. The two of them didn't say a word, and Newt was even more confused. He didn't even know what a Horcrux was. What if it crashes? Then he will be a walking dead, immortal, but more painful than death. Imagine what kind of experience it is to have a confused soul trapped in this world, wandering aimlessly. This time, even Snape was not calm and shuddered at the thought of that scene. Dumbledore frowned, and he was silently counting the number of Horcruxes remaining. After he returned from chasing Voldemort, August told him that 4 Horcruxes had been destroyed. Plus, the Hufflepuff cup was stolen by Bellatrix, Harry as Horcrux, and about Snape's report. There are 10, indicating that some of them must be fake. Headache. Dumbledore only felt a terrible headache. How does he feel that Tom has become smarter and is still fascinated? By the way, there is one more thing that I need to remind you of. Grindelwald's face became a little dignified as if thinking of something, which lifted Dumbledore's heart. Today's bad news is enough. Dumbledore's heart can no longer support it. I recently flipped through ancient books and found a very important clue. Slowly raising a finger, Grindlewald said seriously. Wizards who have made Horcruxes, although they will become insane due to lack of souls, are extremely cruel. But also because of this, the darkness in the hearts of wizards with Horcruxes will be infinitely magnified, so the power of their dark arts will become very strong. And Voldemort, who has so many Horcruxes, the power of his magic. I also must admit that it should be the number one in ancient and modern times when it comes to dark arts alone. Dumbledore's face is hideous. What character is Grindelwald? Back then, he was the number one Dark Lord in the world. Even if he admits that his dark arts is not as good as Voldemort, how strong is this? Tired, this world is hopeless. Collapsing on the soft sofa, Dumbledore had given up treatment. Chapter 368, Chapter 368, The Role of Elder Wand. Inside the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. At this time, Snape and Newt had left, leaving Dumbledore and Grindelwald alone. Before leaving, Newt glanced at Dumbledore worriedly. Is it really appropriate for these two to be alone in a room? Staring at the tea in the cup, deep exhaustion flooded Dumbledore's heart. Voldemort's madness far exceeded his expectations, and several unresolved Horcruxes were hidden in the dark. When will I be able to retire as an old man? Also, he still does not know how to deal with that piece of soul in Harry. Let me kill him, and I can guarantee that my killing curse will kill them. Knowing Dumbledore's worries, Grindelwald did not hesitate to devise a solution strategy. Simple, crude, but very effective. Without any hesitation, Dumbledore refused directly. Impossible. I will not sacrifice a boy's life to achieve my goals. Grindelwald sneered, sneering in his heart. This is what Dumbledore said in his heart. Even if it weren't for Harry, an ordinary student, he would not choose this extreme approach. Of course, if it weren't for Harry, his protection would not be as strong. But I am different. For the greater good, sacrificing the interests of individuals has long been commonplace. Dumbledore was a little uneasy and knew Grindelwald's way of doing things well. To save himself the trouble, he might actually kill Harry. Gellert, this boy is all hope. In an instant, Grindelwald understood Dumbledore's intentions. Combining the information that August had given him earlier, and the prophecy, he quickly understood why Dumbledore did it. He wanted Harry to follow the instructions and kill Voldemort step by step. Just like many years ago to himself. Grindelwald remembered that memory, and his face was a little unnatural. It used to be like this. Dumbledore guided Newt step by step to follow in his footsteps worldwide. For example, when flourishing in the Macusa, he could immediately control the Obscurial. So here comes this little bastard. When he was in Paris, giving a passionate speech and recruiting like-minded partners, he came again. In Germany, in Bhutan. Now it seems that he was defeated by Dumbledore and was completely annoyed by Newt like this. Do you think he'd be as lucky as Newt? If it weren't for me looking at you, he would have died 100 times. When Grindelwald recalled his experience, he had the same feelings about Voldemort. What the hell? Can't you be less prejudiced against Newt after all these years? Dumbledore was also helpless. The two had not dealt with each other from the beginning, but they were both so old, and they should let it go. Impossible. Grindelwald interrupted him decisively. Unless he died, I might put a flower on his grave with a smile. At the most, I won't trouble him for your sake. Dumbledore nodded silently. This may be the best result. Go back to Harry's problem. You must have something good to do. Looking at Dumbledore, Grindelwald showed a playful smile. There is a way, and there is an 80% chance that I can let Potter survive, but are you willing? Hearing him say that, Dumbledore laughed too. At his age, he has taken everything lightly, and Grindelwald really underestimated him by saying so. Grindelwald's eyes slowly moved down, and he placed his wand on the table. What if it was it? Let Potter be the master of the Elder Wand, and deliver this wand to Voldemort. Finally, using the Elder Wand's properties, let Voldemort cast the killing curse on him. After slowly saying this method, Grindelwald stopped talking, leaving Dumbledore time to think. To be honest, when Grindelwald heard August's idea, he was a little surprised. Not only is it completely doable, but it also subtly weakens Dumbledore. A standard behind-the-scenes operation. Is it just that Dumbledore will really execute as he envisions? Will do. In his heart, Grindelwald has already given his answer. In essence, he and Dumbledore are the kind of people who will calmly analyze the gains and losses and make trade-offs. It's just that Dumbledore cares more about the people around him. As for these foreign objects, he never cared. Sure enough, after carefully considering the feasibility, Dumbledore decisively accepted the plan. Although the Elder Wand is a powerful wand, Dumbledore never thought he would become weak without it. It is always the man, not the wand, that is powerful. A week has passed in a flash, and time has entered December. During this time, Grindlewald drank tea and visited Hogwarts leisurely. Spend an hour or two in the headmaster's office daily under the pretext of communicating magic. Of course, his main pleasure was going to make Newt trouble. He will attend Newt's class whenever he has time, standing silently and not speaking. But this also puts much pressure on the students and Newt, who can't concentrate on their studies under his watchful eye. At this time, Dumbledore would show up helplessly and pull him away. In fact, thanks to Grindelwald, Umbridge ran back to the ministry the day he arrived. If Grindelwald did not leave, she would not have come back. The students were also able to live a relaxing few days. Durmstrang's team is now entirely managed by Vinda. The little wizards at Hogwarts were also surprised to find that these many familiar faces they had seen last year had become a little different. Everyone is a little taciturn, and their strength has also greatly increased. Even Cedric ended in a crushing defeat against Fabian. You know, last year, Cedric won. This has also frustrated many young wizards, who have fallen far behind wizards in other countries. And this year, because of Umbridge censorship, many courses judged dangerous were also not allowed. Basically, nothing is learned. They were not happy with Umbridge, and they were not happy with the Ministry of Magic. Some people also have grudges against Dumbledore. On the last night, the next day, Durmstrang was leaving Hogwarts. August appeared in Grindelwald's living room. Chapter 369, Little Bicker. Next to Hagrid's hut, there is a very luxurious tent. This time Durmstrang still came to Hogwarts on the ship of their school. But Grindelwald doesn't like to live on a ship. It's very unsteady and erratic. So a temporary residence was built here. He will leave England tomorrow, so Grindelwald spent more time with Dumbledore tonight. When returning to his tent, Grindelwald saw August sitting in the main seat. August leisurely pours tea into the cup at this time. It was as if he was the host and was preparing tea for the guests. To be honest, Grindelwald has been nauseated by the sight of black tea lately. Dumbledore became more obsessed with sweets as he got older. Every time he was there, Grindelwald ate as much sugar in one day as in a year in Nurmengard. Fortunately, August tea has no sugar cubes. Aren't you afraid that Dumbledore will find you out here today? Sitting across from August, Grindelwald asked softly. This is not a good time for them to meet. After all, this is Dumbledore's territory, in case it is discovered. He could already imagine the anger of his old friend. On the other hand, August did not lift his head and looked at the magic web device on his own. Rest assured, Mr. Grindelwald, Headmaster Dumbledore still respects the students very much and never wants to spy on other people's privacy. It's you. Haven't you been feeling a little too comfortable lately? Hearing August says this, Grindelwald's face was also a little unnatural. Recently, he has indeed been too comfortable in Hogwarts, obviously forgetting that his big boss is still watching. Feeling a little embarrassed, Grindelwald changed the topic without a trace. What are you looking at? So fascinated. August finally raised his head. Don't you like reading newspapers too much? Newspaper. Grindelwald was at a loss, he seldom read the news, and if there were any important information, Vinda would report it in time. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, picked up his magic web device, and opened the Daily Prophet. With just one glance, the murderous aura in him unconsciously oozes out. The Conspiracy to Rule England, Dumbledore's intimate meeting with Grindelwald. Under the title, there is also a photo of Grindelwald whispering beside Dumbledore. If they don't know the identities of the two, they would really think of the two old men with good relationships. The article's writing is very sharp, constantly questioning the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. And it was also revealed that the two had a close relationship and had an unknown past in Godric's Hollow. Once during the First Wizarding War, Dumbledore took into account the friendship between the two and did not take action the first time, which dragged on for more than 10 years. Now that Grindelwald is out, is it possible that they have rekindled their old love and are ready to join hands to rule the magical world? After reading the entire report, Grindelwald's face wholly darkened. Today's people are really bold. Even he dares to arrange it. Looking at the author's name, Rita Skeeter, Grindelwald's murderous aura became increasingly intense. But August's words made him miserable. Well, this article was written by me. I just see that you have been doing well recently, and I just want to cause you some trouble. Grindelwald's eyes twitched. Only then did he realize that, besides Newt, someone else could make him hate him so much. This partner is really talented. August's expression has become extremely indifferent, and the bone-chilling chill directly presses Grindelwald's killing intent back into his body. Maybe you don't know yet, but the alliances under your command have been dishonest recently. Grindelwald frowned immediately and said in a deep voice. What's going on? I haven't paid attention to things over there recently. He knew that this matter was probably the real purpose of August's visit. 2 days ago, there was a conflict between your alliances and my subordinates, and several members of the pureblood family injured my subordinates. Just because they are werewolves. Grindelwald's heart sank slowly. His army trouble, and finally, it was counted on his head. In the wizarding world, the status of the werewolf wizard has always been very low, which was the case when he was in power. Not to mention wounded, many werewolf wizards were killed by his alliances. The problem is that these people are August's men. To hurt these people is to slap him in the face. For a strongman like them, this is no small matter. August put away the magic web device and got up slowly. The world is so ridiculous. A group of people is drawing boundaries in various ways, trying to be better than others. But they forgot that they are also a member of all living beings. Mr. Grindelwald, I have helped you deal with those who can't see reality clearly. I hope they will not affect the trust between you and me. Although the tone was calm, it contained infinite murderous intent. Grindelwald knew that this was August's exhortation and warning. This is to put him in his place. Grindelwald felt a little uncomfortable, and even Dumbledore didn't speak to him in this tone. This feeling is really irritating. But he couldn't help it. August told the fact that the two of them were working together. However, he still knew the primary and secondary relationships in his heart. I see. I'll take care of them when I go back. Grindelwald is ready to go back to discipline his subordinates and stop causing trouble for himself. In fact, he didn't support the pureblood theory because as long as they were wizards, they were compatriots in his eyes. Initially, his slogan was to defeat the Muggle world and let them serve wizards. Okay, that's all. You shouldn't be here in England for the time being. Voldemort is too scared to come forward. August walked out of the tent. He didn't want too many variables because of Grindelwald's existence. In the tent, only Grindelwald was left alone. After a long time, he sighed softly. I really don't know how there is such a monster in the world, is the strength so strong? The words fell, except for the chair he was sitting in the entire tent. All the other items were turned into dust with the cold wind blowing in from outside. Chapter 370, Nightmare. The following day, Grindelwald left after his breakfast at Hogwarts. When he left, his face was a little gloomy. Durmstrang's people followed behind him in horror. Vinda finally gave August an apologetic look. She already knew what had happened, and she didn't expect this kind of thing. And after they left, some Hogwarts students were still reluctant to part. It's not that Grindelwald bewitched them. But it was because the person who they hated the most in the whole school was coming back after he left. Sure enough, in the next 2 days, Umbridge returned to school again and brought Fudge's latest policy. Educational Decree No. 25, the High Inquisitor will henceforth have supreme authority over all punishments and expel any staff and students in the school. According to information from Lockhart, Fudge was apparently taken aback by Rita Skeeter's report. He felt that he could lose his position as Minister of Magic at any moment. Therefore, Fudge is eager to dismantle Dumbledore's authority. After returning to school, Umbridge's movements were much bigger, and even Hermione's DA was affected. At one rally, they were almost caught in a shrieking shack. If it weren't for the charm set in advance by Cho, several people would have been fired by now. Needless to say, there must be an insider who had to inform her. The time of their activities is not fixed each time. Only 1 hour before the participation will know. Hermione found August and asked him for help, and August taught her contract magic. Have everyone sign it, and if someone wants to betray you, his name will change color. If you want, you can also add a curse to it so that the betrayal will be punished. However, the power of this curse will not be too strong. At most, it is the slug vomiting charm and the bat bogey hex. After August introduced the contract magic to Hermione in the library, she immediately accepted the suggestion. But she has one more thing to discuss with August. I want to change the class location to the room of requirement. There's not enough space in the shrieking shack. Now that Hermione's DA has nearly 80 people, a shrieking shack has no place for them to cast their spells. Only a place with huge space and supporting facilities like the room of requirement can meet their needs. In fact, August's suitcase can also do it, but these little wizards must not be allowed in there. No problem. After letting them sign the contract, you can take them there. After reading a book with Hermione for a while, the two went to the Great Hall for dinner. It's not too long before Christmas, and August is going to America to see Cassandra this holiday. The two hadn't seen each other for half a year, and Cassandra's mouth pouted during the recent call. If he doesn't go to comfort her again, then he will not be able to bear it. In addition, he is also very interested in the clock in Makusa. That clock is not used to tell the time but to measure the level of exposure to the wizarding world. When Grindelwald and Obscurial fought in New York, this clock raised the exposure level to a dangerous level, which is very magical. Harry was lying on the bed, tired, and had just finished his Quidditch training. After Wood left, Angelina became the new captain. Like Wood, Angelina is a training freak. Even though there are no games before Christmas, she asks the players to participate in weekly in-team training to keep the feeling of flying. Ron, next to him, became the keeper of Gryffindor this year and was already tired and sound asleep. With his rhythmic snoring, Harry gradually fell asleep. In the dream, Harry saw himself holding a firebolt and the Quidditch trophy in one hand. The Gryffindor students were cheering for him, and Ginny hugged him enthusiastically. The dream softened. Harry felt his bones being pulled away from him, becoming strong and flexible. He glided on his belly on the shiny, cold floor, and through the flash of the floor, he saw what he looked like now. It was a Brazilian python. He opened his mouth subconsciously, revealing a mouth of sharp fangs. The saliva dripped on the floor, corroding large swathes of masonry. Harry knew the body and saw this Brazilian python when the Dursleys took him to the zoo. At that time, he also talked with the snake, who complained that although he was a Brazilian python, he had never been there. He turned his head, and at a glance, there was a person sitting on the ground at the end of the corridor with his head lowered, and the tip of his wand was flashing with fluorescent light. Harry longed to take a bite of the man, but he had to refrain from the thought because there was more to do. But the man woke up, jumped up, and pointed his wand at him. Finally, Harry couldn't hold back the urge to bite and attack the man. Relying on the advantage of his body, he quickly bit the wizard, feeling the rib shatter between his teeth and the hot venom pour into the man's body. Harry! Harry! He opened his eyes, covered in a cold sweat, and hugged the quilt tightly. On the contrary, his forehead was burning hot. Harry! Ron was terrified, and just now, Harry hissed like a snake. Ron! Harry gasped heavily and propped himself up from the bed. Your dad. Your dad has an accident. What? Ron didn't understand. A snake bit your father. I saw it. It was very serious. There was blood everywhere. Ron didn't realize the seriousness. He was still persuading Harry. Man, you're just dreamy. No, said Harry furiously. This is no ordinary dream. I saw it. I did it. After speaking, he struggled to leave the bed, took a robe, and walked out. Ron, you come with me to find Professor Dumbledore. Ron was a little flustered to see Harry so serious. The two hurriedly left the dorms under the worried eyes of Seamus and Neville and went to the headmaster's office. Chapter 371, The Marionette, Voldemort. Harry and the Weasleys were absent from the school in the last week before Christmas. With Harry's warning, although Arthur Weasley was seriously injured, he was treated in time. The students in the school don't know what happened. They just wonder why they disappeared. August also learned the news, which was not surprising. Voldemort is getting increasingly impatient now. After the resurrection, he has not done anything for so long. Not to mention that his subordinates' hearts fluctuated, and even he felt that he had picked the wrong time. Why is Fudge in such a stable position now? It's not because the magical world is calm now. The biggest threat is Grindlewald. As for Voldemort, not even his shadow could be seen. After learning that his Horcrux had been destroyed so much, every remaining Horcrux was treated like a treasure. This time, he sent his Horcrux python to the Department of Mysteries to steal something, which was also risky. It's a pity that it still fell short. Arthur Weasley spotted his movements while he was close to infiltrating the Department of Mysteries. For this reason, Voldemort was furious once again. My lord, please calm down. This time it's just bad luck. Next time you will be successful. Snape stood obediently beside him, comforting in a low voice. Voldemort waved his hand, indicating that he was okay. Severus, you don't have to worry about things here. I have my plan, and you can just keep an eye on Dumbledore. A while ago, Snape suddenly returned from Hogwarts and brought him a copy of the Tales of Beedle the Bard in the middle of the night. If it weren't for Snape's special place in his heart, it is estimated that Voldemort would have tortured him with the Cruciatus. Is he the kind of person who can read fairy tales? And Snape also explained the reason, proving that the three Deathly Hallows really exist. Grindelwald was holding the Elder Wand and swept the entire continent. And when Dumbledore defeated him, he abandoned his original wand and took the Elder Wand as his own. This is enough to prove the legend of this wand. If it weren't really that powerful, Dumbledore wouldn't have done it at all. After learning all this, Voldemort was also moved. Of course, there is also a hint of heartache. After reading the whole story, he already knew that the gem on the gaunt ancestral ring was the Resurrection Stone. Now it's in Dumbledore's hands. Of course, in his worldview, it was Dumbledore who destroyed so many of his Horcruxes, and he didn't even know it was August. Since then, Voldemort has had a crush on the Elder Wand. If he gets the Elder Wand, not only can he kill Harry, but even Dumbledore also is not his opponent. Although Voldemort is also delighted with his wand now. But since it is the same material as Harry's wand, and both are feathers from the same phoenix, neither of them can hurt the other. He didn't want to use the hands of others to get rid of this old enemy. But here comes the problem, not to mention how close the relationship between wands and wizards is. Not a part of the body, but sometimes more important than the body. Getting the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's hands became the greatest difficulty. Can't let him rush into Hogwarts and disarm Dumbledore as soon as he fires Disarming Charm. If he could do that, why would he need Elder Wand? That's when Barty Jr. made a brilliant suggestion. Taking advantage of the conflict between the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore at this time, just create a conflict and let Dumbledore's wand leave his side briefly. And that's when Snape could steal the Elder Wand. Barty, how are you doing with the infiltration of the Ministry of Magic? Barty Jr. walked a few steps to Voldemort's side. My lord, there are already 2 Aurors under our control. Fudge's dissatisfaction with Dumbledore was growing daily, and it wouldn't be long before they had a head-to-head confrontation. Humph. Voldemort snorted coldly. Can you make sure that the Imperius curse on these 2 won't be broken free? Barty Jr.'s cold sweat stayed. Apparently, his master was expressing his dissatisfaction. After all, his Imperius curse had gone wrong before, making Barty Crouch SNR run away. These 2 are descendants of pureblood families, and I did not control them with the Imperius curse. Although they are not Death Eaters, they have long complained about Dumbledore. Lucius Malfoy only used words to confuse them a few times, and they took the bait. Oh. Voldemort was a little surprised. He didn't expect Malfoy in it. Glancing at him admiringly, Voldemort praised. Well done, Lucius. Lucius Malfoy bowed his head, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, but his mouth was very respectful. It is my honor to be able to serve the master. He sneered in his heart. Even the Dark Lord didn't know he was playing in someone else's palm. At Hogwarts, August smiled when he received the news from Snape. With everything under control, Dumbledore and Voldemort obediently went to his script. This is the effect he wants. Even the Dark Lord must follow his prescribed route. For all beings in the wizarding world, August is destiny. Flicking his fingers at will, everything will act according to his ideas. This feeling of manipulating everything is really fascinating. August, it's your turn. Luna looked at her smirking boyfriend and gave him a slight push. The 2 were playing a kind of beast chess game, and the various pieces on the chessboard were composed of various magical creatures. According to the mutual growth and mutual restraint between the magical creatures, defeating all the opponent's pieces is considered a victory. At this time, only 1 dragon was left on August's chessboard and 2 more nifflers. Touching his nose, he still chose to admit defeat. Even if he controls fate or something, he can't get past Luna. Luna, I'm going to class first, and I'll play with you next time. After saying this, August ran out of the common room in a daze. It was really unbearable. He basically lost 9 out of 10 games. Chapter 372, Obscurus. Inside Newt's suitcase, August quietly walked in and stood at the back of the crowd. Newt saw him and smiled friendly. After getting along for a while, he has an excellent impression of August. In fact, Newt's judgment method is also straightforward. Whoever gets the likes of magical creatures is a good person. And in this regard, who can compare to August, who owns 3 incomparably rare magical creatures? Clapping his hands, Newt drew the students' attention to him. Children, today is your last class on the care of magical creatures this semester. I wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. The little wizards applauded, and after getting along for a few months, they already liked the professor very much. Compared with the first 2 very unreliable teachers, Newt is much better. Hagrid and Ketleban also have a lot of love for magical creatures, but they often have no sense of proportion. The introductions are not very dangerous magical creatures or strange creatures that are only cute in their eyes. Such as flail-tail snails, fire crabs, or flobberworm. And what about Newt? He selectively found normal magical creatures, taking into account what the students would accept. These little creatures are adorable, or in other words, their appearance is not bad. Today, Newt's task for everyone is to groom the wyvern and clean their bodies. Wyverns are amazing birds that can absorb air into their bodies and turn themselves into a balloon. When enough air is inhaled, they will discharge all the gas onto their wings, making them huge. This kind of bird is very docile. When the little wizards cleaned their feathers, not only did they not resist, but they also showed an expression of enjoyment. Before half the class, everyone completed their task. Newt was also a little worried when he saw this. He suddenly found that he was also a little unprepared today. What about the remaining half of the class? At this moment, August suddenly spoke and pointed to a piece of white cloth not far away. Professor, you have never taken us there. Are there any dangerous magical creatures? August had actually been interested there for a long time, and he felt it the first time he entered Newt's suitcase. There is a very powerful magic behind that piece of white cloth, which is only weaker than Dumbledore and Grindlewald. Even Nicholas Flamel is much weaker than it. With such powerful magic power, this must be an Obscurus. Now that there is a chance to find out, August will naturally not let it go. Newt was stunned momentarily, not expecting him to ask this question. He hesitated for a long time without saying anything. When the other little wizards saw this, they also became interested and moved to Newt's side. They looked at him with eager eyes. In the end, Newt was defeated, and he said helplessly, "Okay, I will show you, but everyone has to promise me to stay away from him." The students cheered and stood upright behind Newt. The piece of white cloth was lifted, and it was another space. In a world of ice and snow, no creatures live here. In an irregularly twisting bubble, a group of unknown black substances floated up and down at the center. When August saw it, his pupils shrank. This is... Newt and the little wizard stopped when they were 50 meters away from the bubble. He also looked at the bubble with some complexity. This is the manifestation of the repressed energy of a young wizard or witch, and the conditions for its formation are very harsh. Honestly, if possible, I'd rather the world never had this. This is Obscurus. Most of the students were taken aback. They had never heard of this. And a few people, frowning slightly, carefully searched the memory in their minds. After a while, one of them's faces changed greatly. Obscurus, is there really Obscurus in the world? While speaking, he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Newt sighed again. Yes, this is Obscurus. Wizards experience extreme distress when they are physically or psychologically abused in childhood and forced to suppress their magic. And when this pain is combined with the suppressed magic in the body, it will produce a very dark force called Obscurus. The little wizards took a breath. They didn't expect the formation conditions of Obscurus to be so harsh. But what shocked them was still behind. Newt continued. The host of Obscurus is called Obscurial. Once their emotions reach a tipping point or collapse, a catastrophe happens. Obscurus will take over the host's body, releasing waves of powerful magic, destroying everything. Even when the host is strong enough, the two will merge, and even the body will become Obscurus. When I was in New York, an Obscurial fought with Grindlewald, almost destroying half of New York. HHH. This time everyone was terrified and quickly retreated, ready to run at any time. And August stood motionless behind Newt, his eyes fixed on Obscurus, flashing strange luster occasionally. Seeing them like this, Newt also smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, all those Obscurus leave the host will lose their ability to move. As you can see, this is Obscuru, that is detached from the host. As long as they don't enter the wizard's body, they'll stay here forever. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, and the fear in their hearts dissipated greatly. But they didn't dare to approach. What if the Obscurus burrowed into their bodies? Professor, as far as I know, Obscurus usually disappears with the host. How did you get this? August asked softly. Newt glanced at August in surprise, but he didn't expect that he knew something about Obscurus. This Obscurus was separated from the body of an old friend of mine. I once tried to save him but unfortunately failed. He should be the most powerful Obscurial in the world so far, and the average Obscurial person will die before they are 10. And he lived more than 10 years, a miracle in the magical world. Chapter 373, arrived in America. After coming out of Newt's suitcase, the little wizards still discussed. They never thought there was such evil in the world. Especially some young wizards born in Muggle families are even more afraid. From Newt's mouth, they learned that the common Obscurus appeared from those Muggle families who didn't believe in magic. These little wizards are very fortunate that their family is still enlightened. They have never strangely looked at them because they know magic. Otherwise, maybe they will really become Obscurial. And since August came out, he has been thinking about the Obscurus things. The friend in Newt's mouth should be Credence. Or Aurelius Dumbledore, son of Aberforth Dumbledore. He didn't expect Newt to keep the Obscurus after Credence's death. It was a very powerful force, and Credence was about 18 when he died. And this Obscurus magic has surpassed the average professor. If you add the gift of Credence himself as a descendant of the Dumbledore family. No wonder one was able to compete with Grindelwald and Dumbledore initially. At that time, Grindelwald tried his best to subdue him, just in the name of wanting him to kill Dumbledore. Naturally, August was interested in Obscurus. If every wizard can cultivate a controlled Obscurus that grows with them, then the combat power of all wizards is more than doubled. Of course, this is only an idea of August, and the specific operation is still challenging. If nothing else, that thing born under such extreme emotions is challenging to be produced regularly. Shaking his head, August threw his wild ideas out of his head. On the 24th, Hogwarts entered the holiday season. August sent Hermione home first and then returned to Knockturn Alley to visit Fleur. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, so naturally, they were lingering. If it weren't for August, who had to go to America, he probably wouldn't be able to land today. Finally, under the reluctant eyes of Fleur, August embarked on the plane to America. In fact, he has a faster way to get to America. But since the last time he lost his way to Grindelwald, August didn't really like long-distance apparition. Besides, isn't it good to choose a first-class cabin and have a good night's sleep to replenish energy? In the evening, the plane landed on time at Los Angeles Airport. Rejecting the notes handed over by several flight attendants, August walked out of the airport with the flow of people. As soon as he got outside, he saw Cassandra, who stood out in the crowd. Delicate face and noble temperament make a group of men who want to approach and chat away. When Cassandra saw August, she subconsciously showed her joy. But she seemed to have thought of something, and his face became arrogant again. August is also experienced in dealing with girls now. He naturally knows she is unhappy because he hasn't seen each other for so long. In Cassandra's exclamation, August walked up to her with a smile and hugged her. A group of people looked at him enviously, and August strode towards the parking lot. Although Cassandra was exclaiming, she did not resist after being picked up and subconsciously hugged August's neck. So no brainless people will think that August started kidnapping in broad daylight. Put me down. Lying in August's arms, Cassandra no longer had the arrogant look of a white swan just now. The voices became weak and flew. No. You must be tired from standing after waiting so long. Cassandra hammered him in dismay. Lousy guy and still so shameless. You're in the wrong direction, idiot. The butler is in another parking lot. August stopped, smiling awkwardly. Finally, under the guidance of Cassandra, the two came to a Rolls-Royce. A well-dressed old housekeeper greeted him respectfully. Mr. August also put Cassandra down at the right time, and the two entered the back row. The car was cast with an extension charm, and the interior decoration was very luxurious. August liked the combination of Muggle technology and wizarding magic. This shows that the two are not incompatible but can develop better together. Along the way, August took Cassandra's little hand and kept whispering. The housekeeper driving in front wisely added a quietening charm and raised the baffle. It means that you are free. I am blind and deaf. The car drove to a deserted mountainous area outside the city for nearly an hour. No family is around, and it looks gloomy on a dark night. When passing through a barrier blocking Muggles, a towering castle appeared before August's eyes. Tweet, I didn't expect you to be a little rich woman. Cassandra pinched him angrily. If he didn't make fun of her, he would die. With August's current status, what is a castle? After entering the castle gate, the car drove a short distance before arriving at the gate of the main hall. Some other members of the Vole family had already been waiting at the door. As soon as they saw August coming down, they were led by Cassandra's grandfather. Mr. Gaunt, welcome to the humble house. The head of the Vole family, Cassandra's grandfather Gonzalez Vole, is very enthusiastic. August is still a little uncomfortable. After all, he is now his grandson-in-law, and this title still makes him a little flattered. But Gonzalez didn't find it strange at all. He was initially a wizard obsessed with alchemy, and the best comes first in the world of scholars. In particular, a master figure like August deserves his respect even more. Gonzalez was pleasantly surprised when August said he wanted to marry his granddaughter. Not only does the granddaughter have a good home, but he also has an alchemy master's grandson-in-law who he can ask questions. It's simply good. Chapter 374, it is another Christmas season. The Vole family prepared a very high-profile dinner to welcome August's arrival. The atmosphere was also very harmonious, and everyone was delighted with August. Because the device business was handed over to Cassandra, the whole family was devastated. The United States can be said to own a state alone, and Canada and Mexico can be regarded as his vassal states. And on such a vast land, there are by no means few wizards. According to official statistics, hundreds of thousands of wizards are in the entire United States. You can imagine how big a market this is. During the dinner, August also expressed his desire to visit the Makusa. Gonzalez agreed without hesitation. This kind of thing was nothing to him at all. The wizarding world of America is the same as his country. Oh, here, it should be called no Mage. Several powerful pureblood families control the direction of the magical world and various resources in the wizarding world. Even the Magical Congress's election resulted from a compromise between these families. After all, there has never been a great wizard like Dumbledore here, and the collective power is far greater than the influence of force. And the Vole family is strong even among these giant families. Mr. Gaunt, the Magical Congress will be on holiday tomorrow for Christmas, and in 2 days, I'll let Cassandra show you around. But tomorrow, you can visit Ilvermorny, the pride of our America. Having said that, August is interested. Speaking of which, his relationship with Ilvermorny is not shallow. Okay, then I'll go take a look tomorrow. After the dinner, Gonzalez dragged him and asked many questions about alchemy before he let August go. I'm sorry, my grandfather is like this. He would be very excited when alchemy and potions were involved. Cassandra said apologetically. It almost turned into an academic exchange with her grandfather. August smiled indifferently. It's okay. The old man is fine. By the way, where will I sleep tonight? Is that your room? Cassandra blushed and took him to a very luxurious guest room. You sleep here today, rest early, and Merry Christmas. After speaking, she left a bit flustered and disappeared before August's eyes. Cassandra is still a little nervous, and she is not ready for some things. But it made August awkward. He was just talking casually and didn't expect Cassandra to take it seriously. Without thinking any further, August was a little tired after tossing for a day. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed and rested. The next day, when August woke up, he saw a pile of gifts in the room. There are also a few owls that are already tired and lying down. It is estimated that these poor little guys flew all night before they crossed the other side of the ocean and came here. It is also tough for them. Speaking of which, the owls in the wizarding world are amazing, except for some special places, such as the house with the spell. Or the wizards deliberately casts a spell to expel the owl. Otherwise, you can receive letters or packages from them no matter where you are. After feeding a few owls with their specially formulated pet medicine, they quickly recovered their vitality. And August also started this year's gift opening session. He is always in high spirits at this time, and although most of them are not valuables, there is a thrill of opening the blind box. Sometimes there are small gifts that he likes very much. The first thing to open is Cho's gift, which is still her usual style. This year, it is a pair of wool socks that she made by herself. Put it away. August thinks he's not Dumbledore's age yet and is more resistant to frost. And then there's Hermione, Wade, and another book. When he opened it, he was immediately covered with black lines. How prefects get rights. He had known this book long ago. Percy always kept it in his hands, reading it while eating. He really doesn't know who wrote this book, but it's so targeted. But even if the prefects of Hogwarts would buy them yearly, they wouldn't be able to sell a few copies yearly. Shaking his head and putting away the book, August is not interested in how to be a good prefect. Next, he opened the gifts of several other little witches. Luna gave him the Quibbler Special, a magazine full of nonsense except for the time and the author. Since Mrs. Lovegood's resurrection, Luna's father has become freer of himself, and the content in the magazine is very absurd. Astoria sent a cake, but the cake has deformed. Fleur's gift was given to him yesterday, a chic brooch that looked like it was spending a lot of money. After his own gifts were unpacked, August went to see what other friends or professors gave. Snape was still the same. He had sent another Felix Felicis, nothing new. Since the first grade, Snape's annual gift has been Felix Felicis. August has been able to refine this potion by himself, but it takes too long. He really doesn't want to spend so much energy on it. Other people's gifts are similar, mostly some candy or cookies. Only the gift of the Weasley twins makes August a little interested. This is their new product, a magic firework. When the twins go out, they naturally do not take the usual path. After the fireworks are lit, they will chase people and run until they explode. If a spark accidentally touches you, there will be many strange effects. They sent August this one that incorporated the idea of dung bomb. People who were hit by fireworks felt like they were hit by dung for some time, and they smelled bad. Fascinating product. August remembered the Weasley fireworks in the playing games. It is a very strong skill. But in the real world, the power may not be so great. More of a tricky nature. Putting away all the gifts, August also walked out of the bedroom for breakfast. And just in time, Cassandra's door not far away also opened simultaneously. She pretended to be calm, walked to August's side, and handed over a beautiful gift box. The Christmas present you gave me is not bad. It's for you, don't dislike it. After that, she forced the box into August's hands. Cassandra looks pretty standard. August held back a smile and opened the gift. He also wondered why he didn't see Cassandra's gift in the morning. It seemed she was waiting for him here. As for why it's so coincidental, Cassandra must have been standing behind the door, watching the movements of August's side. Sure enough, once you understand Cassandra, all their actions will become very cute. Chapter 375, Ilvermorny. The Vole family's castle is very large, with many small function rooms. At this time, August and Cassandra were enjoying breakfast in a restaurant. The maid carefully brought a thick cookbook to August, and there were delicacies from various countries in it. As expected of the Chable forces, they live better than Nico. They had breakfast as usual and headed straight. Ilvermorny. Mount Greylock. Located in the northwest corner of Massachusetts and is the highest point in the state, with an altitude of more than 3,000 meters. The terrain here is narrow, and only 2 paths lead to the top of the mountain. Of course, this is only Muggle's perception. In fact, there is also a road leading to the top of the mountain, and his endpoint is the world-famous Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ilvermorny, like Hogwarts, has been enchanted with so much magic that wizards cannot enter through apparition or other spatial means. So August and Cassandra had breakfast and came to the nearest wizard gathering place through Flow Powder. Walking on the snow-covered path, Cassandra briefly introduced August to the school. Perhaps one of our founders was from England, and the school was divided into 4 houses. Horned Serpent, Thunderbird, Wampus, and Pukwudgie. And I am a student of Thunderbird House. There is an unstoppable pride in the words. August listened carefully, nodding in agreement from time to time. The worship of Thunderbirds in America is very fanatical. Many young wizards are proud to have graduated from Thunderbird House. Still, he never knew that Cassandra was also a student of this house. However, remembering her skillful Thundercloud spell last year was not unexpected. He could hear that Cassandra was delighted with her school. In everyone's heart, their own school is the best. Even August is no exception. He also believes that Hogwarts is the best wizarding school in the world. But there was another question that had been lingering in his mind. Cassandra, how many students are there in Ilvermorny? Cassandra did a little calculation and gave a rough figure. I remember, on average, there were 800 people in each grade, so it was about 5,000 people. More than 5,000 people. I remember Ilvermorny's recruiting range was the whole of North America. August continued. In this way, the number of young wizards who meet the requirements yearly is not a small number. And what about the little wizards who didn't attend school? Cassandra smiled softly. She knew August was in the wrong place. Actually, according to the Magical Congress statistics of last year, about 3,000 young wizards should be awakened throughout North America. It's just that Ilvermorny has his own set of judgment criteria, and it will choose students by itself. The Magical Congress will deal with those who are not selected, and Ilvermorny in North America is the largest school of magic, not the only place to learn magic. Like my uncle's child, he did not receive an invitation letter from Ilvermorny and could only choose to study at home for tutoring. And there are wizards who run creme schools, but they're too small to be called schools of magic. August understood this. It seems that the Magical Congress of the United States of America has long been correct. In fact, if you don't properly deal with those little wizards who haven't enrolled in school, there will likely be obscurial ones among them. While chatting and laughing, the two came to the school gate. Special guards are guarding the entrance. When he saw Cassandra coming, he just put the two in after a routine inquiry. After entering the gate, August was a little stunned. Because there is actually a small parking lot here, and many cars are parked on it. But these cars are transformed magic props, like the one in the Cassandra family. At the parking lot's end are 2 huge human statues. The 2 of them were the founders of the school, Isolde Sayer and James Stewart. James Stewart is a no-magi and is also known as the only ordinary person involved in establishing a wizarding school. And his wife, Isolde Sayer, is already August's ancestor in terms of seniority. Slytherin's influence on the wizarding world is unmatched like the other founders of Hogwarts. Isolde Sayer brought Slytherin's wand here and founded Ilvermorny with his muggle husband. Therefore, the magical world of America, which was initially in the Wild Era, has also ushered in changes. Before she came here, the wizards here would only cast spells with clumsy instincts. The efficiency is very low, and there is no systematic spell. And Isolde Sayer brought a lot of spells, potions, and transfiguration. The most important thing is that she brought the method of making the wand, which greatly reduced the difficulty of casting. Since then, more and more wizards have sent their descendants here. Ilvermorny has also grown from a log cabin to its current size. In terms of contributions to the wizarding world of America, no one can compare to Isolde Sayer. That's why Ilvermorny's headmaster, Fontaine, was so enthusiastic when he heard August's surname last year. It is purely that he has dipped in the light of his ancestors. After looking at his predecessor a little, August said to Cassandra, let's go see that Snackywood tree. Chapter 376, Slytherin's Snackywood Wand. Cassandra was not surprised. August had told her yesterday that the purpose of coming to Ilvermorny was to see the tree. Although it was a little strange why August was so interested in this tree, she didn't ask much. He would tell her if there were things August wanted to say. Cassandra, who was born into a big family, naturally understands the proportions. Today is Christmas, and Ilvermorny has long been off. Most students have left the school, leaving only a few who are not ready to go home. Cassandra led August through a dense pine forest away from the castle. Until the castle disappeared from the sight of the two of them, an ancient tree that was much larger than Hogwarts' Whomping Willow stood alone on a mountain peak. This is the Snackywood tree, which is said to have been planted by the two founders at the time after the establishment of Ilvermorny. It has a history of more than 300 years. This Snackywood tree is different from the usual ones. Not only are the branches the raw material for making the wand, but even the leaves are also extremely healing. Our Vole family donates a large sum of money to the school yearly in exchange for this thing. Cassandra recounted what she knew while August remained silent. He knew far more than Cassandra knew, and it was more accurate. Isolde Sayre stole this wand from her aunt when she fled England. The wand has become her weapon since then. After her aunt Gormlaith Gaunt discovered her whereabouts, she chased her after America, and the two fought. Slytherin himself made this wand. Needless to say, its power was so powerful that Gormlaith Gaunt couldn't against Isolde Sayre for a while. However, Slytherin had left a back door on the wand by using Parseltongue to put the wand into hibernation. Isolde Sayre was directly tragic. Gormlaith Gaunt used Parseltongue to turn the wand she held into a stick, which could do nothing but knock people. Although in the end, with many people's help, Isolde Sayre fought off her aunt. But she can't wake up the wand because she can't speak Parseltongue. Ultimately, she buried her wand here to form this peculiar snaky wood tree. Gently touching the trunk, August felt a throbbing in his blood. And the big tree was also happy because of his arrival, and the lush branches swayed gently as if to express closeness. August had a feeling that as soon as he used Parseltongue, the ancient tree would become a wand again. After thinking for a while, he didn't make any extra moves. In fact, in his heart, August wanted to take this wand back. But now is clearly not a good time. If he did, Cassandra would be in a very embarrassing situation. It is even possible that he has to face the siege of Ilvermorny and the Macusa. Hundreds of years have passed, and Ilvermorny will certainly not admit that this is the property of the Gaunt family but consider it a treasure that belongs to them. Shaking his head, August turned and left the snaky wood tree. Cassandra looked at him curiously and noticed the changes in the trees just because of August's arrival. Before thinking about it, he had an obvious purpose of seeing the snaky wood tree. Is there any connection between the two? Looking at the young lady who was full of curiosity, August didn't hide it and told the reason for it. After listening to it, Cassandra was also greatly shocked. She didn't expect the origin of this snaky wood tree to be so wonderful. Being alert, she also quickly thought that August had the idea of taking the tree back, but he didn't do it. There must be a reason for her. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. It's still early, and they don't plan to return just like that. Cassandra took August to visit the castle. In terms of the area alone, Ilvermorny is much larger than Hogwarts. The entire castle is also divided into 5 major parts, which are the common room of the 4 houses and the centralized teaching area. It's just that it can be seen in many places that it was expanded later, and the house looks very new, lacking the same heavy heritage feel as Hogwarts. However, although the school has no historical background, the scenery and decoration style is still good. Exquisite statues and paintings can be seen everywhere, and at first glance, it is from the hands of famous artists. Along the way, the two also met several little wizards who stayed at the school. They all looked like hell when they saw Cassandra holding August's hand. Cassandra has an excellent appearance and a proud family background. More importantly, her own magical talent is also very good. Except for her 2 best girlfriends, she has always looked at people through her nostrils. After returning from Hogwarts, Cassandra has made some changes, never allowing boys to stand within 3 meters of her. Even the 2 previous followers, the Fry brothers, were sent away by her. Some young wizards who have been to England naturally know what's going on, and those who stay at the school have basically never been there. So naturally, they don't know the existence of August. But seeing how close they were, they also knew that the goddess of their school had just been taken away. The heart mourns again and again. When the sun went down, the two also left Ilvermorny and returned to Vole Castle. Today is also the first official date of August and Cassandra, and their relationship has grown a lot after a day. The smile on Cassandra's face didn't fade until she got home. As soon as he saw the two returning, Gonzalez Vole happily approached them and gave August an invitation. "Mr. Gaunt, things have been done. You take this invitation, and you can be free to visit the Magical Congress except for the 2 places where the archives are stored." August also thanked him. With this thing, he should be a lot more convenient. Chapter 377, Magic Exposure Threat Level. 5th Avenue is the most famous street in New York. On this street, there is the densest skyscraper complex in the world, and there are many attractions that Muggles are familiar with. Empire State Building, Central Park, Rockefeller Center. They are all witnesses to the rise of the city. For this reason, 5th Avenue is also known as the Street of Dreams. Now there has not been the attack that shocked the world in later generations, and people are still immersed in the prosperity of their dreams. The day after Christmas is Boxing Day. This day is the craziest day for people to shop. Merchants also offer big discounts and make a fortune. And today, August also came here with Cassandra. For Cassandra, shopping in the Muggle world is a very novel experience. In other words, it is very rare to buy things personally. Generally, whatever she needs, the family will prepare for her. But after being pulled here by August today, she suddenly realized the joy of shopping. Put on a piece of beautiful clothes, watching August's admiring eyes. Cassandra gradually entered the state. A woman seems to have a natural gift for shopping. It doesn't take long before she can ask the clerk for the size of the clothes and the color of the lipstick with a familiar face. As a male companion, August has become a bag boy. Whenever he came out of a store, he always had a big bag on his body, found a place where no one was around, and stuffed it into the space pocket. Some women envied Cassandra for finding such a rich and handsome boyfriend. You must know that the merchants on Fifth Avenue are all famous luxury brands worldwide. They don't have any assets, so they really dare not come here. The buy activity continued until noon, and Cassandra still remembered the business. The purpose of coming here today is not to shop but to take August to the MACUSA. The two had a casual lunch and headed to the Woolworth building not far away. This is also the reason why the two came back to Fifth Avenue, because the MACUSA is here. Historically, the MACUSA has been relocated 5 times, making it the largest in the world. Initially, a group of 12 Aurors sent from England set up an impromptu meeting, each at an indeterminate location. As a result, many people want to find a job at the MACUSA and can't find anyone. So they built a large magical structure in the Appalachian Mountains. But new problems have appeared again. The location is too remote, and it is inconvenient for the staff to commute to and from get off work. MACUSA officials also staged a general strike. In desperation, they had to change the address again. And the next time, several of the MACUSA's strongholds didn't exist for too long because of the purgers or leakers. It wasn't until 1892 that the MACUSA suddenly believed that the most dangerous places were the safest places. They chose to live with Muggles, so they opened up a space belonging to the Wizarding World in the Woolworth Building, the tallest building in New York at the time. And has continued to this day. At the main entrance of the building, there is a glass door with an "under maintenance" sign in front of it. People who come and go here are used to it. For decades, they hadn't seen the glass door work properly. The property that manages this building must have embezzled maintenance funds. Cassandra and August took advantage of the crowd, quietly approached the glass door, and entered a new world. Not Woolworth Hall, but MACUSA Hall. In the Grand Hall, the skylights are so high that they can't be seen. Countless wizards are busy running around here. This is our invitation to Mr. Gaunt to visit the MACUSA. Cassandra went to the registration desk and handed over the invitation his grandfather gave them yesterday. The witch on there took it over, took a closer look, and stamped a seal on it. If the mark on it glows, it means you can't go in there. After a few words, the witch returned the invitation. In fact, according to the rules, everyone who comes to the MACUSA should hand in their wand for inspection. Apparently, this invitation saved them the formalities. August looked at the most conspicuous part of the hall, where a huge turntable was high up with the words engraved on it. Magic exposure threat level. The pointer of the turntable points to General. This watch is similar to the Weasley family's wall clock. Cassandra returned to him and said softly. This pointer has been pointing slightly before. My dad said that the hour hand pointed to danger the night Grindlewald fled Nurmengard. And after that, the pointer has been pointing to General. The night Grindlewald escaped. August raised his eyebrows, and he seemed to understand something. Muggles live not far from Nurmengard, and many Muggles will likely discover the battle between him and Grindlewald that night. So the exposure level will increase. As for the later battle between Grindlewald and Dumbledore, it didn't matter. After all, Demstrang was in the middle of nowhere, and it would be fine even if the sky were overturned. August took 2 steps, trying to figure out how the clock worked. But in the end, he could barely see the alchemy skills involved, but the magic involved was a little confusing. August can't directly dismantle this watch. Inexplicably, his heart was a little unhappy. It's not because he can't figure out the principle and structure of this clock, but because he is a little dissatisfied with the wizard's hidden behavior. Why do people who master extraordinary power need to live in a dark corner? There is also a special Muggle Protection Act. Cassandra, what do you think of this magic exposure level setting? Cassandra didn't know why but replied. I think it's good. This can effectively protect the interests of both Muggles and wizards. If there were no protection laws, many evil wizards would enjoy torturing Muggles. After listening to this, the depression in his heart became even heavier. Even Cassandra's arrogant temperament took it for granted. It seems that dividing the Muggle world has become the consensus of the Wizarding world. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, The Magical World is just a bigger cage. Next, August's interest is not high. Under the leadership of Cassandra, the two left the MACUSA after visiting for a while at will. In fact, when the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was passed, it meant that wizards had conceded defeat. Muggles have become the masters of this world. They enjoy the sun and large tracts of land. In the magical world, wizards must act cautiously and live in dark corners. August understands Grindelwald somewhat now. Compared with the whole world, the entire magical world is just a bigger prison, and he wants to pursue a wider world. The butt decides the head, and since August is a wizard now, his position must be biased toward this. He wouldn't be as extreme as Grindlewald, though, seeing muggles as slaves who were born to be ruled by wizards. Not like Voldemort either, who used discrimination against muggles as a means to achieve his goals. His method is gentler and he wants to blaze a path combining magic and technology. Thinking of the good news Nico told him on Christmas Eve, August is also full of expectations for the future. The penultimate day of the holiday. August said goodbye to Cassandra, who was reluctant to part ways but showed an indifferent face and left America. This Christmas, something big or small happened in the wizarding world of Great Britain. Richard Dino, a Department of Magical Law Enforcement staff member, disappeared on Christmas night, and no one knows where he went. But just the disappearance of one person won't make much of a fuss. The Ministry of Magic just posted a missing person notice in the Daily Prophet, and nothing happened. After returning to England, August went directly to Arya Manor to check the progress of the Mage Tower. Before going to America, he wanted to come, but Fleur stopped him. The two fought for a long time, and he hurried to the airport afterward. Since the release of Grindlewald, with the help of the Alliance, Arya's speed of collecting resources has greatly increased. Compared with the summer vacation, the Mage Tower has become much more gorgeous now, and the floor height has also become 18 floors. This is already the final height. Of course, this refers to August before he became a demigod. In addition to the height, the wall is also inlaid with crystals and gems of various colors, and a streamer flashes from time to time. And Osiris, who had been sleeping in the tower, also felt August's breath and let out a thunderous dragon roar. Roar. The powerful magic wave instantly shattered the defensive barrier placed here. August's moves are fast, and he has added a layer of protection to prevent the movement here from leaking out. Then, he was enveloped by a huge shadow. Roar. Osiris fell directly beside him and wanted to use his head to arch him intimately. So frightened, August refused outright. Don't, Osiris. I'll be miserable if you don't hold back. He hurriedly reached out and stroked her, which was bigger than his entire body, but August didn't dare Osiris to give him that. As her master, August knows best how powerful Osiris is now. At least, it was possible to beat Grindlewald to death. Osiris shook his head in dissatisfaction, dissatisfied with his figure. With a twist, Osiris's figure quickly shrank and soon returned to his previous appearance, throwing herself into August's arms. After playing around with Osiris for a while, August also got down to business. He must arrange some runes in this tower by himself, and the alchemy puppet division cannot do such high-tech work. He was busy until the day of school when he returned to Hogwarts with a few girls. I don't know what happened to Mr. Weasley. Hermione sat next to August, and they operated at the school before the other teachers arrived. Don't worry. St. Mungo's medical power is still very strong. It will be better in a while. August is peeling apples for a few girls with a knife. His skill is very good, and the apple peel will not break at all. At this moment, Harry and the Weasleys came in from the door, and their eyes lit up when they saw August. He ignored the girls' stares next to him and pulled August away. Let me go. August slapped Harry's hand away in disgust. If you have something to say, just say, I will peel the apple. These people like to pull and tug at every turn. It's too immoral. Therefore, boys should also protect themselves when they are outside, especially those as handsome as August. Harry hurriedly covered up. No, I'm just too anxious. You know I've got Ginny, and almost. Bah. What did I tell you about this? I'm looking for you on business. Harry patted himself on the forehead angrily, and he was rhythmed by August again. He almost reported a big gossip myself. I heard Mad-Eye Moody say it's possible that Voldemort has me. He advised Dumbledore to lock me up to prevent Voldemort from controlling me to do something. August glanced at Harry and knew why he had come to him. The last incident seems to cast many shadows on him, which is to find comfort. August asked. Harry, do you think Voldemort has control over your body? After a moment of hesitation, Harry nodded. In what happened to Mr. Weasley, I went through it like the perpetrator. As soon as I close my eyes now, it looks like he was covered in blood and fell in front of me. August asked rhetorically. Harry, if you were Voldemort and could control your body, what would you think he would want to do most? Harry thought for a moment. Controlling me to attack Dumbledore and then commit suicide. August sweated. He didn't expect Harry's brain to be so big. He could think of such an outrageous operation. But after thinking about it, August found that this is not impossible. With Dumbledore's trust in Harry, the success rate of the sneak attack is not low. Even if it fails, it can divide the relationship between the two. With luck, Dumbledore might have confiscated his hand and stunned Harry directly. Voldemort would have been able to laugh out his nostrils happily. August gave Harry a weird look. This boy is a bit black-bellied. How can he think of such a sinister scheme at once? No wonder the Sorting Hat wanted to assign him to Slytherin. Chapter 379, The Wind Rises. Harry was perplexed. He wanted to pry August's head right now to see what he was thinking. Why are the eyes so weird? Didn't he ask this question first? Why are you still looking at him like that? Finally, a second before he was about to explode, August came to his senses. Look, as you say, Voldemort would have killed Dumbledore without hesitation if he could control you. Then why did he go to the trouble of attacking Mr. Weasley? Yes, Harry was also instantly stunned. If Voldemort could control himself, he would certainly not have done so many useless things. He still remembers Voldemort's undisguised killing intent in that cemetery. If the eyes could release the killing curse, he would have died 100 times. Harry was relieved, and the big stone that was pressing on his heart was removed. But he still wondered why Voldemort always appeared in his dreams. Hearing his question, August looked at his scar and sighed. I remember that I should have told you that the killing curse created a mysterious bond between you and him. August tried to use simple language to describe the problem clearly. After all, with Harry's barren knowledge reserve, he couldn't understand some technical terms. Plus, Voldemort was resurrected with your blood last year, so the bond between you became even stronger. Honestly, in the history of wizards, no two wizards have ever had such a wonderful relationship as you. Harry shivered. This is too disgusting. What is a wonderful relationship? But August ignored Harry's feelings and continued. So, when you were Voldemort's mood swings, your scars react. That's why you can see Mr. Weasley being attacked, not possessed or something. After listening to this, Harry completely solved the doubts in his heart and even felt a little happy. So, can I use this to get more information about Voldemort? Like this time, if I hadn't seen the serpent attack Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore couldn't have saved him, could he? The more Harry spoke, the more excited he became, and he suddenly found the meaning of his existence. Dumbledore and everyone in the Order of the Phoenix kept him out of the fight against Voldemort and the Death Eaters for a long time. This made Harry very dissatisfied. How is he worse than those grown-up wizards? Why are they all protecting me? Now Dumbledore must also realize the importance of his ability. Will he be able to join the Order of the Phoenix in the future? And August ruthlessly broke Harry's fantasy. You can get into Voldemort's mind, use his eyes, see what he's doing, and he can do it in reverse. To be honest, Harry, I use occlumency subconsciously when I talk to you now. August held out 2 fingers very close to Harry's eyes. Because I don't know when Voldemort will use your eyes to spy on me and watch on Dumbledore. This is not August's alarmism. In the original book, Voldemort used this connection in turn to pass a piece of false information. Harry's heart sank suddenly. Did the beautiful dream in his heart shatter before it came true? Then what should I do? The tone was a little flustered, and he was uncomfortable now. It seemed that Voldemort was already watching the whole of Hogwarts through his eyes. August smiled. How about I poke you to blind first? What? Harry is dumbfounded. Do you want to be so cruel? There was trembling in his voice. Is there some gentler way? If so, Harry would instead let Mad-Eye Moody lock himself. August said angrily. At that time, I asked you to learn occlumency seriously. It's been a few years, and your current level is still so appalling. Hearing this, Harry was ashamed. Initially, he also followed the suggestion to learn occlumency, but this magic was too illusory. No spells, no magic. Just try his best to control the brain. After researching it for a long time, he was only just getting started in a daze. For him, the function of occlumency may be to make him calmer when facing Dementors, and the success rate of casting Patronus can be higher. Harry's eyes were full of hope. Then, can you help me with tutoring? My progress is too slow by myself. Impossible. August shook his head. He was offering a solution to Harry's disappointed gaze. You can go to Snape. He's a master of that. Even better than Dumbledore. Harry looked incredulous. How is that possible? He is not looking down on Snape. But in his heart, it's impossible a great wizard like Dumbledore was not as good as Snape. But he didn't know that Snape had been a double agent more than 10 years ago. Walking around the tip of the knife all year round, if there is no excellent occlumency, it is estimated that it will be cold. August had also exchanged experiences with Snape about legilimency and occlumency before. His legilimency did not affect Snape, and he could only see what the other party wanted him to see. If Snape hadn't told him he had faked his memory, August wouldn't have been able to tell the truth from the fake. But he wasn't worried that Snape was hiding something from him. As long as Lily was in his hands, Snape would do his best for him. Patting Harry on the shoulder, August saw that little wizards had entered the Great Hall one after another. And Umbridge, who hadn't come to the Great Hall a long time ago, was also looking at him, wanting to know what he and Harry were discussing. It's not suitable to say these now. If you have any questions, just chat on the device. With that, he left Harry and returned to Ravenclaw's long table. At the same time, Newt walked out of Headmaster's office with a solemn face. Newt couldn't believe that someone in this world could make a muggle a wizard. Thinking of the very gentle boy who always smiled, a chill appeared in his heart. In troubled times is coming. Chapter 380, Gaunt, you are more dangerous than me. Umbridge sat on the high table, eyes flickering. She looked at Harry sitting at the Gryffindor long table, not sure what August had just said to him. But when it came to this, she had nothing to do. Fudge was somewhat dissatisfied with her work. After coming to this school for so long, apart from tossing the little wizard, Umbridge didn't influence Dumbledore. Fudge gave an ultimatum when she went to Fudge's house with a generous gift this Christmas. Either Dumbledore gets out of Hogwarts, or she gets out of the Ministry of Magic. This made her panic. For this reason, Umbridge spent the whole vacation studying how to deal with Dumbledore at home. Professor McGonagall, I found that there are many dangerous objects in the school. The Ministry of Magic considers these items to be a hazard to student safety and a major nuisance to the classroom. McGonagall was unmoved. Of course, she knew what Umbridge was talking about. Weasley's candies were sold out to escape from Umbridge's class. The other professors knew this, but no one ever spoke. They were no less disgusted with Umbridge than the students. She points fingers at their courses day by day. This cannot be taught, and that cannot be taught. Snape even tried to get his wand twice and gave Umbridge 2 hard curses. Professor Hogwarts has never suffered such grievances. So, even if the use of skipping candy violates at least 10 school rules, professors just turn a blind eye. They will remain silent if it's not used in their classes. Umbridge wasn't angry when she saw McGonagall ignore her. She would stare at the school like a cold viper, and if there were a slight loophole, she would rush to bite it without hesitation. Just as the dinner was halfway through, Newt hurried to the Great Hall. He didn't say hello to anyone and sat silently in his seat in a daze. Professor Sprout looked at him strangely, but Newt was unmoved. And Dumbledore also appeared in front of everyone a few minutes later. He was wearing a dark purple robe with intricate gold embroidery on his clothes. His pace is steady and full of aura, and as soon as he enters, he attracts the audience's attention. The little wizards also found that Dumbledore was very different from usual at this time. This powerful momentum made everyone stop their movements. August also frowned slightly. Dumbledore's current state is very wrong. Umbridge was also a little flustered, and what she was about to find fault with was swallowed back. At this time, Dumbledore came to the stage and smiled and greeted the professors. By the end of the dinner, people had gradually forgotten Dumbledore's state just now. Just as August was about to return to the dorm with Cho and Luna, Newt stopped him suddenly. Gaunt. Dumbledore asked you to come to his office. By the way, the password is sherbet lemon. Newt's eyes showed complexity. At first, he thought August was a kind young man. He also regretted that August didn't go Hufflepuff. Now he can only be thankful that August is not in Hufflepuff. Otherwise, a Dark Lord will emerge from the honest house. August was stunned. Is Dumbledore looking for him? It's been a long time since this happened. Since he announced the magic web device, the two have not communicated alone. Okay, thank you, Professor. While thinking about it, August thanked Newt. And Newt was a little hesitant to say anything, but he didn't say anything in the end. Sherbet lemon. Saying the command to the stone statue at the entrance of the headmaster's office, August came here again after more than a year. Look at these familiar baubles and those portraits of the headmaster dozing off with eyes closed. He remembered the days when he was the headmaster. But today is a little strange. Before, August was quite familiar with these portraits. As a result, after coming here today, these portraits didn't say hello to him. Dumbledore has been looking at August since he came without saying a word. Headmaster, what's the matter with me? Sitting across from him, August asked sloppily. What do you think of the wizarding world now, Gaunt? Dumbledore's words stunned him for a while. He didn't understand why Dumbledore suddenly mentioned this. Think about it carefully, or express your inner thoughts. Professor, I think the wizarding world needs to make a change. The one that was hundreds of years ago is outdated. With the rapid development of Muggle society, how long do you think we can hide? Since Dumbledore was talking to him, August wouldn't be perfunctory. He also wanted to find a balance through negotiation to persuade Dumbledore. It's best if you can't turn around. After all, since entering school, Dumbledore has been good to him regardless of other aspects. If nothing else, August was still very weak as a freshman but showed his strength repeatedly. He didn't dare to do it when someone else was the headmaster. And later on, Dumbledore didn't care how he learned to be sharp and how he knew how to destroy Horcruxes. Although he has various flaws in the management of the school, on the whole, he is still a qualified elder. Dumbledore was noncommittal about August's idea of changing the wizarding world. Then do you think this change will kill people? Of course. August nodded without hesitation. Any revolution will have victims and losers. But if we sit still, all the wizards will not end well. The history of the magical world will also be cut off. Professor, you are also a wizard. Haven't you considered this? August knew very well that Dumbledore was a staunch supporter of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. But there is one thing he is very puzzled about, with Dumbledore's wisdom and foresight, why he is indifferent to this. After a long time, Dumbledore let out a long sigh. Gaunt, what I've been thinking all along is not wrong. You are more dangerous than me. Chapter 381, Showdown. There was a strange silence in the office. After Dumbledore said this, August felt something was wrong. Why does Dumbledore say that? Is what he did expose? August's mouth twitched slightly. His movements are a bit too much, so it's reasonable to see which one is exposed. What about letting Grindelwald out? Grindelwald would have come to tip-off long ago if that were the case. Is he colluding with a few Death Eaters? No, Dumbledore wouldn't care about such trivial matters. After all, he was a rebel. Release Bella, control Crouch, resurrect the dead, and control Nocturne Alley. The more August thought about it, the more wrong he felt. How could he feel more and more like the villain? None of these sounds very positive. Inexplicably, August felt a little guilty. Gaunt, do you want to know what happened to me then? Dumbledore didn't mean to be angry at August's silence but continued to ask. Of course, Professor. August nodded, listening with all ears. Even if some things have been known for a long time, they can still get different feelings from the mouths of the parties. Decades ago, I, like you, thought the world was flawed, and I wanted to change that. Dumbledore fell into memory, and his thoughts returned to Godric's Hollow. At that time, I also met a like-minded friend who was more radical than me, but our direction was the same. You mean Grindelwald? August raised his eyebrows. He knew this passage very well. It's him. Dumbledore is not shy. It's no secret that he and Grindelwald met back then. Some books have called them close friends, and while it's inaccurate, it's not too far off. Grindelwald believes that there is absolutely no possibility of peaceful coexistence between the two, and there must be a priority. He spent decades using his power and the gift of prophecy to win over many wizards. And I've been through something, giving up our vows and choosing to stand against him. Speaking of which, Dumbledore was also a little embarrassed. No matter how many things Grindelwald did, his ideals were respected. That's why now he immediately gathers so many followers as soon as he returns. People who work hard for their ideals will always have some unique charms. He also chose a wonderful time to start the war with his gift of prophecy and had an equally crazy ally. August's heart shrank suddenly. He had never known that Grindelwald still had a friendship with the unsuccessful Academy of Fine Arts Vienna student. I have to say, this is a fantastic move. Both are emerging forces in their respective worlds, and both are trying to challenge the order and have a natural side. And that one also pays great attention to blood theory, which coincides with many of Grindelwald's ideas. Many things make sense in thinking that Grindelwald also made his fortune in Germany. Great idea. Why did you stop him at the end? Because I represent another group of people who don't want future wizards to live in endless struggles. That's how the Ministry of Magic in most countries is thinking. We don't need higher status. We just need stability. August sneered when he heard it. I have to say, you and Fudge are really similar, and both like to use evasion to solve problems. The words were very sharp, but Dumbledore was not only not angry but nodded in agreement. Yes, Grindelwald said it back then. He said I was a great escaper. I never shy away from this, but... Ultimately, Dumbledore's waist became straight, and his majestic momentum rushed out of his body. The objects in the room swayed, and even the portraits pretending to be asleep opened their eyes and looked at them worriedly. August frowned slightly, his fingers tapped on the armrest, and all the movement disappeared. Strangely, those water droplets floating in the air are about to fall to the ground. Like being cast a freezing charm, floating in midair, motionless. Dumbledore didn't care about this. He stood up, looked directly at August, and said word by word. It's not just the problem that I'm running away from, but the entire wizarding world. Ego defeated Grindelwald, and magic has entered a new realm. But I also realized a problem. No one in this world can restrain me. August was unmoved but sneered instead. Then why don't you kill Voldemort? Don't tell me that Voldemort was so strong back then. Dumbledore shook his head. Tom was never my attention before, and of course, there was also a problem with my misjudgment. I only thought that he made 1 or 2 Horcruxes at the time, but I didn't expect to be such madness. So, I've been suppressing my desire to shoot. August is a little confused. Should he be restrained when he shoots? The most dangerous person in this world has never been Grindelwald, not Voldemort, but me. Speaking slowly, Dumbledore seemed to be stating a basic fact. The expression on August's face faded away. How dangerous can a powerful and uncontrolled wizard be? I have more magic than Grindlewald and better brains than Tom. Once I can't restrain myself, it's a catastrophe for the wizarding world. I have the fame, I have the strength, and I have a lot of supporters. But I must let them down because it's for everyone's sake. Dumbledore's voice became erratic, and he stroked his wand. Since following him, this wand hasn't shot for too long. It was the last time I had a little fun with Grindlewald. The world is less and less bound to him, his relatives have passed away, and his lover has turned against him. For 100 years, the pain in Dumbledore's heart has never been felt by anyone. Perhaps the only place where he could find solace was the mirror of Eriste on that side. Therefore, his character will inevitably have a dark side. But it has always been forcibly suppressed by Dumbledore with strong personal restraint. He chose to trap himself in Hogwarts, a small school of magic. The half-moon spectacles gleamed like never before, and Dumbledore continued. Gaunt, your magical talent is even better than mine, and your vision is very comparable. I believe that your achievements will definitely reach an unprecedented high toxicity. Once, I mistakenly thought that you had a friendship, love, and these that could put a layer of shackles on you. But in the end, you let me down. You can yearn for rights. You can have desires. But you can't touch that red line and make muggles wizards. You're declaring war on both worlds. August's pupils shrink. He knew the worst had happened. Chapter 382, Come and Stop Me. Despite the turbulent waves in his heart, August's face remained calm. As of now, it's useless to panic. He didn't know why this just successful experiment was known to Dumbledore. Thinking of Newt's appearance just now and his relationship with Jacob, some guesses formed in his mind. It must have been Jacob who was exposed in front of Newt, who then told Dumbledore. The facts are as August guessed. Nico and Jacob also have a relationship. After the experiment's success, he did not imprison Jacob but let him sign a non-disclosure agreement and left. And Jacob just came to Newt's house in England for Christmas. Although he did not take the initiative to reveal it, Jacob subconsciously let the tableware in front of him float in an accidental accident. The current Jacob is no different from the newly awakened little wizard, and controlling his magic power is difficult. No one expected this kind of thing to happen. It can only be said that August and Nico were out of luck. Let it go, August. I am also shocked by your audacity, but the world no longer needs your ambition. If you want, I can fully support you after Fudge's resignation, allowing you to expand your influence in the magical world. Between the words, Dumbledore didn't take Fudge to heart at all. For him, Fudge is a clown, and watching him jump up and down when he is happy adds some fun. And to do business, then the clown's performance should also end. He offered his most sincere conditions, hoping that August would stop. On the one hand, he didn't want to face his students again after defeating Voldemort and cleaning up Grindlewald. On the other hand, Dumbledore also admired August very much. He even thought about training him to be the next headmaster. If August just stopped, he would act as if nothing had happened, keeping Newt silent. As for Jacob, just don't use magic in front of other acquaintances. The aftermath has been figured out, which shows the expectations in Dumbledore's heart. However, August finally let him down. Sorry, Professor, that's the path I've chosen. There is a saying in the East, if everyone is like a dragon, everything will be fine. Although I think this goal is too illusory and unrealistic, what I can do is give everyone a chance to become the dragon. In the future world, the title of Muggle will be completely erased, and everyone will be a wizard and an extraordinary person. Dumbledore's face became shrank, and his voice was a little cold. Do you think that's possible? With 6 billion people in the world, can you give each of them a potion? Even if you created a group of wizards yourself, what would you tell others to see? These people will eventually be excluded, and the Muggle world will not recognize them, and the wizarding world will be hostile. You hurt them. In the end, Dumbledore was almost stern. Such an expression is almost invisible to him. Even if Voldemort were before him, Dumbledore's mood would not have fluctuated so much. Suppose Grindelwald knew that August still had this ability. In that case, it is estimated that he would have to find him to apprentice. Professor, you just don't trust my abilities. Not much speculation. For this reason, August didn't expect Dumbledore to change his mind. Since I say so, there will be my way. Since you are against this, then stop me. August stood up and walked to the door. He looked at Dumbledore, whose right hand kept loosening and clenching, and chuckled lightly. Is this to get started? Things would be much more troublesome if Dumbledore shots now, but August was not afraid. Fighting against his own headmaster is something he has long wanted to do. However, Dumbledore finally endured it, and now is not a good time to shoot. It would also be hard for him if August went to Voldemort's side. Gaunt, I don't know how you persuaded Nico, but you need to know that he is only a 600-year-old man. I hope the fight between you and me doesn't spill over to others. Although what was said in words was Nico, August also understood the meaning. Relax, Professor. I was on your side until Tom was defeated. Dumbledore was utterly pissed off. If it wasn't for the boy's refusal to express his position, where would Fudge have the courage to oppose him now? After leaving the office, August was not in a good mood either. This is called the disadvantage of being a student, and the plan was exposed before it even started. Although this step will be reached sooner or later, the choice of timing is also critical. Well now, Dumbledore's eyes have inevitably been on him. It seems that I need to prepare more. Thinking about it in his heart, August also plans to go back to the dorm to make a plan. After accidentally seeing a touch of greenery, he was also startled. Professor Newt. The hallway was empty, and no one responded to August. Professor, come out. I have seen you. Apart from you, no one will carry a picket with them. With some helplessness in words, August shouted again towards the corner. This time, Newt, who was wearing a brown coat, walked out from there with a look of embarrassment. Sorry, I'm just passing by. August rolled his eyes. Does passing have to be so covert? And the little green guy just now also appeared in front of August's eyes with curiosity in his eyes. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Newt didn't continue to argue. I just wanted to ask, is he, really all right? He finally stated his purpose. Newt and Jacob are best friends and brothers-in-law. Over the decades, the friendship between the two has only grown. Even when Tina kicked him out of his house in America, Newt would go to Jacob to live there. Now that he discovered that his old friend had become a wizard, he feared that August and Nico had used some evil means. August didn't hold any grudges against Newt for revealing his secrets. If he had known he would have been found out, he would not have picked Jacob in the first place. Pick a muggle to train for a few months, and let him learn more about magic before experimenting. Professor, Mr. Kowalski is now like a little wizard who is about to enter school. Of course, I mean magic level. Nothing is wrong with his body, but you must guide him. Otherwise, there may be some trouble. Chapter 383, Professor X and Magneto of the Wizarding World. Newt breathed a sigh of relief at August's words. His good friends are fine. He was afraid of the side effects of this potion. However, he still wanted to stop August's behavior. Why do you want to change his life? Jacob has been living as a muggle for decades, and it's really not good for him to be a wizard. August asked back. Really? Newt didn't speak, but his eyes were firm. Professor, Mr. Kowalski has been exposed to the splendor of magical civilization from a young age and even received a wand. His desire for the world is something you don't understand. Nico and I never forced Mr. Kowalski to participate in this test. He did everything voluntarily. Newt was silent, his eyelids drooping. He knew August was right, and no one could resist being a wizard. Especially someone like Jacob, who is so deeply involved in the wizarding world. Newt still remembers the joy of Jacob getting a wand of his own. August lost interest in talking and left the 8th floor after saying goodbye. He has discovered that even these pro-muggle camp wizards psychologically have a sense of superiority. Because they are wizards. The affinity for muggles is more sympathy for the weak and even an interest in observing small animals. Like Arthur Weasley. He was very interested in muggles, to be precise, in muggle technological items. But when he destroys the Dursleys' fireplace with flu powder, the twins prank Dudley with Tung-Tung Toffee. Did he feel guilty? No. Dumbledore was against him basically for the same reasons. He couldn't accept a muggle turning into a wizard, just as the privileged didn't want everyone else to be privileged. But August didn't care. The magical world is now a pool of stagnant water. Only when the base of wizards is large can new vitality burst forth. Combining muggle technology and wizard magic might create a more exciting world for him. August suddenly realizes that he and Dumbledore are much like Professor X and Magneto. Although both are considered the future of wizards, their way of thinking is entirely different. Early the following day, August came to the Great Hall. After a holiday, the students have not adjusted to the rhythm of the school. All of them were sleepy and yawning. After all, no student wakes up early during the holidays. Those who can do this are either self-disciplined or perverted. Cho took a pen and wrote and drew on the paper. She was preparing the schedule for DA. A new semester begins, and it's time for this Defense Against the Dark Arts team to continue. The free time of little wizards varies, so it is necessary to plan a training time that everyone is satisfied with. Cho and Hermione are increasingly interested in DA, seeing others learn new spells individually under their own teaching. This sense of accomplishment made the two never tire of it. However, because of the many people, they also let Harry and Weasley share much teaching work with them. Looking at Cho wearing glasses reveals an intellectual beauty that is different from the usual girl next door. After a simple breakfast, he and Hermione went to the potions classroom. Umbridge had been sitting at the corner. On the first day of school, she came to find fault with other professors in the classroom, and it was really dedicated. Hermione pulled August into the front row in disgust. This is the first time I found out that the curse of the you-know-who is so useful. She will definitely get out in half a year at most. Umbridge was the only one who could get Hermione to say something like this. Miss Granger, may I ask what the you-know-who's curse is? A greasy voice came, and Umbridge stood behind the two with a disgusting smile on his face. Her little face collapsed, and Hermione didn't expect that her complaints would be heard by the parties involved. Turning her eyes, she suddenly thought of something and turned her head with a smile. Professor, don't you know? The you-know-who asked Headmaster Dumbledore for the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts but was rejected. He has put a curse on the position since then, and no one can stay here for a full year. Umbridge's smile froze, disbelieving Hermione's words. I've never heard such outrageous rumors. How could anyone do such a thing? Hermione was not annoyed and said calmly. You can think about the previous professors. It seems that they have only taught for a year. Umbridge thought about it and found that it was true. Whatever the reason, it seems that none of them has done an entire year. Suddenly she panicked a little, couldn't it be true? After the intimidation, Hermione's mood improved a lot. A whole potions class, Umbridge didn't say much and was still thinking about countermeasures. The difficulty of the 5th grade potions course suddenly increased significantly, which was Snape's intention. The purpose is to screen out those students who are not gifted to save each other's time. At the end of class, after Snape gave Neville a tea again, the little fat man finally broke down and cried. Harry looked at him sympathetically, but he was in trouble himself. Although Snape treated him a little better, he was more demanding than before. As long as there is nothing wrong, he will stand behind him. It made Ron reluctant to team up with him. However, such benefits are also obvious. His level has reached the requirements for participating in next year's courses. This is enough to prove that he didn't learn potions before, and it wasn't his talent. It was the result of his bad relationship with Snape. After class, all the students left the classroom. And Harry slipped back after seeing Umbridge gone too. Professor, can you teach me a clemency? Harry asked hesitantly, not sure if Snape would agree. I can. Snape nodded without hesitation. Dumbledore also told me this, even if you don't come to me, I will come to you in a few days. Hearing this, Harry nodded happily and left here after the agreed time for the first class. Chapter 384, Voldemort's Big Move. More than a month has passed since the start of school. August was initially wary of Dumbledore's movements. But after a while, it was still calm. He thought about it carefully and found that Dumbledore really had nothing to do against him now. This is probably the weakest period of Dumbledore's life. Not power, but influence. Coupled with the 2 active Dark Lords, his priority has to be a little later. During this period, August also communicated with Nico. Dumbledore had approached him and told him not to participate in August's plans. It's a pity that Nico told him he had already handed over all the information and technology. Even without his participation, it would be the same as long as the potion was manufactured step by step. When Dumbledore heard this, his beard cocked up in anger. After seeing that he could not deal with August for the time being, Dumbledore also focused all his attention on Tom. These students did not let him rest. Why is it so hard to be a headmaster? February 14th, Valentine's Day. Many young couples in the school exude a pink vibe together. But none of these people dared to stick together in front of Snape. For these little lovers dangling in front of him every day, he is definitely warning of deduction. After all, Valentine's Day as a student didn't leave a good impression on Snape. But for August, today is more than that. Because it is also New Year's Day on the lunar calendar. Although I was never born in that land in this life, I became a veritable European. But the habit can't be changed easily. August didn't even think about changing it. He also smuggled some wool from Newt's place while taking the Care of Magical Creatures class with the Hufflepuff. Newt's suitcase has not only many magical creatures but also a perfect ecological environment. Lots of fresh veggies and fruits. For his thief-like behavior, August has no guilt at all. He's going to have a hot pot to celebrate. This is also an old tradition of August. And on his way back to the dorm, he met Harry with a rippling face. It was already late at night, and there were only 2 of them in the corridor, and Harry naturally saw him as well. August, you came just in time. I have good news for you. Harry excitedly ran to him. What's wrong? Keeping footsteps, August asked as he walked. Harry blushed, and there was a hint of disbelief in his tone. You know, I just came out of the headmaster's office. Valentine's Day, the big night, you came out of Dumbledore's office and blushed. Does Ginny know? August stopped, looking at Harry with eyes full of weirdness. But Harry, who was immersed in excitement, overlooked this scene. Professor Dumbledore suddenly told me the other day that he wanted to train my dueling skills. To avoid Umbridge surveillance, I went to his office every night. August is just suddenly realized. Forgive him for thinking about it just now. And then. And just today, I hit Dumbledore with a disarming charm. Don't you believe it either? But it's true. Although there is a reason for the professor's carelessness, I still did it. Having said this, Harry clenched his fists fiercely. No one will believe this. Even with Dumbledore's eyes closed, this is not something a student can do. If he tells Ron about this, he will be very surprised and worship himself, right? Harry was caught in a reverie, and August's eyes flickered. Is this about to start? Inside the villa, August was fiddling with hotpot ingredients. Originally he wanted to ask Hermione and others to come together, but a message really disrupted his plan. Mr. Malfoy, long time no see. I heard Draco say you've had a better time lately. A projection appeared, and Lucius Malfoy, in a black robe, bowed slightly to August. Hello, Mr. Gaunt. The Dark Lord has a new move. Facing his ridicule, Lucius Malfoy dared not answer. This new boss was much more gentle than Voldemort in some respects. Still, the unfathomable aura of his body made Lucius dare not be careless. Introverted sharpness is the highest realm. Now he is very fortunate to have been friends with August from the beginning and even let him browse through his own collection of books. It was this relationship that allowed the Malfoy family to have this current retreat. Only after entering this circle did he realize how pathetic Voldemort was. Every move was calculated to death. August raised his eyebrows. Details. Lucius spoke very fast because all the Death Eaters would be assembled momentarily. The Dark Lord decided to attack Azkaban today and unleash the Death Eaters most loyal to him. The action of rinsing the mutton in his hand stopped for a while, and August's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Voldemort to make such a big move. What happened? Bellatrix and several Death Eaters ran into the army of Grindlewald a few days ago and suffered heavy losses. The Dark Lord is furious, but his elites are all locked up in Azkaban, so this is the plan. August was taken aback. Grindelwald clashes with Voldemort. Why didn't he know about this? Go back and ask Grindelwald later. In fact, what August didn't know was that the problem had to be put on him. After Voldemort got information about the Elder Wand from Snape, he was very obsessed with it. He sent out some Death Eaters to search for information about the Elder Wand, only to be met by the Alliance. There was a conflict between the two. The result was that the Alliance severely educated the street gangster Death Eaters. Because of this, Voldemort felt that he had lost face and was eager to increase the quality of his army. We are both the Dark Lord. Why is your army so strong? However, this Voldemort attack on Azkaban had little effect on August. It's just that Fudge is going to be out of luck. Chapter 385, Night Attack on Azkaban. Malfoy Manor. Voldemort looked out the door with narrow eyes, Bellatrix and Barty Jr. standing behind him. In the bright front yard, black silhouettes constantly appear. Soon, hundreds of Death Eaters in black robes stood silently here. My lord, except Snape, everyone else is here. Lucius Malfoy whispered as he walked over to Voldemort. Looking at the Death Eaters before him, a glimmer of disgust flashed in Voldemort's eyes. Most of these people are members of pure-blood families and have family backgrounds. But each is unbearable, except for learning a few more dark arts. In some places, they are even lower than ordinary wizards. Unfortunately, to maintain his rule, these wastes must be maintained. Bella, you go and assign them tasks. Voldemort gave an order and asked Bellatrix to assign specific tasks to the Death Eaters. There are not many wizards stationed in Azkaban, which is a chore. Because Sirius, Bella, and Barty Jr. escaped in a row, the Ministry of Magic strengthened the guard. But now there is only one team of Aurors and 3 teams of Strikers stationed there. The biggest threat is instead the group of Dementors. After everyone listened to today's plan, the quiet front yard became noisy. Is the Dark Lord ready to be fully exposed to the wizarding world? No one in history has conquered Azkaban. My lord, do you really want this? Facing Dumbledore and the Ministry at the same time. A Death Eater spoke hesitantly, expressing the concerns of many people. Selwyn, you have too many questions. Voldemort's words sounded without a trace of warmth. A giant python suddenly sprang from behind him, swallowing Selwyn in one bite. The other Death Eaters didn't react, and a companion just disappeared before their eyes. The purpose of calling you here is not to ask your opinion but to let you execute it. If anyone doesn't want to go, stand up now, and I can stop you from going. No one moved, and even a fool could hear the killing intent in Voldemort's words. Facing an increasingly moody Voldemort, only bitterness remained in their hearts. During this process, Lucius Malfoy said nothing. Now, as long as it is what Voldemort ordered, as long as it is not murder, he will unconditionally execute it. This is also August's advice. Voldemort would kill people without hesitation. If Lucius was killed, then the Malfoy family could only count on Draco. And because of this, Voldemort has been quite satisfied with Lucius recently. Let's go. When Voldemort finished speaking, he waved his wand. A black mist spread from his whole body, enveloped everyone and flew into the distance. In the North Sea, a black fog fell on the isolated island where Azkaban was located. The Auror in charge of the patrol immediately noticed something was wrong. But before he had time to respond, a fierce green light made him permanently shut his mouth. A dozen Death Eaters, led by Bellatrix, traveled around the island, casting anti-apparition charm to surround Azkaban. Let's make a fuss, kill all the Ministry of Magic personnel, and release my most loyal servants. With a wave of his hand, Voldemort was not ready to shoot. Suppose he has to do everything himself. There is really no prestige. It has to be said that the appearance of Grindlewald still made some changes to Voldemort. He has found himself needing to maintain a confident composure. The Death Eaters defeated the Aurors on the island in less than 10 minutes. But the Aurors were the elites of the magical world, after all. They took away a few Death Eaters even if they fought more with less. Voldemort looked up at the sky, and black clouds were constantly emerging from the Azkaban in the distance, and there was a faint sound of rags churning inside. A large number of Dementors in black cloaks came out. Barty Jr. twisted his body uncomfortably and recalled the days in Azkaban. These Dementors have tortured him for over 10 years, and he has PTSD. Reducto. A dazzling fire burst out from the wand's tip, and several Reductor curses shattered the rags on several Dementors. The Dementor's body has a strong defense against these spells and doesn't take much damage. The other Death Eaters didn't fare too well. Speaking of dark art, everyone here has some very evil dark art. Dementors are dark creatures and have very high resistance to dark art. In addition, they have no entity, and some powerful physical curses are useless. The only thing Dementors fear is the Patronus. You make a bunch of dark wizards cast Patronus. That's really embarrassing for them. The Dementors were very excited. They don't care whether these people are invaders or not. They are food in the eyes of all Dementors. The prisoners in the Azkaban had no joy to offer them. Just as these Dementors pressed the Death Eaters to suck frantically, Voldemort couldn't sit still. A bunch of trash. Shadow. He didn't expect that a group of creatures who only acted on instinct would be able to beat their subordinates. Wind of the Dead. A gust of wind rose out of thin air, rushing towards the Dementors in all directions. Wherever they passed, the affected trees and flowers withered at speed visible to the naked eye, then turned into a puff of ashes and fluttered in the wind. Seeing this terrifying destructive power, the expressions of some Death Eaters on the path of the Wind of Death also changed significantly. Fortunately, Voldemort controlled his magic to bypass them. Several of the attacked Dementors let out a heart-pounding wailing and then disappeared. The remaining Dementors also saw that the situation was not good. They quickly retreated and gathered into a large dark cloud to confront Voldemort. I know you understand me, Dementors. Flying to them, Voldemort's eyes flashed a red light. Today, his purpose of coming here in person is not only to release the elite of those Death Eaters but also to subdue this group of Dementors. When he traversed the magical world more than 10 years ago, he had a large army of darkness under his command. Trolls, Inferius, vampires, werewolves. These notorious dark creatures were once his minions. Chapter 386, Wormtail, I will reward you well after I go back. A group of Dementors stared at Voldemort with empty eye sockets. They were a little frightened, and this feeling was only felt in the little wizard at Hogwarts a few years ago. However, Voldemort and August are entirely different. August made them fear with his ridiculously powerful Patronus. But Voldemort, the human wizard, no, the wizard of unknown species. His body had no happy emotion or memory but only an astonishing killing intent and darkness. Even if you let them suck casually, they will never get any positive from Voldemort. Seeing that the Dementor did not respond, Voldemort continued to speak. Submit to me. As long as I rule the magical world, you can absorb the emotions of wizards at will. Instead of being trapped on this isolated island, as it is now, to be a tool of the Ministry of Magic. Think about it. After so many years, are you pleased? Join my family, and I'll tell you what true freedom is. Voldemort's words made the Dementors a little excited. Their dissatisfaction with the Ministry of Magic has also grown over the years. Azkaban has fewer prisoners, and the quality of food is declining yearly. They haven't had a full meal for a long time. After communicating uniquely, a Dementor a size larger than usual flew out. After making a few conditions with Voldemort, the Dementors also gave way. This means they have officially joined Voldemort's camp. The door was violently slammed open, and the Death Eaters rushed in excitedly to free the prisoners. There are only a few pureblood families, and the two of them are related. There are also many of their relatives locked up here. The awakened prisoners struggled to open their eyes, and they were amazed by the crowd who rushed in, and the cries for help continued. But when some people saw Voldemort walking in surrounded by Bella and others, It's like being stuck in the throat by fate, unable to make any sound. Only a few people laughed wildly. My lord. Here comes my lord. Voldemort looked up, and in prison not far away, a middle-aged wizard in ragged clothes was shouting excitedly. Rookwood. After thinking about it carefully, Voldemort called out his name. He hadn't seen him for so many years, and Rookwood looked so dirty that it was difficult to think of it for the first time. A Death Eater helped him open the cell door, and Rookwood crawled to Voldemort's feet, kissing his robe. 15 years, a full 15 years, you still remember me. Moved to tears, Voldemort patted him on the head, regardless of the dirt on his body. Of course, Rookwood, I will not forget any of my servants who were loyal to me. Of course, this is a lie. In those days, Voldemort could remember those pure-blood family members and some powerful Death Eaters. Some wizards are used to making up numbers or are weak. He will never look directly at these weak people. A Death Eater like Rookwood, who is locked out so far, must be rubbish. But Voldemort remembers him because Rookwood was once an employee of the Ministry of Magic. And still in the Department of Mysteries. He will still pay attention to this kind of special talent. Well, Rookwood, Dolohov, and Travers are still suffering. We'll go back and talk about it. Voldemort's order made Rookwood nod repeatedly and walk at the forefront to lead the way. Looking at the other prisoners eager to come out, Voldemort gave two choices. Either continue imprisoned here until death or be marked by the Dark Mark and become a Death Eater. There is no good bird who is imprisoned in Azkaban, and they all choose to join without hesitation. Although the good and the bad are mixed, Voldemort finally returns a little blood in this wave. Things went very smoothly today, the Dementors were subdued, and there were a lot of servants. His mood was also much better. Barty Jr. and others were very efficient. They gathered over 100 Death Eaters and 200 new wizards together in just a few minutes. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Voldemort spoke. My most loyal servants, congratulations on your freedom. There was a smile on Voldemort's face, and this was the happiest moment since his rebirth. My lord, I knew for a long time that you would return one day. Antonin Dolohov said excitedly. He is a general under Voldemort, and his strength is extremely high. In the original world, he killed Lupin and defeated Alastor Moody. In the end, Professor Flitwick manages to clean him up, which shows his strength. Voldemort scanned the room and found a timid figure hiding at the end. Wormtail. What are you doing behind? Come here. Voldemort said with dissatisfaction, causing Peter Pettigrew, who was trying to reduce his presence, to tremble. Lord, my lord. I'm so happy to see you. With a smile on his face, Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew with admiration in his eyes. He might not have been resurrected if he hadn't released Bella, and Dumbledore would have crashed his Horcruxes. This surprised Voldemort. He didn't expect this timid guy to be so loyal to him. You did a good job, and I will reward you well when we return. Wormtail was confused by Voldemort's words and thought it meant leaking Potter's address. However, he felt much more settled in his heart, knowing that Voldemort would not settle accounts because of Potter's affairs. Thus, a wonderful misunderstanding arises. After all the beginning and end, Voldemort left with all the Death Eaters. Instead of taking the Dementors, he let the Ministry of Magic support him for a while. Otherwise, he would have no food to feed these guys. And since all the Aurors were killed, the Ministry of Magic did not immediately get the news. Only after Fudge did not receive Azkaban's routine report the next day did he send someone to check. When the Ministry of Magic staff arrived in Azkaban, the whole person is stunned when looking at the empty prison and the Dementors hovering in the sky. Chapter 387, Chapter 387, Fudge is in trouble. What the hell is going on? Inside the minister's office, Fudge roared like a wounded lion. Well, saying he is a lion is a bit too exalted, or a husky is more precise. At this time, Fudge already knew about Azkaban. 10 Aurors, 30 strikers. A full 40 elites disappeared overnight. When he learned the news, he thought it was his subordinates joking with him. But the pictures of Azkaban now are like merciless slaps on his face. 40 employees were killed in the line of duty, and no prisoners were left in Azkaban. What could be more terrifying than this? At this time, a group of the Ministry of Magic senior officials gathered in the office. Scrimgeour in the Auror office, Amelia Bones in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Barty Crouch in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Although Fudge didn't like to see Crouch, the incident was so big that it would surely cause an uproar in the entire wizarding world. At this time, it is up to Crouch to maintain the image of the British Ministry of Magic. The eyes of several senior officials flickered, and they constantly collided, exchanging their own ideas. How many fugitives have you found? An Auror-dressed wizard answered with some difficulty. None. Not a single one. Fudge's pitch rose abruptly an octave. Azkaban's fugitives don't have wands. How can they run so cleanly? What the hell did those damn monsters say? The monster in his mouth naturally refers to the Dementor, and he cannot imagine why so many things can happen under the eyes of the Dementor. Did these unreliable guys defect? At this moment, Lockhart came in from the door. He was already one of Fudge's most trusted people at this time. He was dispatched to Azkaban early in the morning. Minister, the Dementor said that a very powerful wizard led his men to kill the Aurors and then force them back. Finally, release all prisoners. Besides, the Dementors asked you for a statement that they have run out of food. For a moment, everyone thinks of the one far away in Northern Europe. It's not him. We've always had someone at Demstrang, and that one hasn't left recently. Fudge, who had sparked hope, slumped again. Could it be Dumbledore, then? Dulix asked. He is also Fudge's confidant and naturally knows where to throw the trouble. But Umbridge immediately stated that all the flu networks at Hogwarts were being monitored, and Dumbledore did not leave the school. Fudge was silent, thinking of what Dumbledore and Harry had said about Voldemort's resurrection. The unswerving heart is a little shaken. Is Voldemort really alive? But within 2 seconds, Fudge pushed the thought out of his head. Even if he knew what happened to Voldemort's resurrection, would he still go to Dumbledore to be submissive? In that case, he will definitely be directly sprayed down by the angry people. By now, Fudge knew there was no turning back. His eyes have been lost in power, and he just wants to minimize the impact of things at this moment. Although he is confused, Fudge still has some brains after being the Minister of Magic for so many years. He also quickly figured out a solution. Let's get this out there and say that Bellatrix has created an organization to avenge the you-know-who. Focus on the number of people, and then double Bellatrix's reward. Bones frowned but didn't open his mouth to refute. She felt that such a big matter should be discussed with Dumbledore. However, there is nothing wrong with Fudge's order. It not only not tells the truth but also does not cause too much panic. Immediately deploy 10 Auror teams, don't worry about funding, and send those wizards who have committed crimes directly to Azkaban to appease those monsters. Speaking of this, Fudge also had a headache. This time the Dementor didn't play a role at all. If he could, he would really kill them all. But there is no way. Dementors are the most suitable jailers. He can only strengthen law enforcement and send a batch of temporary rations. But it also shows the resolve of the Ministry of Magic, which can help a little. The matter spread quickly, and the entire English magical world was silent. What's wrong with this world? The so-called most unbreakable prison, Azkaban, this time, instead of escaping 1 or 2 prisoners, was directly empty. Even the Ministry of Magic keeps claiming that Bellatrix did it. But the more they say it, the more the people don't believe it. The Ministry of Magic's credibility dropped repeatedly, and the overwhelming howler was about to blow up the entire Ministry of Magic. Some smart people thought of Voldemort, packed their bags, and fled the country overnight. Although there is a Grindlewald outside, historically, Grindlewald is much gentler to wizards than Voldemort. More than a month later, the Ministry of Magic has also found some clues. They found traces of the fugitives but failed to catch them. This also makes many people feel relieved. As long as they are not in England, these fugitives can toss. And some members of the Wisengamot have impeached Fudge. Some members of the Mages have long been full of opinions about Fudge's mischief at Hogwarts. This time is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the history of the Ministry of Magic, very few ministers have been impeached, and not a single one has resigned after being impeached. If Fudge were successfully impeached, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame. To this end, Fudge also made a special trip to Hogwarts to find August, hoping to get his support. With his help, everything would be much easier. But he didn't even see August's face when he got to school. Now that Fudge is useless, August doesn't care if he turns against him. It's foolish to be standing with him now. In fact, not only Fudge but several other people who have coveted the throne of the Minister of Magic also secretly courted August. For example, Scrimgeour and Bones are 2 hot candidates. They had all been to Hogwarts secretly, and Bones had met with Dumbledore. Ultimately, when she left smiling, we knew that the two should have reached some deals. Chapter 388, Traitor. These high-end battles at the Ministry of Magic Harry didn't know or understand. But he could see that so far, more and more people believed Voldemort had been resurrected. Otherwise, who else has the ability to break into Azkaban? Most of the students are pure. They have not been baptized by society. Therefore, they also dare to face their own mistakes. Many young wizards have gone to Harry to apologize to him these days and encourage him to persevere. This put him in a very good mood. Arriving in front of the room of requirement, Harry walked in skillfully. There were already quite a few DA members in the room, and they all greeted Harry warmly. Harry is also prosperous here as one of the few teachers in DA. He had gradually understood what August had said. It's not enough for people to have strength. They also need to gain their own right to speak. "Hi Harry, what are we going to study today?" Lavender Brown came over and asked with a smile. She recently had a hot fight with Ron and even got closer to him. Smashing spell, a very powerful spell. Harry responded with a smile, and soon many people gathered around him. It's just that what they didn't find was the little wizard who participated in the DA event today. 2 people are missing. Lawrence stood outside Umbridge's office with a valet. After a while, a sweet voice came from inside. "Come in, my dear." Walking into the office and looking at the pink decorations all over the room, Lawrence felt nauseous. "Old woman, what for are you pretending to be tender?" Although she was cursing Umbridge in her heart, her expression was very respectful. "Professor, I'm here to report an illegal organization to you." For many people who forget who Lawrence is, she was the same supporting role who mocked Luna in public in the Ravenclaw common room and was mercilessly humiliated by August. When August and Luna were together, Lawrence had a deep jealousy in his heart. She doesn't understand why August does not look down on such a crazy girl. However, she did not dare to trouble Luna again. The entire Ravenclaw has become August's private room. As long as there is a hint of it, everyone will stand against her. Lawrence also participated when Hermione formed DA. At first, she had no idea of whistleblowing because she could really learn something from it. And the whistleblower can only get her to get Umbridge's praise without any practical benefit. As a Ravenclaw, although his temperament is not good, Lawrence can still see the pros and cons of things. But as time passed, the flame of jealousy grew stronger and stronger. When she watched Luna cast the advanced magic one by one at her fingertips, her heart became increasingly unbalanced. Finally, in a letter a few days ago, her parents asked her to have a good relationship with Umbridge, and Lawrence made up her mind. She's going to destroy DA and get on Umbridge's line. Sure enough, after hearing her report, Umbridge was ecstatic. She had long known of the existence of such an organization, but no members and evidence have been caught. As a result, this little witch gave her a great gift today. As for why the founders of this organization are August's girlfriends, is there such a thing? No. It must be Potter. You're doing so well. If this were war years, I'd get a medal for you. Umbridge praised so much that Lawrence felt a little embarrassed. She looked apprehensive. Professor, I also participated in an illegal assembly for some time. You won't punish me too? Umbridge stroked her head affectionately. Of course not, my dear. You are lurking for the justice of the Ministry of Magic. Don't worry, after I expel Potter, I will personally ask the minister for the credit for you. Lawrence was overjoyed. In her heart, the Minister of Magic was a superhero. Even her parents, who worked at the Ministry of Magic, had to be respectful. After taking out the magic web device and sending a few messages, Umbridge eagerly asked Lawrence to lead the way. In the room of requirement, Hermione and others still explained the techniques and scenes of using the smashing spell. The smashing spell is very difficult to control, and you must be cautious if you want to use the spell when facing an enemy. Because once your spell is not under control, you are the first to suffer, so. The little wizards listened carefully, and many even took the paper and recorded the spell Hermione told. After the Azkaban incident, everyone became more concerned about defense. Many people also wanted to join DA, but Hermione declined. Bang. 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 There was a loud knock on the door, and Hermione's expression changed. Listen to the people inside. You've been discovered, come out now, and I wouldn't expel you. Umbridge's screams reached the room of requirement. Hermione quickly grabbed the paper on the table. Lawrence's name was turning bright red. Someone betrayed us. We exposed. A single sentence scared many people to the point where they were dumbfounded. Looking at the panicked crowd, Hermione yelled. Don't panic. They fell silent immediately, waiting for Hermione to make up her mind. After thinking about it for a long time, Hermione finally has an idea. Umbridge couldn't do anything about them as long as they weren't caught on the spot. She and Cho said a solution, and the two stood at the door. Cho gently opened the door, and Hermione's wand stretched out. Fumos. Fumos. After several smoke spells in a row, white smoke continued to come out from between Hermione's wands. Cough. Cough. Hearing the sound of Umbridge's cough coming from outside, Hermione stepped up and used the windy spell. The students ran out quickly and fled in the opposite direction. Harry was also in the crowd and used a levitation charm to control Neville, who had already passed out. When he ran to the 7th floor, there was a sudden sharp pain from the scar on his forehead, and he covered his head in pain. At this moment, Crabbe and Goyle suddenly got out from behind a portrait, pushed him to the ground, and took away his wands. Before falling into a coma, Harry could only hear Goyle screaming in excitement. Professor. We've got Potter. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, Conflict in the Headmaster's Office. Harry was awakened by a loud noise. He opened his eyes with great effort and saw a group of people standing around him, constantly arguing. Immediately, he recognized where he was. It was in the headmaster's office. Fudge and Umbridge stood together, with a dozen aurors standing behind them, crowding the office. Dumbledore sat serenely behind the desk, and his fingers tapped the table rhythmically. Professor McGonagall stood upright behind him with a very nervous expression, and the portraits of the headmaster did not pretend to be asleep. They cursed Fudge angrily. When he saw Harry awake, Dumbledore smiled at him so he didn't have to worry. "Potter, you should know why you are here." Fudge looked at Harry kindly. It would be tough for him to catch Dumbledore's flaws if it weren't for him. "Do not know." Harry replied very bluntly. "I was just out looking for some food and was attacked. So why am I here, Minister?" His words made Umbridge laugh angrily. "The kitchen is in the basement, and you're on the 8th floor looking for something to eat. You don't have to hide it now. Miss Lawrence has said everything." Harry followed his gaze to a student who had been hiding behind several aurors. "Is this the girl leaking the secret?" Harry had no memory of her and could only now stare at Lawrence with angry eyes. But Lawrence was not ashamed and smiled proudly. "What's the use of looking at her like that now? Potter will be expelled soon. It's a pity that this time I couldn't catch that girl." Just as she thought so, Lawrence felt a tingling on her face. Dense purple pustules spread on her face, and a beard grew rapidly on her chin. "What?" Lawrence let out a scream and scratched her face with her hands. "It's Granger. She said that as long as you signed the piece of paper, you'd be cursed if it leaked." A trace of impatience flashed on Fudge's face. "Dolores, you take her away first and then put out some more information." Umbridge pulled Lawrence away angrily and slammed the door hard. "Dumbledore." Fudge stroked his hand, a happy smile on his face again. "Potter partied with these students in an attempt to overthrow the Ministry of Magic." "I didn't," Harry exclaimed. "We just learned some spells we were supposed to learn." Fudge made no rebuttal at all. "But you're breaking the rules of the Ministry of Magic." The smug look on his face was very unpleasant. "Congratulations, Potter, you were expelled from Hogwarts." Dawlish, destroying his wand. Standing behind him, a tall auror walked towards Harry with a grin. And Percy, who had been standing beside Fudge and making records, although a little unbearable, quickly lowered his head. "Wait a minute." At this time, Dumbledore spoke, interrupting Dawlish's movements. There was still a gentle smile on his face, which confused Harry a little. He was about to be expelled. Why was the headmaster still so happy? "Cornelius, I think you've got one thing wrong." "What?" Fudge didn't understand. "Porter and they joined my group before this ban." Fudge looked at him in astonishment, not paying attention to Dumbledore's wordplay, which didn't matter. "Yours?" "Yeah, look at the name of the organization, DA." Dumbledore stretched out his hand, and 2 golden characters appeared in the air. Fudge looked at them and quickly thought of something, and his face changed greatly. He took a horrified step back and approached the hot fireplace. "You organized this?" "That's right," Dumbledore said happily. "It's obviously not Dumbledore's army. I just asked Miss Granger and Mr. Potter to help me develop a reliable power." Harry looked at him in confusion. Why didn't Hermione tell him that? Are we really working for Dumbledore? And Fudge jumped like a rat whose tail was stepped on. "You really are secretly against me." "That's right," Dumbledore happily admitted. Fudge stared at Dumbledore in surprise, and the purpose of coming today was to fire Potter. "But I didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly." "Very well, Weasley, have you written it down?" "Of course, sir, it will be published in the Daily Prophet tomorrow." Fudge nodded in satisfaction. "Dumbledore, you will now be escorted to the Ministry of Magic, where you will be formally charged. Now, please hand over your wand." An auror stepped forward and seized Dumbledore's wand without encountering any resistance. Fudge became happier, and he thought it was Dumbledore's fear. "Sorry, Dumbledore, I suddenly don't think you need to go to the Ministry of Magic. Again, on behalf of the Minister of Magic, I announce that you will be imprisoned in Azkaban from now on." Fudge didn't want to make more mistakes. Who knows if Dumbledore's prestige will resolve this crisis after returning to the Ministry of Magic. Ugh. Dumbledore sighed regretfully and glanced at the Elder Wand with a nostalgic look. "Sorry, Cornelius, I'm afraid you won't be able to judge me. You seem to have an illusion that I will be caught without my wand. I don't want to go to Azkaban at all. Of course, I can easily escape, but I have more important things to do." Fudge stared at Dumbledore with a silly expression. "Then what do you want to do?" This sentence made Dumbledore choke. Wasn't it obvious to him? Though Fudge was confused, the auror beside him didn't. Several aurors moved without a trace, and the 2 blocked the fireplace. The others surrounded Fudge. Professor McGonagall reached into her robe with one hand, but Dumbledore sternly stopped her. "Minerva, Hogwarts needs you." At this time, Fudge also woke up from being stupid and says sharply. Dawlish. Shacklebolt. Catch him. A silver flash swirled in the room, and the spell cut the desk in front of him in half like a sharp blade. Dumbledore ducked just sideways. The other Aurors also used colorful spells, and Professor McGonagall pressed Harry down to prevent him from being affected. Chapter 390, Good Slap. Dumbledore stretched out his palm, and invisible shields blocked all the attacks of the Aurors. Several Aurors were surprised to find that the absence of a wand did not seem to have any effect on Dumbledore. He was still so powerful. The magic spell bounced by the shield charm flew around, destroying much property. Professor McGonagall protects all of the headmaster's portraits from being affected. Fudge shivered and hid in the corner. Crip. The loud phoenix chirping sounded, and Fawkes's figure appeared above Dumbledore's head. As he clapped his hands, a scorching fire burst from the body of one person and one bird, knocking all the Aurors flying and then disappearing. A bunch of trash. Seeing that Dumbledore successfully escaped, Fudge could only be furious, pouring his resentment on the Aurors. The faces of the several Aurors were also not good looking. They knew that Dumbledore was powerful and that he could beat a dozen Aurors by himself. But this time, Dumbledore doesn't have a wand. Kingsley didn't feel anything at all, shrugged and said to Fudge. Sir, you can dislike him. But you can't deny that he's really stylish. Fudge glared at him angrily. Is this the time to say this? He tidied up his messy clothes, ignored Harry, who was in a daze, and stared at Professor McGonagall. For this woman, he completely ignored because she couldn't threaten his status at all. I think your friend Dumbledore is doomed this time, and Dolores will be the new headmistress. Professor McGonagall said nothing, gave him a contemptuous look, and led Harry out of the office. Fudge didn't care. After all, Harry was a small person in his eyes. As long as Dumbledore is dealt with, no one can threaten his rights. And Harry, who returned to the dormitory in a daze, was still thinking about the words Dumbledore said to him before he disappeared. Watch out to August. Keep your distance from him. Dumbledore defeated the Aurors and escaped from Hogwarts. The news spread throughout the school overnight. The news and notices of Umbridge becoming headmistress were plastered all over the castle. Wherever August went, he heard people talking about it. Yesterday Hermione and Cho told him about it. Hermione blamed herself very much, believing that the fault was all hers. None of this would have happened if she had been more careful in her personnel screening. Don't worry. I'll help you out. August patted her back gently, comforting her softly. However, his eyes looked at Lawrence, who was proud not far away, without a trace of warmth. Umbridge didn't just give Lawrence's parents a promotion to tell everyone it was good for them to do things for her. A special operations unit with great powers has also been established at the school. Lawrence is now patrolling around with a group of Slytherin students these days, and she will deduct points if she sees something not pleasing to the eye. She is so proud of herself now that she even deducted 10 points from Luna. Lovegood, 10 points for disheveled clothes. Luna's eyes widened. You're not a prefect, and we're all Ravenclaw students. Lawrence smiled dismissively. Professor Umbridge, oh, now it's Headmistress Umbridge who has given me the right to deduct points. If I want to deduct your points, I will deduct your points. Ginny, who was with Luna, stared at her angrily, resisting the urge to use the shattering charm. And you, Weasley, your red hair disgusts me, and 10 points from Gryffindor. Ginny finally couldn't take it anymore and took out her wand. Levi Corpus. Lawrence slammed into the wall uncontrollably, and the force was so strong that she spat out blood. Luna looked at her friend in surprise. Don't look at me. Ginny looked blank. I didn't do this. Before her wand was fully taken out, the girl flew away. In unison, the two turned their heads and saw August standing there with a cold face. Gaunt. What do you want? I'm going to have Headmistress Umbridge expel you. Lawrence screamed in horror, and what she said really made August sneer. Several invisible sharp blades cut through her cheeks, and the blood flowed non-stop. With her disheveled hair, she looks like a crazy woman. And the few students who had just flaunted their might and followed Lawrence shivered and ran away. With a wave of August's hand, he pulled them back and hung them beside Lawrence. Ignoring the shouting of several people, August's right hand clenched slowly. The wall seemed to come alive with his movements, flowing and slowly swallowing several people. Stop it. Gaunt. There were hurried shouts in the distance, and Umbridge ran over, out of breath, looking at the few people on the wall in disbelief. How dare you? Attack your classmates at school and despise the majesty of the headmistress. Umbridge, who had just successfully driven out Dumbledore, was at the right time, and she didn't expect August to jump out. Seeing Umbridge's arrival, Lawrence cried out for help. Save me. Headmistress, Gaunt is going to kill me. More and more students gathered not far away to look here. Umbridge took out his wand and wanted to put a few people down. But after trying for a long time, she failed. Gaunt. Don't think that the DA thing is over. Granger is one of the organizers. Umbridge threatens August with sternness, trying to make him give up. Minister just didn't have time to deal with such trivial matters, so we let her go. After she finished speaking, she saw August turn his head to look at her, and her heart suddenly panicked. The pressure from those eyes made it hard for her to breathe. Gaunt, a slap doesn't make a sound. Since Lawrence is targeting your girlfriend, you should ask them to reflect on what they did wrong. Hearing this, August finally couldn't help laughing out loud. You mean the fault is on Luna's side? This shameless remark completely angered him. August suddenly released control of Lawrence and the others, allowing them to fall to the ground. Smack. He slapped Umbridge's face with a savage slap under everyone's stunned gaze. With great strength, Umbridge flew out, and students with good eyesight could clearly see the face was shaking. A slap doesn't make a sound. Umbridge, do you think my slap rings? Chapter 391, Tom, who is super smart. If looks could kill, August would have been killed countless times by Umbridge by now. The little wizards who were watching also watched this scene in disbelief. Is this the first time in the history of Hogwarts that a student has beaten the headmistress? Many people's worldviews have been impacted, but they can't help but want to praise August. This slap is so cool. Covering the swollen half of his face, Umbridge left here without a word. Even though she was already mad with hatred in her heart, she forcibly endured it. Because she had already seen the undisguised killing intent in August's eyes. Going back to find his own master is the correct choice. And after this slap, August's mood was much more relaxed. Disdainfully glanced at Lawrence on the ground and left here with Luna. The next day, the Ministry of Magic revoked August's order of Merlin's first class for hurting his classmates with magic. But Umbridge's beatings were indeed not mentioned. In the magical world, if you don't use magic, hits really don't hurt. It can only be regarded as not very lethal but extremely insulting. If August was held accountable for this matter, there would only be a painless punishment, and Umbridge would be humiliated and thrown out of school. Doing this is the limit. Even if this matter ended, Lawrence became the biggest victim. The scars left by Sectum Sempra are not so easy to repair. If August hadn't used the counter curse at the end, she would have bled to death. In addition, her parents are also subject to August's revenge. Both Lawrence's parents worked under Mrs. Greengrass. In a word from August, these two people have changed from small supervisors just after being promoted to a cleaner who cleans the bathroom. When she heard the news, Lawrence collapsed and knelt at August's feet, begging for his forgiveness. But all this was in vain. Traitors are the most damned everywhere. How could August change his mind? Umbridge also wouldn't care about it. How could she have suffered such humiliation if it wasn't for Lawrence? Her mind is now was how to full of control over the school. Leaving aside the chaos on this side of Hogwarts. Voldemort, on the other side, was thrilled. Ha 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 ha. There were bursts of cheerful laughter from within Malfoy Manor. Voldemort walked around the living room excitedly. He had learned what happened at Hogwarts. Of course, he also contributed to this. The auras around Fudge have been greatly infiltrated, and it was only under their influence that the plan went so smoothly. The only thing that bothered Voldemort was that things went more smoothly than he had imagined. How could Dumbledore hand over his wand so easily? Severus, did Dumbledore contact you? Gloomy snake pupil stared at Snape, Voldemort operating a clemency with all his strength. Snape's expression did not change at all. Dumbledore contacted me the next day and asked me to help him get a wand. I got a new wand for him from Ollivander, but he asked the Phoenix to get it. I don't know where he is now. Snape sold Dumbledore without hesitation. Voldemort looked at him for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. He knew that Snape was doing things for both sides, but Voldemort was confident enough to control him. There are many things that Dumbledore cannot give. For example, the production method of Horcrux. In his mind, Snape was a dark wizard who was desperate for dark arts. With Dumbledore's style, he will certainly not satisfy his desires. Why did he hand over the wand so easily? Voldemort seemed to be asking Snape, and it seemed he was just mumbling subconsciously. Lucius Malfoy rolled his eyes and took 2 steps forward. My lord, from what I understand, Fudge initially wanted to bring Dumbledore back to the Ministry of Magic. But after collecting the wand, he changed his mind and wanted to put him directly in Azkaban. When Voldemort heard this, his eyes lit up. It turns out the problem was here. He sneered. Even something like Fudge can limit him. The old Dumbledore is really coming back. In his brain supplement, Dumbledore just didn't expect Fudge to be so shameless, and he turned his face. He didn't recognize anyone when he got the wand. Voldemort now has no doubts about the rationality of the whole thing. After all, in Voldemort's eyes, Dumbledore is a man of sanctimonious integrity who will pretend to do everything according to the rules. No dignity at all. And Lucius Malfoy smiled slightly and retired. You can't tell everything for a conceited man like Voldemort. Only by letting him figure it out himself can he rationalize everything and be convinced. On magic, he was no match for Voldemort. But as far as brains are concerned, Malfoy was no weaker than anyone in his life. Snape also gave him a strange look, and his heart was scornful. You're almost crippling the Dark Lord. After ensuring nothing was wrong with the whole thing, Voldemort didn't hesitate to steal the wand that night. The group of people at the Ministry of Magic did not know the particularity of the Elder Wand and just placed it in the office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at random. The two Voldemort spies stole it out easily. Voldemort frowned slightly, feeling the stagnation on the wand. He threw out a black light, and the chair hit by the black light disappeared instantly, leaving no trace. Barty Jr., who was standing behind him, took a deep breath. Isn't this power a bit exaggerated? Voldemort also taught him this spell, but it was the dark arts version of the shattering spell. The power is stronger, with some corrosiveness. But directly turning objects into nothingness like this is beyond his comprehension. Is this the power of the Elder Wand? Barty Jr. looked at Voldemort joyfully and was happy for his master to get this wand. And Voldemort also felt the power of the Elder Wand, but the resistance was equally obvious. What is the reason? The poor man didn't know the rules of the Elder Wand to recognize the master at all, and he was a little dazed at this moment. After thinking about it for a long time, it can only be attributed to Dumbledore. After all, this wand has followed Dumbledore for 50 years, and it may not be able to adapt to his magic for a while. Voldemort, who had once again perfected his brain, quickly convinced himself. He secretly decided in his heart that he would go after Dumbledore after he had dealt with Potter. At that time, the entire magic world will surrender at his feet. Chapter 392 becomes a fan of August. Another wonderful night, August got up hard from Nagini's nephrite fragrance. It's terrible. Miss Snake Girl is a natural at this. He would have been unbearable without the diamond reward he had drawn a while ago. After all, in this world, wizards possess all kinds of extraordinary powers because of the existence of magic. But in terms of physical fitness, they are even maybe inferior than ordinary people. If all the little wizards were to run laps on the Quidditch pitch, within 2 laps, they will definitely be exhausted. Even August has Avalon's makeover that has surpassed many. But compared with the male dictus like Miss Nagini, they can't compare. For a long time, August wanted to get a reward for enhancing his physical fitness, and he changed his career to become a melee mage. At that time, with the Avalon in one hand and the EA wand in the other, Tom will call him Daddy. It's a pity the system didn't grant his wish, and his wish hasn't been fulfilled after more than 300 chapters. Until recently, August got his wish. Skill, Dragon Blood Body Forging Secret. Quality, Diamond. Effect, sacrifice dragon blood in a specific ritual to enhance one's own physical fitness. The quality of dragon blood determines the effect. After seeing the skill, August unconsciously came up with a method. Wouldn't the reward mean Osiris? That was his dearest family. How could he strengthen himself with the blood of Osiris? Ahem, he will. After discussing it with Osiris, the little guy agreed to August without hesitation. After all, the blood needed for a ceremony was not enough for her to have a nosebleed. Although, as a demigod, Osiris doesn't seem to have a nosebleed. In short, with the friendly sponsorship of Osiris, August successfully completed the first physical strengthening. The effect was so good that he was very pleasantly surprised. The most outstanding performance is that he also easily suppressed Nagini. The slap he gave Umbridge back then was the result of August holding back his strength. If he had done his best, the scene would be extremely tragic. After a leisurely breakfast, August walked out of the castle. The first class this morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and he decisively skipped it. Not only today, but it is also estimated that he will not go to Defense Against the Dark Arts in the future, and his hands will itch when he sees Umbridge's face. August wasn't worried that the toad would fail him or something. After all, she couldn't last. The time has come to April, and the weather has become delightful. Unconsciously walking to the Black Lake, August suddenly became interested in fishing. A small round stool appeared under his feet, and the wand in his hand also turned into a fishing rod. The twins had brought him to Black Lake to fish several times. The fish in the Black Lake is pure wild, and they taste different. It's a pity that he wasn't a good fisherman in his previous life. After 2 consecutive hours of getting nothing, August was also a little embarrassed. With a thought, the top of the fishing rod turned into a large net containing 2 innocent fish. Only then did August nod with satisfaction. The ingredients for today's lunch had been settled. Fishermen never leave without fish. With a snap of his fingers, the house elf appeared beside August. 1 portion of boiled and pickled fish is served at lunch. The house elf bowed respectfully and disappeared. And August also walked towards the castle. When he returned to the castle, he saw Hermione and Harry looking for him everywhere. Great, I finally found you. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when he saw him as if he had found the backbone. He said to August quickly. George and Fred seem to have big moves. I'm afraid something will happen, so go and persuade them. The atmosphere at Hogwarts has been subtle these days. Many Slytherin students took refuge in Umbridge and joined the inquisitorial squad. Umbridge also gives the newcomers great power. These people are always looking for trouble with other students, especially Gryffindor, who have been mortal enemies for millennia. Within 2 days, the gems representing Gryffindor scores were utterly emptied. How can the grumpy little lions take this? Sneak attacks, gang fights, knocking sap. The way the little lion revenge is also varied. George and Fred stuffed Monta into the vanishing cabinet on the 2nd floor 2 days ago. It is estimated that within a week, he will not reappear. However, the twins are unsatisfied, and there is no sense of achievement in dealing with these small fish and shrimp. They're going for a big one against Umbridge. That's why Harry found August. He feared the twins would go too far and wanted August to persuade him. As for what Dumbledore told Harry before he left, keep him away from August. Apart from that night, Harry pondered the reason why the headmaster would say that. By the next day, he had put Dumbledore's advice behind him. Although Harry respects Dumbledore very much, he also treats him as his elder. But in terms of a close relationship, there is still a very big gap compared with August. Since the 1st grade, Harry has been living under the help of August. It is a friendship he has never experienced. The Dursleys kicked him out, and it was August who helped him. After being selected as a champion in the Triwizard Tournament, all the students doubted him, and even Ron became jealous. August has always stood to him, believing that he never put his name into the Goblet of Fire. Last summer, August's shot made Fudge's calculations fail, and he kept his wand. There are all kinds of bits and pieces that Harry keeps in mind. He felt that if he was a girl, the only way left now was to promise each other. It's a pity that he is a man and can only support August silently. So, no matter how much Dumbledore advised him, Harry just thought August was on Fudge's side and misunderstood. In this life, he was no longer the brainless fan of Dumbledore in the original book. He is already a fan of August. Chapter 393, Chapter 393, No one can escape from the hands of these 3 scourges. Where are they now? August looked at Hermione, who was on the side, ready to go to the twins to find out what was happening. The room of requirement. Fred and George asked me for a password and went there early in the morning, even truant Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. Finally, Hermione couldn't help but put on a tone of admiration. Warriors, some people in the world dare to truant McGonagall's class. Are these 2 people ready for the funeral? Room of requirement. Harry is confused. Aren't they afraid of being blocked by Umbridge and unable to get out? Hermione explained patiently. August has control over the room of requirement, and he is free to change the conditions of entry. Just like now, the room of requirement has also been moved from the 8th floor to the 6th floor, and the entry method has also been changed to a password. The room of requirement is essentially Rowena's bedroom. With August and her relationship, doing these things couldn't be easier. Umbridge had been keeping an eye on Harry lately, so Hermione hadn't told him the news. However, after going through this incident, Hermione has grown a lot. She no longer blindly believes in what she thinks is right. The human heart is so complicated that it is difficult for her to trust others as she used to. She has temporarily stopped DA's activities now and will not continue until a suitable candidate is screened. After the 3 came to the room of requirement, they saw George and Fred busying themselves with boxes of various sizes around. Are you guys going for a clearance sale? Harry asked in surprise. He had already seen the box's contents, which were all products from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. So many things add up. It is estimated that it can empty the little wizard's wallets. Yo. Fred greeted August with a smile on his face. We're just looking for you, August. George also put down the wolf-toothed dart in his hand. He was smearing an itching potion on it, and the private parts of the people he touched would become extremely itchy. This is a crazy idea that August came up with. When the twins heard it, they were shocked. After they made it, they took Ron for a test. As a result, Ron didn't speak to these 2 brothers for more than a month, and he felt weak when he saw them. After August saw, he also understood what they were going to do. Really? Umbridge won't be at school much longer. His words made the 2 of them stunned for a moment. August guessed it before he could say their purpose. Hermione watched them play the riddles, a little confused. But when George told her and Harry about their plans, both eyes widened. You will be expelled for sure, Hermione said with great confidence if they rubbed Umbridge's face against the ground. So what? Fred shrugged. For us, the NEWT exam is just one more certificate. Yes, added George. This certificate will not make us sell even 1 more gallon of our product. But aren't you afraid that Mrs. Weasley will sweep you out of the house? Harry's words silenced the twins. This is also what they worry about the most. The Weasley twins are not afraid of everything but have nothing to do with their mother. Suppose she learns that they have been expelled. In that case, their mother will definitely let them experience the curse passed down from the family. Thinking of this, George and Fred shivered. No, we can't think about it anymore. Thinking about it further, the courage they finally raised would be scared away. Seeing the twins so determined, Hermione and Harry stopped persuading. What the two said was also true. With the business of Weasley's wizard wheezes, they would never starve to death. They may make more money in a week now than Mr. Weasley makes in a year. It's just a certificate. It really doesn't make much sense. During the whole process, August did not raise any objections. The way is chosen by themselves. George and Fred are no longer children, and they know what they should do. The twins are also thrilled when August supports them. After all, this is the real owner of Weasley's wizard wheezes. And August gave them a surprise. He gives them a store at Diagon Alley as a base for a future Weasley's wizard wheezes. After hearing this, George rushed up excitedly and wanted to give August a hug, but he avoided it in disgust. Pulling August aside, the three muttered, preparing to give Umbridge an unforgettable memory. Hearing their laughter occasionally, Harry couldn't help but take a few steps back. He knew that the Toad would definitely be unlucky. No one can escape from the hands of these three evils. In the headmaster's office, Umbridge was lying on his desk, flipping through letters one by one. Since she became the headmistress, all the Floo network in the castle has been monitored except for the fireplace in this room. And she will check the letters and packages sent by the owls one by one. If it weren't for the magic web device that could be controlled by recognizing the magic power of wizards, she would definitely check everyone's device. Having said that, August also had to thank her. People's habits are cultivated slowly, although it is very convenient for the device to send a message and make a phone call. But many little wizards still keep the habit of writing letters. But because of Umbridge's imposed intervention, they had to change their habits and use the device more. That was the only remaining value of Umbridge. The headmaster's office was tranquil, and the portraits of the headmasters on the wall were all cast by Umbridge's silencing charm. Since she came in, the portraits have been cursing her and Fudge incessantly. Umbridge swears she never knew a portrait could swear so badly. Especially Phineas Black, he almost forced her to cast the unforgivable curse. Even now, while the portraits couldn't speak, they humiliate Umbridge with their rich body language. Boom. The office floor shook, and Umbridge fell from his chair. Rubbing her sore ass, she looked around in shock. What happened? Hearing the constant explosions from downstairs, Umbridge picked up his wand and rushed out of the office toward the source of the sound. When she came to the corridor on the second floor, the scene in front of her opened her mouth instantly. Chapter 394, Weasley is our king. In the corridor, a dozen or so golden or green fireworks constituted fire dragons recklessly. Along the way, the sparks they sprayed made a huge explosion. There were also some small rockets among them, and the fireworks automatically wrote curse words in the air. Get out of Hogwarts, Toad. Seeing these huge characters, Umbridge's face turned black. Finite. Her wand glowed red, angrily struck a firework, and tragedy struck. The fire dragon that was enchanted by the spell expanded rapidly and released an explosion that was several times larger than before. It blew a hole in one painting, in which a sentimental witch on the grass hurried away and ran into another painting. The wizards in the picture were playing cards, and they quickly gave up a place when they saw her coming. Seeing that his magic had the opposite effect, Umbridge was even angry. She kept using the general counterspell to stop these fireworks, but to no avail. It seems that the people who made it have anticipated how to deal with all kinds of magic. The corridor space was so large the number of fireworks increased instead of decreasing, and Umbridge was quickly hit. Her face was itchy suddenly, and huge pustules quickly grew out. Umbridge screamed and fled, leaving only the little wizards hiding in the surrounding classrooms laughing. The story quickly spread around the school. Umbridge went to the Weasley twins with a bandage on his head that afternoon. Weasley. You've been expelled. She swears that if George and Fred didn't do this, she'd eat all the dung bomb she had confiscated. Sorry, Professor, what are you talking about? Fred, who was playing wizard chess with Lee in the Gryffindor common room, raised his head blankly, very innocent. Umbridge gasped. Weasley, don't play these useless tricks on me. You blatantly used dangerous magic props at school this morning. Now, hand over your wands immediately. Professor Umbridge. George stood up and startled her. Even if you are the headmistress, you must give evidence, right? We're all in Professor Newt's class this morning. How could it be possible to do something like that? Several 7th grade students next to them also stood up to testify for them. Good, good. Umbridge pointed at them, knowing that there was nothing they could do without evidence. She directly asked a student to call Newt and the students who were in the class together. Not long after, a few people arrived. I prove that the two Mr. Weasleys have never left my sight. After learning the details, Newt testified for the two without hesitation. Umbridge was stunned momentarily, looking at the several students who came with him. The class was in Gryffindor and Slytherin, and two of the students were still her confidants. A Slytherin student pondered momentarily, then nodded with difficulty, indicating that what Newt said was true. This time it was Umbridge's turn to be dumbfounded. Until she left the common room, she still had suspicions about the twins in his mind. And thunderous cheers erupted in the common room when Umbridge and his lackeys left. Weasley is our king. I don't know who took the lead in shouting, and the other students also shouted in unison. Weasley is our king. Weasley is our king. George and Fred jumped on the table and hilariously took off their hats all around, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Fantastic. How on earth did you guys do it? Ron's face flushed, and he was sure his brothers had done all this. But why can't Umbridge get its hands on them? Even Slytherin students testified for them. The twins smiled at each other, shook their heads in unison, and said in unison, Ronnie, don't ask. You will only make things worse. The crowd burst into laughter. Ron was initially popular because he joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year as keeper. But in the game against Slytherin, he conceded 14 goals in a row. It was because Harry caught the golden snitch, so Gryffindor avoided the fate of the fiasco. In the match against Ravenclaw, Ron even dropped 200 points, ultimately making them lose. Even though he was a prefect, many people now have a problem with him. Many believe he was drafted into the Quidditch team based on his relationship with Harry. George and Fred also knew that their younger brother was unreliable and had a big mouth, so they would not tell him their secrets. In fact, the two made Ginny and Colin drink the potion and pretended to be them in Newt's class. If Ron found out, he would accidentally leak it out. Their plan may not be completed, and they should leave Hogwarts completely. Over the next few days, the entire castle was plunged into unprecedented turmoil. The twins' mischievous props continue to cause trouble for Umbridge and hinder many of the professors in the class. But they don't seem to care. Merlin's beard. Professor McGonagall's tone was full of sarcasm. Looking at the mace darts flying all over the room, she did not move at all. Miss Brown, please inform our headmistress that there is a huge problem here that needs to be handled by her. Lavender Brown nodded happily and pulled Umbridge from the potions classroom. Looking at the toad that turned into an exploding head, the little wizards laughed. This must be the effect the disposable crucible the twins developed can achieve. It is said that there is also credit to the blasting genius Seamus, who can only make these one-time crucibles explode stably. Thank you so much, headmistress. Professor McGonagall gave a rare bright smile. Actually, I can catch this dart myself, but I don't know if I have the right. After Umbridge lost all her strength to catch the dart, Professor McGonagall's sarcastic remark made her furious. But nothing could be said. As headmistress, she does have an obligation to help the professors with these troubles, and that's what she does these days. All the professors have become Buddhist in the face of chaos, and if something happens, they will let her go out. Umbridge, who wanted to scare Professor McGonagall with a few harsh words, suddenly changed his face. Covering his lower body tremblingly, she rolled and crawled out of the Transfiguration classroom. Chapter 395, Chapter 395, Umbridge and the Love Potion. No one knows what happened to Umbridge these days. When she appeared in front of the public again, her face was pale and frightening. The riots in the school also gradually subsided. The twins' inventory has also been almost consumed in the past few days, and they only have enough left to have a perfect curtain call. Finally, on the last day of April, Fred and George came up with their trump card. The entire Great Hall was turned into a swamp under the watchful eyes of the public. The 4 long tables, plus the high table, were all sunk in the mud. All the students can only watch the situation here from the observation deck on the 2nd floor. Okay. Umbridge quickly arrived at the scene under Filch's tip. She looked at George and Fred standing at the door, her eyes full of pride. You think it's fun to turn the Great Hall into a swamp, don't you? Yes, it's enjoyable, said Fred, looking up at her without fear. On the contrary, his face had an uncontrollable smile, which puzzled many people. Filch said all kinds of cruel punishments, and the two showed grim smiles simultaneously. With a smile on his face, George sent out a series of sparks with his wand, directly knocking Filch away. Honestly, I don't think we're fit for a Hogwarts education anymore. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Fred said casually. Before Umbridge could speak, the twins raised their wands and said in unison. Enjoy our final song at school. The voice fell, and there was a loud noise in the distance. 4 or 5 boxes flew over and were smashed directly in the air by the twins with a spell. Colorful powders, big dung bomb, and fireworks all worked simultaneously. When he saw a pink firework, George's face changed. Stupid Fred. How did you put this firework in there? It's got a love potion in it. Fred was also embarrassed and apologized again and again. This kind of fireworks is a special edition developed by them, especially for couples, which can use a small amount of erotic agent to help boys and girls to cross the threshold. Looking at Umbridge, who was blown up by pink fireworks, the twins knew they had lost their way and hurriedly used the summoning charm to call their broom. Fred prepared the love potion, and he couldn't imagine the image of Umbridge calling him with love in his eyes. However, before leaving, the twins did not forget to play an advertisement. If you also want to buy all kinds of props that have appeared these days, please come to Diagon Alley, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. By the way, if you swear by Umbridge, I'll give you 20% off. The little wizards were shocked by the commotion before them and could only nod their heads unconsciously. Gryffindor's students quickly removed the hat from their heads and swiftly saluted Fred and George. They flew out of the gate and merged into the dazzling sunset in a situation Hogwarts had never seen before. Even if some people are gone, their legends are still enduring. It is no exaggeration to send this salute to George and Fred, who are running for freedom. Even though they had been gone for half a month, August could see everyone still discussing this matter. And, of course, Umbridge, the biggest victim. Umbridge, who was hit by the special edition fireworks, was delirious and called Fred's name was called kindly. That affectionate look made many professors and students almost vomit out of the dinner they just ate. It wasn't until Snape poured her a bottle of antidote that she was out of the madness. After waking up, Umbridge was completely insane, and she immediately wanted the Aurors to capture the twins in Azkaban. It's a pity that the love potion is controversial for those who can't get true love in the magical world. However, no law still clearly states that this potion is illegal. In desperation, Umbridge had no choice but to expel them in retaliation. By now, she had some regrets about accepting this mess at Hogwarts. Since she became the headmistress, she has not lived a stable life and even went to the hospital wing no less than 10 times. Although she had reason to suspect that Madame Pomfrey was deliberately targeting her. But what can be done then? Don't offend the doctor. Whether it is in the Muggle world or the magical world, this is a truth. Umbridge was already frightened and asked Fudge to assign her 2 Aurors to protect her closely. She wouldn't let herself out of the Aurors' sight, even in class. The commotion in the school also brought a lot of fun to August. Although he did not participate, it was a thrilling thing to sit and eat melons. During this period, August had no other movements but had been following the movements of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Voldemort is still constantly running in with the Elder Wand, trying to control this powerful wand better. But progress has not been ideal. As long as the owner of the Elder Wand not dies, he cannot wholly control the wand. Whenever he heard Lucius Malfoy reporting to him, August would always lament the importance of reading. If Voldemort isn't obsessed with dark arts and reads more miscellaneous journals and accounts of the Elder Wand, then he won't be kept in the dark like a fool. Therefore, readers, please remember that if people are ugly, they should read more. This principle is universal everywhere. Another piece of information about Voldemort completely shocked August's jaw. Bellatrix, pregnant. Still Voldemort's child. When he first heard the news, August was perplexed. Bellatrix's husband was also a Death Eater and heir to the Lestrange family. He has been by Voldemort's side since he was released from Azkaban last time. So Voldemort NTR'd him under his nose. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, Career Guidance. The Other Side. After disappearing for a while, Dumbledore also reappeared in August's sight. He actually went to see Grindlewald. August has reason to suspect that Dumbledore is just taking the opportunity to go to his old lover to catch up. Before, his every move was under the attention of others. Now that's all right. Dumbledore doesn't have to care about other people's thoughts now. Anyway, the magical world thinks he's absconding. He can now go to Grindelwald unscrupulously. However, there is still Voldemort and me behind the scenes in the wizarding world of England. Is it really appropriate for you to leave so freely? Clicking on Grindelwald's name, August hadn't contacted him for a long time. Since he gave Grindelwald a small warning last time, he also restrained his alliance after he went back. During this period, there has been no major trouble in the cooperation between the two sides. What's the matter with me? Grindelwald's deep, magnetic voice came from the device. August said sincerely. I just want to see how my headmaster is doing recently. Honestly, I still miss him quite a bit when he's not at school for over a month. Grindelwald was silent for a moment. He knew about the conflict between Dumbledore and August. How did this little wizard have such thick skin to say this? He's already asleep. Now it's August's turn to be silent for a moment. Forget it, August waved his hand. I just came to let you know that I'm going to close the net here. Let your people keep an eye on those Death Eaters on the continent, and don't give them a chance to resist. Wait for my order. When the time comes, it will be wiped out. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes. Have you found all his Horcruxes? Voldemort still has at least 4 or 5 Horcruxes in his hands, not counting Harry. Is he sure that all his preparations will be instantly done? August didn't answer that question, and it wasn't something Grindlewald should be concerned about. Looking at the hung-up communication, Grindlewald sighed and walked to the window. Once Voldemort is dealt with, the only person who can pose a threat to August is Dumbledore. What should he do then? School life is proceeding in an orderly manner. While the fight against Umbridge continues, these have little to do with 5th or 7th graders. The upcoming exam is the most important thing compared to tossing the toad. On this day, all the 5th graders were handed a flyer. Career guidance. August looked at the paper in his hand and read it out involuntarily. Is it this time? Cho, who was watching the gossip news, heard his words and couldn't help seeing. So, August looked at Cho. What is this for? Putting away the device, Cho began introducing the tradition to August. Not every 5th grader has a clear idea of their future career plans. That's why the school launched this campaign to get professors to help students. For example, if you want to become an Auror, you must achieve excellence in certain subjects before you are eligible to apply. Professors also offer their advice if your career plans are too unrealistic. August suddenly said. So, what career did you choose last year? Cho's eyes were full of longing. I'm going to be a Tutshill Tornadoes' seeker. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick said that Hogwarts has no partnership with them, and I had to apply myself after graduation. Cho is an avid Quidditch enthusiast and a fan of the Tutshill Tornadoes. Although her parents were not supportive and wanted her to work at the Ministry of Magic. But after following August for so many years, Cho had already seen enough of the bullshit at the Ministry of Magic and was not interested at all. After hearing Cho talk about her goal, August vaguely remembered it. He bought a Quidditch team last year. It's just that since handing over a few firebolts to the manager, he has never asked again. Don't know what's going on now. Forget it. Let's give it to Cho after she was graduation and let her manage it. I don't know if she will be happy when she finds out and let him unlock a few more poses. The following day, August went to Professor Flitwick's office. Come in, August. Professor Flitwick said briskly, and quite a few professors were already in his office. Professor, what is this? Looking at the other professors who were onlookers, August was a little confused. Didn't Cho tell him that only their respective head of houses would be present? But why were almost all the professors there when it happened to him? Professor Flitwick was also a little embarrassed, and he coughed twice. Sorry, August, Minerva and Severus are also interested in your career. As for Professor Umbridge, forget it. Just treat her as if she doesn't exist. Sitting in the corner, Umbridge's face stiffened, and she squeezed the quill in his hand. Okay, then, let's start, Professor. Since his own head of house has said so, then he has nothing to say. It's not a very private thing anyway. Professor Flitwick took out a quill and asked August seriously. August, according to the inherent process, I should be here to tell you the elective standards for each 6th grade class. However, your grades don't need to worry about these requirements at all, so we'll keep it short. What are your plans while you are leaving Hogwarts? Several professors and even Umbridge looked at August curiously, waiting for his answer. The professors are very concerned about his whereabouts as such an outstanding student. After all, the last student who was such a great student became the Dark Lord because of the lack of career guidance. Since then, the professors have paid special attention to the ideals and goals of these outstanding students. And Umbridge had come here with the thought of informing Fudge on. August thought for a moment and sighed helplessly. Sorry, Professor, I don't have a very clear idea. After all, someone as good as me has gotten everything I wanted during my student days. It makes me very confused. My life is complete. What else can I do? The professors, puffed. Chapter 397, Chapter 397, OWLS exam would come. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? August's speech completely broke the defense of several professors. We are here to do career guidance, not to see how you show off. Professor Flitwick resisted the urge to roll his eyes and continued to ask. Have you considered joining the Ministry of Magic? Ravenclaw hasn't had a Minister of Magic in a long time. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. With August's reputation and status, it is estimated that he can become the youngest Minister of Magic in history. Unfortunately, August shook his head and rejected the proposal. It's so boring at the Ministry of Magic. It's either cleaning wizards' asses or dealing with other miscellaneous things daily. Might as well play Quidditch. Hearing what he said, Professor McGonagall, a veteran Quidditch enthusiast, lit up. Gaunt, if you want to develop on Quidditch, I'm sure you can become the greatest beater of all time. August shook his head again, rejecting Professor McGonagall's suggestion. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I've acquired the Tutshill Tornadoes and can be on the pro arena anytime I want. Besides, there is no suspense about winning or losing with the games I participated in. Although the words are arrogant, there is no refutation that anyone wants to stand up to. Last year's Quidditch match against Strang shattered many people's perceptions of the beaters. August, Snape said, a strange glint in his eyes. Have you ever considered staying at Hogwarts to teach? Several other professors' eyes also lit up, and they thought it was a good idea. According to common sense, Hogwarts professors generally do not let students stay on campus directly. After all, Voldemort didn't get this treatment back then. But August is different. He is an all-rounder. Alchemy, ancient rune, and potions. These highly specialized course professors have always been scarce resources. If August does stay at the school, it must be a good thing for the students at Hogwarts. Cough. When the professors fell into their reverie, Umbridge coughed twice, which was inappropriate and attracted attention. She smirked. Sorry, although I don't want to interrupt you, I still want to say that I am the headmistress of this school. Unfortunately, I thought Gaunt was not qualified for the professorship. Flitwick patted the table, and Professor McGonagall was also sullen. Umbridge, it's 2 years before Gaunt graduates, and Dumbledore will think about it then. What she meant was obvious. You, Umbridge, still want to be the headmistress by then. Dream about it. Umbridge's face changed. Professor McGonagall, the Ministry of Magic will definitely bring Dumbledore to justice. Puffed. Professor Sprout, who had been silent all this time, suddenly laughed. This moment caused a chain reaction, and the others couldn't help laughing. No one would think the Ministry of Magic would catch Dumbledore. Next, the focus shifted from August's career guidance to Umbridge's feud with several professors. August also enjoys leisure time and finds a reason to leave when the time is up. He could still hear Professor McGonagall's angry roar until he walked out the door. The end of the career guidance also means that the OWL exam has entered the countdown. The school atmosphere became extraordinarily dignified in the days leading up to the exam. When the junior wizard was in the common room, they didn't dare to make a sound at all for fear of being severely punished by the irritable seniors. The current 5th and 7th graders are on the verge of collapse. Countless people regret why they didn't study hard at the beginning. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the 5th grade and still learning 2nd grade knowledge. Ah. Why are these spells so similar? An unwilling roar sounded in the library. Madame Pants walked over without saying a word and very skillfully threw the student out of the library. The other little wizards were not surprised at all because this was the 3rd one recently. Even this little wizard's symptoms are still mild. Yesterday, the one was really cruel. He wanted to eat the book and see if he could learn it directly. Hermione was also very irritable at this time, with a hill of books in front of her, and August was training her for consolidation. My dear, this is a roundabout rune, not a spin. The gap between the two is quite large. August tried to speak to her gently, afraid that she would become hysterical too. At that time, it was he who was to blame. Oh, sorry, August, I got confused again. Hermione patted her head angrily and quickly corrected her mistake. Ancient Rune is one of her most uncertain courses, but people are more prone to mistakes when they are more nervous. Hermione is in this state now, and her learning efficiency is extremely low. With a sigh, August's fingers flashed blue light and pressed softly against her temple. Hermione closed her eyes comfortably, feeling the coolness in her brain. She now has to review more than 10 hours a day, plus the time for class, and she seriously lacks sleep. August can only use this spell and calming draft to replenish her spirit now. Actually, you don't have to fight like this. You don't have to answer all the exams correctly to pass. Some innocuous mistakes will not affect the final result. But Hermione retorted with a serious face. What if my ancient rune cannot pass because of the mistake in this question? August opened his mouth, wanting to say that if you can't pass, then no one else has to. Hermione was fine with everything, just too serious. As someone who wants to be the Minister of Magic in the future, she should learn to control the overall situation rather than get entangled in the details. But the character thing is too difficult to change and can only be subtly changed in the coming days. Well, it's still a long time, so don't be in a hurry. And in such a tense atmosphere, several old wizards who could barely walk came to Hogwarts. Started this year's OWLS exam. Chapter 398, Chapter 398, Tom, we are finally going to meet again. As the two most important exams in the wizarding world, this exam is not solely administered by Hogwarts. It is similar to the college entrance and middle school entrance examinations, which do not allow the paper to be published in the school. Generally, the Department of Magical Education sends well-respected wizards to invigilate and set the questions. In many cases, these proctors are the editors of the textbooks that the students use, and they control the topics better than the professors. The test is divided into two parts, usually a written test in the morning and a practical test in the afternoon. On the first morning, the 5th grade students didn't speak much. Some held a small note and tried their best to memorize it. Some people recited words and repeated various magic spells that might be tested. Luna and Astoria made 2 amulets together and gave them to August and Hermione. Although it was useless, August still accepted it. After the meal, all the 5th graders came to a large classroom and started their first exam. August finished the exam in just half an hour and then started chatting with an invigilator. Honestly, when I saw you in the examination room, I thought of Dumbledore back then. You are all far beyond the realm of students, and this kind of exam is a waste of time for you. Tofty said with emotion. He is a veteran invigilator, and Dumbledore also passed the exam under his invigilation. And now August gives him the same feeling, even more. In his mind, it is not too much to be an examiner with August's academic level. August also said half-jokingly. I think so too, or you can send me the transcript directly. The old man glared at him angrily. How can I have this right? But after you finish the exam, go out quickly. You just will affect the mentality of other students. While speaking, he scanned the entire classroom. Many students saw August chatting and laughing with the invigilator, and their facial expressions became weird. Everyone is here for the exam. Why is your style different from ours? Okay, then I'll go first. See you in the afternoon. August shook his head amusingly, stood up and left the examination room. Most of the following exams are like this. August is basically the last to go in and the first to come out. Many examiners, even Professor McGonagall and Umbridge, must stand behind them respectfully. Still, with August, they can often chat happily for a long time. The magical world is also a society. Since it is a society, there are circles. August's qualifications are above and beyond, so he can live comfortably in any circle. And Professor McGonagall is still a little worse. After all, compared to these people, she is still too young. As for Umbridge, who is that? In addition, a funny thing happened during the exam. For the magical creatures, no one is more authoritative than Newt in the wizarding world. He is also the only Hogwarts professor to be the examiner. Children, I actually had already retired, but I couldn't refuse Dumbledore's request. You are the first class of students I teach and will be the last. Let me give you one last gift. All students' grades will automatically increase by 1 score. The voice fell, and the great hall instantly thunderous cheers. Several of the Wizarding Examinations Authority also smiled bitterly. Still, Newt's identity was placed here, and they could only acquiesce in the end. After learning this news, those 5th-grade students who didn't choose to take the Care of Magical Creatures class regretted it. If they knew there was such a good thing, they would rather endure Hagrid for 2 years before taking this class. The exam lasted for 2 weeks, and every day after the exam, Hermione would ask August to check the answer. When other students saw the movements of the two, they also came together. When the answer is the same as the two, they will be elated, and if they are not the same, it will be like mourning. This reminded August of the way in his previous life when he asked the students in the class for the answer. Finally, the 5th-grade students were completely liberated after completing the final potion exam. Fantastic. Finally finished the exam. Justin Finch-Fletchley of Hufflepuff happily tore all the textbooks in his hands. Hannah Abbott, on the side, was stunned. Justin, we just finished OWL, not NEWT. Are you not attending class next semester? Justin was stunned for a moment and then said indifferently. Anyway, these books will not be used next semester, so they will be torn as soon as they are torn. Parvati Patil on the side said quietly. Don't you use it when you study for the exam. Justin, who finally came to his senses, changed greatly and hurriedly used a repairing charm to repair the textbook that had been shredded into confetti. The other students laughed and watched this scene with a lot of relief. Harry laughed along with him. A smile that was rarely seen on him these days. Although he has been learning occlumency with Snape, progress has been slow. He still has strange dreams from time to time. And in it, that mysterious room appeared countless times. Harry knew it was the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, although he didn't know what it was there for. But he was certain that there must be something in it that Voldemort yearned for so much. In the past few days, this premonition has become stronger and stronger. Even during the exam, the image there will appear in his mind. Harry had asked August for his opinion, but August just said that maybe it was Voldemort's conspiracy to lure him out of Hogwarts. Suddenly, Harry covered his forehead in pain and fell on the table. His perspective was walking down the dark, gloomy corridor of the Department of Mysteries again. Take it from me. A cold and high-pitched voice said without a trace of temperature. Harry saw something black move on the floor and struggled to raise his head. Sirius. He screamed in horror but made no sound. Harry. Harry. Ginny on the side pushed him anxiously, and Harry finally returned to his body from that scene. He raised his head sharply, startling Ginny. But seeing his eyes glowing red and tearing down, Ginny was distraught again. Harry, what happened? The surrounding students looked at them curiously, not knowing what had happened. Harry didn't answer. He just silently took Ginny's hand and walked out. And August, in the distance, saw this scene and smiled slightly. Tom, we are finally going to meet again. Chapter 399, The Department of Mysteries. Under the night, Harry, Ron, Ginny, and several other students flew toward London with thestrals. They still had some scars and blood on their faces. Apparently, there was a fight. Not long ago, Harry walked out of the exam room clutching his forehead and headed straight for the headmaster's office. He had to ensure that Sirius was still at 12 Grimald Place. The previous conversation with August still played a role. At least he would use his head to figure out if this was Voldemort's conspiracy. He first sent several messages to Lupin and Sirius with the device, but unfortunately, no one answered. Desperate, he could only use Umbridge's fireplace to check out Grimald Place. With the help of Ginny and other friends, Harry successfully entered the headmaster's office and went to Grimald Place. Harry's expression changed when Creature told him that all the Order of the Phoenix members were gone. But before he could ask any more questions, Umbridge returned. A war broke out between the two sides. After bringing down Umbridge and several of her henchmen, Harry also decided to go to the Ministry of Magic to save Sirius. It's just that he didn't want to let Ron and others participate in it. Still, after being scolded by Ginny with a few words, Harry could only bring his friends and embarked on the journey to the Ministry of Magic. Although it was already June, the thestral flew extremely fast, and the altitude was not low. Harry and the others were frozen in the sky, and their lips were slightly purple. Just when they couldn't hold on anymore, the thestral finally reached their destination. Fortunately, the entrance to the Ministry of Magic's guests was remote, plus it was getting late at night. Otherwise, they would fall swaggeringly from the sky and immediately be on the newspaper's front page. The young wizards, who had never been to the Ministry of Magic except for Harry, looked both excited and nervous. "Hold your wands, and always be ready for battle," Harry ordered and walked into the dilapidated phone booth. He is now extremely thankful that he still remembers the process that Mr. Weasley brought him. 612442. Turning the dial repeatedly, a woman's indifferent voice sounded in the phone booth. "The Ministry of Magic welcomes you. Please indicate your purpose and personal information. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Ginny Weasley, Neville Longbottom, Lavender Brown, Seamus Finnegan. We're here to save people. So please hurry." Harry finished speaking very quickly and then tapped the phone continuously. "Thank you," the female voice was still indifferent. "Guest, please take your badge and pin it in front of your clothes, and do a wand check in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic." Everyone quickly pinned those badges, and the phone booth began to descend. A golden light hit their feet, and the main entrance of the Ministry of Magic appeared in front of them. Harry didn't go out immediately but looked out tentatively with his wand to make sure no one was waiting for them. "Okay, let's go." After careful observation and confirming that no one was outside, Harry and his friends rushed to the Department of Mysteries. No one appeared along the way. This is actually very unscientific. In such a large organization as the Ministry of Magic does not even have a gatekeeper at night. When several people took the elevator to the Department of Mysteries, Harry looked at the black and gold door without a trace of strangeness. Over the past few months, he has come to this place countless times in his dreams, and now he has finally taken this step. Harry walked cautiously ahead, the others quietly following him. Just like returning to his own home, he easily walked through the gates. "Harry, have you been here?" Looking at his performance, Ginny finally couldn't help but ask. "Yes." Harry didn't look back. "I've been here countless times." He desperately recalled where Sirius appeared in his mind. Cabinet, crystal ball, large round turntable. One element after another flashed through his mind. After several twists and turns, they entered a bizarre hall. This room is incomparably huge, with a stone pit in the middle and an old stone door with a tattered curtain. "Harry." Ron rubbed his arms uncomfortably. "Sirius shouldn't be here, right? Let's find him quickly." The room made him feel bad. Not only he but everyone else was somewhat uncomfortable. The only exception was Harry, who seemed to hear something calling and telling him something from behind the veil. But the distance between him and veil was too far, and he could always hear it vaguely. Although he was curious, finding Sirius was the first priority. Harry could only make a mark on the room door and leave. After going through almost all the rooms of the Department of Mysteries, several people came to a room similar to a church. It is filled with tall shelves with various glass balls on them. "Right here." Harry snorted excitedly and moved forward cautiously. He was talking about something. He didn't dare to use the wand lighting charm and could only see the number of the cabinet clearly with the help of the dim light of the prophecy record. 84, 86, 93, 97. At the edge of the wall, Harry also came to the destination of the trip. But there is no trace of Sirius here. To be precise, except for a few of them, there is no one else in the whole room. Harry searched down the aisle when Neville stuttered. "Harry, look at that crystal ball." He stepped forward and looked at a prophecy record. The date on it was 16 years ago, and the content was horrifying. The Dark Lord and Harry Potter. Harry stared blankly. He unconsciously reached out to take it down and take a closer look. Why does it have the Dark Lord's name on it? Do not move. Ginny screamed and interrupted him. Mum said that the Department of Mysteries is so weird. You shouldn't touch anything, Harry. Don't worry, Ginny. There's my name on it. I'll take a look and put it back. Harry gently took the prophecy record without taking his girlfriend's words to heart. Look, nothing happened, did it? At this moment, a lazy voice came from behind them with a touch of deep sarcasm. Very well, Potter, you are as stupid as the Dark Lord said. Turn around now and give me the prophecy record in your hand. Chapter 400, The Big Fight. As his voice fell, there were bursts of crackling sounds around him. Harry knew that it was the voice of the apparition. Dozens of shadows fell on their side, surrounding Harry and the others. Ron sucked in a breath of cold air and turned tremblingly to look at the man who spoke. Lucius Malfoy. It was the Death Eater Legion headed by Lucius, and Ron saw the faces that appeared in the Daily Prophet. His heart jumped out of his throat. These people are all prisoners who escaped from Azkaban. Which one did not carry a few lives on their hands? Don't say it was him. Even Harry was panicking at the moment, but he couldn't show it. It's a big problem, and it's useless to panic. Where's Sirius? Hearing his question, Lucius laughed as if he had been hit with a tickle. The rest of the Death Eaters also let out inexplicable laughter. Dark Lord is right. Potter, you are always so reckless. Do you think Sirius is really here? This is what the Dark Lord wants you to see. He knows you very well. The current Order of the Phoenix is probably still being played around by the bait we threw out. And your role is complete. Give me the prophecy record. Lucius's words made Harry's heart sink to the bottom, and he knew he had been fooled this time. Voldemort used his concern for Sirius to lure him here. And the purpose is the prophecy record in his hand. Wait, a prophecy record. Looking at the prophecy record in his hand, Harry's eyes lit up. Quickly pulling out his wand, Harry pointed to the life-saving straw in his hand and threatened as the surrounding Death Eaters all changed their expressions. Now, step back immediately, or I will destroy it. You don't want Voldemort to know that you can't get the prophecy record, do you? Lucius Malfoy's face was very embarrassed, and he instructed the others to take a few steps back. Barty Jr. couldn't help it, and he screamed. Accio, prophecy re. And Harry had been prepared for a long time, and before he finished chanting the spell, he cast the shield charm and still grabbed the prophecy record. Very good. Barty Jr.'s chest heaved, and just as he was about to continue casting the spell, Lucius Malfoy interrupted him roughly. Idiot. That did the Dark Lord want. If you break it, you're dead. Harry keenly seized the opportunity, seeing that the two were on the verge of infighting. Reducto. His spell hit the high shelves all around, and many prophecy records collapsed along with the supports, causing the Death Eaters to mess up. Run. With a loud roar, he pulled Ginny and smashed away Lucius, who was standing at the front, and ran towards the door. He has to get out of here and bring everyone back to Hogwarts. Hundreds of prophecy records smashed into pieces, and milky white figures emerged, floating in the air. Damn it. A tall Death Eater blasted away the shards of wood and glass shards on him with magic. Looking at the several figures who had already run out of the prophecy hall, he let out a violent roar. Come on, use the levitation charm to bring everything here. Harry led the crowd into a small room and closed the door behind him. He instructed Ginny, Ron, and the others to block the door tightly, and at the same time, took out the device and quickly sent a message to Dumbledore and August. At this time, he wanted to shoot himself 2 hours ago to death. Why did he bring so many companions here? If it's just him, it doesn't matter if he dies. But he brought Ginny and the others here, so he has the responsibility to ensure the safety of everyone. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer, and Harry could clearly hear Lucius's call to search for the room. Within half a minute, someone came to the room where they were hiding, and he bombarded the door with magic spells. Boom. Boom. As soon as people come in, let's attack with a spell together. Harry squeezed the wand in his hand and spoke nervously. There is only one exit in this room, and they can only survive by defeating the wizard who rushed in. And when Antonin Dolohov came in, he faced a spell attack like a storm. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. Looking at these incantations, Dolohov did not panic and smiled sinisterly. An invisible barrier rose up from in front of him, rebounding all kinds of magic spells flying all over the room. What? Dolohov was slightly surprised when he waved his wand and picked up a red light. He did not expect that his shield charm could not stop all the spells, and a disarming charm broke through the defense and came to him. You guys are pretty capable. His strength is also mighty, and even Bellatrix and Barty Jr., two of Voldemort's henchmen, are slightly inferior. Except for the two Dark Lords and Dumbledore, Dolohov always looked down on anyone. It is already very good that these little guys who have not graduated can do this. Just when he was about to say something, the reductor curse blasted it away without warning. Run! Ginny's shouts made the stunned few people regain their senses and hurriedly run out. It turned out that Ginny had hidden behind the door just now and didn't take the shot immediately. Instead, she picked a sneak attack at a time when the opponent was the most relaxed. Harry swallowed his saliva with some effort. Ginny's reductor curse was a little too powerful. It's not the time, but Harry is already a little worried about his future married life. This floor of the entire Department of Mysteries was a mess, and although there were many Death Eaters, it was too big. This gave Harry and the others room to escape. But the good times didn't last long, and Harry and the others ran into the hall with the stone door in a panic again. This room is very empty, and there is no space for them to hide and detour. Looking at the Death Eaters who kept gathering, they all showed despair. Is it all over? The Death Eaters all stopped, staring at Harry. Several people were still panting, and the wounds on their bodies were still bleeding. Potter, you're finished. Barty Jr. tore off the mask on his head, revealing a pale face. Hand over the prophecy record obediently, and I'll save your life.